Elden Ring's story is one that is so diverse in its themes and individual stories that it is certainly harder to group a lot of its topics together. However, in this lore video compilation, we will be discussing what I call the darker themes of Elden Ring. The Nox, Ranni, the Knight of the Black Knives, Godwyn, those who live in death, the persecution of the Albinaurics, as well as the Omen, their curse, and the sinister Dungeater. These are some of my favourite topics in the entire game, as it's in the downtrodden and the rebels that the true nature of the Golden Order is revealed. The Nox in particular are a fascinating shadow and mirror to Marika's Numen civilization, and her ties to them and the Black Knife Assassins is always a tantalising subject. In particular, my section on the Gloam-Eyed Queen is probably my proudest video to date, as the subject of the Godskin apostasy is still one of the most interesting to me personally, given the importance it has in shaping the Golden Order and Queen Marika's actions. So in this compilation lore video, I will be pulling together all of my work on Elden Ring from the past 2 years into cohesive mega videos, ideal for a long watch while you sleep or work, and perhaps in my ramblings you will find the answers you seek. In part 1 of this compilation series, we laid the groundwork by looking at the timeline, the early history of the Lands Between, as well as the cosmic and primordial powers of the Lands Between. This will be part 2 of 3, and given the sheer size of this video, I think you can appreciate why we have split these compilations into 3. You don't need to have watched the first one, as each of the original videos were written to stand alone. However, I will link the first one down below regardless. But before we get started guys, if you like Elden Ring and Souls lore, then consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. But before we dive into the hours and hours of lore, I'm pleased to let you know that Smoketown has partnered with Supps, my favourite gamer energy drink on the market. Recently I've needed to embark on a health kick, which has meant out with the energy drinks and in with Supps. I was seriously drinking way too much Monster, and since I've ditched it for Supps, I genuinely feel like I might make it a couple more years. And this is all down to the 0 calories, 0 sugar formula. I've been mainly alternating between the Blue Raz and the Dragon Fruit Punch, and both taste really good, especially Blue Raz. But there are many flavours to choose from mango to far more sus flavours. I'm also done with the coffee, and given I used to drink several cups a day, I've needed something to replace it. And again, Supps has provided with their Gamer Tea, 4 quality blends for the sophisticated gamer who enjoys sipping on a lovely brew whilst carving your way through the Greek pantheon. Of course, for the discerning collector of taste, there are the famous waifu cups. But honestly, you need to be quick, as these are becoming collector's items that sell out quick. To celebrate the launch of this partnership, my code will give you completely free shipping, an ideal opportunity to fill up your cart with free samples, allowing you to try the great taste of Supps completely free, delivered to your door. This will last 24 hours, and after that my code will still give you 10% off the entire range. So use my code Smoketown or follow the link below to get completely free shipping and fill up on those free samples. Thanks to Supps for sponsoring this video, and now back to Elden Ring. The light-filled lands of grace sit proudly and gloriously upon the surface of the Lands Between, bathed in the eternal light of the Erdtree. Yet in the depths below these lands exists a society as sophisticated as anything on the surface above. In the ruins of an ancient civilization lie the lands of the Nox and their cities eternal, a race banished here for an act of treason long ago. Yet rather than let such exile defeat them or reduce them to cave dwellers, the Nox have developed a high culture to rival even Lindale itself. From the caverns, the Nox have proven themselves to be one of the most innovative peoples in the world of Elden Ring, developing incredible and sometimes horrifying feats of science and genetic engineering. Indeed, as we take a greater look at this society, one comes to realise that there are few people as influential as the Nox. Operating from their subterranean prison, they have had an irreversible effect on the Lands Between during their constant feud with the Greater Will and its vassals. If we look even closer, we can feel the hand of the Nox in different communities among the lands between, showing their fortitude and tenacity. In this video, we will dive deeper than ever before, looking at the science, the culture, and the history of one of the greatest peoples in the lands between. So join me as we venture into the night and look at the Nox and their eternal cities. So at the onset of this discussion, I would like to address what I see to be a common misconception that I see on Reddit and various lore videos. I do not believe the Nox are the same as the Nightfolk, and I have studied their models extensively to make sure I'm right on this. As you can see, the Nightfolk are very distinct with silver eyes, silver hair, and light grey, silvery skin. They are clearly linked to the Silver Mimics, a relationship that we will examine later. Point being is the Nightfolk are distinctly their own race, from those that we know to be the Nox. As you can see, the Nox have even darker ash-coloured skin and yellow eyes, almost like the Sith from Star Wars, and I believe them to be a group of corrupted Numen. So while of course a lot of this is my own speculation, I do believe there is plenty of evidence to confirm this. Let's firstly start with the Black Knife armour of the Black Knife Assassins, which reads as follows. The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Knight of the Black Knives were all women, and rumoured to be Numen who had close ties to Marika herself. So straight off the back, we have the fact the assassins are Numen, and are most likely kin of Marika, who is also Numen, so this makes sense. However, we also learned that the Black Knife assassins are referred to as Nox, from a dialogue as Roger, who says this about the Black Knives.
This is a black knife print. I can scarcely believe you managed to get your hands on this. You recall our conversation about the Knight of the Black Knives, yes? They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City, a group entirely of women, arrayed in armour of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye.
So Roger says that these women were from the Eternal City, and therefore it is almost certain that the Nox are a Numen civilization. These assassins are very reminiscent of the female-only sword mistresses that we find in the Eternal City. Their armour describes them outright as Numen, but Roger names them as scions of the Eternal City, i.e. children or people of the Eternal Cities, which means they are Nox also. Nox and Numen being used interchangeably to describe this group of women. If that isn't enough to convince you that the Nox are fallen Numen, then I feel there is some environmental storytelling that can help link the Numen society to the Nox and the Eternal City. And specifically we're going to look at the habits of the ants. The ants are interesting because of their eating habits. The ants, of course, the ones we find in the underground sections of the game. I believe that their eating habits can actually confirm that the third destroyed Eternal City, found in the deep-root depths, was once inhabited by Numen, thus confirming the Nox and Numen are one in the same people. Let's start by looking at the ants' habitat in the Ainsel River, so the river surrounding Noxtella specifically. Near the Ainsel River depths site of grace, there appears to be some kind of dumping ground. A dumping ground for corpses, as evidenced by the coffins and sarcophagi that we see lying around. These corpses appear to land in the river after being dumped here through a hole in the roof, and then are carried downstream to a gathering place of ants, a lair of ants, who all feast upon the corpses of the dead, and we can see this at numerous points in the Ainsel River. Then further in we find a queen or pregnant ant that, if we kill, gives us a rune. Now this leaves me to speculate that the ants devour the runes from the corpses of the dead, and these runes are eventually used in their process of gestation, which is why when we kill these ants and burst their pregnancy sacs, they give us the runes that they have gathered in order to gestate a new ant. So let us apply these to the ants that we find in the deep-root depths, next to the potentially destroyed Eternal City. There are a lot of pregnant ants in this den, and when we kill them, they release Numen runes specifically. Given the destroyed city next door, it suggests that the ants have been feeding on the corpses of people here, and the rune suggests that these are Numen. And given that this is a fallen Nox city, it once again cements what I have always believed, that the Nox and Numen are one and the same. So this brings us to the question, who are the Numen and what do we know of them? Well, we do get a piece of evidence from the character creation screen when we choose this preset. Its description reads the following: supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long lived but seldom born. So these people are long-lived people from another world, and have the same type of fair hair as Marika herself, as we can see from the preset that is suggested to us when we choose the Numen preset. The information is also backed up by two in-game items that relate to these people, Marika's hammer and the Numen rune. Both of the aforementioned items more or less say the same thing, that they are a people from outside the lands between, and are of the same stock as Queen Marika. So what picture can we construct with this information? I would therefore speculate that before they were called the Nox, they were originally Numen, who, as we can see from these descriptions, were not from the lands between, and obviously came here, established a new civilization, and Marika herself would be among this new society of Numen settlers. From this society, Marika would eventually be selected to be the vessel for the Greater Will, and we know that this society would then live for a time under Marika and the Greater Will. And we know this because it would be the Greater Will that would banish them underground, implying they have not always lived underground. We learn this from the armour set of any Nox character, and I will look at the Nox Monk armour set, which reads the following: long ago, the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will, and were banished deep underground. So by implication, they once were surface dwellers, and their transition from Numen to Nox is an interesting concept to ponder. Given what we see of the Eternal Cities in our timeline, they must have developed their own culture, architecture, and beliefs that would distinguish them from their former identity, and it would be their commitment to their beliefs that would mark their transition fully into the Nox, and would lead to their first act of treason against the Greater Will. The very name Nox hints at their core belief system. As of course most of you will be aware, Nox is Latin for night or darkness. Given that Nox society is focused on bringing about the Age of Stars, one assumes that their name followed the development of such beliefs. Let us examine the most core piece of lore regarding Nox society. This is the info of course that's found within the armour sets of the Monks, Night Maiden and Swordstress, and it reads as follows: long ago the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will, and were banished deep underground. Now they live under a false sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming Age of Stars, and their Lord of Night. This piece of lore tells us a number of things and is one of the richest bits of lore in the game. Firstly, as I've already discussed, it proves that their civilization was once an overground one. It also secondly shows us the nature of their exile, that they have to live under a false sky eternally as a punishment. And finally, it also shows us their commitment to the Age of Stars and bringing about a Lord of Night to usurp the current Order of Grace. Yet before we tackle their societal structure, culture and goals, let us first tackle the act that would result in their banishment. I would posit that this action was the slaughter of a two-finger. For the item description of the Finger Slayer Blade, the treasure of Nokron, reads as follows: the hidden treasure of the Eternal City of Nokron, a blade said to have been born of a corpse. This blood-drenched fetish is proof of the high treason committed by the Eternal City, and symbolises its downfall. Cannot be wielded by those without fate, but it is said to be able to harm the Greater Will and its vassals. This very item symbolises the downfall of the Eternal City, and thus implying the event linked with this item is the reason for their banishment. Ranni needs this blade during the course of her quest, in order to slay her own two fingers. However, it is heavily implied that Nox society has already achieved this feat, as the description of this knife reads blood drenched, therefore presumably drenched in the blood of a different two fingers before Ranni even gets her hands on it. Another interesting facet of this item description is the act is named here as High Treason, again reminding us of the fact that these people once lived under the auspices of the Greater Will on the surface, given that treason is something you can only commit against an authority to which you owe fealty. Yet how are they able to develop such an extraordinary and powerful vassal-slaying weapon themselves? as we will discuss later on in this video at numerous points, it becomes very clear to me that the Nox are true innovators, and their science, beliefs and developments in some way act as a precursor to a lot of the surface factions. Indeed, I see Marika's hammer itself as a symbol that the Numen were already craftsmen, and this is something that combines with Nox alchemy to explain their general inventiveness. With that in mind, let us now consider the Fingerslayer blade itself. So we can see the blade was born of a corpse, both in its unholy appearance in our item descriptions, and by the description itself. Now there is another weapon in game that shares such grave materials, and that is of course the sacred relic sword that is wielded by the Elden Beast in the final fight of the game. The Elden Beast of course forms this sword from Marika Radagon's body, and the description of the sword reads as follows. Sword wrought from the remains of a god who should have lived a life eternal. Thoughts on what the weapon portends are many and varied. Some consider it the mark of great sin, or a sign of great devastation. Some think of it as the end of an age, while others the beginning. So there are a lot of incredible implications here that we can try and link back to the Fingerslayer blade, as clearly the Fingerslayer blade is a perversion of the same practice that made the relic sword. The sacred relic sword is clearly meant to be symbolic as well as to actually perform a certain purpose when it is wielded by the Elden Beast. To some, the sword is clearly negative, a mark of a great sin, the destruction of a god, but it is also meant to bring about the end of an age or the beginning of a new one. Indeed, does the Elden Beast not wield this sword right at the edge of a new dawn, of a new age, as a new age will directly follow or clash with it no matter what choice we choose. We can see that these facts also apply to the Fingerslayer blade, as it too is a tool meant to bring about great devastation, the death of the two fingers. In addition, it also was meant to bring about the end of one age and the beginning of another, for both the Nox and Ranni clearly wish to use this tool to start a new age, the Age of Stars. So we have established that they perform similar functions, but why is this important and what does it mean? Well, it means to me, and I would speculate on this of course, the Nox have inverted or perverted this existing practice of smithing a corpse, something used by the Elden Beast at the conclusion of a game. To me it is clear that the level of craftsmanship shown by the Elden Beast is of course on another level. One need only look at the level of elegance in the sacred relic sword and compare it to the crude and disgusting Fingerslayer blade to understand that the former is the work of the gods. And yet, it also speaks to the ingenuity and the craftsmanship of the Nox that they were able to reverse engineer this practice. The description of the relic sword seems to suggest that people are aware of this practice as they do speculate on what it means. My speculation therefore is that the Nox stole and inverted this process from the Greater Well itself, built the Fingerslayer blade from a corpse and occult practices, in order to force their new age. Clearly, there is a lot of symbolism involved in these weapons, and the Fingerslayer blade's description seems to imply a certain link to fate, so there are obviously cosmic powers involved with these swords that we aren't meant to fully understand, but suffice it to say, it seems to have the power to change the current age, and the Nox turned this fate against the two fingers in their Fingerslayer blade. But which two fingers did they slay? Does it really matter? The blood upon the blade is proof enough that it was used against an intended target. Perhaps it was one of the broken fingers that exist in the Divine Terrors. Perhaps all of them. Or perhaps it was the fingers of the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Given that she was also an Empyrean, perhaps she would sever her fingers, much as Ranni does, before she acts against the Greater Will, and once free from her two fingers, she was able to lead the Godskin apostasy against Marika and her kin. This is of course speculation, but regardless of the reasons behind it, this act, this betrayal, this slaughter of a fingers, was the reason why Nox society would be banished from the surface and confined to the lands below, as we see them in the game. So let us now tackle one of the big questions and the most obvious questions, which is, why are these cities called the Eternal Cities, and what is the deal with the false sky above their heads? Well, again I think we should return to the core piece of lore, the armour sets of the Nox, which reads as follows. Now they live under a false sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege. So I think it's very clear that the Greater Will is the very force behind the Nox's current living conditions. The word now follows on from the description of their treasonous acts, suggesting a causal link between the two. To me it's a sort of ironic and cruel punishment, and to me it explains the very name, Eternal Cities. Noxtella and Nokron both exist underground, and we can see indeed they do have a fake starry sky above them. In my mind, this is a creation of the Greater Will to taunt them about their age of stars that they are never destined to see. In addition, to ensure this punishment was as harsh as possible, they are made to wait in eternal anticipation. It is my opinion then that the Greater Will is the one that has made their cities eternal, so that they can look up at their false sky forever. Given the Numen are already a long-lived race, it makes sense that the Greater Will just simply makes their lives eternal, so they will always eternally wish and look up at their fake age of stars. It is a curse, an eternal punishment, and it really shows the cruelty of the Greater Will in this respect. We know of 3 eternal cities of the Nox, and this is Nokron, Noxtella, and an unnamed destroyed city that we find in the Deeproot Depths. And supplementary to this, and very interestingly, EG describes Nokron and Noxtella as twinned cities.
I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella. Well, it has a twin, known as Nokron, the other eternal city. After years of expeditions, we've determined the location of Nokron.
This is interesting because twin things are consistently repeated in Elden Ring, and again showing that even the Eternal Cities fall within the twinned rules of the lands between, most likely twins having something to do with balance and opposites of one another, and perhaps it leads us to believe that the third wheel, the third city, was always destined to fall, but more on that later. We now have to also consider if the Eternal Cities were built underground by the Nox, or whether some force that banished them underground also teleported existing cities underground. Many of you will know from watching my videos that I usually always go with the more mundane explanation, and in this case I do follow it as well, as I do think it actually has greater implications for the Nox. The cities are intelligently built around the unusual topography that one would find in an underground cave system. This includes inverted spires and buildings that allow the Nox to use the cramped space more intelligently and efficiently by building on the roofs of the caverns. It's especially clear that they built these after being banished underground, given that some of the constructions we find in the cities are clearly done after their relocation, such as the dam at the entrance of each city and the bridge of Noxtella. This again leads us to conclude that the Nox were banished here with nothing, and yet built these incredible cities that fit so well in the cramped and unusual space of a cavern. The Nox also chose to build their new cities in the bones of an even more ancient civilization, and logistically this makes sense, as there will be foundations, flat and cleared land space for them to build upon. The Nox seem to have adapted well in general to their new habitat, building dams where necessary, and somehow training the local giant ants as mounts. But let's return to the much older civilization. This civilization is the one that built the Ul and Uld palaces that we find within the game, as well as the renamed Mohg Palace, which seems to have been a mausoleum for this community at some point, as the palace map description reads, "In the lightless depths lies the grave of an ancient civilization." We can indeed see that the ruins of these palaces are vastly different in time when compared to the Noxian architecture. The old civilization ruins are clearly modelled on the more classical architecture of Greeks and Romans, as we can see from the composite Romanesque columns and the Parthenon-inspired Mohg Palace. Also, as pointed out by content creator Quailag on Twitter, some elements of the ancient Sumerians have also been used as a point of inspiration, and I will link that Twitter thread below if you want to read more about her explanation and references used. The more classical stonework and allusion to ancient, real-world civilizations firmly evokes the age of this fallen civilization, it is ancient. In stark contrast, one can see the Noxian architecture as far more modern looking, with sharp Gothic edges, pointed arches, and windows. And it's at this stage in the video that I do owe a retraction on a older video. In my earlier Mohg lore video, I conflated the two civilizations that we found in these depths, and stated that Mohgwyn's palace was a Noxian ruin, and of course this simply isn't true, as the two types of architecture are quite starkly different, and so I apologise and offer my retraction on that statement. Returning to the subject matter at hand, is there any relevance to the Eternal Cities being situated amongst these ruins? Well, perhaps there is, for the beings that are most clearly linked with this ancient civilization are the clay men, the annoying zombie-like enemies that we encounter in great numbers below the surface. The clay men are the originators of the bubble spells, and the item description of these spells can tell us something about these peculiar creatures. For example, the Great Oracular bubble spell reads the following: sorcery of the claymen who served as priests in the ancient dynasty. The claymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles. So these claymen served the ancient dynasty. They are not in fact the ancient dynasty themselves. And I interpret this as the fact that they were created by the race that once formed this dynasty. The Clayman Harpoon even describes their occupation of the ancient ruins an infestation, suggesting they are almost bestial and feral without their masters to guide them. For if they were the fallen empire themselves, surely they would not act as much as zombies as they do in-game. Furthermore, the Clayman Ashes reads as follows: the warped remained of priests who search for revelation in service of the ancient dynasty. All of this together leads me to conclude that these are artificial lifeforms, that in absence of their master have essentially turned into mindless automatons, and their probably melted features are the fact that they have degraded over time and they probably had a more firm clay look to them before. And now, with no direction or no civilization to serve, they just seek out the old civilization's ruins without any real purpose in mind, acting as an infestation and essentially zombies. Their presence, however, is significant to me because they are a form of artificial lifeform, clearly created from some form of alchemy and magic. The Nox are masters of alchemy and the manipulation of artificial life. Therefore, I find the Claymen's proximity to the Nox extremely intriguing. Is it possible that the Nox derive some of their science and technology or inspiration from the dregs of this ancient society? I believe that it's certainly possible, as we see lots of examples of Noxian attempts to manipulate life, and soon we will return to that subject of science and life manipulation at the hands of the Nox. However, before that, I would like us to examine the structure and nuances of Noxian society itself. So despite being exiled from the surface to live underground, the Nox have managed to develop a robust, rich and advanced community that is a testament to the strength and intelligence of these people. We can say from the way in which their towns are built that these were real communities, with churches, houses and open spaces. As we will see in the next section of the video, we have already discussed the fact that they are innovative, inventive people, and they would use this inventiveness to better their life underground and in some way outstrip the technologies of the lands above. Such innovations include the use of ghost flame for street lamps, and extremely advanced elevators that are far more advanced than anything we see on the surface, including that in Leyendale. Around these solid foundations was a society religious in construction, a dark reflection of the Golden Order, venerating the Black Moon of Noxtella, as I think we can see in the black circular reliefs on their buildings. We can also see other references to it in the black marble backs of their chairs, which has the same black marbling as the Black Moon fragments we see in the memory stones, suggesting to me that of course these marble back chairs are meant to represent their Black Moon. I believe the Black Moon to have been central to the early Nox society, and we will touch on it again, but the Moon of Noxtella talisman describes the moon as a guide for stars, and no doubt the Nox would hope that their Black Moon would guide stars to them, bringing about the Age of Stars, and therefore it clearly will have been an important part of early Nox society. The clergy of this Night religion is headed up by the Night Maidens, a fitting opposite number to the Finger Maidens of the Greater Will. We learn of these women from their attire, for example their twin crown, which reads as follows. Twin crowns worn by the Night Maidens of the Eternal Cities, indicates the highest clerical rank, and hides the eyes with silk. So an interesting piece of lore that first of all confirms the fact that these maidens are the top of the pile when it comes to Nox society, clearly held in a position of great religious authority. The reverence in which they are held is further indicated by the silk that hides their eyes, as in real-world religious practices, shielding high religious figures from the sights of the common people is of course a pretty common practice. Another interesting aspect is the crown which we have to consider, the twin crown, the twin points that protrude from their headpieces. We've already discussed, and in general it should be fairly obvious, that the idea of twins is an important cosmological constant in the world of Elden Ring, and so it is therefore not a huge surprise that we see it here represented on a piece of religious iconography. Unfortunately, we don't get a huge amount of information on what the twin concept means here on this crown, though it could likely be representing the twin cities of Nokron on Nokstella, or the counterpoint between the Order of Grace and the Age of Stars, or their counterpoint between the Erdtree and the Moon. Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments below. This hierarchy is then supported by a warrior female caste known as the Sorceresses, and their armour description reads as follows. Armour worn by sorceresses of the Eternal City. These women are the personal guards of the Night Maidens and wear silk capes. So the Night Maidens are important enough to warrant personal guards, and these personal guards are extraordinary and nimble warriors. In my opinion, the way in which these nimble warriors move is reminiscent of the equally nimble Black Knife Assassins, who were most likely drawn from their ranks, but we'll touch on that more directly later. Finally, we have the only male caste that we are aware of, and that is of course the Noxian monks. Given what we know about the Nox Maidens being at the top of the pile, and the sorceresses being their personal guards, we can assume that monks fall further down the hierarchy, of course still playing some religious clerical role, but with less authority than the Night Maidens. This in turn leads me to an interesting consideration about Noxian society and its dynamics. It ultimately leads me to believe that it is a matriarchy, i.e. a society, where women fill the most important and prestigious positions of power. Of course, the most obvious piece of evidence for this is the Night Maidens themselves, a female-only position which encompasses the most important religious and political power in Nox society. Their personal guards too are an order of female-only warriors, again reinforcing the idea that the main positions of power are filled by women. Indeed, you will notice that the statues within Nokstella and Nokron are all of female figures, showing their importance to Nox society. And if you look even closer, the specific Nox-style chests that we find within the Eternal City, these are unique chests that we find only here, have women on them as well. Indeed, one must also consider that the other characters of importance that are linked to the Eternal City are all women as well. These being Marika, once a member of Numen society, the Proto-Nox society, was once one of theirs as well. Queen Marika, now the god of the current order. We also have the Gloam-Eyed Queen, again we'll touch on her later, but there is some connection to the Eternal City to a degree at least, and again, she is also female. And finally we have Ranni, who in some ways is the heir of the Noxian aims, and again, she too is female. The relationship to the moon in general does seem to be female dominated. The two beings we see connected to the moon directly, Rennala and Ranni, are again female, suggesting that there is some connection between the female and the moon, a theme that has also been explored to a surface degree in prior Soul games, but this connection is made all the more probable here. So with a basic understanding of the makeup of this society, let us now examine some of the more extensive and impressive scientific innovations of the Nox. In a lot of ways, Noxian beliefs regarding astrology, fate and the stars are very much a precursor to the practices we see adopted by the preceptors of the Carian royal family. For example, it was the Nox that first developed the fate manipulation technique, known to us as puppetry. and this would later be revived by the Carrion Royals, who we clearly see using puppets to compensate for their lack of numbers during their conflict with the Raya Lucarian Cuckoo Knights. We have already commented on the fact that Nox were clearly skilled scientists, craftsmen, and alchemists, and this practice is one of the clearest examples of this. We learn that this is a Noxian practice from the item description Starlight Shards, which reads, "A prized item that was once used in the Eternal City as an ingredient in intoxicating draughts." This intoxicating draught is of course the draught that Seluvis would later brew to enslave people as his puppets. We can extrapolate that the fate latent within the stars is being manipulated to achieve this by reading the Amber Starlight Shard item, which reads, "If the stars command our fate, then amber-hued stars must command the fates of the gods. Such is the belief that inspired the use of these shards to prepare a most special draught." So by simple deduction, regular Starlight Shards must command the fate of ordinary beings, and through some unknown alchemy, the drinker's fate becomes tied to those who prepared the draught, making them puppets on a string, the string being made of their fate. Despite being puppets, it does appear that each puppet retains some individuality, something of themselves inside that, according to Seluvis, feels different person to person.
The soul of every puppet has its own ambience. You'll soon come to know once you possess a few. And once each's predilections are known to you, the better you'll be able to love them.
Yet while Seluvis preys on unsuspecting or easily manipulated individuals for his source of puppets, in Nox culture they didn't really have an issue when it came to sourcing fresh puppets. As a description of the Night Maiden and Sword Mistress puppets reads the following: "These sisters, members of a cold-blooded race who wield flowing weapons, became puppets of their own volition." So here we can see that Nox society is so fervent in their beliefs that they will willingly sacrifice their own flesh and independence for the greater good of their goals. But why would they even develop this practice? What does it achieve? Well, if you think about it in the way that puppets function, it essentially creates a pair of reusable soldiers that can be remotely operated. Puppets work by having a body sequestered somewhere, and then being able to summon a blue phantom of them at any given time. A phantom that when defeated can simply be resummoned over and over and over again. Noxian's skill at alchemically altering fate within the stars is also highlighted by another creation of theirs, the Celestial Dew, a concoction that seems to be able to turn back fate, effectively curing any sort of antagonistic relationship. And you can imagine how useful that would be if one didn't want to carry on a certain conflict. Yet their innovations when it comes to alchemy and other experimental processes do not end with puppetry and the Celestial Dew. Indeed, it seems as though the Nox developed all sorts of procedures, no doubt as an attempt to gain power over the Greater Will and finally bring about their Age of Stars. Another example of this is the Dragonkin Soldiers. The three that we encounter in-game are situated in and about the Eternal Cities, and are therefore related to them. This is in fact confirmed by the Frozen Lightning Spear incantation, which reads, "Incantation that channels the power of the Dragonkin Soldiers. The Dragonkin were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky nor true lightning. Instead, ice lightning was their weapon." So this confirms that not only they were a product of the Eternal Cities, but that their skills and abilities are also a product of their natural environment within the underground systems. Instead of being able to draw upon the power of lightning within the open sky, as the ancient dragons did, they instead need to form an artificial version made from ice. We also learn more about the creation of these Frankenstein-esque beings from the Dragonskill Blade, which reads as follows: "A weapon made by sharpening a gravel stone scale, thought to be the source of ancient dragon immortality into an unclouded blade. Alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality, and perished as decrepit, paled imitations of their skyborn kin." Again, the innovative, if grotesque, science of the Nox never ceases to amaze me. Much like past Souls games, we see here a group of people, like Aldia or the Dragonscale cultists of Dark Souls, have tried to recreate the powers of the dragons in an artificial sense. Much like in Dark Souls, the immortality of the dragons seems to be linked to stone scales, and to get a better understanding of this relationship, I would like to read you the description of the Lightning Strike incantation, which reads as follows. Ancestors of the modern dragons, the ancient dragons had scales of gravel stone and wielded lightning as their weapon. It is said that they once attacked Leyndell, the royal capital. So therefore, this creates for us two classes of dragons in the world of Elden Ring. First, there's the immortal ancient dragons, with stone scales, gravel stone scales, such as the ones we see at Farum Azula, that exist beyond time and can wield lightning, with Lich Dragon Fortissax one among their number. Then there are modern dragons, which are of the type that we face numerous times across the lands between, such as Ajula and Agil, which of course look less stone-like, more bestial, and lack the ability to wield lightning. So specifically, the Nox are looking to wield the power of the ancient dragons, by essentially creating their own hybrid dragon warriors. But why? Well, obviously the dragons are powerful, once even serving as the Greater Well's chosen vessels, ruling over the lands between, and it's most likely that those early Numen settlers who predated the Nox will have witnessed the dragon's reign before one of their own, Marika, would take up the mantle of God, but that's a little bit of artistic speculation for you there. Yet it is more than this, and I believe we can get the answer, really, why the Nox are after the power of the dragons, from the description of the ancient dragon smithing stone, which reads as follows. Smithing stone made by polishing a golden gravel stone, a scale of the ancient dragon lord and hidden treasure of Farum Azula. This stone lightly twists time, allowing the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. So in the power of gravel scales, which are able to lightly twist time, is literally the power to destroy a god, Marika, and therefore given the aim of the Nox, this would be a useful tool for them to have. Despite their failure, the Dragonkin remain powerful weapons as we can see when we fight them. Ultimately though, they are freakish failures, slightly pathetic and unusual looking. Powerful for sure, but crippled abominations they remain, unable to obtain true immortality, and are failed replicas of the ancient dragons of old. Yet these Dragonkin are not the only life forms that we find among the Nox of the Eternal Cities. We must of course discuss the phenomenon known as the Silver Tears. Most will be well aware that the Silver Tears seem to inhabit the Eternal Cities and fight alongside the Nox. And in my opinion, if we look at a combination of in-game lore, environmental details, and cut content, we can clearly see that the implication is that these are again creations of the Nox. So let's talk about them. I have already mentioned the malleable claymen of the ancient fallen empire the Nox find themselves inhabiting. Is it not possible that they took inspiration from these creatures and began to cultivate their own forms of life? We've already seen one example of the Nox trying to create life, the Dragonkin Soldiers, and over the course of the rest of this video you will see that this is just one of many attempts. That being said, I do not believe the Silver Tears are 100% artificial like the Albinaurics, a subject to which we will return to momentarily. So let us start at the most logical starting point for the Silver Tears, and that is looking at their larval cores. Their item description reads as follows. Core of a creature of mimicry known as a Silver Tear, as much a substance as it is a living organism. Material required by the amber egg cradled by Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon, to birth people anew. So lots of interesting information there. Let us start with the look of the core itself, which of course is meant to be reminiscent of a human organ, showing in some way that they are a living being, and we will come back to the function of this organ in a moment. Yet they are not only living organisms, but a substance as well, a substance that the Nox use in the smithing of their weapons. Yet how did this living substance come to be? Well, I believe that the answer can come from the character creation screen, for the Silver Tears, when they transform into human form, take on the appearance of the so-called Nightfolk. The Nightfolk are one of the preset character models that we can choose for our Tarnished, and the description of this preset reads the following. Few in number, they were said to bleed silver long ago. So given that the Tarnished can be a Night Folk, I believe that they are of course separate beings from the Silver Tears we face in the Eternal City. A Silver Tear cannot be a Tarnished by itself. But the fact that they bled silver, and the default human appearance that Silver Tears choose are Night Folk, it leads me to conclude that the blood of the Night Folk, the silver blood that they bled long ago, was somehow used in the process for creating this life form. The Cut Asimi questline is a very interesting resource for this, as she says the following line.
Great Lord Host, may I ask something of you? A chalice is close by, the cradle of my kind.
Now, as I always say, take cut content with a pinch of salt, and I won't already retread content that has already been covered much better than I could ever do. So if you are interested in learning more about this cut content, I will link Nulrin's video on the Asimi, as they do a great job at recreating this entire questline. Regardless, this line that we've just listened to is interesting, because it does indeed show that the race was created. Asimi describes the cradle and source of her kind as a chalice, once again making us think of the alchemical processes and inventions of the Nox. It is just speculation on what we know about the Night Folk and this Asimi cut dialogue, but I believe the Nox certainly at least had a hand in altering these beings, through the use of silver blood of the Night Folk, similar to the process of their puppets' drafts, and that these sacred chalices are essentially the original test tubes in which this formula was created. Whether you believe they are natural or genetically altered, what is clear is that the Nox have managed to harness not only a sophisticated and dangerous life form, but a versatile subject from which they can create their unusual weapons. For example, the description of the Nox flowing sword states, a grim weapon wielded by swordsmen of the Eternal City. This shotel has a blade as fine as a needle. Forged from the liquid metal of a silver tear, it was thoroughly tempered until hardened. So the materials that form their weapons are so unique, having been formed by this signature living substance. Simultaneously hard, but also flexible, we as the Tarnished are able to see how unique and versatile these weapons are if we are unfortunate enough to find ourselves on the other end of a Nox weapon. Not only are they as hard as steel, but they can also move like water, transforming into whip-like substances in the case of the sorceress, and the Nox monk are able to transform their hammers into two buckler-like shields. Right at the onset of this video, and at numerous points since, I've made it clear that I think the Nox are exceptional craftsmen and alchemists. And even now they are using a living substance to form a very versatile and unique weapon that is solid and supple simultaneously. Yet this is small potatoes compared to what these beings are actually capable of. We know that the sentient balls that guard the Eternal Cities are in fact a form of silver tear, given that they drop larval cores when killed. Their forms are malleable, and they can mimic any life form or any shape. They can twist their shapes into offensive and defensive weapons, or they can completely transform their being into new forms, becoming humanoids or even trolls. Really, they can take any form that suits their particular purpose at that time. And for me, the silver tear is really two component parts. There is the malleable and silver fluid on the outside of them, which allows them to shift and change their form. And then there's the organ, the larval core, at the centre of this substance, which is responsible for moulding the living fluid into the form most suited to its purposes. The reason I believe this to be the case is the way in which Rennala uses the larval cores. She uses them as an agent or medium for change to rebirth beings. This organ has the power of change and transmutation. For example, Bok is actually able to change his form from a demi-human into a human form if we give him a larval core to use with Rennala. He actually changes his full-on species. There are even silver tears that exist out in the lands between, pretending to be other beings before transforming into something more dangerous and attacking you when you break their disguise. It's almost as if these mimics are taking on the role of an infiltrator. Their utility is therefore very clear. They could be warriors, weapons, monsters or spies. No matter the manner of their creation, whether they are naturally born of the Nightfolk blood or a descendant of them, or whether the Nox had some hand in genetically altering the blood to form these beings, as I believe, it is clear that these beings work with and serve the Nox of the Eternal Cities. Yet there are even greater implications for the role that these tiers can play within Nox society. Whilst they are useful warriors and spies, remember the true objectives of the Nox. They wish to place a Lord of Night upon a throne. And with that in mind, let us read the description of the husk of a silver tier, which reads, "The silver tier makes a mockery of life, reborn again and again into imitation. Perhaps one day it will be reborn a lord." Is it possible that the Nox hoped one silver tier would one day be able to mimic over and over and over again until it took the form of a lord? Their Lord of Night. I believe that this is the most likely explanation for their creation and their purpose. This seems more likely when we consider the Asimi cut content again, where she seems to try and become the Lord Eternal opposite to your Elden Lord, through a process of becoming a clone of the Tarnished Host. I do believe that the Nox hope that this might be an avenue to obtain their Lord of Night and bring about the Age of Stars, that these tiers might one day take the form of a Lord of Night. Now, before we move on to the next chapter, one cannot help notice one final question that these beings leave us with. Is there a connection between the Silver Tiers and the Albinaurics? Having ruminated on the matter, I do believe that the creation of the Albinaurics is linked somehow to the Silver Tiers, and at the very least, they are both created by the Nox. Potential connection rises between them for a number of reasons. Number 1, both are the only beings I know of to bleed white blood. 2, a larval core can randomly be found amongst the corpses of the Albinaurics in their village, and 3, of course, being that they are both creations of the Eternal Cities. So this subject is, of course, to a degree speculation, but one I believe is extremely logical. So let's explore how the Nox created the Albinaurics, and how they are potentially linked to their previous creations, these Silver Tiers. So let us again start by once again returning to the greatest lore item in the game that I'm sure fans of the channel will be delighted about, the Albinauric Bloodclot. And this incredible item reads the following. Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands. Thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. So the Albinaurics are out and out artificial beings fashioned by human hands, and having examined the Nox, no society fits the bill better for the Albinauric creators than they do. Indeed, these suspicions can be directly confirmed by cut content, showing at the very least the intended origins of the Albinaurics before it was cut. What I'm referring to is a line that is cut by the NPC known as Tops, and again thanks to the lore hunter who provided me with a text dump of the game where I was able to find this line. In the dialogue, Tops would have stated, "Oh, one more thing. Beware the Albinaurics, a cursed souls born of a forbidden rite of the Eternal City. The curse withered the legs of the old, and silenced the tongues of the frogs, and now they hold deep grudges for anyone left untouched." Even without this really direct bit of cut content, it is obvious to me that the Nox are responsible for the Albinaurics creation. So if you do choose to ignore this cut content, and you are of course free to do so as it is cut, I still believe the conclusion is the same, although this dialogue makes it all the more clear. So let us look and theorise about the Albinaurics' actual creation, and the best source of this can be taken from the Albinauric shield, which reads as follows. The ornamentation represents the primordial drop of dew from which they are said to have been created. Immediately this brings us back to the alchemical prowess of the Nox, suggesting once again the Nox have created a new race from some kind of compound. Indeed, the term dew makes me think of the celestial dew, another concoction of the Eternal City. Further clues to an alchemical process being the genesis of their existence is hinted at in the description of the Ripple Blade, which reads the following. Unique weapon wielded by young Albinaurics. This sword is modelled after the ripples that are thought to be the origin of their species. The ripple of course is meant to evoke thoughts of a liquid or chemical process taking place that would then birth this entire race. All of this adds up to what I believe to be quite clear. The Albinaurics are born from a synthetic liquid, which is related to the Silver Tier concocted by the Nox. To me there are enough links between the Silver Tiers and the Albinaurics, the implication to me being that the fluid of the former was used in the creation of the latter. Even the Albinauric bloodclot does seem to be silver blood, much like the silver tear. Firstly, of course, we have the fact they are both of the Eternal City, both have a pale pallor, and both have white blood, and also the intriguing lore that we find in the item description of the armour that the Archer Albinaurics wear. The description of this blue-silver set reads as follows. Blue-silver is a metal born from the same mother as the archers themselves. So this blue-silver is born from the same mother as these Albinauric archers, the silver and the Albinaurics being one. Now, we really could get carried away and get dragged down to a full lore discussion about the Albinaurics, but suffice it to say, whatever or whoever this mother is, it has a connection to silver, an element that creates the Albinaurics and also makes this silver material. A coincidence? I think not. While this connection is of course my speculation and you can choose to ignore it, at the very least it should be clear that the Nox created the Albinaurics. No other people are as reviled, hunted or persecuted as the Albinaurics are, and we get evidence of this deep-seated racial hatred towards them, illustrated by the Albinauric pot, the description of which reads, "The Knights of the Cuckoos do declare, behold thy defiled blood, unlike any humour that flows in our grand realm." Examples of their persecution includes being hunted by Cuckoo Knights, being casually massacred by Gideon and his men, the experimentation of them by Rykard, and the massacre at the Sage's Cave. The persecution of the Albinaurics in the Land Between takes on a more symbolic note now. Here is a being created artificially, a mockery of what is seen as quote-unquote normal under the order of the Erdtree. Indeed, the fact they are fully artificial seems to rile up a deep-seated hatred, or at least a coldness towards the Albinaurics, as if they are a lesser form of life, or not even life at all. Unnatural blood is apparently the cause for such hatred, and we can see with the Golden Order's treatment of crucible-touched beings that this idea of purity is definitely one that is constant throughout the Golden Order's ideals. And simply put, this might be the very reason that the Nox created the Albinaurics, because they are contrary to the current Order's way of thinking. And by flooding the Lands Between with this artificial life form, they throw a spanner in the works. Or could a more sinister explanation be that they were a precursor or a failed attempt at creating a greater weapon against the greater will, a precursor to another paled skin race that would rise up and shake the foundations of the Order of the Erdtree to its very core? Perhaps, but we'll look at that more later in the video. For now, let us speak on another product of the Nox that I'm sure you're all waiting to talk about, and this is the Chair Crypts. So at the onset of this chapter, I want to make it clear that there is no direct lore in the game which really acknowledges the purpose of these structures. The only thing we clearly understand is they are of massive importance to the Nox, so please bear in mind the scarcity of in-game lore on these objects, and let's go and speculate together. So let's look at what we can actually see from these thrones. There is one in Nokron and one in Noxtella that is actually occupied, and they're occupied by giant skeletons. There are also a couple of empty ones, one in Noxtella at the church at the top, and significantly there is one in Celia, town of sorcery, which is guarded by a Nox monk and a sorceress. But let us return to Celia in the next chapter and keep focused on the thrones in particular for now. Interestingly, each of the big thrones that house the big skeletons on them also have a chest underneath them which contains a ghost glovewort, which according to the item description for this flower is used to comfort heroic spirits, a tribute to those who died heroic deaths. We know that these thrones are called Chair Crypts thanks to a site of grace at Celia, and this is fitting given that the dual purpose of these structures is having a chair up top and having a crypt below. So how do we explain these thrones and the giant corpses upon them? What follows will of course be my own speculation, but I believe it all comes back to the society-wide aim of the Nox, and the description that we found within their armour pieces. Remember, it reads that the Nox are essentially banished here and have nothing more to hope for than the Age of Stars and their Lord of Night. We have seen the Nox has already attempted several experiments to bring this about. Could it be that these giants were attempts at creating an artificial Lord of Night, an artificial god? The fact they are sat upon a throne makes me think that this was supposed to be a being of great importance. With the limited information that we have, this is what I ultimately believe to be the case. The thrones are symbolic of lordship, of course, and the glovewort is left underneath to tribute the failed experiment who'll have died a hero trying to free their people. I think the importance of these giant beings is also highlighted by the fact that they are female characters, and we have already touched on the fact that the potential Lord of Knights all do seem to be female. Surrounding the throne in Noxtella, in the kind of water area, we also find another quandary, and I just want to take the chance now, since we're speculating anyway, to address this, and this is the petrified people that we see in both Nokron and Noxtella. To me, these people have always been reminiscent of a cross between the messengers from Bloodborne with the petrified people of Pompeii in real life. However, there's another From Software reference that I think that is related to these people, and that is the event that we see in Yarhar Gul, specifically the second time we visit the area after the moon has been beckoned. At this point in Bloodborne, we see that the School of Mensis are performing their ritual to summon the One Reborn, and in general the town has transformed quite dramatically from the first time you visit it in the opening act of Bloodborne. We see that there are people added to the environment, petrified people, all climbing up the walls, stuck in the walls, becoming part of the walls, as if they've been caught in the waves of some cosmic cataclysm, some kind of ritual, as a result of the School of Mensis meddling. This is very reminiscent of what we see in the Eternal Cities to me. The Nox are trying with all their power to beckon the Age of Stars, through rituals, through religion, and through experimentation, and in a way they do remind me of the School of Mensis. To me, it seems as though these petrified remains are the result of one of many unknown Nox practices, some of the ones we've examined, and some that we probably don't know about. The fact they are almost growing out of the ground, walls and roofs, suggests that they aren't human life forms. Indeed, they are some kind of cosmic life that has started to be summoned while this unknown process began. This is of course 100% speculation. There is no in-game lore supporting this or any other reason why these petrified people exist. But to me, they are not statues. They are all in different positions. Some look like they're praying, some look like they're crying. But to me, it reminds me of Bloodborne and the beckoning rituals in Yarhar Gul, and so my instinct is that these are the result of a failed ritual of the Nox. So we've covered the thrones, and yet there is one anomaly among them, one that exists not below, but above, on the surface. Why is there a throne in Celia? What is Celia's connection to the Eternal Cities? Let us now explore the Noxian links outside of the Eternal Cities. Outside of Rea Lucaria, there is only really one other centre of learning for magic, and that is of course Celia, the town of sorcery in Caelid. Celia is of course the most well known for its association with Radahn and gravity magic. We are told by Radahn's remembrance that he learned such powers in Celia, in order to be able to continue to ride his scrawny horse Leonard. We also learn from Rock Sling and other spells that he was in fact taught by an Alabaster Lord, beings that are suggested to not be of this world, but are masters of gravity magic. Indeed, he would use such techniques learned from this Alabaster Lord to halt the movement of the stars during the Star Scourge conflict, in which he would save the town from a coming catastrophe. While this may be a laudable achievement of the town of sorcery, contributing to its own survival, there is certainly a darker association hidden just beneath the surface. This darkness is aptly described by the item descriptions of these so-called night sorceries, and just by the name, you may already see where this is going. It quickly becomes quite clear that Celia is the centre for developing these sinister night sorceries. And again, we quickly learn the purpose of such surreptitious practices. For example, the Night Shard sorcery tells us, the Celan sorcerers were assassins, and it is said they often hunted their fellows. A more prominent and important example of these night sorcery is probably the Unseen Form, as it will relate to the Black Knives that we look at later, as the description of this spell reads, makes the camera semi-invisible. While on horseback, effect extends to cover the mount. The Celan assassins considered every option that aided their dirty work, So these Selene assassins use the power of the night sorceries to obscure and hide their form before assassinating their targets. Their forms are only revealed when up close. Does this sound familiar to any other enemies that we see in the game? Indeed, the clues to the origin of this magic and Celia itself can be seen in the symbol the town has taken. The Throne of Celia, the Throne of the Nox. Indeed, the link between Celia and the Nox is confirmed by the Eternal Darkness spell, and more importantly, the Night Maiden's Mist, which reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. So we can clearly see that the town of Celia is tied to the Nox in some way. We have the Throne of the Nox here, the Throne of the Nox in their symbol, and these night sorceries seem to originate from the Eternal Cities. Another NPC, Gowry, suggests that the Celians are actually Nox descendants themselves. After you provide Millicent with the needle, as per his directions, he states the following.
As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
In a straightforward sense, this tells us that Celia is an offshoot colony of the Nox, and it makes sense given its proximity to the Eternal City itself, essentially sitting right atop Nokron. And so we do have to wonder, what is the aim of the Nox here? Why influence Celia and go as far to have a presence on the surface at all? Clearly this town is important to the Nox, as evidenced by their heavy presence here. We can find silver tier balls, we can find a monk and a sword mistress guarding the throne. Well, first and foremost, and in the most straightforward manner, it seems the Nox use this overworld colony as a research station for new types of magic, the night sorceries and gravitational magic. The Nox clearly had some sort of relationship with an Alabaster Lord who helped them develop gravitational magics. Even more fascinating is when we consider the presence of the Celian Crystal Tunnel nearby, where gravity stones are mined by the kilo, and a falling star beast has made his lair here, meaning that Celia is literally well placed to help the Nox develop further magics related to the cosmos. Another consideration is this town is important because the Nox have essentially used it to train a type of mage assassin, with types of magic that will be used later in the Night of the Black Knives. Then there's of course the throne, and something that is interesting may relate to us is a note passed to us by Gowry, titled Celia's Secret, which reads, The town of Celia hides the source. Light 3 flames atop the candle towers to break the seal. So the town itself is hiding something known as the source, and given the fact the Nox and their throne are very much tucked away behind one of these seals that we need to break, I would suggest that the source is most likely this Noxian throne, and therefore their relationship with the Nox, the source of the town itself, is the secret that Celia keeps. If we follow my theory regarding these thrones, it seems as though the Nox are wanting to attempt to use Celia as another testing ground for building their artificial lords, and given that Celia have taken the throne as their own symbol, it seems the town is fully on board. Interestingly, this chair crypt holds the Staff of Lusat, a powerful Celian native, and this item is essentially guarded by the two Nox who keeps the item in their chest. This begs the question, were they intending that Lusat would take this throne and become the next giant skeleton in an attempt to raise a Lord of Night? It's possible. Lusat is clearly an influential and powerful sorcerer, with strong ties to the primeval current itself, and therefore strong ties to the stars. This is just speculation, of course, from finding Lusat's staff in this chest underneath the crypt, but of course it is important to note that Lusat is an important member of Celian society, so at the very least it does make sense that they would guard a sacred relic of his. Lusat himself is a good example of the bridge that Celia has created between the Eternal City and the wider world at large, and it is to the subject of further external influence that we turn to next. I don't believe we can truly appreciate the influence that the Nox have had on the lands between without touching on the influence they clearly have had on the Academy of Lucaria. Indeed, some of this influence comes from the relationship that the Academy has had with the town of Sorcery, a Noxian colony. We learn this from the Glintstone Star spell, for its description reads, a sorcery of the Elyvinus Conspectus, which attracts sorcerers from Celia, town of sorcery. So I've spoken at length on the Conspectus before in my Primeval Current lore video, but put simply, the Conspectus are different schools of magic scholarship that focus on different practice of sorceries. What is interesting is that this school was founded by Lusat, the primeval sorcerer, for the Elyvinus Conspectus crown reads as follows. The lineage of the Elyvinus Conspectus began with the sorcerer Lusat, and its adherents continue his study of meteors. As we mentioned, Lusat is of course himself a native of Celia, and we learn this from Selin in the course of her quest when she is looking for Lusat. So despite the fact that Lusat would turn his studies towards the primeval current, it would seem as though he was initially a sorcerer focused on the more gravitational side of things when he first came to Rea Lucaria, and he would find a school in that name, and this makes sense given he comes from the town which focused on gravitational magics. Of course, a school focused on gravitational magic and founded by a Celia native would then attract scholars from Celia, thus subtly increasing Nox's influence within the Academy and the lands between as a whole. The connection between the two centres of learning is further cemented by the presence of Rea Lucarian sorcerers at Celia, who seem to be mastering the obscuring techniques of Celia, as well as the avionettes and marionettes, tools of the Academy used as soldiers and guards. So as you can already see, the influence of the Nox runs much deeper and more insidiously than we may first assume through this bridge between Celia and Rea Lucaria. Of course, one of the main connections between the Academy and the Nox is with the obsession with the stars and the cosmos, one that is also quite clearly shared by the Carian royal family, and the link between the moon, the Nox, and these royals is also extremely strong. Rennala and Ranni are heirs of this belief, and in our way are heirs of the Nox themselves. We know from the Stargazer heirloom that the fate latent within the stars is what led a young astrologer, Rennala, to her destiny, the full moon, and it was this moon that would then form the basis of Rennala's rule and founding of her Carian royal family. The Academy is mainly focused on the study of Glintstone, and yet Rennala's encounter with the moon would in turn lead to her bringing its influence to the Academy itself, balancing the study of Glintstone and the stars with that of the moon. In turn, this reliance upon the moon was something that would be passed down to Ranni, as we learn from the description of the drawstring Freezing Grease, which reads, the women of the Carian royal family took to the moon to guide their fates. Ranni's is a moon dark and blanketed with rime. I find this interesting because it seems to me that Ranni's moon, the dark moon, is more an aspect or version of the moon which is concerned with the occult and overthrowing the golden order of the Erdtree, much like the black moon of the Nox. And this returns us to the black moon of Noxtella, and as I said right at the onset of this video, I believe this moon to be an important aspect of Nox society until it was destroyed. We learn of it from the talisman of the same name, which reads as follows. This talisman represents the lost black moon. The moon of Noxtella was the guide of countless stars. I believe the moons encountered by Ranni and her mother are different moons, and the black moon is a different moon even then. Thus their respective moons led them down different paths. All three of these moons are referred to by different titles. Rennala's is the full moon, Ranni's is the dark moon, and the one of the Nox is the black moon. And indeed, if we look at Rennala's full moon, Ranni's dark moon spells, and compare that to the black moon talisman, we can see that all three are depicted in very different ways. Rennala's is bright and white, Ranni's is dark and blue. And you don't need to take my word for it that these are different moons, as we see these different moons in the game. If we look at the moon in Lunaria, it is bright and full. It is the full moon of Rennala. Then compare it to this keen observation by YouTuber and Twitch streamer Saint Riot, who noted that you can see briefly, only before you rest or leave the area, you can see Ranni's dark moon present over Radahn's arena after you defeat him. This is a great observation, and I highly recommend you check out Saint Riot's channel and their Twitch streams, as he's a very entertaining PvPer and lore playthrough, and I will leave links to his channel in the description below. However, the most obvious presence of both two moons is when we visit the area called Moonlight Altar, where we see both Renala's full moon and Ranni's dark moon plainly in the sky for us both to see at the same time. This, for me, reinforces the fact that these are not normal celestial bodies. They are a force, a being of some kind, and most likely outer gods themselves. As the Moon of Noxtella talisman describes, the Black Moon was a guide for stars, and indeed, the moons do seem to be guides towards their chosen people. Unfortunately for the Nox, their guide, their Black Moon, is no longer around, and we can learn that it was essentially destroyed when we read the Memory Stone item description, which reads as follows. Said to be a fragment of the Black Moon that once hung above the Eternal City. And as I noted earlier, this is the same black marbling effect we see on the chairs in the Eternal City themselves, and whether they are actual fragments of the moon or just replicas is for us to decide. The talisman said the moon once hung above the Eternal City, again reinforcing the fact it is no longer there, and given the fact that fragments are used for other items now, we can assume that the moon is not just gone, but shattered and destroyed. Thus the Nox will have lost the guidance Ranni now enjoys, and no doubt this is what leads them down the desperate paths that we see them take by experimenting on different life forms. So the Nox are no stranger to disasters that befall their own kind. So now let us look at the most obvious example of this, and this is the Coming of Astel. Evidently, the Nox have suffered. Not only have they been cursed for eternity under a mocking false sky, but even in their imprisonment they have not gone untouched, as evidenced by the Coming of Astel. We have numerous pieces of in-game lore evidence that directly tells us that this being assaulted the Eternals. For example, the Wing of Astel reads, crafted from a relic of the natural born of the Void, who is said to have assailed the Eternal City. So when trying to understand this event, I believe it is best to start with the most logical talking point, and that is the remembrance of Astel, which reads as follows. A malformed star born in the lightless void far away, once destroyed an eternal city, and took away their sky, a falling star of ill omen. So straight away, we can see that Astel is credited with not only attacking the Nox, but actually laying low one of their cities. Clearly this is where we return to the destroyed city found in the Deep-Root Depths, and specifically we learn of how Astel destroyed this city from the Meteorite of Astel spell, which reads as follows. A manifestation of the power with which Astel levelled the Eternal City. This of course being the Meteorite ability which he uses in his fight with us, where he brings a storm of meteorites from the void from whence he hails. Using this spell, he obviously destroyed the Eternal City. Additionally, as we learn from his remembrance, Astel reportedly took away their sky. And indeed, the destroyed city is no longer shrouded in the false sky that covers the sister cities of Nokron and Noxtella. I think it is therefore patently obvious that this is the city that was subjected to the wrath of Astel, the city destroyed and its sky taken, its inhabitants being left as nothing but corpse food for the ants that live in this area of the Deep-Root Depths. Yet why did Astel come here, and why are there copies of him in various places throughout the lands between? So I discussed Astel in quite a bit of detail in my Primeval Current lore video, which I would recommend you watch. In that we discussed the fact that stars, even malformed ones like Astel, are born in the lightless void of space, and therefore initially it would seem that Astel is far removed from the very much grounded Nox. But I'm once again going to speculate because I do believe there is a satisfying explanation for Astel's coming and why he came here and targeted the Eternal Cities specifically. We have already discussed the Black Moon, that it was a guide for countless stars. No doubt the Nox were using this as a hope to bring stars to them that the Black Moon would guide to this world, and therefore bring about the Age of Stars. And yet, what if something happened that neither the Nox or the Black Moon expected? That a star was indeed guided here, but that star was malformed, rogue and anarchic, an ill omen to even the Nox and the Black Moon. A creature of malevolence and chaos, Astel came, guided by the Black Moon, and destroyed the third city of the Eternals, and shattered the Black Moon, before making itself a lair in a cave near Noxtella. This is why we find him resting here beyond Noxtella, and his duplicates are also present throughout the underground realm. Astel is capable of duplication, as we see during his fight with us in the consecrated snowfield. With the destruction of the city covered, we have one major final topic to cover: the Eternal City's involvement in the Night of the Black Knives, a subject that we've already covered at the beginning of the video, but let's come full circle for the last couple of minutes of this video. As I've already mentioned, Ranni walks a very similar path to the Nox before her, guided by her Dark Moon, and clearly she has come into contact with them by walking this path. One of the most in-your-face examples of this is the fact that one of Ranni's counsellors, E.G., wears a mirror helm, which is a piece of technology crafted by the Nox themselves, and we learn this from the Nox mirror helm, which reads, "Helm fashioned from crystal-looking glass, one among the Eternal City's ritual implements. Worn by those committed to high treason, it wards off the intervention of the Greater Will and its vassal fingers." So once again the skill of Noxian craftsmanship comes to the fore, with Ranni's own people imitating Nox craft to act against the Greater Will rather than developing new technologies themselves. These mirror helms seem to act as a sort of tinfoil hat to protect the internal schemes of those who oppose the Greater Will from being read by the Greater Will or its vassals. It would make sense that the Dark Moon would guide Ranni down the path towards the Nox, given they have already paved this path for her. With the loss of the Black Moon, the Nox most certainly took a huge hit to their aspirations of bringing about the Age of Stars, and most likely the first contact between Ranni and these people will have seemed like a new opportunity for the Nox, who will most likely, at the first instance, wanted to help her achieve the Age of Stars. Yet if this was to be achieved between the two parties, there was an issue. Ranni had already been selected by the Greater Will to be an Empyrean, tethered to their will by her Empyrean flesh. This was something, of course, she must rectify to bring about her Age of Nights, and follow her Dark Moon to her conclusion. And this is her true motivation in organising the Night of the Black Knives, as we learn from the mouth of Ranni herself.
But I would not acquiesce to the Two Fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh. Casting it away, I would not be controlled by that thing.
Ranni plots the Night of the Black Knives and utilises what we know to be the Black Knife Assassins, and as we have discussed at length, these were women of the Eternal City, or Numen women. And in the Black Knife Assassins we see everything we know about Nox lore coming together. The cloaks that fool the eye as described by Rogier is clearly some type of magic that was researched in Celia that obscures their form. The all-female makeup of the assassins makes us think of the all-female warrior class, the Sword Maidens, and of course the fact that they are helping Ranni is because they want to bring about the Age of Night, which they have so desperately tried different ways to obtain. Most likely it was Noxtella that she came into contact with and recruited her allies from, given she has a teleporter to their very city in Renna's Tower, and the fact that when we come into the picture in the future, past the Night of the Black Knives, she and her followers had still not yet discovered Nokron, leaving Noxtella to be the only logical city that Ranni allied with at the time of the Night of the Black Knives. The rest of what we know about the Night of the Black Knives is, as they say, already history. The video is long enough without doing a full analysis of the assassination attempt itself, but suffice it to say that at this time, Ranni conspired with the people of Noxtella to bring down the gods of the Erdtree. Given the Nox have long awaited their Lord of Night, it would make sense to support Ranni in this, their best hope for a new age. Yet this is what she will have sold them on. Yet Ranni's true aim was to slay her own flesh so she could follow her own path to become the Lord of Night. In the Shadow Beast lore video, I suggested that Ranni was still in command of the Black Knife Assassins, and that it was she who ordered the execution of her own counsellors, E.G. and Blythe, who both have the corpses of assassins surrounding them at the end of her quest as a way of tying up loose ends. However, people challenged me on this in this video, with comments arguing against it, and I have reconsidered, and I do acknowledge there is a different angle, especially when we look at Ranni's motivations for this night. These comments argued that, in fact, the Black Knives are now acting against Ranni, and they slay Ranni's counsellors out of revenge rather than doing it at her command. And again, like I just said, I've considered this to be a real plausible explanation, having ruminated on the purposes behind Ranni's Night of the Black Knives. Consider this: Is it possible that the assassins believed that this was the start of a glorious and bloody revolution against the gods that would raise the Nox up and their Lord of Night, but instead Ranni misled them and used them to slay her own flesh? Given we see the Black Knife assassins are now scattered in prison and in hiding, it does seem like they have taken the fall and Ranni has abandoned them while she pursues her own designs. And also consider, if she is allied to the Eternal Cities, why do they not simply give her the Fingerslayer blade? Why do we have to rob it from them with Blaidd? And ultimately, the Black Knife assassins' attempt on EG and Blaidd's life does seem to happen after the Nokron Fingerslayer blade is stolen, as if it is an act of revenge or attempt to stop Ranni having stolen the blade from them. Regardless of the now existing relationship between the Eternal Cities and Ranni, she did successfully use her allies to achieve her aim, which was shed her own Empyrean skin, and by doing so, they did inadvertently play a role in bringing about the Age of Stars, should we choose to help Ranni achieve its final ends. And in a way, this is the Eternal City's greatest legacy. They lay the foundations and build the tools that someone else will use to bring about the Age of Stars, namely the Fingerslayer blade, and of course the role they have in freeing Ranni from her Empyrean flesh. And this is where I originally wanted to conclude the video, but as I've developed this video, something's been gnawing at the back of my mind, a question, and it's something I'm going to put to yourselves now. Did the Nox have anything to do with the Godskin apostasy? So before doing this video, I'd always treated the Godskin movement and the Night of the Black Knives as two very separate events, and yet the more I've researched for this video, the more that things have gnawed away at me. Firstly, there's the nature of EG's death. Much like Blaidd, there are Black Knife assassins surrounding him, and we've already talked about that. And it again suggests that they are the hand behind his murder, for whatever reason and for whatever master. But there is another detail, of course. EG is burning in the black flame, and this is very clearly different from the red flame of destined death that the assassins use, and clearly From Software could have put him burning in this red flame if they wanted to, but they chose the black flame. The black flame is clearly indicative of the Godskins, heavily implying the two groups were working in concert to kill EG here. In the course of researching this video and writing the script, I have come to the conclusion that there is enough implications about the Godskins that involve or suggest the Nox are involved, and we have to talk about it. Even in my Godskin lore video that I did months ago, I suggested the fact that the Godskins must be a form of artificial or created life, even saying they are something akin to the Albinaurics, and now upon the research and looking back at that video, how right I clearly was. Given everything we have discussed regarding artificial life, I think these links to the Godskins becomes even stronger. Let's look at a lore item, the Godskin Swaddling Cloth, which reads the following. The Gloam-Eyed Queen cradles newborn apostles swaddled in this cloth. Soon they will grow to become the death of the gods. This is the item that has always led me to believe that the Godskins are not a natural form of life, given that they don't seem to be people who become apostles, rather they are born apostles, and nurtured by their Gloam-Eyed Queen. The phrase, soon they will grow to become the death of the gods, to me implies a sort of accelerated growth, again a sign of artificiality. The Godskins have a very unnatural, inhuman look to them, pale white skin reminiscent of the Albinaurics, with yellow corrupted eyes similar to the Nox. Their bodies can contort and move in unnatural ways, and the nobles even incorporate inhuman elements into their bodies. Is it possible that they are the final product in a long line of genetic experimentation, with Silver Tears, and especially the Albinaurics, being earlier and less successful incarnations of this type of work? Given the aims of the Nox are clearly to usurp Marika and her Golden Order, the Godskins would be an incredible, successful weapon, given the danger they pose to Marika and her kin and the lengths they had to go to defeat them. While I do want to emphasise that this is my speculation, but given all we have learned about the Nox and their works with artificiality, the Albinaurics, and the inhuman manner in which the Godskins are born and the way in which their bodies behave, I do believe that the Godskins are one other form of artificial life developed by the Nox, their most successful product to date. This of course raises questions about the Gloam-Eyed Queen, suggesting she was one of the Nox, or perhaps related to them, perhaps related through her mother. On my first playthrough of Elden Ring, nothing captured my attention more than the Godskin Apostles. Terrifying bringers of death adorned in grim robes of flesh, whose very purpose is audacious yet captivating, to bring death to the gods. The weight of the Godskin threat is punctuated by the power of their leader, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, an Empyrean tied to the power of destined death and a direct challenge to Marika and her godkin. The Gloam-Eyed Queen would channel the power of destined death, taking the form of the Black Flame, and beneath her she would raise up a creed of terrifying apostles who would wield this flame in her name, wearing the tanned skin of their enemies, enacting a terrifying god hunt. Yet ultimately Marika would have victory, given to her by her shadow-bound beast, and the Gloam-Eyed Queen's legacy would be hammered into the timeline. Yet for an event of such cataclysmic proportions, we know very little about the details. Who was the Gloam-Eyed Queen? What actually are the Godskin Apostles? And when did it happen? These are questions I will seek greater clarity on in this lore video, and so I ask you to join me this week as we explore the lore of the mysterious Gloam-Eyed Queen and her Godskin Apostles. At this stage, I would also like to offer my thanks to Eugenia Liza, an incredible artist and content creator, who was commissioned to do 3D renders of theoretical locations and characters from the Godskin movement, and so please check out their content, which I will link below. I think a good starting point for this subject is talking about the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her nature, specifically the fact that she is an Empyrean, and let's discuss what it means to be Empyrean. I'd like to start with the item description of the Black Flame ritual, which reads, "The Gloam-Eyed Queen led the Apostles. It is said that she was an Empyrean, chosen by the Fingers." For me, this is one of the most important pieces of lore when we're talking about the Gloam-Eyed Queen. And so we know the Gloam-Eyed Queen was an Empyrean, a state of being that is best described by Ranni, who says the following about Empyrean status.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Miquella, and Malenia could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
So lots of information there, pertinent to the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Firstly, there is something there that some people might miss, and that is Ranni's omission of the Gloam-Eyed Queen entirely. Only I, Miquella, and Malenia could claim that title, meaning that this generation of Empyreans has clearly come about a significant time period after the Gloam-Eyed Queen was active, and that's a point we will revisit in the next chapter when we look about placing this in the timeline. Returning to Empyrean status, Ranni talks of how she and the twins were selected to be an Empyrean by their own two fingers. And so the Occam's razor assumption to be made is that at some point the Gloam-Eyed Queen was also selected by two fingers to be an Empyrean. When looking at the role of the two fingers, specifically ours at Round Table Hold, we can very much see that they are instruments of the greater will, meant to guide us towards a single goal, to ascend the Elden Throne and usher in a new age.
Fine work, brave Tarnished. The greater will is pleased. You have earned the right to become Elden Lord. Now, seek the Erdtree and an audience with Queen Marika to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
And indeed, Ranni says that she was chosen by two fingers and she was meant to usher in a new age. And so we can assume that anything chosen by the two fingers is done so at the behest of the greater will, as part of its plan to institute a new type of order. An Empyrean's role in the coming of a new order is to be a candidate for godhood, taking Marika's place at the head of a new order. So the Gloam-Eyed Queen was chosen to potentially be a god whose order would no doubt be defined by the Rune of Death as the centerpiece of her power. This is where a crucial part of an understanding of the lore is required. That being that the Greater Will considers those for godhood that generally represent something outside of the current order. For example, we learn from Gowry that Malenia was born with the Scarlet Rot inside of her, and was an Empyrean for a potential new order, an Order of Rot.
Queen Marika and her king consort Radagon were blessed with twin demigods, and Malenia was one of them. She was born an Empyrean carrying the Scarlet Rot. An Empyrean is no mere demigod. In the age of the Elden Ring and Queen Marika, the precious Empyrean was born, a new god, to forge a new order.
And so, likewise, we can assume that the Gloam-Eyed Queen was chosen by her two fingers to be a new god, to forge a new order of death. A video I often reference on this channel is Radataskor's video on how the Greater Will does not care about the Golden Order in particular, that it just wants an order of some kind. In this video, Radataskor talks on the relevance of Fortissax being named as Elden Lord, which of course suggests that at one stage there was a different Elden Lord, a different god, which ruled over a different order, defined by a differently configured Elden Ring. Perhaps the very Elden Ring illustrated in Farum Azula, a far more wild and primal looking Elden Ring than the more refined and cut down version we see in the Age of the Golden Order. I discuss the ramifications of this idea in my Outer Gods lore video, which I will link below. But in short, Malenia's remembrance makes it clear that she was born with her afflictions, and yet she was still selected as an Empyrean, a potential replacement for Marika. Gowry talks about the Order of Rot, and so it makes it clear that the Greater Will considered a new Order of Rot, led by Malenia, as the replacement for Marika's order. And while the Scarlet Rot may seem horrific to us, to the Greater Will it is just another form of order. And indeed Gowry lays out the principles of this suggested Order of Rot.
Since Malenia fought Radahn, and the great scarlet flower blossomed in Aeonia, I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth.
When considering the notion of unusual orders that are seen as acceptable by the Greater Will, we could look at two very different characters, two Tarnished, the Dungeater and Goldmask. Both of these characters have iconic bits of gear, Goldmask's mask and Dungeater's sun medallion. Both of the item descriptions for each have very similar language, and in essence, both of them describe how their sun designs they both carry are visual representations of a guiding force and the vision of a ring, their mending runes, that await them at the end of their journey. This suggests that both of these extremely diverse characters were directed and guided towards such a goal. The Tarnished have been called back as part of the Greater Will's plans, so the Dungeater and the Goldmask have a role to play here. And if we think about the guidance that shone upon them both, this outer force that directed them to take the actions that they did, we have to assume that it was the Greater Will. And this therefore shows that Dungeater is as equal a proposition to Goldmask when it comes to repairing the Elden Ring. Ultimately, they both produce a mending rune that will help repair the Elden Ring and thus play a role in bringing about a new order. And so no matter what you think about Dungeater, and while we may think it's a horrendous fate for the world to be cursed in his ending, it shows that the Greater Will doesn't really care, as long as order is restored and the ring is repaired. And if you'd like a more in-depth look at both Dungeater and Goldmask and the role they play in the Greater Will's plans, I do have a lore video on each of those. So with all of that said, it isn't really a surprise to learn that there was an Empyrean, elected by the Greater Will and the Two Fingers, that was associated with destined death. The Gloam-Eyed Queen was considered and elected by the Two Fingers to be the potential god of a new age, to overthrow and replace Marika. It was part of the Greater Will's plan. Ultimately, the power behind the Gloam-Eyed Queen is a rune of the Elden Ring, the Rune of Death, and this is why the Black Flame incantations require faith, much like Crucible and Erdtree incantations do as well. But if the Gloam-Eyed Queen was meant to bring in a new epoch, we do have to ask the question of when this happened and what necessitated the need for a new Empyrean. And so with that said, let us now discuss where the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her Godskins sit in the timeline. When it comes to a general placement of these events, we do have two pillars of lore that cap either end of its potential timeline. Firstly, we know it must have come after the War of the Giants and the sealing of the Flame of Ruin. This is because of the Black Monks, traitors to the Fire Monks, who began to wield the Black Flame, and we now see them operating alongside Godskins in various locations, suggesting that these traitors joined the Godskin movement. And of course, the order that they defected from, the Fire Monks, only was established upon the sealing of the Flame of Ruin, giving us some level of confidence that the Godskin apostasy happened after the War of the Giants. On the other end of the timeline, we know that the Godskin event must have happened before the Night of the Black Knives, as this was the event that would lead Malekith to seal the Rune of Death within his flesh, thus robbing the Black Flame of its power, as is told to us by the Scouring Black Flame, and of course, their true power, the God-slaying power of the Black Flame, must have been active during this event. So a pretty wide net, but it does give us some framework to work within. Our understanding of the timeline has evolved much over the past year, since the game's release, to the point where we are starting to get an understanding of the ancient civilizations that came before the Golden Order. One of the vanguards of lore discussion is Tarnished Archaeologist, who has presented incredibly valuable theories regarding the history of the lands between. And if you haven't watched any of their content, then please check it out, because in this chapter we're going to be presenting a timeline theory that was developed by Tarnished Archaeologist, and so credit to them. We know that Marika was once Empyrean herself, thanks to the description of Malekith's remembrance, before she ascended to godhood. Marika now rules over the Age of the Erdtree, the age symbolised by the Golden Tree, and now, currently, is anchored by the Golden Order. Yet Marika has seemingly ruled over at least 2 ages, this current age of the Golden Order, and a prior age known as the Age of Plenty. In the past, I had never put a hard border between these 2 ages, seeing the Age of Plenty more as a sub-era, the early portion of the Age of the Erdtree. However, in Tarnished Archaeologist's video Creeds of the Erdtree, they more heavily separate the division between the Age of Plenty and what comes after. Tarnished Archaeologist combines the lore of what we know of the Age of the Crucible and the Age of Plenty into one era called the Ancient Erdtree Era, and he believes that this age was different from the one that came after, because in this time, the Erdtree was an actual arboreal tree, a real tree. And by the way, the term Ancient Erdtree is actually a canon one, as the term is used in the description of Blessing of the Erdtree, Blessing's Boon, and Erdtree Heal. You'll notice these are all incantations regarding rejuvenation and vitality, very fitting for the Age of Plenty. And the in-game files seem to name this sigil, the sigil used on these spells, as the Ancient Erdtree. And given the Crucible incantations use the same sigil, I do think Tarnished Archaeologist is justified in grouping the Age of Plenty and Age of the Crucible together under this umbrella term Ancient Erdtree. The Age of Plenty is described in multiple sources, such as the Blessed Dew Talisman and the Icon Shield. This was an age in which bounty, a blessed dew, dripped from the boughs of the tree itself, an age where Godfrey was the Elden Lord, going by the description of the Amber Medallions, which emphasize such amber as an important treasure of his reign. Tarnished Archaeologist argues that the Erdtree has already been burnt before we even reach Leyndell. The main archaeological evidence that they look to is the blanket of ash that already covers Leyndell when we first arrive here, even reaching the heights of Marika's bedchamber. The most obvious source of this ash is undoubtedly the Erdtree, not only because Leyndell lies in the shadow of the Erdtree, but because we can see this process being repeated when we ourselves burn the Erdtree and bury all of Leyndell in a fresh blanket of ash. And therefore it does seem hard to argue that the ash in Leyndell is from the Erdtree, meaning that the Erdtree has been burnt before. Cycles, flow, and stagnation, all concepts familiar to fans of the Souls series, and a concept Tarnished Archaeologist suggests is still relevant to Elden Ring in regards to the Erdtree and its regeneration. To this end, let us look more closely at the wording of the Blessed Dew Talisman, which reads, "It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erdtree would drip from its boughs forever, but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erdtree became more an object of faith." To this, Tarnished Archaeologists ask the insightful question, how did the tree change from a functional tree with real bounty to nothing more than a symbol, an idol of worship? How do we reconcile the more arboreal depictions of the Crucible with the golden tree that we see before us? How do we compare the more natural looking tree in some depictions with the Celtic knot version of the Erdtree depicted on Erdtree incantations and Knights of the Erdtree? To Tarnished Archaeologist, the answer is this: there was an original Erdtree, a real tree, in this age of plenty, that actually had a bounty, but it was burned to the ground, and ultimately was replaced by a phantom tree that we see before us. And indeed there is further evidence that the Erdtree was once a wooden real arboreal tree. For example, there is the Great Club, which is said to be made from a Erdtree branch, yet it is wooden. It is not like the golden phantom that exists before us. There is also the helm of the Tree Sentinel, the defenders of the Erdtree, and yet their helmet bears a horsehair crest in the shape of a tree that is very natural looking and looks nothing, absolutely nothing, like the phantom tree that now stands before us. There is also the staff of the Erdtree avatars, the description of which says that it represents the Erdtree in its former radiance. Again, the tree shown here is very natural looking, very different from the current golden Erdtree. The examples go on, such as the reliefs of a natural tree found in the shields of the statues of tree sentinels at the Grand Lifts, and reliefs found on the bases of statues and at the entrance to the Queen's bedchamber and the Grand Lift of Dectus. Long have people argued about the nature of the inner wooden tree and the outer golden phantom of the Erdtree, trying to discern if these are two separate trees. In Tarnished Archaeologist's mind, these are both the Erdtree, the wooden stump of the original bountiful Erdtree and its phantom replacement, grafted onto it through the power of the Elden Ring. And indeed, we too replace the golden Erdtree that we burn to the ground should we choose the Elden Lord endings. When we repair the Elden Ring, and we use one of 3 mending runes, the destroyed phantom Erdtree is replaced with a brand spanking new one, and its colour is reflective of the mending rune that we have put into the Elden Ring, showing that this phantom tree really is a reflection of the Elden Ring. And so Tarnished Archaeologists suggest that this has at least happened once, and maybe more, that the original wooden Erdtree that grew as a result of the Crucible era was burned to the ground, and that is why the Age of Plenty came swiftly to a close, and why the Blessed Dew and the bounty that came from the Erdtree came to an end, because it isn't a real tree anymore, and thus the bounty can only now be found at its offspring, the minor Erdtrees. This is a pretty incredible theory, and I highly recommend you check out Tarnished Archaeologist's video, Creeds of the Erdtree, for a more in-depth look at what I've just talked about. But with these concepts in mind, the rise of a new Empyrean could make sense, a candidate intended for godhood to lead the world into a new era, and perhaps we can tie it in to the end of this Age of Plenty. Or even if you don't believe it was then, maybe now we can acknowledge there were other times within the Erdtree era where the age could have and should have come to a close, with Marika being replaced by a new god. There are some pieces of evidence that could point to the Godskin apostasy taking place at the end of the Age of Plenty in this ancient Erdtree era. Firstly, many believe that Malenia is the Gloam-Eyed Queen, and should you summon her in the fight with Morgott, her casting sigil is this sigil of the ancient Erdtree or Crucible era, suggesting she could be dated back to this time period. There is also the reference to the Crucible in the Godskin noble's robe item description, and while it may be a thematic parallel, it could be hinting at the fact that the Crucible had some effect on the noble's inhuman aspects, possibly suggesting they are products of this time as well. But most notably, the Black Blade incantation, Malekith's signature incantation, has the same ancient Erdtree sigil on its item icon. While all of this is circumstantial and speculation, it still makes sense from common sense. As we have already acknowledged, Ranni doesn't mention the Gloam-Eyed Queen as one of the Empyreans in her generation. The fact she doesn't even mention the Gloam-Eyed Queen suggests that the Gloam-Eyed Queen was an Empyrean and was active a long time ago. Also, there are too many other events that happen later on in the timeline, such as the Night of the Black Knives, and it would therefore make sense that the Godskin apostasy, something that definitely preceded the Night of the Black Knives, would come early on in Queen Marika's reign. And given the Ash and Leyndell, we know there are other burnings of the Erdtree. But what events were these linked to? Could it possibly be the rise of a new Empyrean who wielded the power of destined death in the form of a flame? We will talk more about these ideas later on in the video, but to conclude, I think there's enough circumstantial evidence that shows A, the Erdtree was burned before, B, there have been multiple eras under Marika's rule, and C, it most likely meant that the Gloam-Eyed Queen came early on in the timeline and was likely a challenge at the twilight of the Age of Plenty. But of course I leave it to you to decide where you think this event sat in the timeline, and I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. But with that said, let us now examine the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her potential identity. Before we jump into this next chapter, I want to acknowledge a great video by content creator Last Protagonist, as their video on the Gloam-Eyed Queen has been instrumental in my fundamental ideas on the subject, and so while I will reference them directly at certain points, I wanted to acknowledge their influence in a general sense. The identity of the Gloam-Eyed Queen has always been somewhat of a mystery, and so with that said, let us unpack some of these possibilities. I'd like to start by examining the very nature of the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself and what she perhaps represents. Gloam is defined as the following according to Collins Dictionary: twilight, or the darker part of twilight, and it is ultimately synonymous with dusk, and so the removal of the one instance of a dusk-eyed queen in one of the patches doesn't really hold a huge significance. However, what does hold significance is the already existing connection between dusk and death. For example, in the ending that relates to Those Who Live in Death and Godwyn, is called the Age of the Duskborn. This of course makes sense, having a symbolic tie to the Gloam-Eyed Queen, given that she was once connected and channeled the power of the Rune of Death, which is ultimately the artifact responsible for the creation of the Prince of Death and those who live in death. The connection between dusk or gloam and death, in a metaphorical sense, is pretty easy to understand. Dusk is the end of the day, and death is the end of one's life. They are both the twilight of something. Indeed, the term Gloam-Eyed could just be a reference to her purpose, to bring death to Marika and her godkin, heralding the twilight of the Age of the Gods. And in a way, if we consider the time in which we are suggesting her rise took place, the Age of Plenty, the Gloam-Eyed Queen's domain is very much an inversion of this. The Age of Plenty, the Age of Crucible, is essentially an age of vitality and abundance, an age of life unrestrained. Whereas the Gloam-Eyed Queen, the representative of the Black Flame and Destined Death, brought death, the complete mirror of the age of life and abundance. A great observation about this thematic inversion was made by content creator Quelaag on Twitter, who said the following: Enea refers to the rune of Destined Death as the shadow of the Golden Order. The rune of death goes by two names, the other is Destined Death, the forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation, which makes sense as it's inverted from Marika's crucifix. I think this is a really powerful observation by Quelaag here, that the Gloam-Eyed Queen's rune very much represented an inversion to Marika, the literal shadow to her rule, and as Quelaag points out, it does look like an inversion of Marika's rune. Indeed, it is possible that Marika's original rune is a rune of life, and therefore the rune of death would be the literal shadow to Marika's rune. The reasoning for this potential speculation comes from a tweet by content creator Sekiro Dube, who tweeted about an item description found in version 1 of the game. In this version of the game, the icon shield, a shield that depicts the Age of Plenty, mentions a rune of life. Whilst of course this is cut content and shouldn't necessarily be considered canon, it does for me make more sense to Quelaag's idea of the rune of death literally being an inversion or shadow to Queen Marika's rule, potentially the rune of life. And the rune of life would make sense for Marika, given that the Erdtree is the nexus of life in the lands between, especially in the Age of Plenty. Whoever the Gloam-Eyed Queen was, it is clear that her power, the power of the Black Flame that is used by her and her apostles, was channeled by her signature weapon, the Godslayer Greatsword, the description of which reads the following: The black flames wielded by the apostles are channeled from this sword. This suggests that the flames themselves, even the ones wielded by the apostles and the nobles, are directly channeled from the rune of death by this sword. It is a medium between the two, really highlighting the importance of this weapon to the Godskin movement. Last Protagonist makes some very interesting observation in regards to the sword, highlighting its double helix structure that is not dissimilar from the Sacred Relic Sword, a weapon made from the body of a god. Perhaps this sword itself was made via a similar process, and we know the Nox have experience in making weapons from corpses like the Finger Slayer blade. Despite the nightmarish concept of making a person into a sword, we know that such swords do hold important power. For example, the Finger Slayer blade seems to be the only blade capable of harming a two fingers. Therefore, it is fairly logical to assume that given its double helix DNA-esque shape, that the Godslayer blade could also be one that was made from a corpse for a special purpose, the purpose of channeling the power of the Rune of Death. In his Gloam-Eyed Queen video, Last Protagonist does even suggest a theory that it could be possible that the sword is the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself, that she was the one who is able to channel the Black Flame, and thus the sword is able to. And following her defeat, she was turned into a sword, suffering a similar fate to Marika and Radagon as a punishment upon her defeat. Another fascinating detail about the Godslayer Greatsword is that it exactly matches the shape of the Rune of Death. If you turn it point facing down, you can see with its downward facing hilt that it perhaps takes the shape of the Rune of Death, and this could be used as an argument to say that the sword was indeed once the Gloam-Eyed Queen, that it takes the shape of the Rune of Death because of her relation to this rune. However, I am more of a mind that this is a purpose-built sword for the Gloam-Eyed Queen, due to the fact that it is a highly detailed sword. Both the Sacred Relic Sword and the Finger Slayer blade are more primal in their aspect, whereas the entire design of the Godslayer Greatsword does seem to suggest that it was purpose-made. hence why its design is so highly detailed. The sword is being designed to evoke the idea of the Rune of Death itself, the pivotal artifact to the Gloam-Eyed Queen's power and the movement of the Godskins, and I think the idea that it represents the Rune of Death is better captured by this fan-made footage by Eugenia that portrays the Gloam-Eyed Queen standing victorious over a fallen god, bringing its point down on her foe, the Rune of Death hanging over the heads of the gods. Not only does it seem to have been forged in the very shape of the Rune of Death, but it also seems to display a swirling flame. It's not really a double helix. To me it looks like a flame going upwards, no doubt evoking the very black flame it is used to channel. And to me it also seems designed specifically to channel the flame, again human-made, due to the gap in its centre, from which the black flame will emerge. However, I do leave the matter of the sword up to you to decide, whether it is a sword made from a corpse, if it's the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself, or if it was designed with the specifics of the Gloam-Eyed Queen's requirements in mind. With that said, let us return to the matter of the Gloam-Eyed Queen's identity. Now, I have heard many people make the argument that they have to be related to Marika, and if we consider the other existing Empyreans that we know of, this does make some sort of sense. Malenia and Miquella are direct offsprings of Marika, and depending on your viewpoint, Ranni is the daughter of Marika's other personality, or at the very least, is Marika's stepdaughter. However, we have to remember that at one stage, Marika herself was chosen as an Empyrean, and so we aren't sure 100% on the situation surrounding her election to godhood, and so we can't be certain in nailing down the prerequisites of Empyrean status. Yet if I was to go out on a limb, I would say that Empyrean status can be a combination of both blood relation and or potential. With that said, I can't help but think the Gloam-Eyed Queen would thematically fit within the Eternal Cities, being related to the Numen, Marika's kin. Whether she is directly related to the Queen or not, of course we will look at that potential later. The connections between the Nox, the Numen, and Queen Marika herself are well known to the community at this stage, with the Black Knife Assassin armour telling us the assassins are Numen and kin to Marika, whilst Rogier also refers to them as scions of the Eternal City. And in general, for a history of the Nox, I would recommend both my video on the Eternal Cities and Tarnished Archaeologist's video on the Eternal Empire for two different accounts on the history of the Eternal Cities and the Nox. But whatever you believe about the Eternal Cities and the Nox, it is clear that this is a divergent Numen society that very much oppose the Greater Will, as the armour set for the Nox reads the following. Long ago, the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will, and were banished deep underground. Now they live under a false sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming age of stars, and their lord of night. So it is clear that these are a people who have acted directly against the Greater Will, leading to their banishment underground. However, as I have already argued, the Godskin apostasy isn't really an attack against the Greater Will, and is more against Marika herself, and it falls within the natural cycles overseen by the Greater Will. However, this is not to say that the Gloam-Eyed Queen could not have come from these people, either before or after their banishment, and if it did come after when they were known as the Nox, one cannot help but think they would still get a great joy with laying Marika low, and bringing an end to her Age of Plenty. So when looking at the possible connections to the Eternal City, I'd like to look at one of my favourite lore items in the game, the Godskin Swaddling Cloth, and this item reads the following. Sacred cloth of the Godskin Apostles, made from supple skin sewn together. The Gloam-Eyed Queen cradles newborn apostles swaddled in this cloth. Soon they will grow to become the death of the gods. This has always been a striking image to me, of the Gloam-Eyed Queen cradling newborn apostles, a scene that Eugenia has incredibly brought to life for this video. From the moment they are born, they are cradled by the Gloam-Eyed Queen, and this makes it abundantly clear that the Godskins are not regular humans, nor are they recruited. Not only that, but it says that soon they will grow to become the death of the gods, and to me this has always suggested some kind of accelerated growth, and combined that they are apostles from their very birth, leads me to conclude that they are artificial lifeforms, raised up by the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself. There is of course a people who are very familiar with creating an artificial lifeform, the Eternal Cities. And we have discussed this many times on the channel before, but for the sake of this video, let us again look at the creations of the Nox when we're trying to discuss the connections to the Godskins. One of the most obvious examples of the Eternal City tampering with life is the Dragonkin Soldiers, who we can learn of via the Frozen Lightning incantation, which reads, "The Dragonkin were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no true sky, nor true lightning," and via the Dragon Scale Blade, which reads, "Alas, the Dragonkin Soldiers never attained immortality, and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin." While crude, these tortured failures are evidence of the Eternal's proclivity for tampering with life, and if we consider the Noxian interest in alchemy, then the sky's the limit. When we talk of alchemy, we can of course refer to the Celestial Dew, a fate-altering tonic, and the Puppet Draft, again a tonic which manipulates fate to leverage control over living beings. This alchemical manipulation could have potentially ended up in the creation of the Silver Tears. In a cut quest which has been recreated by Nilrin, there was a Silver Tear by the name of Asimi who we could dialogue with. We would essentially take this Asimi into our body so she could begin to copy our form, whilst apparently granting us power. If we came to the Eternal Cities, Asimi would name this her home. Then, while at the Eternal Cities, she would mention that there is a chalice nearby, the cradle of her kind. The Silver Tears are liquid in nature, and of course a chalice contains liquid, and to me it suggests that the Silver Tears were born of alchemical manipulation by the Nox, and given their purpose, they can mimic the form of other creatures, we could speculate that these beings were created so they could mimic the form of a Lord of Night. And although this is cut content, the presence of the Silver Tears all over the Eternal Cities, for me implies that this is still the implication, that the Silver Tears were created by the Eternal Cities. And this is why we actually see Silver Tears fighting alongside the Nox. The Albinaurics are also potentially tied as creations of the Nox via a cut dialogue from Tops, who would have directly named them as creations of the Eternal Cities. And given the Nox's predilection for manipulating life, again the Albinaurics could well have been a creation of theirs to try and create an artificial Lord of Night, although again that is just speculation. But in general, there's a lot of evidence pointing to the Nox and the Eternal Cities as the birthplace of many forms of artificial life. So with that in mind, let us look at the actual physiology of the Godskins themselves. They are pale-skinned like malleable clay, much like the Albinaurics and Silver Tears, and all of the Godskins look identical in appearance, like clones. Also, like the Silver Tears and the silver weapons of the Nox, the Godskin Apostles are malleable, able to stretch out and contort in unusual manners. Again, just reinforcing the fact that these are not natural beings. There's of course the lore of the swaddling cloth that we have already looked at, suggesting that the Gloam-Eyed Queen rears every single one from birth, and I hope that even if you don't agree with the Eternal City connection, that we can all agree that these are not natural beings. These are not just humans who have been recruited into a movement. There is also another potential connection between the Godskin Apostles and the Eternal Cities, and this is the death of Iji. And this is something I've talked about in other videos, but upon the completion of Ranni's questline, her vassals are assaulted by Black Knife assassins. Both Iji and Blythe have the corpses of Black Knife assassins surrounding them, and yet, curiously, EG is also burning in the black flame, not the red flame of destined death, but the black god-slaying flame of the Godskins. Now, some have argued that this may be a mistake and it was meant to be the red flame, yet I feel this would have been corrected in a patch if it was, like the Dusk-Eyed Queen being removed from the Godslayer Greatsword in a patch. So what does this actually mean? Well, if they are both connected to the Eternal Cities, then perhaps it is a hit squad, organised by the Eternal Cities. Reasonings for this assault is something I've gone over in more detail in my Night of the Black Knives video, but in short, I feel like Ranni left the Black Knife assassins high and dry, and we even find Electo, the leader, imprisoned in Ranni's Everjail up on Moonlight Altar. So EG's death is a curious one, but if the Godskins are creations of the Eternal Cities, then this hit, a combined force of Black Knife assassins and the Godskins, could well make sense. Aside from the creation of the Godskins potentially being linked to the Eternal City, there are some other possible loose allusions that could be used to connect the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself to the Eternal City culture. One of these is the fact that I have long believed that the Eternal City race is a matriarchal one. Firstly, among the Nox there are the Night Maidens, who appear to occupy a preeminent position in society, with their set making it clear they are important enough to have swordstress bodyguards. There's also the fact that Queen Marika herself, who rose to become the god of the current era, came from this society, and her preeminence could suggest a matriarchal nature to the Numen people. But aside from that, there's also the idea that the moon, an important facet of Nox society, is more associated with the feminine. Ranni and Rennala, the two most important lunar figures in the game, are women as well, and it is a long-standing concept within Souls games that women are associated with the moon. Again, if we consider Gwendolyn from Dark Souls, who was raised as a woman because of his strong affinity to the moon. As we discussed in my Ranni lore video, this concept could be tied in to the philosophy of yin and yang, where yin can mean the moon and represents the feminine, forming one half of a system of balance. So it isn't hard to conclude that Noxian society is most likely matriarchal because of the preeminence of the moon, and if the moon is more connected to the feminine, this is why it's matriarchal. So it isn't hard to believe that the Gloam-Eyed Queen could have once been a queen of Numen or Noxian tradition, a once queen of the Eternal Cities. This is all speculation ultimately, but I do find it fairly compelling, especially when we consider the artificial nature of the Godskins themselves. And so to conclude, I do speculate that the Gloam-Eyed Queen comes from the same stock as Marika, whether she be directly related to her or not, and whether that means she was a Nox, a Numen, or another distant relation or offshoot. There is one other interesting concept I would like to talk about before we begin naming a specific candidate, and that is the potential tie of serpents to the Gloam-Eyed Queen. This was an idea first brought to my attention by a viewer who commented on one of my community posts. The Epic H88 stated that they believe the Gloam-Eyed Queen was a serpent. This set my mind racing, and shout out to Epic H88 for getting me to pick up this connection. And also credit to Tarnished Archaeologist Serpent and the Erdtree video, which only further compounded my own ideas on this subject. So when talking about the serpent's place within the Elden Ring mythos, a good place to start is the Duelist set, which reads the following. The snake is viewed as a traitor to the Erdtree, and the audience delighted in seeing those bronze effigies beaten and battered. The snake was very much the focus of gladiatorial combat, and in essence the crowd wanted to see these snakes beaten down into the dirt. And not only did it feature on the limited armour of the duelists, these gladiators, but there is also the coil shield, a snake shield that was designed for gladiatorial combat. Again, a medium through which the people of the Erdtree society could see the serpent getting what it deserved. Now we do need to ask the question, why is the snake so hated even at this time? Because we know that gladiatorial combat is a practice dating back to the time of Godfrey, given his warrior aesthetic, his lion rampart being present in the entrances to the Colosseum, and the fact that this practice had died out by the time of Radagon, as told to us by the ritual sword talisman. So surely this is far before Rykard would become the Serpent of Blasphemy, and bring his blasphemous war against the Erdtree in the time of the Shattering and beyond. Indeed, if we look at the Serpent Hunter Spear, it gives us some interesting considerations, as it reads, thought to have been used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past. It manifests a long blade of light when facing such a creature. Used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past, meaning that there was a serpent crisis in the past before Rykard became the Serpent of Blasphemy. And this event would be so dire and so impactful upon society that the people of the Erdtree realm would make it a nemesis in gladiatorial combat and would take delight in it being defeated in these mock battles. I'd always just assumed that the serpent was viewed as an enemy because Iglay must have always been in opposition to the Erdtree. And for those unaware, the reason I refer to Iglay as the Great Serpent is because of the Temple of Iglay at Volcano Manor, which is a temple dedicated to the serpent, and thus we must assume that the name of this serpent is Iglay. Now, returning to that original comment by the Epic H88, while I don't necessarily agree that the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself is a serpent, it has always been interesting to me that the Godskin nobles have serpentine tails, and perhaps this suggests a sort of alliance between the Gloam-Eyed Queen and the Great Serpent. To me, the description of the gladiatorial set gives me biblical vibes. The serpent, thematically, has always been seen as the enemy to the Erdtree, much as the serpent is always seen as metaphorical for evil in the Bible. In the Garden of Eden, it is the snake that tempted Eve to take the forbidden fruit of knowledge, and in this case was the literal mouthpiece for Satan himself. Thus, through the serpent, the original sin is committed, and God's perfect creation is tainted. Indeed, as highlighted by Tarnished Archaeologist's tremendous video, the image of the serpent in the tree in the Garden of Eden is too similar to the imagery on the drawing room key of Volcano Manor, which for those unaware shows a serpent coiled round a tree, in this case representative of the serpent's desire to consume and destroy the Erdtree. Could it be that, like in the Bible, it was a serpent that first whispered in the ear of the Gloam-Eyed Queen and set her on her path? Could it have then aligned itself with her in her cause, helping her imbue the power of the serpent within her Godskin children, which is why the Godskin nobles have a serpentine tail, and why the Godskin apostles are able to stretch and contort like a serpent? Does this also explain why a Godskin noble has now aligned itself with Rykard and the Serpent of Blasphemy? Is this an old alliance rekindled, so it can assist in creating a new serpentine warrior class, so that Rykard and his serpent children can succeed where the Godskins failed? Perhaps. This is all speculation, of course, but I have always wondered what this ancient enmity against the serpent is, and at the very least, we have the tales of the Godskin nobles to consider. These are ultimately serpentine tales, and we find a Godskin noble in the hotbed of a serpentine revolution. And perhaps the reason the serpent is so hated is because it assisted the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her apostles, and its union with Rykard is just the latest in its attempts to overthrow and hurt the Erdtree. And if you want a deeper look at the serpent and its potential history of opposing the Erdtree, I would thoroughly recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's video, Serpent and the Erdtree. So what am I saying about the Gloam-Eyed Queen up to this point? Well, let me surmise. I believe that she was a queen of the same people as Queen Marika, potentially related to her, and I believe that she was chosen as an Empyrean. the Empyrean's rune was an inversion of Marika's, and she was the shadow of death to Marika's world of life. To channel her power, the Gloam-Eyed Queen had her signature sword forged, and would create an artificial lifeform specifically designed not only to wield this flame, but to bring death to the gods. In addition, it is possible that there was an alliance between the Gloam-Eyed Queen and the Great Serpent, cementing the serpents as an immortal enemy of the Erdtree. There is one other matter regarding the Gloam-Eyed Queen's allies that we should talk about, and that is the issue of her shadow. As Ranni states, each Empyrean is granted a shadow, tailor-made to serve them. Ranni had Blythe, and Marika had Malekith, and given the Gloam-Eyed Queen was eventually defeated by the shadow of her opponent, it certainly would have been useful to have one. We know from Vargram's Raging Wolf set that he seeks to become such a shadow, and given his possession of the Godslayer Greatsword, it is clear that he seeks to become the shadow of the Gloam-Eyed Queen. However, given he is seeking to become one, it suggests that he failed in his quest, meaning he wasn't her actual shadow. The most obvious explanation is that we simply don't know who her shadow was, that the shadow was killed in the conflict of the Godskins, or met some unknown fate that we don't know about. When it comes to the actual identity of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who do I believe it is? I have already presented some interesting theories, that she was a serpent, that she was the Godslayer Greatsword herself, or merely an unnamed member of Numen or Nox society. However, if I was to put money on it now, I'm going to be rather boring and say that I do believe that Malenia is the most likely candidate for the Gloam-Eyed Queen, Occam's razor after all. And when we do see her at the end of the Frenzied Flame ending, with her Gloam Eye, it is very compelling, but let's go into another few connections as to why Malenia might well be the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Firstly, as we have stressed throughout this chapter, we do think it thematically fits that the Gloam-Eyed Queen would be tied to Numen, Nox, and Eternal City society, and Malenia would also seem to tick these boxes of being related to this Numen people. First of all, the Black Knife Assassins, who themselves are described as Numen and kin to Marika, use a technique that is also shared by Malenia. We see this bladecraft when we summon her in our fight with Morgott, and if Malenia was trained in the same combat techniques as other Numen women, it would suggest that Malenia is also of this culture. Malenia also refers to her mother within the Erdtree.
Me? I'm searching for my purpose, given to me by my mother inside the Erdtree, long ago.
And what is inside the Erdtree? It's of course Marika, and again, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, an Empyrean, being the daughter of Marika, would fit in with everything else we know about other Empyreans who are also of royal blood. For me, one of the stronger arguments for Malenia being the Gloam-Eyed Queen is how familiar she is with destined death, which would certainly make sense if she had been the Gloam-Eyed Queen at one point, a being who literally represented the rune of death. Indeed, we will return to this subject in the later chapters on the Godskins, but the fact that Malenia is so familiar and understands such a nebulous concept as destined death, and knows that it is required to burn the Erdtree, is very compelling evidence for me that she was once the wielder of destined death. And then, as mentioned, the real nail in the coffin for many people is the finale of the Frenzied Flame ending, when Malenia appears with her Gloam Eye, an eye that was previously sealed, and she once again talks about destined death. And again, the colour of the eye is so particular. To me, it does seem to be a wink to the camera, a wink to the audience, that Malenia was actually the Gloam-Eyed Queen, and she kept this part of her identity secret from us. So let me present my speculative analysis of Malenia's past identity as the Gloam-Eyed Queen. She first of all claims that she is burned and bodiless, and is ultimately a bit confused as to why she is still here.
Me? I'm searching for my purpose, given to me by my mother inside the Erdtree, long ago, for the reason that I yet live, burned and bodiless.
Indeed, we do see burn scars all over Melena's hands, suggesting that in her corporeal life, she was burned. And we know that the Rune of Death manifests its power as a flame, whether that be the black and white flame of the Godskins, or the red and black flame wielded by Malekith. Would it not be a fitting punishment for the Gloam-Eyed Queen to be burned in the flames of death by Malekith? And given that Malekith wields the power of destined death within his blade, it isn't a stretch to believe that the Gloam-Eyed Queen burned to death. In addition, Melena's eye is sealed, and it is only unsealed at the ending of the frenzied flame. Why? Well, consider the chain of events that happens up to that point. In other playthroughs, Melena dies before destined death, or the Rune of Death, is unsealed by the Tarnished. She sacrifices herself in the Flame of Ruin, and then we later defeat Malekith and unbind the Rune of Death. However, in the Frenzied Flame ending, Melena does survive right to the end, so she survives to the point where the Rune of Death has been once again unsealed and is unleashed in the world. And now, Melena's eye is open. I believe it is sealed and unsealed, much like the Rune of Death, that it is literally connected to the power of destined death. This is the manifestation of the Rune of Death within her body, and so when it was sealed, her eye was sealed. When it is unleashed, her eye is open. As an aside, as for the tattoo on Melena's sealed eye, I don't have any more specific insight that anyone else has not already said. I do believe that these are talons, and they are representative of death, an allusion to the crow or raven-like death birds, no doubt. But talking about Melena's eye, there is another tie that could suggest that again could make her out to be the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Geraint is the alter ego or secret identity of Malekith, but this is after he has sealed destined death, the Rune of Death, within his actual body. In time it becomes part of him, and so he hungers for Deathroot. This is a yearning from the Rune of Death itself, who wants its forgotten fragments to be returned to it, as the Deathroot item description does make it clear that the Deathroot is the form that the Rune of Death takes, spreading throughout the lands between, following Godwyn's murder. And so Geraint gives us a tool to be able to track down these fragments, the Beast Eye. This stone talisman that takes the form of the eye has a violet iris that looks almost identical to the hue of Melena at the end of the Frenzied Flame ending. I have no doubt that this particular eye, with its purple hue, is meant to invoke the image of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, and thus is somehow able to connect with the power of the Rune of Death. And given it looks so starkly like Melena's eye, this is another solid bit of evidence that Melena is the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Returning to the concept of her being burned and bodiless, there is one other character who is in a similar position, Ranni, who no longer has her body. Both Melena and Ranni are able to disappear in a puff of blue sparkles, an observation made by Ziostorm in his video on Melena. This suggests that they are in a similar state, and indeed we know that Ranni slew her own body, an event we know of thanks to her own speeches and the description of the curse mark of death. Ranni's bodiless state came about through the manipulation of the Rune of Death, and indeed her true body also looks burned. If I am right about Melena being burned in Malekith's flame after her defeat, then perhaps she too was only killed in body, as a punishment, or so Marika could later burn her erstwhile daughter to her will. Or perhaps Marika simply couldn't bring herself to have Melena killed fully, and thus took a half measure by having her rendered bodiless. This is all my speculation, of course, but this is how I see Melena. The once Gloam-Eyed Queen was defeated by Malekith and burned in his red flames of death, but denied true death, being killed in body only. Now Marika is in a dire situation, imprisoned within the Erdtree, unable to take actions herself. So she calls upon her last resort, resurrecting the spirit of Melena, the disembodied spirit of her old enemy and daughter. And Marika directs Melena to help the Tarnished, to help bring this age to a close. Perhaps it is Marika who even encourages Melena to once again unleash destined death, though Malenia makes it clear that no matter her mother's plan, Malenia has decided that once again the world needs death.
Me? I'm searching for my purpose, given to me by my mother inside the Erdtree, long ago, for the reason that I yet live, burned and bodiless. There is something for which I must apologize. I've acted the Finger Maiden, yet can offer no guidance. I am no maiden. My purpose was long ago lost.
I think this is thematically very neat. Marika once denied destined death and the Gloam-Eyed Queen, yet now she is relying on them both to free her from her eternal imprisonment. We will return to Malenia and her views on life and her actions near the end of the game in the final chapter of this video, as I do also think they fit neatly within the narrative that I'm presenting. With that said, and the Gloam-Eyed Queen somewhat covered, let us move on to her followers, the Godskin Apostles. We've already discussed the artificial potential origins of the Godskins, but the artificial nature of the Godskins is important for the thematic opposition to the Erdtree, and we know about this thematic opposition thanks to the greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric Bloodclot, which says the following. Albinaurics are lifeforms made by human hands, thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. There is an important thematic point made here, that being an artificial lifeform is seen to be impure by those of the World of Grace, because they are not connected to the Erdtree, which is essentially a nexus of life, potentially recycling life through it via Erdtree burials and Erdtree births. And I would recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's video on the life cycles in Elden Ring if you are interested on that subject. Aside from this potential cycle of life, we have already discussed how the Crucible and the Age of Plenty was a time of unrelenting, vital life energies. Is it therefore not quite fitting that an Empyrean in distinct opposition to this system, an Empyrean of death, would wield artificial beings, a thematic parallel to the system of life which they oppose? Regardless, it is a fascinating image to imagine these infant beings being swaddled in godskin cloth by the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself, and indeed this concept is the focus of Eugenia's work that they did for this video. These beings are raised for a single purpose, and we do see that when we fight them in game. They are ferocious opponents, and arguably one of the most powerful lifeforms that we will face in the lands between, and so it's hard not to see that this is an army raised for a single purpose, to destroy the world of men, to destroy the world of the gods. Yet they aren't just physically impressive combatants, it also seems as though the Queen herself imbues them with the power of the Black Flame, for the Black Flame protection incantation reads the following. The Apostles were all embraced by the Gloam-Eyed Queen, and the Black Flame was their armour within. To me this suggests that as part of the Queen's raising of these children was to imbue them with the power of her Black Flame, literally embracing them and putting its power within them. It would become part of their very being, their armour from within. This of course all makes more sense if they are artificial beings raised for a singular purpose, to wield the Black Flame and be its vessel. And we can literally see these beings wreathed in its flame in their second stages of their fight, indeed suggesting that the Black Flame is made to be part of them from a very early age. There is of course further evidence that could suggest that the Godskins are literally one with the Black Flame. Firstly, most of the Godskins we face in-game seem to appear out of thin air. Their arrival is heralded by the Godslayer sigil, as if it is an incantation, and then they appear wreathed in Black Flame. This becomes even more apparent when we face the Godskin duo. When we fell one of them, the other is able to bring back their fallen comrade using some kind of incantation that again is marked by the Godslayer sigil. The implication is clear to me. The Godskins are more than flesh. they are intrinsically linked to the Black Flame, and again it makes me think back to the description of Black Flame's protection, and how the Black Flame became part of the Godskins when they are embraced by their Gloam-Eyed Queen. All of this together, the fact that they are braced from birth by the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself, that they are able to stretch and contort, that they are incredible fighters, and the fact they wield the Black Flame of Death as if it is part of their own being, all suggest that they are tailor-made for the Gloam-Eyed Queen's purposes. With that said, these beings do seem to possess some culture, dare I say that, and views in regards to their own hierarchy and role within the world. Firstly, let us consider the fact that they are referred to as the Godskin Apostles. They are robed, almost religious-looking figures. Apostle is a religious word, a follower and advocate for a certain religious doctrine, such as the 12 Apostles of Jesus. The religious nature of this movement is reinforced by the fact there is a Godskin prayer book, and the fact that their powers, the Black Flame incantations, are faith-based. This is not a political movement, nor an army in the traditional sense. This is a religious crusade, with the Gloam-Eyed Queen as their messiah figure, their central figure to their beliefs. This of course makes their skinning of the gods far more terrifying. It isn't just psychological warfare, it is a zealous religious practice, a religion that worships death and views the deaths of the gods as their holy purpose. The Noble Presence incantation describes their actions as a god hunt, and for me, this is their religious crusade. No doubt such a movement would have struck absolute terror into the hearts of the gods. This is a religious doctrine, and as such they couldn't be bartered with or reasoned with. These are beings raised to believe in one single doctrine, and it fascinates me to imagine how the Godskins would have been at the height. Would they have had temples? Would they have had shrines? All we see of the Godskins now are survivors, scattered to the winds pursuing their own agendas. And so again, this idea of a religious movement is something I think that Eugenia has captured well in her renders. With that said, even within this movement there was a hierarchy, and of course I am referring to the Godskin Nobles, who we learn of via the Godskin Noble set, which reads, "Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology, not unlike the Crucible, the Erdtree in its primordial form. So these beings are the most ancient of their kind, and thus are nobles among their kind." And what is interesting is that there does seem to be a sort of classist superiority among these nobles, as the description of the Godskin Stitcher, their signature weapon, reads the following. "The nobles possess skill with the sword unmatched by any lowborn. Despite its size, successive attacks from this weapon are swifter than the eye can follow." The term lowborn to me suggests that they see regular apostles as lowborn, and combined with them being the most ancient of their kind, perhaps these nobles were born as the first wave, or via a different process. Indeed, they do have inhuman aspects to them, and indeed it does leave us to question whether a special process went into creating these nobles that involved the Crucible somehow, but again, that is all just speculation. However, admittedly, this sword could be referring to humans when it says lowborn, and that the apostles in general see themselves as something better, something purer. But regardless, these Godskin nobles clearly have a high opinion of themselves, and in fact the nobles' robust size could also be interpreted as a noble aesthetic choice, for in days past, in the real world, a large size was often seen as an indicator of wealth and position, as such a privileged lifestyle would manifest in a richer diet, and in general it could be seen as a sign of prosperity, success, and nobility. Overall, the picture we get of this sect is that they aren't just mindless automatons, despite being raised for a single purpose. They are a singular people with a single purpose, but they do themselves have their own beliefs, and are certainly not above pride. With that said, let us now look at their adornments, weapons, jewellery, and associated symbolism. I want to start with one of the most important part of the Godskin aesthetic, and that is the symbol that is cast when Godskins appear, when they use the Black Flame incantations, and the sigil that forms the Godslayer's seal. It's obviously important that we look at this, as this is obviously the emblem of their movement. I have long pondered what this image is, given that the other schools of magic or incantations have a symbol important to their associated themes and beliefs. So I went back to basics and asked myself what is most important to the Godskin Apostles, and of course, the answer to that is the Gloam-Eyed Queen. If you were to turn this symbol on its side, it could well look like a very stylized eye, like the Eye of Horus, or the protective eyes found on the Luzu boats of Malta, a practice which dates back to Greek and Phoenician times when warships and boats had protective eyes painted upon them. Likewise, I believe this sigil to be the Eye of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, a very holy object for the Godskins, no doubt. One further interesting consideration when we are talking about this sigil is the description of the Godslayer seal, which of course has the sigil on it, and the item description reads, "Sacred seal of the Godskin Apostles, inlaid with obsidian, said to represent the manipulation of black flame. This catalyst enhances Godslayer incantations." Now, the language here is a little confusing. Does it mean that the seal represents the manipulation of black flame in its function, i.e. by using this seal you can manipulate black flame? Or does it mean the obsidian inlaid represents the manipulation of black flame? Or does the sigil itself represent the manipulation of black flame? If it is the latter, you could argue that the sigil of the Godskins isn't an eye at all, but instead some abstract shape that represents the black flame being controlled and manipulated. However, even then, you could argue that the Gloam-Eyed Queen is the one who is able to manipulate black flame and channel it, and thus her eye does represent control over the black flame. Either explanation satisfies me, to be honest, and so make of it what you will. With that said, I would also say that the massive purple gems found on both the Godskin Noble and Apostle sets are also representing the Gloam-Eye as well, protective or empowering talismans that have a religious significance to the Godskins. With that covered, let us look more closely at the robes and weapons of the Godskins. Firstly, when looking at the circular pattern in the centre of the Godskin Noble robe, I would suggest that this is also meant to evoke the Black Flame, as I find this knotted symbol to be very reminiscent of those found on the Godslayer Greatsword, which I also see as representing the swirling Black Flame. As for the other symbolism found on the Apostles' robes, I would suggest that these are also stylistic representations of death and the God-slain Black Flames. These are religious robes after all for Apostles, and so it makes sense that it would be inscribed with the image most important to their movement. The Nobles' robes also have another interesting design choice, as the description for the chest piece for the Nobles set reads, "Worn by Godskin Nobles, known for their 7-face aprons." Myself and others have pondered upon this symbolism of how the number 7 is relevant to the movement, and there are no solid answers based on in-game lore, so take the following speculation with a pinch of salt. However, in the real world, the number 7 is an important one in terms of symbolism, a point well made by Reddit user Quirkus23, who commented on a Reddit post about the Godskin Noble set, which I will link below. In this comment, the user highlights that there are 7 days in the week, 7 days of creation in the Bible, and 7 luminaries. With these connections in mind, Quirkus suggests that 7 could be seen as transformative, a change-bringing number, much like the 7th day of the week heralds its end. I am unsure how I sit on the 7 faces, but this was the most compelling explanation I could find, so take it as you will. And let me know your thoughts below on the 7 faces found on the Godskin Noble set. So the descriptions of both the Apostle and Noble robe make it clear they are indeed made from skin, and their very name, the Godskin Apostles, would suggest that this is Godskin. In my original Godskin lore video, I did doubt the veracity of this, given it would take the hell of a lot of Godskin to make this amount of robes for all the Apostles, in all the nobles, with at least 7 gods dying for each noble's robe. However, since then, I have been more willing to consider that these could well be made of godskin. Firstly, the text dump of the game describes these as robes made from tanned god hide. Secondly, my view on how many gods there have been has dramatically changed since that first video a year ago. In my Night of the Black Knives video, we highlighted an article from Bandai Namco that they released in December 2021, and it launched alongside the game's story trailer. In this article, they expanded upon some of the lore explained in the story trailer, and regarding the Night of the Black Knives, they said this: "One grim night in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the lands between. In a coordinated attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for her godly protection to save." The article is really interesting, and I will link it below and recommend you give it a read. In particular, I find this passage to be of real interest, because it changed my perception on how many of Marika's kin there are, and expanded the scope of the gods for me. This quote illustrates a mass slaughter of many of Marika's kin, suggesting that there are far more gods, far more blood relations to the royal family than the main cast of characters in the game, a point reinforced by the soulless demigods found in the mausoleums, more demigods that have been killed whose name we don't know. Oh, and by the way, there are 7 of these nameless demigods, so do with that as you will in regards to the 7 faces found on the Godskin Noble set. Returning to the concept of gods, perhaps the gods could encompass a wide-reaching family tree, offshoots and everyone else that are distantly related to Marika, forming a godly royal family that's spread throughout different generations and different branches. So if the Black Knife assassins killed many gods, aside from Godwyn himself, who is to say that the Godskins did not hunt down countless demigods, who would be skinned and used as material for their iconic robes? However, I do want to caveat this discussion by acknowledging there is at least one instance where a Godskin appears to gather human skin, and this is at the village of Dominula, an observation that I made in my first video about a year ago. Dominula is a village in Altus Plateau, where it seems as though the members of said village are having a merry old time, celebrating a festival. We hear of said festival via the set that they wear, the festive set, which reads, "Hood worn by dancers at the festivities in Dominula, the village of the windmills." And at first glance, while this may appear to be a merry old time, a quick vibe check will tell us that something isn't quite right here. Firstly, there are no men, only women, and they all seem to have a slightly manic aspect to them. Something is a little off here. They're also very well armed for people that are celebrating a festival, and there is one over there licking a butcher's blade while standing over the corpse of someone. The answer of course comes via a ghost NPC at the entrance to the village, and its dialogue implies that skinning is a constituent part of this festival. And given it is only women left, I presume that it is the men who play the unfortunate victims in this celebration. And lo and behold, right at the top of the village, overseeing this celebration, is a Godskin apostle, ready to take his tithe of skin. My take now is the same as it was in March last year, that this Godskin apostle has manipulated the people of this town to create a skinning festival that is essentially manufactured so it can be a source of fresh skin, whether that be for the Godskins' own religious doctrine, or whether they actually need skin, human skin, to make new robes or fix their current ones. Ultimately, one could see this festival as evidence that the skin is human skin that the Godskins actually use for their robes. Although, like I say, the Godskin apostles could just see the skinning of someone as a holy rite, and that is why they're implementing it at this village, rather than for a supply of skins. But take it or leave it, I will leave it up to you to decide what's happening at Dominula and why it's happening. Whether it is human skin or god skin that makes their robes, the effect is quite clear. This movement would have struck fear into the hearts of the gods, who no doubt would have imagined their own face adorning the apron of a godskin noble. Yet there is more to it than this. The skinning of your enemy and keeping them as a trophy, or using them as a material for the mundane, is the ultimate domination and humiliation of your opponent. For example, there's the account of the Roman Emperor Valerian, who, according to some accounts, was captured by a Persian king called Shapur, following the Battle of Edessa in 2060 AD. According to a later account given by a writer called Lactantius, Valerian would eventually be flayed alive, with his skin then being stuffed to keep as a trophy, the ultimate humiliation for a once powerful Roman emperor. Of course, we can't speak to the veracity of these ancient sources, but the message is clear. The skinning of one's enemy, like one would skin an animal, is the ultimate degrading act. You see your opponent as no more than a beast. You would usually use animals for your leather, for your shoes, for your trousers, but instead you're using this person's very identity as your leather for the mundane. This is of course quite significant when we consider the targets of the Godskins, the gods. To me, their purpose of wearing godskin is to send a message. We do not respect your authority. We do not respect your divinity. You are nothing to us. We will tear down your empire and skin you like beasts, and we will wear you like clothing in mockery of your former status, and a testament to our mastery over the gods. They are both trophies, part of their creed, but they ultimately serve as a warning and a lesson to the gods. As such, their weapons are essentially both weapons, but function as skinning and sewing implements. The godskin peeler, wielded by the apostles, by its look and description is clearly a skinning implement, meant to peel the skin clean off, and the godskin stitcher, the weapon of the nobles, is more like a sewing needle, meant to tailor and pull clothes together. In a way, you could see this division of labour as another division between the two classes. The apostles have to get their hands dirty, doing the actual skinning, whereas the nobles get a more refined tool, meant for stitching and sewing. With that said, let us look at the godskin god hunt itself, its ultimate conclusion, and its legacy. The term god hunt, coined by the Noble Presence incantation, is fitting when we consider the power that the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her apostles wielded. Let us revisit the description of the scouring black flame, which reads, "The black flame could once slay gods, but when Malekith sealed destined death, the true power of the black flame was lost." At this stage, when the scouring flame was first utilised, it could literally slay the gods, and clearly possessed a metaphysical connection to the Rune of Death that it no longer does. This flame literally channeled the power of the Rune of Death. But the threat of this flame could have been even more dire, and could have threatened more than just the gods. In a very astute observation, in their Flames of the Gods video, they hypothesized that the black flame may have well been the one that was meant to burn the Erdtree. V-Limit highlights a cut dialogue from Enea during the burning of the Erdtree cutscene that happens in-game. However, at one point, there would have been a cut dialogue that mentioned the black flame, and I quote that cut dialogue now: "The Rune of Death is unbound. Black flames have devoured the Erdtree, and the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate." Tarnished Archaeologist builds upon V-Limit's premise by highlighting what we do in-game to burn down the Erdtree. We first of all unleash the power of the Flame of Ruin, but it is tempered by destined death. Only together can they burn the Erdtree. And to quote Tarnished Archaeologist directly, "What is the Black Flame but a combination of fire and the power of destined death?" And if our combination of the Flame of Ruin and destined death burns the Erdtree, then it makes sense that the black flame of the Godskins would have been able to do the same. And with this understanding of the black flame in mind, it is easy to see why the fire monks of the mountaintops would abandon their charge to worship the black flame. Monks who had already been bewitched by the power of flame would no doubt have seen the black flame as something greater, a fire touched by the power of the rune of death, so they hastily dyed their robes and beards and lend their power to the Gloam-Eyed Queen and the Godskin apostasy. It is impossible to say how successful this apostasy actually was, but given the sheer amount of tortured faces found in the robes of the Godskins, I would hazard that they killed at least a few, and struck fear into the heart of the gods. Marika would fear the threat of the Gloam-Eyed Queen enough to the point that she would entrust Malekith to deal with this particular threat. It was at this stage, I believe, that Malekith imbued his sword with the power of Death and Death, which we learn of via his armour set and the Black Blade incantation, the latter of which has the symbol of Tarnished Archaeologists' ancient Erdtree era, again suggesting that the events of the Godskin apostasy and Malekith's response to it took place in this era. Now we know from the description of the Scouring Black Flame that the true power of the Black Flame would eventually be lost with the sealing of Death and Death, and we know from Malekith's remembrance that he would eventually be the vessel for it. In the past, I had thought that Malekith imbuing his sword was the so-called confinement of the Rune of Death, that the very action of imbuing his sword with Death and Death was the act of sealing it, and that sealing it within his flesh after fragments were stolen on the night of the Black Knives was just a further precaution. However, thanks to the timelines presented by Tarnished Archaeologist, I do now acknowledge that Malekith imbuing his sword with Death and Death is not the same thing as him sealing it, becoming a vessel for it. And in fact, the murder of Godwyn and the slaughter of many of Marika's kin is a far more catastrophic event involving death that could have been the motive for sealing Death and Death. As Geraint, Malekith really does have a sole purpose, confining the Rune of Death, hence why he not only hides it within his own flesh, but also hides his true identity and form. However, at the time of the Godskin apostasy and his battle with the Gloam-Eyed Queen, he was a different being. He was Malekith. He was death made manifest. He didn't hide or confine death. He wielded it openly. And this is what really defines Malekith, not confinement like Geraint, but the open wielding of death, becoming death itself. And this is why when he unseals it during his fight with us, he reverts to his Malekith form once more. So just to tidy up the timeline a bit, at the time of the Godskin apostasy, he was death incarnate, Malekith. But following the slaughter during the Night of the Black Knives, he became Geraint, and this is when Death and Death was truly sealed, and the power of the Black Flame was sapped. This only makes Malekith's achievements against the Gloam-Eyed Queen more impressive, because he fought them at the full height of their power. He didn't confine the Rune of Death before he had defeated them, and he fought fire, with his death-imbued blade, against the Black Flame of the Godskins. The item descriptions of both the Godskin Apostle Robe and the Godslayer Greatsword imply that it was Malekith who personally defeated the Godskin movement, Queen and all. This implies that he decimated their ranks and personally defeated the Gloam-Eyed Queen, ending this rival's claim on behalf of his god. His total domination over the Godskins and mastery over death really is well emphasised by the description of Geraint's Beastclaw incantation, which reads, "Long ago, Geraint was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant death of the demigods." Looking back on it, this incantation and its item description is a hint to the player, before they've met Malekith, that Geraint is Malekith. With Malekith's victory, no longer did the Gloam-Eyed Queen hold the threat of death over the demigods. It was Malekith who became known as such, Marika's henchman, who wielded this power, a not-so-veiled threat for any of those who would try to defy her rule in such a manner again. And given the power of the Godskins that we have discussed, this is no mean achievement. Indeed, his ferocity is backed up by his armor set item description, which reads, Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with destined death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him. Malekith's reputation is clearly the result of this victory and his wielding of the Rune of Death. The Godskin Apostle set tells us that the Black Flame's power was drained, and as we have said, this comes much later, after Malekith would become Geraint and seal destined death, and at that point the scattered remains of the Godskin movement were truly robbed of their last vestiges of power. And yet they haven't given up, as we see they are active in the lands between. And with that said, it is now time to talk about the legacy of the Godskin movement and their Gloam-Eyed Queen. So what is the legacy of the Godskins? Well, their low numbers attest to their destruction at the hands of Malekith. And as we have already said, when Malekith would seal destined death within his flesh, the power of the Black Flame would be sapped. And while it is still a dangerous flame attack that we can see when we fight them, it is no more than that. It has lost its connection to destined death. As such, the prospects for the Godskin movement seems dire, and yet they remain formidable, purpose-built killing machines that they are. The placement of the Godskin NPCs throughout the world is a masterful example of environmental storytelling, in my opinion, as each of their locations appears to have a story purpose, hinting that the Godskins have not quite given up and still relentlessly pursue their initial aims. There's a Godskin at the base of Caelid Divine Tower, defending their most holy of relics with a black monk, the Godslayer Greatsword itself. Perhaps at the defeat of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, this Godskin Apostle saw it as his duty to take this sacred relic and protect it at all costs. There's of course the Godskin Apostle found at Dominula, who we have already discussed, a figure who has manipulated an entire community to provide his creed with fresh skin. Then there's the Godskin Noble at Liurnia Divine Tower, acting as a barrier between us and Ranni's curse mark of death. Perhaps this Godskin is here to claim this fragment of the Rune of Death, so they can once again try and imbue their flames with its god-slaying properties. Likewise, we can find the menacing Godskin duo in Farum Azula, shockingly close to the Rune of Death and Malekith. Their purpose here is quite clear. They are here for the Rune of Death. Perhaps they can sense it, and had they reached Malekith and killed him before us, who knows what may have transpired. Then of course we have the Godskin Noble found in Volcano Manor, and whether or not you agree with the potential deep ties to the Godskins and Serpents, the presence of the Noble here also makes sense in a general sense, as clearly they are allies of convenience. Both Rykard and the Godskins want the same thing, the destruction of the Erdtree. Thus, both benefit. Rykard gets a powerful ally who potentially has knowledge of forming artificial life. In return, the Godskin could help Rykard potentially complete what it wanted to do, whilst also having access to plenty of fresh skin. There are plenty of prisoners within Volcano Manor's prison town, and the description of the Albinauric mask found nearby, as well as Dereka's woe, also found nearby, could imply that the Godskin gets to practice his skinning ways, and the legacy of the Godskins goes beyond the surviving Godskins themselves, as we interestingly find the Godskin prayer book within Stormvale Castle. Godric is desperate to destroy his demigod rivals and return to the land of his blood. It should therefore come as no shock that he would look to the rituals of those who once made god-killing their creed. Yet perhaps the Godskin's greatest legacy is the one found littering the streets of Leyndell, the ash that blankets the capital. We discussed Tarnished Archaeologist's theory regarding the first burning of the Erdtree, a traumatic event that brought a bountiful age to a close. The arboreal physical Erdtree is reduced to a withered stump, through the act of burning that we can later recreate on our path to become Elden Lord. Yet who was responsible for this first burning? A burning which condemned the Erdtree to exist only as a phantom in the eyes of the faithful. As tarnished archaeologists suggest in their Serpent and Erdtree video, the vitriolic hate for the Serpent and why it became the focus of gladiatorial games is a mystery, and a fascinating one at that. But perhaps it is well earned. Perhaps it is the alliance of Serpent and Gloam that is responsible for the Erdtree's greatest calamity, and perhaps the Black Flames, a combination of fire and death, once stripped the Erdtree of its former glory. And should Malenia be the Gloam-Eyed Queen, she is a pale shadow of her former self, her true destructive power sealed behind her eye, as the rune of death itself is sealed beneath Malekith's skin. Her final purpose is fitting, however, yet the context is different from the Godskin movement. Instead of leading a coup against a god, she has been tasked by that same god to bring an end to suffering, an end to stagnation. And so she does what she knows. She burns. She burns herself, and she burns the Erdtree, so that you may bring destined death back into the world. Yet Malenia isn't a person of unbridled destruction, and her attitudes towards life, to me, serve as one final piece of evidence that she may have been the Gloam-Eyed Queen, a purveyor of death, not destruction, only bringing death in so that it may balance out the abundance of life. And so, should we choose a different path, the path of the frenzied flame, should Malenia abandon us and not sacrifice herself in the flame of ruin, then perhaps the Gloam-Eyed Queen will once again be unlocked, alongside the rune of death that we free from Malekith's flesh. Malenia's opposition to the Lord of Chaos shows the true nature, to me, of the Gloam-Eyed Queen. She is not a force of evil or destruction. Rather, she is the natural death that all systems need, a balancing force in a world that has fallen far out of sync. Yet a cog in the machine of order she remains, despite representing death. She does not wish for life to be universally extinguished, rather that the destined death of each individual is administered properly at the end of their life. Indeed, Malenia begs the Tarnished to stay away from the path of chaos, from the path of true destruction.
However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that, is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
And should we choose such obliteration, such chaos, then perhaps it is the Gloam-Eyed Queen, the wielder of destined death, who will stand as life's final champion.
Lord of frenzied flame, I will seek you as far as you may travel, to deliver you what is yours. Destined death.
The demigods have been forsaken by the Greater Will, a result of the prolonged and bloody shattering war from which no lord would arise. Yet there is one Empyrean who themselves chose to forsake the Greater Will and took no part in the shattering war. Ranni was one of the few chosen by the Greater Will and the Two Fingers to be Empyrean, a potential successor to Queen Marika, marked for potential, the potential to become the new god that would usher in a new age. But Ranni would come to resent the fact that her self-determination had been robbed from her, repulsed by the idea of being a pawn of the Two Fingers. In time, Ranni would carve out a new identity as Ranni the Witch, adherent of the Dark Moon, master of occultism, guided by a mysterious crone. By the time that the Tarnished arrive in the lands between, most of the great deeds of the demigods are history, and yet Ranni's greatest achievements are yet to come. For as impressive as characters like Malenia and Radahn are, their feats pale when we consider Ranni's grand plans to upend the order of the world, ushering in an age of stars. To achieve this, Ranni travels down the dark path of the Empyrean, a path of bloodshed, murder and mysticism. Frankly, one of the greatest stories told in Elden Ring. So join me this week as we examine the story of Ranni, the Lunar Princess. At this stage, I would just like to acknowledge my thanks to Loki, author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations and insights throughout this video. There are as few in the lands between that have such an august heritage as Lunar Princess Ranni. Firstly, Ranni, Rykard and Radahn are born of Carian royalty, the powerful royal house of Liurnia, that was able to stand toe-to-toe with the forces of Leyndell in two separate wars. They are the children of Rennala, the great lunar champion of Rhea Lucaria, and their father is the legendary Erdtree champion Radagon. In time, these children would also become the stepchildren of Marika through Radagon's second marriage, making them both Carian royalty and Erdtree royalty. Like me, if you believe that Radagon and Marika have been sharing a body since Marika became a god, then in a way Marika is their parent as well, as she would have been Radagon's other half during his marriage to Rennala. If that wasn't enough to establish Ranni as having an esteemed heritage, Ranni is one of the three existing Empyreans, alongside the twin prodigies Miquella and Malenia. This is more impressive when you consider that Miquella and Malenia appear to have been chosen due to their auspicious birth, being born by the single-bodied Marika-Radagon union. Ranni shares no such special birth, and thus her selection as an Empyrean must be due to her potential or power. I would like to address a theory that has been held by many, that Ranni couldn't be the biological child of Rennala because Empyreans are only born from a single god, citing Malenia's remembrance as a source. As a result, such theories believe that Rennala was instead born from the rebirthing of the Amber Egg, thus born solely from Radagon's meddling. It could therefore be seen that the sweetings that surround Rennala are defective versions of such a process. Now, I don't think this theory is necessarily impossible, rather I disagree with the logic that it is predicated upon, that Empyreans can only be born of a single god. In my mind, Empyreans are chosen, and it just so happens that Miquella and Malenia were chosen because of their birth, rather than that being a necessary precursor. I think that the process of Empyreans being chosen is better reinforced by Loki's translation of Ranni's dialogue, where she talks about when she became an Empyrean, and I quote that translation now. "I was once an Empyrean, for among the demigods only Malenia, Miquella and I were discovered by our respective two fingers, and became candidates for the next generation of god to succeed Queen Marika." It is up to you what you believe, but I will go with Occam's razor on this one, and I believe that Ranni is another child of Rennala and Radagon, and we know how children's names work in this world. They usually have the same first letter as their parents, like Godfrey's lineage being Godwyn, Godric and Godefroy, and in this case all the children of Radagon and Rennala have R's as their first letter. Ultimately, I leave it up to you to decide your truth, but the result is the same. Ranni, no matter her birth, was raised as a Carian princess and was granted Empyrean status. We get scant details about Ranni's early life, but we do get some thanks to EG, and some other lore items and environmental details. Much like her sibling Radahn, it seems that in her original body, Ranni shared the iconic red hair of her father, Radagon, as we do see hints of red hair on her original petrified body, found at the top of Liurnia's Divine Tower. It seems as though there was one benefit to her being an Empyrean in her youth, and that was the relationship she developed with her shadow-bound beast, Blaidd. We know from Malekith's remembrance and the Raging Wolf armour that Empyreans are granted a shadow, and for Marika it was Malekith, and for Ranni it is Blaidd. And Ranni does explicitly confirm that Blaidd was tailor-made as a vassal for her by the Two Fingers as a result of her Empyrean status, as she says the following.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I Miquella and Malenia could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
I discussed the Shadowbound beasts and their nature in a separate lore video, and so if you're interested in learning more about that, then I will link it below. But while Blythe appears to be a tailor-made creation of the Two Fingers, and in a way a reminder of what Ranni would come to hate, it is clear that Blythe had his own mind. He made his own decisions regarding Ranni, and it is clear that the two developed a very special bond that went beyond Shadow and Empyrean, as E.G. gives us an insight into Ranni's childhood.
Blythe is Lady Ranni's stepbrother. Ranni's mother, Queen Rennala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood. They were always happy to have me tag along as well.
So it seems as though, despite Rennala being associated with the moon, and Blythe being a product of the Two Fingers, she approved of him as a companion to Ranni, and it seemed as though they played together as many other children would, being almost brother and sister. This explains why she holds both E.G. and Blythe so dearly to her, and in a way, it is nice to imagine Ranni having a normal and innocent childhood, as stories like this are far and few between in the lands between. Yet Ranni, as mentioned, was also born to the Carian royal household, founded by Queen Rennala, whose power was centred around the moon. We learn of the house's origins via Rennala's remembrance, which reads, "In her youth, Rennala was a prominent champion who charmed the Academy with her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty." So Rennala is not only the last Queen of Caria, as Ranni calls her during Rennala's boss fight, but she is also the first, having been the one who established her household as a royal one. Rennala appears to have been an attendant of Rhea Lucaria, but one who rose to extreme prominence due to her affiliation with lunar magic. Lunar magic seems to have been its own branch, and we can assume that it was special to those at the Academy, because up until that point they mainly focused on glintstone sorceries. We can see there are certainly differences between the magic of the moon and magic of the stars, due to the fact a different shade of glintstone seems to align more closely to the moon, something we learn of via Rennala's scepter, which reads, "Magic Scepter of Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon. The glintstone is known as Carian Blue, enhancing full moon sorceries." The description of Carian retaliation also makes it clear that while Caria is associated with the moon, Rhea Lucaria is mainly infatuated with the stars, a clear delineation between two different schools of magic. We can even see the heterodox nature of this new school of magic via the Lazuli Conspectus crown, which reads, "Scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus study Carian sorceries, a heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars." It is clear that Rennala was the founding figure of this school of thought, and her mastery over this novel form of magic is what catapulted her to champion status, and subsequently led her to form the Carian royal house, and rulership over Rhea Lucaria, even being honoured in paintings throughout Rhea Lucaria alongside other notable sorcerers. Thus being raised in the Carian household, and by such a preeminent sorcerer such as Rennala, it is no surprise that Ranni herself would become such a powerful being. After all, Ranni is powerful enough to bend a dragon, Ajula, to her will, who respected her so much that it took a knightly oath to serve her dark moon as well. The moon is of course the defining partner to both Ranni and Rennala, and we learn that Rennala met her moon as a young astrologer, via the Stargazer heirloom, which reads, "A talisman engraved with the legend of a queen. The young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time the astrologer became a queen." This is very interesting to me, as it seems to be very similar to Ranni's inauguration with her moon, which we learn of via Ranni's Dark Moon spell, which reads, "The moon was encountered by a young Ranni, led by the hand of her mother, Rennala. What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. It's almost as if Rennala takes Ranni on a journey so she can encounter her own moon, much as Rennala did in her youth, a recreation of that first fateful meeting, if you will. This does of course make sense, given Caria's power is tied to the moon, and if Ranni was to one day be queen, she too would need to rely on the power of the moon. I do want to briefly comment on the Carian lineage and some strangeness that I personally find with the way in which it is described. Firstly, I do find it a little odd that Rennala is referred to as both the founder of the Carian line, and yet is also referred to as the last of the Carian queens. This makes it seem like a new royal family and an old one at the same time, as if they are some ancient and august royal house, and yet they only have had one queen. The family also feels small to us, consisting only of Rennala and her 3 children, and yet we get plenty of evidence that talks about their traditions and lineage, that make it seem that Ranni is only the latest in a long line of princesses. Take the Carian filigreed crest, for example, which reads as follows: "An honour said to have once been awarded to Carian knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. Now there's only one princess, Ranni, daughter of Rennala." Now there is only one princess. This leads us to conclude that there had been other princesses of Caria, and given Rennala is the one and only queen of the House of Caria, then this would mean Rennala must have had other daughters. In all honesty, I'm unsure what to make of this, and there's of course the possibility that Rennala was married prior to meeting Radagon, and had a number of other children with an other unnamed consort. What interests me though is how this lore interacts with the hill of the 3 sisters that exists behind Caria Manor. On this hill there are 3 towers: Ranni's Rise, Seluvis's Rise, and Renna's Rise. My presumption is that Seluvis's Rise is an adopted name to reflect its new master, and this was once named after a sister. Could it be that Renna, Ranni, and the unnamed sister were all daughters of Caria, and thus does the Carian filigreed crest refer to these sisters when it talks about princesses plural? Renna is a name that is essentially a derivation of Rennala, and given the way names work in Elden Ring, it would be logical to assume that Renna is the daughter, or was the daughter, of Rennala. Of course, a spanner is thrown into the works here when Ranni first introduces herself as Renna, a false identity, to hide the fact that she is actually one of the most influential players in the lands between. However, to me, it doesn't really discount the idea that Renna was once a separate person, and Ranni has just taken on her name to hide her true identity. The location of the 3 sisters, to me, heavily implies that there were at least 3 princesses of Caria. However, that is just my own speculation. There is of course the possibility that Renna is the name of the Snowy Crone, Ranni's secret mentor, especially since one can find the snow set in Renna's Rise. This would also make sense of Ranni's fake identity. She is literally pretending to be her mentor of old when she introduces herself as Renna the Witch. There is of course the possibility that this item description is poorly worded, but the impression we're supposed to get, I believe, is that the Carian royal house is an old one, with many traditions despite the fact that it has only had one queen. Thus, by the time Ranni came around, the conventions and traditions of Carian royalty would have been established. And Ranni had the benefit of growing up in the household of a powerful family, no doubt receiving a top-class education, and no doubt inheriting her mother's impressive sorceress powers. A very logical candidate for Empyrean status, if there ever was one. What is most unfortunate about Ranni's story is we are missing so much from her early days, and her relationship with the Golden Order, what her opinions on being an Empyrean was, and whether she was happy to go along with it at any stage. The facts are this: Ranni grew up in the Carian household. She was once more humanoid with red hair, who was granted Empyrean status early on in her life, growing up closely with Iji and Blythe, before being introduced to the Dark Moon by her mother. Now obviously this introduction to the Dark Moon is one of three, in my opinion, pivotal moments that set Ranni on her course to becoming who she is by the time we meet her. The other two being Radagon abandoning her mother and her meeting of the Snowy Crone and her mentorship. So with that said, let us now discuss the nature of the Dark Moon, the occult, and her mysterious mentor, the Snowy Crone. One thing that I'm sure most are aware of at this stage is that Ranni's moon and Rennala's full moon are separate bodies, and in fact you can see them both at the same time at the top of Moonlight Altar. You of course can see the clear differences here in appearance. Ranni's moon, the Dark Moon, is a lot darker. Rennala's moon is the full moon, as we know via her epithet, and of course via her signature spell, Rennala's full moon. When you consider how impressive this magic is, and the fact it draws its power from a completely different source from that of glintstone sorcery, it is little wonder that Rhea Lucaria would have fallen under the sway of Rennala. And indeed, the description of the sorcery and its function is that it actually dispels other sorceries, suggesting that moon sorcery may well be superior or more powerful than regular sorceries. As a direct result from the prestige earned via her lunar sorcery, she would turn her family into a royal one. And as we have already discussed at length, Caria's power results from the moon, and thus it makes sense that Rennala would want to introduce her successor, Ranni, to her own moon. Another interesting aspect about this tradition is we need to consider the matriarchal nature of the Carian family, and their relationship to the moon, for it is Rennala who rules as queen, and it seems to be that Lunar Princess Ranni would be the next in line, as the filigreed crest gives more importance to princesses and their role within Carian society. We don't really hear much about the role of princes within the Carian royal family. In a prior video, I spoke on what I saw was another matriarchal society, the Nox Society. The reason that I see this society as matriarchal is due to the Night Maidens, a female-only class that appears to have been given special prominence in their society, to the point where they are appointed personal guards in the form of swordstresses. But why is this the case? Why do the Nox and the Carians both seem to be matriarchal? There are many crossovers between Noxian society and Caria, including literal pieces of archaeological evidence that show Noxian statues within Carian structures, like in the Church of Vows. However, the main connection is their association with the Celestial, with the moon. Rennala and the Carians have the full moon, Ranni has the dark moon, and the Nox were once in contact with the black moon, as we learn of via the Moon of Nokstella talisman and the Memory Stone item descriptions. In symbology, there is a common interpretation that the moon is associated with the feminine, and the sun is associated with the masculine. For example, the philosophical concept of yin and yang reflects this very idea. Yin means moon or female, yang means sun or male. There's obviously far more to the philosophy than that, but ultimately it is a philosophy of balance, of opposing forces existing in a system of harmony. There is of course the fact that the menstrual cycle used to be associated with the lunar cycles in earlier cultures before science fully explained the process, and the idea that the moon is more associated with the feminine isn't a new idea in From Software games. We of course have Dark Sun Gwyndolin from Dark Souls 1. Gwyndolin was the child of the god Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, and by the time of Dark Souls 1, Gwyndolin is the last remaining deity in Anor Londo, City of the Gods. The description of his robes read as follows: the power of the moon was strong in Gwyndolin, and thus he was raised as a daughter. Then we of course have the School of Mensis in Bloodborne, a word associated with the menstrual cycle, which is especially relevant given the game's focus on childbirth and the moon. My point being is that when it comes to Dark Souls especially, we have a precedent set where the moon is connected to not only feminine energy, but magic. In Dark Souls 1, the moon is very firmly tied to Gwendolyn, Seath, and magic. This yin of intelligent-based sorceries is balanced by the yang of the sun and sunlight miracles and faith. So going into this game, I, along with other Souls veterans, can see similar tropes being used in Elden Ring. So perhaps the reason the Nox and the Carians are matriarchal is to do with the greater affinity that women have to the moon, that they are more in tune to its power. As such, Rennala led Ranni by the hand to meet a moon, not Rykord nor Radahn, because it was Ranni who was meant to carry on her mother's legacy, and evidently next in line for the Carian throne. This is why a particular mention is made of Carian princesses, not princes. Yet there is something different about Ranni's moon that separates it from her mother's. Each of the moons that we encounter in Elden Ring are specifically given a certain title, where Rennala is the full moon queen and her moon is the full moon, the bright white one that we see in the sky. Ranni's is specifically the dark moon. So let us read the second part of the item description for Ranni's dark moon incantation, which reads, "What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. Cold, dark, and occult, all facets of its nature that appear to separate it from the full moon, and all three are aspects that Ranni, in time, appears to have embraced, and no doubt was a factor in the rather dark path that she takes. Of course, her mastery over the occult and cold would not have been possible if not for her mysterious mentor, who we know only as the Snowy Crone. But when would she have fallen under the influence of this crone? At what stage in her life? Well, to me it makes perfect sense that it would have happened at another pivotal moment in her life, the moment when Radagon abandoned her mother Rennala. Pastor Miriel speaks of this perplexing event, and he says the following.
However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Rennala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
There came a moment when Godfrey and the Tarnished were driven from the lands between, and Radagon would abandon Rennala and marry his other half, Marika, in order to fill the vacant seat of Elden Lord. This then made Ranni, Rykard, and Radahn stepchildren of Marika, but it would also break Rennala. We learn of this via Rennala's set, which reads, "When Rennala, head of both the Academy of Realicaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him. And then those at the Academy realised that Rennala was no champion after all." Radagon's importance to Rennala can of course be seen by the fact that a statue of Radagon remains in the Grand Library of Realicaria, close to where she herself remains. Rennala does appear completely broken, in a dreamlike state, obsessing over the amber egg, rebirths, and her sweetings. This egg itself was given to her as a parting gift from Radagon, again explained to us by Miriel.
In the end, Lady Rennala was left alone, cradling the amber egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation. You would do well to remember, severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire.
Radagon leaving has some wide-reaching consequences for the Carian royal family. As we see in Rennala's set, Rennala's reaction to losing her husband is essentially seen as a sign of weakness by the Realicarians, a moment when they apparently saw that she was no champion at all, as if champions are only people who have no emotional reactions. The idea of a revolt by the Realicarians being triggered by Radagon abandoning Rennala is outright confirmed by Miriel, who says the following:
"The great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her. And then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library."
So there is the trigger of the Realicarian rebellion. They saw Rennala's grief over the loss of her husband as a moment of weakness and struck at the Carians, locking Rennala in the Grand Library, where she remains to this day until we meet her. No doubt the Realicarians may well have been planning this for a while. This was just the opportune moment, and we do learn that the Carians were preparing for the Academy's revolt via the Carian retaliation weapon art. So perhaps tensions had been boiling over for a while. Perhaps Rennala marrying someone of the Erdtree order was seen as a gross betrayal of everything that Realicaria and Liurnia stood for. We know then that following this revolt, the Realicarian and Carians would do battle, culminating in the siege of Caria Manor, an event we learn of via the sword monument just outside the manor itself, which reads, "The resting place of the contemptible cuckoos, lost in the siege of Caria Manor." We do also get some more details from E.G. himself, a blacksmith to the Carians, who may well have witnessed these events himself.
When the Realicari Academy turned on the Carians, the Knights of the Cuckoo descended on this tract. After leveling it, they carried on to the manor. The Carians were taken off guard, but their strength had not waned, and they repelled the Knights' onslaught by conjuring an enchanted snare that remains potent to this day.
So we can only imagine how Ranni, a princess of the Carians, would have viewed this chain of events. Not only did she effectively lose her mother to grief, and then imprisonment, but she watched her family lose prestige, control of the Academy, and ultimately come under attack from those once considered Carian vassals. I also have to remind you that the Cuckoo forces are renowned as ruthless and cruel, as we learn via the Realicarian ashes, and no doubt they would have waged a brutal war against the Carians, before finally being driven to a stalemate outside the gates of Caria Manor. So all this, all the tragedy that Ranni's family suffers in the wake of Radagon's departure, is because he essentially chooses loyalty to the Erdtree over his own family. To Ranni and her family, it would look like he was just choosing the Elden Throne over their family bond, a choice that brought ruin to their house and grief to their mother. No wonder Rykard and Ranni, 2 out of 3 of the children of this marriage, would become 2 of the most antagonistic figures to the Erdtree order. So for me, this moment when Ranni effectively loses her mother, this would be the ideal moment for her to meet a new mentor, the Snowy Crone. We learn of this character via the Snow Witch set, which reads as follows. Once warned by the Snowy Crone, who the young Ranni encountered deep in the woods. She was a witch, and well versed in cold sorceries. It is said that the doll that houses Ranni's soul was modelled after her. That old witch was Ranni's secret mentor. I've always found the description of this crone truly fascinating, especially the term crone itself and her placement within the woods. Clearly the writers are playing up the classic witch of the woods trope, with the term crone conveying the image of an old gnarled witch. These are the classic tropes when one writes about the darker side of witchcraft and the occult, especially when we consider that the Snow Witch hat considers this type of magic as heretical. For me, this is where Ranni learned the darker aspects of magic from, that she would later wield to devastating effect in the Night of the Black Knives. Clearly this Witch of the Woods was an adherent of the Dark Moon, and in my mind there is no doubt that she helped form Ranni's worldview and inform her of the dark path that she would need to take to bring about the Age of Stars. In an immediate sense, the Snowy Crone clearly embodied the cold aspects of the Dark Moon, not only because of her name, but because of the frost incantations that she taught Ranni, and we learn of this via spells like Glintstone Icecrag and Freezing Mist. What is clear is that the cold is intrinsic to the form of the Dark Moon, as it seems if Ranni herself exudes some kind of cold. For when she inhabits the miniature doll, the item description for the doll reads off that it gives off a pleasant cool, and after she departs this vessel, the chillness is described as being gone. There's also the fact that Blaidd appears to be affected by Ranni's cold, as his armour set states. The pelt serves as a cape protecting from cold. Blaidd was the blade of Ranni, but the cold bothered him anyway. Again, to me suggesting that the reason Blaidd is now cold is because Ranni, now an adherent of the Dark Moon, exudes a type of cold. Ranni also mentions the cold in the Age of Stars ending. She refers to the chill night. And to me, the cold, and the chill of her Dark Moon, is meant to represent the cold of the cosmos, of the abyss of space. However, what interests me more is the occult nature of the Dark Moon, and what it means for Ranni's stories. There are a few other mentions of occult in Elden Ring, and it is essentially a weapon affinity strongly associated with death and the manipulation of vital energies. For example, it is associated with the weapon art Lifesteal Fist, Spectral Lance, Assassin's Gambit, and of course the Black Whetblade, which applies the occult affinity to weapons. We can get an idea of what the occult is all about by reading the description of Lifesteal Fist, which states, skill that demonstrates mastery over the art of controlling vital energies. So this is a life manipulation focused practice, which I guess isn't a surprise for those who are familiar with the term cult or occult, witchcraft that is about life and death, quite often the trope being that you require a blood sacrifice or a death for those powers. We see this idea of a blood sacrifice in the weapon art Assassin's Gambit, which is an occult weapon art, where one is literally required to offer some of their blood through a self-inflicted wound to take advantage of this occult power. As I suggested in my Black Knives lore video, Ranni speaks of how she used a fearsome rite to imbue the Black Knife Assassin blades with the power of the Rune of Death. I have no doubt in my mind that this is an occult practice, an occult rite, learned via the Snowy Crone, and an aspect of the Dark Moon's power. After all, the murder of Godwyn's soul and ridding herself of her Empyrean flesh very much is a manipulation of life and death, and to me it firmly earns the occult title. The heretical Snowy Crone playing up to the Wicked Witch of the Woods really does tie into the darker side of witchcraft and the occult, much like the 2015 film The Witch, which I highly recommend by the way if you like a slow burning horror. I therefore think that the occult aspect of the Dark Moon was the aspect that provided Ranni the knowledge and rights necessary to manipulate the Rune of Death in the ways that she did. When it comes to the dark aspect of the moon, as mentioned by Ranni and Iji when they talk of the dark path of the Empyrean that Ranni is taking, I think it is a general representation of what Ranni's moon represents. It represents the cold abyss of space. It represents the yin to the Erdtree's yang, the dark to its gold. It is not necessarily evil, but it is fundamentally opposed to the path laid out by the two fingers, and thus it is the dark path of the Empyrean. To make a long tangent short, I think Ranni was first introduced to the moon by her mother, but it was the crone who taught her the deeper mysteries of the Dark Moon, of the cold, of the dark, and its occult aspects. The very fact that Ranni makes her new body in the image of the Snowy Crone shows how much of an impact this character had on her. She was a mentor to Ranni, meaning that everything that Ranni is owes a lot to the teachings of the Snowy Crone. And ultimately, I believe it was the Snowy Crone who put her on her path that she is in game, and told her what she needed to do to bring about the Age of Stars. So with that said, let us talk about Ranni's designs and the Night of the Black Knives itself. I'll obviously start this chapter by making it clear that I have already done an in-depth look at the Night of the Black Knives in its own video, so if you are interested in a comprehensive look on that subject, I will link it below. In this video, we will mainly be looking at the effects that this event had on Ranni. Having grown a personal hatred for the Golden Order, and resenting the Two Fingers for stifling her self-determination, Ranni's mentor would have given her the teachings necessary to realise her true destiny as an instrument of the Dark Moon and bring about an Age of Stars. And as such, the conspiracy known as the Night of the Black Knives would have begun to be formulated. In my Night of the Black Knives video, I discussed that the Black Knife Assassins were women that were close to Marika in terms of blood, given that Rogier describes them as scions of the Eternal City, and that their armour set describes them as being close to Marika. And as Loki says in this tweet here, I've always believed that this means that these are women close to Marika in terms of society and terms of blood. However, Tarnished Archaeologist in one of their lore videos has a fascinating and more refined interpretation than mine, in a way that may explain why these women were close to Marika. In a series of videos, Tarnished Archaeologist lays out a theory that the Eternal Empire, those of the Eternal Cities, preceded Marika's civilization, and that it was from this Eternal Empire that Marika's Erdtree society evolved. Tarnished Archaeologist likens this to the evolution of the Roman Empire from a pagan empire to a Christian one, and in this case, it was the Eternal Empire evolving from a paganistic, star-worshipping empire from which a monotheistic tree cult emerged, resulting in the dominant Erdtree religion that we see today, and that these three eternal cities that we find in-game actually once sat on the surface and dominated the lands between, connected by the highway that runs from Limgrave all the way to the Altus Plateau. And according to Tarnished Archaeologist's theory, the Black Knife Assassin Knight was the result of a counter-revolution of those who still believed in the old way of the Eternal Empire, and they revolted against the emergence of Marika's new monotheistic religion. That is the long and the short of it. Tarnished Archaeologist has an excellent series on this very subject, backed up by environmental details and in-game lore, and if you want to learn more about this theory, then I will link it below. And props to Tarnished Archaeologist for bringing out new ideas and theories this long after the game's launch. This would explain why the women of the Black Knife Assassins were close to Marika. They were the same people as her. Regardless, whatever you think about the origins of the Black Knife Assassins, it is clear that Ranni was able to find a group of co-conspirators who shared her animosity for the Erdtree Order. My impression and speculation is that both sides brought something to the table in this grand plot. Firstly, the Black Knife Assassins of course brought the martial skill and physical participants who were willing and able to actually do the killing. I also believe that it was the night sorceries of Celia, assassin-focused skills that included magics of obfuscation, that formed the building blocks for what would become the assassin's iconic cloaks that fooled the eye. Invisibility cloaks, if you will. However, I believe it was Ranni who brought her mastery of the occult to the conspiracy, and it was Ranni who is responsible for the Black Knives themselves, and for that I mean the actual weapons. As we have already discussed, Ranni was initiated in occult practices, and then she speaks of a fearsome rite in which she formed these knives.
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death, and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
So clearly Ranni was able to bring her knowledge to bear to give the weapons needed to kill the gods. And of course, again, what's a well-known fact at this point in the game's history is that the ritual performed on Godwyn and Ranni simultaneously was specifically done in a way that would benefit Ranni, that would rid her of her Empyrean flesh, cheating the system, so to speak, by taking one half of death, the body death, without being obliterated entirely, having her soul killed alongside it. The curse mark of death reads the following: curse mark carved in to the discarded flesh of Ranni the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Ranni was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. Specifically, the Root of Death appears to have been carved at the same time into the flesh of Ranni and Godwyn both, so that the effects of the Rune of Death would split, killing Ranni's body only, and Godwyn was forced to bear the death of soul on her behalf. The clear and specific nature of this ritual shows that Ranni planned this night primarily to rid herself of her Empyrean flesh, an intent that is made clear by several of her dialogues.
I stole the Rune of Death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away.
I believe this is Ranni's main aim in organising and masterminding the Night of the Black Knives, and that she essentially misled and betrayed the Black Knife assassins by obscuring the true purpose and leaving them out to dry following the night itself. This is why we find Alecto imprisoned by Ranni, and why the Black Knives appear to attack her vassals in retribution. But for more detail on why I believe this, I would again refer you to my Night of the Black Knives video. And in general, it seems like the Black Knife assassins take the full weight of the blame, as Ranni does not seem to be known as the true mastermind in the modern era. It takes Rogier some investigation to find out this is the case, and aside from that, she is never mentioned as the mastermind behind this plot. Yet while Ranni's objectives in organising the night are clear, there are other general political goals that night that were achieved. In my Black Knives video, I believe I did a good job in bringing some attention to an article from Bandai Namco that was published alongside the December 2021 story trailer. This article was essentially a flavour piece that introduced players to the world of Elden Ring and what they could expect from the story, complementing the story trailer that released at the same time. And it said the following on the Night of the Black Knives. One grim night, in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the lands between. In a coordinated attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none were as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. After his death, the Elden Ring was somehow shattered, and the order of the world broke with it. The assassins' targets were multifold, and this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of Marika's kin. So while Ranni clearly had an ulterior motive in enacting this plan, it's clear the conspiracy also achieved other aims that resulted in a devastating blow for the royal family of the Erdtree Order. So in a way, Ranni kills two birds with one stone. She harnesses the frustrations of those who resent the Erdtree Order to create a counter-revolutionary strike, which not only achieves her primary goal of shedding her Empyrean skin, but it also destabilizes a rival branch of the royal family, and it strikes a blow that essentially the Golden Order never truly recovers from. Following this, Ranni clearly exists in some kind of spirit or soul form, before anchoring her spirit within a new doll body. Now, at this point I would like to take a moment to discuss Ranni's new form, and assess how we see her in game to see what bits of lore that we can mine from it. So firstly, there's the blue spirit form of Ranni that sticks out the side of her doll body. And I've always presumed that this is the true Ranni, this spirit. This is her in soul form, and how she exists now that she has no flesh. Which of course makes sense when you consider that Ranni's mouths, her spirit form and her doll form, move at the same time, meaning this is just Ranni's spirit, it just kind of overlaps slightly with the doll that she now possesses. However, despite this, people have also often tried to tie Ranni and Malenia together, and there are certainly legitimate reasons to do so. For example, when Ranni first gives you the spirit calling bell, she says she has been asked to do so by Torrent's former master, clearly Malenia. Malenia is clearly in spirit form much like Ranni, describing herself as burned and bodiless. As pointed out by Ziostorm in his recent video on Malenia, which I will link below, all three of Malenia, Ranni and Torrent fade away in a burst of blue particles. And given that Torrent is described in the spectral steed whistle as a spectre, it's fair to assume that all three are in some sort of spirit form. So for me, the first and most obvious connection between these two characters is that they both exist in spirit form. They don't have corporeal bodies. And we could go a little bit further down the rabbit hole if we consider that Malenia could be the Gloam-Eyed Queen. I am in the camp that believe that Melena's most likely identity is that of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who has now been rebirthed as Marika as an agent. Ranni was killed in body by the Rune of Death, and the Gloam-Eyed Queen once wielded this power before being defeated by Malekith. Perhaps Malenia, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, being burned and bodiless, could be a hint at her ultimate fate at the hands of Malekith, who, now the wielder of Destined Death and the Rune of Death, burned her in the red-black flames. This is all wild speculation, of course, but in summary, I believe that if there is any connection between Ranni and Malenia, it is because they are both spirits who have come to be due to similar circumstances. I don't believe that they are the same person, nor do I believe that they are sisters, and while there are similarities in the two, I believe they are two clearly distinct characters on their own journey. That being said, Malenia is a video in of itself, and I will eventually explore the possibility that they are one and the same person in a separate video, so look out for that. But tangent aside, in short, I believe that Ranni's overlapping ghostly form is literally just that. It's Ranni's spirit. Now, when it comes to the form that Ranni has chosen, her puppet, as we have already mentioned, it is modelled after the most influential person in her life, the Snowy Crone. I believe that the crone more or less wore this type of outfit, and that's why her appearance in general is said to be modelled after the Snowy Crone. Yet I don't think this is a complete one-to-one recreation of what the Snowy Crone looked like. The fact the crone is referred to as such doesn't chime too well with the actual appearance, as the term crone literally means an old woman, yet Ranni's puppet is clearly far more youthful. Given that it looks very similar to Ranni's spirit form, my conclusion is that the youthful aspects of this appearance are based on Ranni herself, and that she has modified the Snowy Crone's appearance slightly to more reflect her own spirit. Yet the most fascinating aspect of her appearance, in my opinion, are her 4 arms, possibly one of the most iconic parts of her whole getup. Many will of course recognise the obvious connections that this has to Hinduism. Many Hindu deities like Brahma and Vishnu have more than 2 arms. But why? Well, firstly it helps illustrate that these beings, these gods, are not human, that by looking at an image you realise straight away this is a god. But to go a bit further, these are symbols of their divine power. My understanding is that multiple arms are used to show that these gods are able to perform multiple actions throughout the universe at the same time, by using all their different arms. A divine multitasker, if you will. The arms can also be used to illustrate the different items of significance relatable to that god. For example, take this image of Ganesha or Ganesh, who has 4 arms. His bottom right hand is positioned in a flat palm symbol for a blessing, representing Ganesha's blessings that he bestows upon people. In the top right hand, he holds an axe, meant to represent detachment or the severing of ties. You get the picture. So let's apply this logic to Ranni. In our first and last meetings with Ranni, her hands are in a normal relaxed position, and so there isn't much that we can mine from this. However, what interests me more is the positioning of her hands when we speak to her in Ranni's tower, and the iconic hand gesture she makes in the story trailer. I'm of course referring to the pose where one of the pair of hands is distinctly steepled, and we have to ask, what is this trying to convey? Well, usually this hand position is used to depict thinking, or planning, or scheming. Ranni is a schemer. The bringing of the Age of Stars ultimately is the culmination of centuries worth of planning.
There's nothing wrong with a well-laid scheme.
To me, her 2 sets of hands represent this. She is a multitasker, one who is capable of active immediate action, symbolised by her 3 set of hands, but one that is always planning ahead, looking to the future, no matter what's happening in the present, symbolised by her steepled hands. It symbolises Ranni as a master planner, and it makes me think of Miquella from the Elder Scrolls, who also is shown with multiple arms, and Miquella is a god of scheming and plans. That is of course my speculation, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comments below what you think Ranni's 4 arms are meant to represent. With that all said, we now know what happens after the Night of the Black Knives. Godwyn becomes the Prince of Death and gives rise to those who live in death. Possibly the greatest instance of collateral damage in any Souls game. As I have said in multiple videos, I see the crime against Godwyn, his death of soul and the fate he is forced to suffer just so Ranni can achieve her aims, as a terrible crime, never mind the condemnation of other innocent people who are forced to live in death as a result of deathroot spreading from Godwyn, the source of this terrible crime. And so no matter what you think about Ranni's ending, I always bear that in mind, that the steps she has taken to get here are extremely ruthless. I am not saying that she is a bad guy, but in my eyes she is far from a hero. But what happens to Ranni after this? Firstly, we know that it is after Ranni has disposed of her flesh that she divulges her plans to Iji and Blythe, thanks to a dialogue from Iji.
When Lady Ranni renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean, Blythe and I swore allegiance as vassals.
So this makes Iji and Blythe rather innocent of any involvement in the Night of the Black Knives, as it seems like they didn't know her plans until this moment. Yet Ranni and her vassals appear to have been in hiding for quite a while, as we do get a rather interesting piece of dialogue regarding Ranni's whereabouts from Rogier, who says the following.
I have some idea of Ranni's potential whereabouts. There's a manor to the north of the Academy of Rea Lucaria. It is the familial home of the Carian royals, from whom Ranni descends. There's been talk of the old royals' vassals gathering there in recent years. Ranni's whereabouts since the shattering are a well-kept secret. She hasn't been seen even once, but I suspect she might have returned to the manor in which she was born.
The shattering came after the Night of the Black Knives, however from Rogier's dialogue it's clear that Ranni really hasn't been much of a player ever since the Night of the Black Knives and the Shattering War began. We of course learned via Gideon Ofnir that Ranni then set aside her Great Rune, and now this is interesting for a number of reasons. Firstly, it means that she did claim a Great Rune at some point, as we know that this is an active action taken by the demigods from the introduction to Elden Ring.
Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring.
My speculation is that she did initially claim a Great Rune for the reasons that everyone else did: power. Then, upon the outbreak of the war, she set hers aside and vanished, leaving her siblings to destroy one another, while she waited patiently to enact her plans, following the end of the war, at a time when many of her potential rivals would have been eliminated, and in general providing a more quiet landscape for her to enact her plans. The setting aside of her Great Rune is very symbolic to me. To me it really does represent that Ranni sees her path, the dark path of the Empyrean, as separate from that of the Elden Ring. While others may be hoping to claim the Elden Ring for their own and harness its power through the Great Rune that they hold, Ranni's path is detached entirely from the existing order of this world, and as such, Great Runes, remnants of an order that she seeks to supplant entirely, really is detached from her concerns. As such, her dark path of the Empyrean does not require a Great Rune, nor would it benefit from taking part in the Shattering. Returning to Rogier's dialogue, he also talks about Ranni's vassals gathering at Caria Manor, the implication being is that this is a recent activity after years of the manor being abandoned and Ranni being missing. The overall impression is that Ranni essentially skipped town while the Shattering War played out, and only recently following the end of the war has there been activity at Caria Manor. This brings us to the here and now and Ranni's next step in her plans, severing the bonds between her and the Fingers for good, and then finally, at the defeat of the Elden Beast, she'll be able to herald in the Age of Stars. Yet despite Ranni's return and the fairly exhausted state of all other demigods, her plans are locked in stasis thanks to the actions of her own brother, General Radahn. At this stage in the lore, we all know the story of Radahn, a great warrior who learned gravity magic so he could continue to ride his beleaguered horse. Yet he became so powerful in its usage that he imposed his will on the stars themselves during the Star Scourge conflict. According to a sword monument found in Caelid, this was to keep Celia safe from something, either from its fate or a direct threat from the stars. However, with the movement of the stars arrested, fate is tethered along with it, and as we learn from Selin and Iji, this means that Ranni's destiny is also held in stasis. Indeed, whether Radahn intentionally wanted to prevent Ranni's plan or not is not clear. However, it is clear that he is currently the greatest impediment to Ranni's plans. The Dark Moon itself appears in the skies over Caelid upon Radahn's defeat, as if it is an omen that Ranni's destiny can resume. This brings us back to a rather tricky subject, that of fate, a subject I have dealt with in some detail in my Primeval Current lore video, which I will link below. But let us start by understanding the fundamentals about fate before we apply it to Ranni's destiny. A good place to start is with the Celestial Dew item description, which reads as follows. Once upon a time, the stars of the night sky guided fate, and this is a recollection of those times. Therefore, in the world of Elden Ring, fate is literally attached to the stars. Fate itself is defined by Oxford Languages in the following way. The development of events outside a person's control, regarded as predetermined by a supernatural power. In short, fate is the way a person's life unfolds, and that the events of their lives happen outside of their control, and is instead guided by an outside force, and in this case, that outside force is the stars. This is more simply put by the Amber Starlight Shard, which says that the stars command people's fate, and the Carians seem to have had a special relationship with fate. The Carians descend from astrologers, with Rennala herself being described as an astrologer in the Stargazer heirloom. The astrologer armor set tells us that astrologers are able to read fate in the stars. When Rennala established Carian royalty, it looked as though she preserved such practices via the preceptors, for the preceptor hood reads, large hat with the movement of stars drawn on the inside of the brim, worn by magic preceptors who served the Carian royals. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carians remain aware of, even if their fate has long been severed from the stars. This heavily implies that the preceptors very much are stargazers, given their hats have the movements of the stars drawn on the inside, and given one of the only preceptors we meet in-game, Celivis, is obsessed with fate and manipulating it through his puppet drafts, I think it's a fair bet to say that these preceptors acted as personal fate readers for the Carian royal family, and continued to observe the practice of astrology that was linked to the reading of fate. So this in turn implies that some Carians were well aware of their fates, because they are able to read them in the stars, and it seems as though fate is fundamentally important to the Carians, as it seems to literally dictate their lives. And we learn of how much an influence fate has on the Carians via Selin, who says the following regarding fate.
The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress Ranni. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Ranni's destiny.
The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress, Ranni. But long ago, General Radahn challenged these swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory, arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Ranni's destiny. So Selin specifically states that Ranni's fate, her life, is unable to really move forward until the movement of the stars is resumed. It is hard for us to truly understand what is happening here, but here are the main takeaways. The Carians are able to read and therefore predict their fate and destiny in the stars. In a way, it is preordained to them. For example, Ranni seems to know exactly the way her fate will play out. Second, fate is tied to the movement of the stars, and if the stars do not move, then there is no fate. And the way in which fate plays out in the stars that has been read by the astrologers cannot come to pass until movement is resumed. This seems to be some sort of metaphysical power that we don't fully understand. When fate resumes, everything plays out as Ranni would like it to. With the moment that Radahn is dead, a meteorite hits the ground, opening up the way for Nokron. Now we could just say that Radahn was actually just holding back a shooting star that was going to hit here anyway, and there wasn't really any fate involved. However, there is more to this, as if we try to open the chest containing the Fingerslayer blade, but we are not serving Ranni, and we're not therefore retrieving it for her, then we get a message saying that we are not destined to open it, and we are unable to open it. Furthermore, the Fingerslayer blade item description itself states that it cannot be wielded by those without fate, and if fate is arrested, that means that Ranni wouldn't be able to wield this blade. So fate and destiny appears to be a power exerted by the stars onto the mortal plane, a power that is weaved into being through their movements. And ultimately I believe fate to be a tool of the stars. It ultimately seems like a way that they can guide their adherents. This is of course my speculation, as we know the power of fate can be used to control the actions of other people, as Seluvis uses the fate latent within the stars to create puppet drafts from starlight shards, meaning that fate is an actual power of some kind that can exert control over people. Yet things still happen while Radahn has frozen the stars. For example, we are still able to ascend the Elden Throne without killing Radahn, and therefore without the stars resuming their movement. This is why I believe fate is less of a wide-reaching, nebulous concept that affects everyone, and rather it is a force of control, of guidance, that is from the stars themselves. Regardless, Ranni's plans are in essence frozen until we come along. Ranni is unable to wield the Fingerslayer blade to finally sever her connection, but when we resume her fate, her destiny, she is able to wield the blade. We destroy the baleful shadows for her, and she slaughters her own two fingers. She is completely cut off, detached from the influence of the two fingers and the greater will. She is able now to adhere herself to a new order, the Order of the Dark Moon. So all that remains for us to do at this stage is to defeat Radagon and the Elden Beast. So now let us talk about what actually happens with Ranni's ending, and what the Age of the Stars actually means. There has been a lot of debate about what the ending of Ranni's quest actually means. What happens when we choose the Age of Stars? And I think there's a lot of confusion that is very quickly cleared up when you speak to Ranni back at Ranni's Rise, when you've become her consort, but before you've triggered the end of the game. If you return to Ranni's Rise and you still have the miniature Ranni in your items, you can speak to her once more, at which stage she will explain more about what her new order will actually entail.
Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stars and moon of the chill night. I would keep them far from the earth beneath our feet. As it is now, life and souls and order are bound tightly together. But I would have them at a great remove, and have the certainties of sight, emotion, faith, and touch all become impossibilities, which is why I would abandon this soil with mine order. Wouldst thou come to me even now, my one and only lord?
So I think Ranni clears up a lot here. Ranni's new order will not be one that is situated on Earth, and what she means by this is that she herself and the controlling artifact of this new order, the Dark Moon, will not be on the Earth much as Marika and the Erdtree would be. Instead, Ranni would be at a far remove from the Earth in the cosmos, and as such, it wouldn't be subject to the same weaknesses and flaws that Marika's order would be, the same corruption that it opened itself up to. Zioswarm did a good video on this months back, clearing up this confusion and citing an article from Frontline JP, which I will link below alongside Zio's video. In this article, the author not only retranslated the ending of the game, but also the dialogue we just spoke of. And while I don't think this dialogue is nearly as cryptic as the ending, I do think the author's translations do make the point I'm making slightly more clear. For example, for the dialogue we have just discussed, in the line where Ranni says, "As it is now, life and souls and order are bound tightly together, but I would have them at a great remove," the author of the Frontline JP article offers a slightly clearer translation, which I will quote now. "Even if life and souls are one with the order, it, the order, could be kept far away." Ranni would have order physically separated from the world that it governs, and have these certainties of sight, faith and touch all become impossibilities if she as a god, as the new order, is far removed from Earth. Then people wouldn't be able to worship her, wouldn't be able to interact with her, nor even see her. Order would just function, it would just govern the world without all the emotion, without all the faith, meaning that Ranni is unlikely to be swayed by emotions of what she sees and feels around her. It would be an order of logic. To quote the author of said article, they say, "Ranni believes that while the order may have to exist, as it is entwined with life and souls, it causes problems for the people. Her solution is thus to take it and leave, keeping it far away, where people cannot see, feel, touch, and believe in it, embarking on a journey into fear, doubt, solitude, and darkness to do so." In a way, this also lines up with the problems that Goldmask himself identifies with the Golden Order. If we look at the Mending Rune of Perfect Order, the culmination of Goldmask's work, he believed that it was the fickleness of the gods that caused the issues. And Ranni would essentially eliminate that problem by removing herself from the Earth. She and the Order would exist far away from the Earth, meaning there would be no politics, no emotions, and no faith that would pollute the perfection of order. This implies an order of logic, a nuance that is easier to see with Loki's translation of Ranni's final dialogue, which I quote now. "To all life and all souls, from here on is the era of the stars, the logic of the moon, a 1,000-year journey, a logical order of the moon." I do think this is a nuance that is really missed from the final dialogue of the Age of Stars ending, and admittedly the English is a little confusing. Many people thought that Ranni was taking everyone with her on a voyage into the stars. However, with these translations, it is clear that Ranni means that she, as the new order, will travel far away from the plane of existence that she herself governs. Now let's listen to that dialogue now.
The battle is over, I see. I do solemnly swear to every living being and every living soul. Now cometh the age of the stars. 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond. Into fear, doubt, and loneliness, as the path stretcheth into darkness. Well then, shall we? My fair consort eternal.
With this new understanding in place, we know what is really being said here despite the cryptic language. Ranni is ushering in the Age of Stars that will be governed by her and her dark moon. Yet she will depart into the cosmos, no doubt to join her dark moon, beginning her journey into the chill night, a path of fear, doubt and loneliness for Ranni. She will rule from afar, out of sight, and thus the problems of the prior order will fade. Again, I will quote the translation from the Frontline JP article, which makes this all more abundantly clear. I shall swear to all lives and souls. From here on is the age of stars, the laws of the moon, 1,000-year journey. To all you may think of the chill night as infinitely far away. And now, let us go on our path of fear, doubt and loneliness into the darkness. So with that made abundantly clear, let us talk about the greater picture. What does this mean for the greater will and the Elden Ring? Firstly, I think it's clear that the Elden Ring is no more in this ending, symbolised by Ranni picking up the head of Marika, the vessel for the Elden Ring, who then fades away. In the various Elden Ring endings, we defeat the Elden Beast, but then we take the time to repair the Elden Ring inside of Marika, and implement a new order that is imposed through the power of the new Elden Ring and any modifications that we added to it. However, in Ranni's ending, Marika fades away and presumably the Elden Ring fades with it. I think the erasure of the Elden Ring is necessary. After all, Ranni doesn't implement her plan until after we have defeated Radagon and the Elden Beast. This to me implies that Ranni's order could not be implemented until the power of the Elden Ring was neutralised. Until then, the Elden Beast, a powerful vessel for the current order, had been in existence. Clearly its presence and the power of the Elden Ring kept the power of the Dark Moon at bay. But with the Elden Ring and Beast no more, the Dark Moon lays claim to the mortal plane. In the announcement trailer for Elden Ring, the narrator refers to the Elden Ring as that which commanded the stars. And so is it possible that the Elden Ring has been such a power that it bent even the stars to its will, that it is the preeminent force in the universe, and even the stars must obey its laws? I believe so, but I also believe that the moon and the stars have their own agenda. As we spoke of earlier, they are a yin to the Elden Ring's yang. They are opposite, and while the Elden Ring was present, it was ultimately the preeminent force in the universe that commanded the stars themselves. So through agents like Rennala, the Nox, and now Ranni, celestial bodies have tried to free themselves from such an order and impose their own. With the Elden Ring's defeat, and Ranni freed from her two fingers, she is able to wipe away the last vestiges of the Elden Ring's power, and beckon the moon, implementing an age of stars, free from the Elden Ring, and free from the direct intervention of gods. And while I've always seen Ranni's act against Godwyn as a terrible crime, is this a case of the ends justifying the means, now that we have a god that will act like a god rather than a human warlord? For Ranni will have no family, have no castles, and be involved in no politics. Is this the right way for a new order to be implemented? I leave such judgments to yourself, my fellow Tarnished. Elden Ring has a few pivotal events in its story that punctuate its fascinating timeline. Key events that have all helped shape the world as it is now. The fracturing of the One Great, the War of the Giants, and the shattering of the Elden Ring, to name but a few. But arguably, no event casts as large a shadow as the infamous Night of the Black Knives. On a night of wintry fog, a group of conspirators stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith. With their knives imbued by its power, these assassins murdered the demigod Godwyn the Golden, and the rest is history. Yet despite these well-known facts, very little is known about the smaller details of this fateful night. When exactly did it happen? Did Ranni betray her co-conspirators? Was Marika actually involved? Were other demigods murdered on the same night? In this video, we are going to unpack this event, from the formation of the conspiracy itself to the fallout, and review some fascinating and largely forgotten material from Bandai Namco's website, in an attempt to have a deeper understanding of this monumental event in the lore, who was involved, and what the true outcome actually was. At this point, I would also like to offer my thanks to Mirko, translator for Sabako no Meiko, and Loki, author of the Abyssal Archive, both translators who offered me a lot of help in understanding some of the finer points in this video. Before we talk about the event itself and the build-up of the conspiracy, we need to talk about where this event sits in the general Elden Ring timeline. This event, of course, must have taken place after the Godskin apostasy, because it is the aforementioned event that led to Malekith sealing Death's death within his Black Blade, and of course it is from Malekith that the conspirators of the Night of the Black Knives would steal the Rune of Death from. Thus the events of this night must come after the Godskin apostasy. We also have the story trailer in which Ranni narrates the events that led up to the Shattering War, and I quote Ranni's narration from that trailer now. "The Rune of Death was stolen, and the demigods began to fall. Starting with Godwyn the Golden, Queen Marika was driven to the brink. The Shattering War ensued, a war that wrought only darkness." The way in which this is delivered seems to imply a direct chain of causality. The Night of the Black Knives happened, and as a result, it pushed Queen Marika to the brink, leading to the shattering of the Elden Ring. This is always the way I've interpreted this story trailer, and indeed, an article from Bandai Namco themselves, released alongside this story trailer to help explain what we're seeing in the story trailer in December of 21, also seems to imply a direct causal link. It is important when looking at outside sources, as is the case for the story trailer, and of course the Bandai Namco article, that we make it clear that these are not canonical sources, so you are free to disregard them as you so choose, so we do need to be careful when using these types of evidence. Firstly, thanks to the work of those like Sekiro Dubey, Lance McDonald and Zulia the Witch, we know that a lot actually changed between December of 2021, which is when this article and story trailer came out, and the release in February of 2022. The story trailer isn't an in-game cinematic, and it is more like a thematic appetizer for fans a couple of months ahead of release. That being said, there is no evidence that the overarching lore surrounding the Night of the Black Knives has changed substantially with what we have in-game, and so I am more willing to lean into this idea that the intentions of the developer and publisher behind the story of the Night of the Black Knives is still relevant to what we are seeing in the game, that this was what they conceived of the story at least of December 2021, but it would be intellectually dishonest of me if I didn't make it clear that of course this article and the story trailer to a degree are non-canonical sources. And as you can see from the parts I'm showing on the screen, there are many interesting details included in this article, especially in regards to Marika, that we will return to later. But for now, let's just stick with the timeline aspect of it. The heavy emphasis in both the story trailer and the article on a causal link seems to suggest to me that this event took place closer to the end of Marika's reign, rather than closer to the earlier Crucible and Age of Plenty eras. There's of course another similar retelling of events by an in-game NPC that lines up pretty well with the story trailer. I am referring to Sorcerer Roger, who is someone who has dedicated his life to researching this event and its fallout. When describing the importance of this event and when it came to pass, he says the following.
"The misshapen corpse under Stormvale. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering."
So again, Roger reiterates the fact that this event, the Night of the Black Knives, was specifically the catalyst that would lead to the Shattering. Again, a chain of causality between this event and the Shattering. This is a sentiment backed up by Loki, who believes that the kanji that was translated as catalyst could be more closely translated as trigger, and in short believes that linguistically, the language is trying to imply that the Night of the Black Knives is directly connected to the outcome of Marika shattering the Elden Ring. When talking about when this event took place, Rogier specifically mentions a golden age as well, and again Loki was kind enough to offer their perspective as it is written in the original Japanese, specifically what their interpretation of what Rogier means when he says a golden age, and I quote Loki now. Prosperous age is its own term, and basically refers to what we would call a golden age. Rogier is talking about the period before things fell apart, so of course that would be deemed a prosperous era of peace. So in essence, Loki believes that Rogier is simply referring to a time in general when things were good, and before the peace was broken. And in general during Marika's reign, we do seem to have long periods of peace, from the Godskin apostasy, really to the Night of the Black Knives when everything fell apart. And in general, if you want a greater view of the things that happened during Marika's reign, I would recommend my Elden Ring timeline video, which I will link below. There are also some other tangential pieces of evidence that may help to give us a general idea of when this took place. For example, we know that Godwyn took place in the War of the Ancient Dragons, and so again, the Night of the Black Knives has to have taken place after this event. But not only that, there is some evidence potentially that Godwyn met Miquella. For example, there is the Golden Epitaph sword, which reads the following: a sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die, infused with the humble prayer of a young boy. O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death. The sword is made to commemorate Godwyn's death, so after it, and is infused with the prayer of a young boy, who most likely must be Miquella, not only because of his youthful appearance, but because of Miquella's other potential associations with Godwyn, and trying to grant him a true death. If you're unsure what connection I'm referring to, I am talking about Castle Sol and the NPC that can be found at the top of its battlements after defeating Commander Nile. The dialogue of this ghost NPC suggests that the denizens of the castles were looking for ways to restore the soul of soulless demigods, and in particular, Miquella's comrade. But if you want a more in-depth look at this, then I would recommend my Miquella lore video, which I will link below. Now, these are of course important things to look at when talking about a timeline, because surely, if Miquella cares so deeply about his dear brother, about Godwyn's fate, then surely they must have had a relationship and known each other for such love to exist. And if we assume that to be a given, then surely the Night of the Black Knives has to have happened after Miquella was born, and thus later on into Marika's rule after she had married Radagon. So with all the context we've looked at and all the linguistic nuance, I do think it is most likely fair to say that this event, the Night of the Black Knives, comes later on in Marika's rule, the end of a long period of peace and prosperity. Mirko did offer a different perspective on the translation of Rogier's golden era, and I will quote Mirko on screen now, and essentially, Mirko suggests that linguistically, the Japanese could be translated to mean the age of prosperity, the age of plenty, therefore putting it closer to the beginning of Marika's reign, and earlier on in the timeline than many may assume. However, I do leave it for you to decide which fits more carefully with your understanding of the timeline. Regardless, all we can say definitively is that this attack must have occurred during a period of relative peace, growth and prosperity under Queen Marika's rule, between the Godskin Apostle Godhunt, but before the shattering of the Elden Ring. And with that said, let us go on to assess who actually took part in this conspiracy, who they are, and how they came to become known as the Black Knife Assassins. So now we have a general idea of when, We now need to talk about the conspirators and how this conspiracy was formed. The heavy hand and muscle of this operation were of course the Black Knife Assassins themselves. These nimble and deadly warriors are described to be scions of the Eternal City by Rogier, who says the following.
They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City, a group entirely of women arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye. The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite,
but are also simultaneously described as Numen by the Black Knives armor set, which reads, "The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Night of the Black Knives were all women, and rumoured to be Numen, who had close ties with Marika herself." I think there's little value me in going over this in depth once again, but here are the main general ties to why the Nox are essentially an offshoot Numen tribe. And if you'd like to hear a more in-depth explanation of that, then I would recommend my video on the Eternal Cities, which I will link below. What is more interesting is that I believe we can specifically track the development of these assassins and how they tie into the Eternal Cities, and the Numen themselves. The armor set describes the assassins as all women. They are also extremely nimble warriors, and fittingly, there is also an all-female nimble warrior class found within the Eternal City, the Swordstress. In prior videos I have suggested that maybe the Black Knife Assassins were Swordstresses themselves. I think there is more nuance to be had here as we will dig in deeper, and I have refined my own opinions on it as I've dug deeper into this very topic, but it is still fitting that culturally the Nox have a precedent for nimble female warriors. This is where I want to return to the term scions of the Eternal Cities, as mentioned by Rogier. Scion means a descendant, usually used in reference to a notable bloodline. Loki was able to provide further insight into who these women may be, and he translated Rogier's dialogue in the following manner. I told you before about the Night of the Black Knives conspiracy. The perpetrators are said to be assassins who are descendants of the Eternal Capital. Then Loki would go on to tie this to a dialogue that we've looked at on the channel before, Gowry's one regarding Celia's ties to the Eternal Cities, and I again quote Loki now, which ties into this. As promised, I shall teach you about the lost sorceries of Celia, descendant of the Eternal. And this is the same term for descendant used in both dialogues, and both in regards to descending from the Eternal Cities. This is also a subject we've talked about in my Eternal Cities lore video and others, that the Celians are indeed descendants of the Nox as well, and it's therefore fascinating to me that Loki has linguistically tied these two references of two different groups together, the Black Knife Assassins and the Celians referred to in the exact same manner. However, the potential link between Celia and the Assassins is also found within the lore. One of the other defining features of the Assassins themselves are of course their cloaks, that fool the eye, a fact that is reflected in gameplay by the Assassins who are essentially invisible to us, unless we are using the Sentry Torch, and even when we can see them, their cloaks seem to warp the light around them. So what is this technology or magic, and how are the Eternal Cities able to craft these extraordinary pieces of armour? Well, again, I think if we look at the culture and sorcery of Celia, we can get the answer. As we have already mentioned, Gowry directly ties Celia as an offshoot colony of Noxian descent, calling them descendants of the Eternal.
As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
But even without Gowry, the player would be able to tell these ties through visual and implicit storytelling. The most obvious, of course, is the crypt chair found in the rear of Celia, guarded by none other than a Noxian monk and sordstress. Indeed, the Celian throne is integrated into the Celian coat of arms, and given how iconic the crypt chairs are to Noxian society, it really shows how important the ties to the Eternal Cities are to this small town. Now, the architecture of Celia itself is different from the architecture of the Eternal Cities, but they are close enough that you could imagine them being built by Noxian offshoot. Indeed, the architecture of the lower regions of Leyndell matches that of Celia and Ordina as well, and credit to Tarnished Archaeologist who makes this connection in his video on Leyndell. And given that Celia is connected to the Nox, and therefore the Numen, it's a logical conclusion that this lower Leyndell is also connected to the same tribe, Marika's tribe in Marika's city. Tarnished Archaeologist also brings attention to the main gate of Leyndell, and how it essentially leads to nowhere, suggesting that it must have been built with this Numen settlement, Lower Leyndell, in mind. I leave it to Tarnished Archaeologist to explain the implication this has for the Eternal Cities underground, some directly below where this gap between the wall and the Lower Leyndell settlement is, as that is not the subject of this video. I'm just highlighting it because it shows the deep connections between the Numen and the Nox and their history with Marika and the lands between, that even in the heart of Leyndell we can see traces of the Nox's heritage and how important they are to Marika and the royal family. A fact that is even more stark when you consider that the signature floral patterns on the leaden windows of Celia are the same patterns on the very gates of Leyndell itself. Yet to be clear, the Celians are certainly descended from the Nox, as is said by Gowrie explicitly, and the fact they are called scions by Rogier, which again means descendants. And so while Lower Leyndell most likely precedes the Eternal Cities and shares an architectural style with Celia, Celia most clearly comes after the establishment of the Eternal Cities and the Nox. But the point in highlighting the connections of architecture between Celia and Lower Leyndell is not necessarily to put it in the same date as Lower Leyndell, but to highlight the connection and heritage that Celia and the Nox and the Numen share. In turn, this raises questions about Ordina Liturgical Town that also shares the same architectural design, but we will get there near the end of the video. Then of course there is the Celian spell Night Maiden's Mist, one of the night sorceries of Celia, and the description of this spell reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. This is of course one of the greatest ties between the two. Firstly, it is a Celian night sorcery, and yet it originates from one of the Night Maidens of Nokron. Night Maidens of course being the highest ranking members in Noxian society that we are aware of. Indeed, when we fight Night Maidens in Nokron and Nokstella, they quite often use this technique and spell against us, again stressing the connection between Celia and its sorceries to the Nox. We can get a feel for what these night sorceries are all about and why they were developed by reading the description of Ambush Shard, which reads the following. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. So this is a school of sorcery dedicated to assassination. It is about obfuscation and killing, which is reflected in the fact that when you use these spells, they fool the eyes of opponents, who will not try to react or dodge, as they may well do for regular spells. However, what is more important to this current discussion when talking about the assassins of the Black Knives is the spell known as Unseen Form, which reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery, makes the caster semi-invisible. While on horseback, effect extends to cover the mount. This sorcery can be cast while in motion. The Celian assassins considered every option that aided their dirty work. So here we have specifically a sorcery that makes one invisible, developed by a town that specialises in assassination. The description of the Black Knife armour makes it clear that there is a power in the veils that fool the eye, and I think it is more than likely that these night sorceries will have been employed to empower these specialised veils so that they could fool the eye, much like the Unseen Form spell. I want to briefly speak on the design of the armour itself. According to the description of the Black Knife armour set, it was forged to make no sound, and again we could attribute that to the night magic of the Celians, or perhaps the tight and sophisticated scale design. However, what I'm more interested in is the iconography. There seems to be a large focus on feathers, both on the lower part of the cuirass and the teal feathers found on the shoulder joints. When trying to explain this, fortunately for us, there is another group of assassins who employ similar iconography, the Ravenmount assassins. The armour set of these read as follows: a ritual implement for transforming into a deathbird, if only by imitation. We are birds of prey, bringers of death. As I discussed at length in my Deathbirds lore video, deathbirds in the lands between are literal symbols of death, much as crows or ravens are to us in the real world. The Ravenmount imitated the deathbirds to show that they are bringers of death. Given that the Black Knife assassins are also assassins, my presumption is that the design of this armour is meant to employ the same sort of symbolism, so I think it's clear that the work developed in Celia, both in regards to training assassins and in developing spells that help obscure the assassins from their targets, were used to help equip and train the assassins that would go on to be known as the Black Knife assassins, really cementing this Celian link. So with those deep connections to Celia in mind, let us once again return to specifically the women who would become the Black Knife assassins. Straight up, the most obvious answer to me, given all we've looked at, is that these assassins are from Celia themselves. They are assassins who were trained by the town and are from there. This would quite easily tick all the boxes we know about the assassins. They are related to the Numen. They are Celian trained in assassination. It's a town that developed invisibility sorcery, and it is a town of descendants of the Eternal City, much as the assassins themselves are described. I'd be certainly happy with this, and we could move on. However, we could potentially go deeper if we examine another signature element of the assassins, the Black Knife weapons themselves, because they have another tie in game. Ranni states that she forged the blade through fearsome rite.
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
And shortly we will discuss where Ranni may have got this occult knowledge from. However, despite Ranni using the term forged, the actual description of the Black Knife reads slightly differently. It reads as follows: a ritual performed on the oddly misshapen blade imbued it with the power of the stolen Rune of Death. So the ritual was performed on the blade, meaning presumably this ritual was performed on a mundane knife that was forged the traditional way. And if we are looking at a base template for what type of knife may have been used in this ritual, we should look no further than the Blade of Calling. For those who don't know, the Blade of Calling is a very similar size and shape to the Black Knife one, except for the protruding aspects and it isn't black. But more importantly, the weapon art for the Blade of Calling, Blade of Gold, is basically a golden version of the Blade of Death weapon art that the Black Knife uses. This is also the Blade of Calling, wielded by Malenia when we summon her for the Morgott fight, and she uses the exact same moveset as a Black Knife assassin. So this begs the question, who is Malenia, and how can she inform us on who these assassins may be? So this is heavy speculation, but I want to try and tie together everything we know about Celia and Malenia and her moveset and the Blade of Calling. It is heavily implied that Malenia is a child of Marika, and yet she shares a combat style with these Numen kin, who have descended from the Noxian split of the Numen tribe. Taking Celia as an example, despite the place retaining heavy ties to the Nox, these are kind of hidden, such as the Noxian throne being hidden right at the back of Celia, and I'm sure many don't actually know in the world of Elden Ring that the Nox are related to the Celians. And in a lot of ways, the Celians have reintegrated with surface society. Lusat is a great example of this, a Celian native who was once Grand Master of Rhea Lucaria's Academy and founder of the Alevinus Conspectus. And thus, if Lusat is able to integrate into normal society despite being of Noxian descent, is it possible that we can explain the closeness of the Black Knife Assassins in a similar manner? That these are Celian women who are reintegrated into Marika's court, bound through ties of kinship. I'm saying all this because of the implications of what is said in the Black Knife Assassin armor set in regards to closeness of these women to Marika, and in turn how that can help us explain the curious links between Malenia and the Black Knife Assassins and the Blade of Calling with the Black Knife. And does this mean close in blood relation, or close as in familial or friendship? And for now I'm disregarding the idea that it means close that they were her co-conspirators, as I will deal with that later. But for now I wanted to get to the truth of what is being said here when it says close, and so once again I turn to Loki, who is able to provide this appraisal of the original Japanese, and I now quote his translation of the Black Knife armor set and appraisal. It is said that the assassins, who were the perpetrators of the night of the conspiracy, are all women, and according to one theory, were visitors close to Marika. Then Loki goes on to explain, close in the psychological sense, not in terms of dealings. So what Loki is trying to get across here is that the original Japanese, in his opinion, is only trying to convey that these women were close psychologically to Marika. Close in terms of psychology, so friendship, kinship, or companionship, and nothing else. And again, this all makes sense without going any deeper if you consider their blood ties, that they all come from the Numen tribe ultimately. So in general, if these Numen were close to Marika and close to the court, perhaps they would have been trained in the same manner as Malenia, another woman of the court, and armed with the same blades. In European courts, royal women often surrounded themselves with noble women, who would serve as their advisors, confidants, and companions, known as ladies-in-waiting. And perhaps this explains their proximity to Malenia, and why they would share a combat style and armament, that these Numen women, possibly from Celia, acted as women of the court, and will have interacted and been around at the same time as Malenia. That is of course wild speculation, but it's something that could explain the proximity of Malenia to these women, and why they share similar combat styles. And so my final word on my speculation on who the Black Knife Assassins were specifically is that they were probably Celians, and they were Numen that were probably known to Marika in some capacity, and that is all we are able to say with any certainty. And again, we will return to the idea that Marika was involved later, and why I do not believe that it is the case. When it comes to the assassins as characters and named people, we do have two named members of the leadership, Alecto and her daughter Tyche. Both have ancient Greek origins, Alecto meaning unceasing anger, who was one of the Furies in Greek mythology, which indeed feels fitting for an assassin who brings vengeance for her people, the Nox, against the gods, and we will talk more about the Nox's motivation in the next chapter. Tyche is a letter-swapped spelling of an ancient Greek word that represents the Greek deity of fortune, which is why I'm pronouncing it that way, by the way, and I find this somewhat ironic given her ultimate fate. However, when we look at the way Greeks viewed fortune, there is a little more here. Fortune could sometimes be seen as a force of uncaring reversals of fate and arbitrary violence, which is fitting given the fate of the Nox and Godwyn himself. What is interesting is that the Bandai Namco site that I've cited frequently already names the Black Knife Assassins as a foul covenant, and given Ranni's connection to the occult in the Dark Moon, perhaps Ranni corrupted them with her beliefs, and thus they made a covenant between them. This of course brings us to the main conspirator, Ranni herself. Whatever you think about the timeline we have discussed, it is an immutable fact that Ranni was involved.
I see. Quite the sleuth, aren't we? Indeed, I am the witch, Ranni. I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
Now I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. The person who orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives. Lunar Princess Ranni. One of the children born to King Consort Radagon and his first wife, Rennala. Demigod and sister to General Radahn and Praetor Rykard. Hers was the name I discovered in the imprint.
These dialogues both suggest that Ranni was not only a conspirator, but in fact the orchestrator of the entire conspiracy. And this certainly makes sense, given that Ranni wanted something very specific out of this event, and we will look at that in the following chapters. At this stage, Ranni would still have her original Empyrean body, with red hair, as we can see from its remains. She would have been a princess with some privilege, and thus unsurprising she would have had the resources and influence to organise such an operation. It also seems that Ranni's magic was necessary, as she claims it was she who imparted the power of death upon the knives through fearsome rite. This also seems backed up by the knife print that we give to Rogier, who can detect her hand in the ritual which imbued the knives with their power.
The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite. Please, I beg of you, lend me the knife print for a time. I'd love nothing more than to tease out its secrets. Though only a fragment, a very specific ritual had to be performed to impart the power of the Rune of Death. Traces of the one who performed the rite are sure to remain in the imprint.
The term used by Ranni, fearsome rite, smacks of occultism, and it makes sense that Ranni would have this type of knowledge due to her association with the Dark Moon. Ranni's Dark Moon spell reads as follows. This moon was encountered by a young Ranni, led by the hand of her mother Rennala. What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. So Ranni's Dark Moon, specifically, is tied to occult mystery, and it is no doubt via the Dark Moon that Ranni will have learned or gained the skills necessary to imbue the Black Knives with death. But there is another player in the story of the Dark Moon, the Snowy Crone, Ranni's secret mentor. We learn of the crone via certain spells, such as Freezing Mist, which reads as follows. The Snowy Crone taught the young Ranni to fear the Dark Moon as she imparted her cold sorcery. And via the Snow Witch set, which reads, once warned by the Snowy Crone, who the young sorcery encountered deep in the woods, she was a witch and well versed in cold sorceries. The old witch was Ranni's secret mentor. Witches, the term that is used to describe this woman here, are generally associated with dark, occult, or blood magic, and Ranni in turn would become known as Ranni the Witch. So while it is probable that a lot of Ranni's powers are tied to the power of the Dark Moon, I believe that it was the crone, the Snow Witch, who told her how to wield them and taught her occult magic. As such, it is most likely from the crone that Ranni learned of the fearsome rite that would allow her to forge the Black Knives. Ranni's brother Rykard also seems to have been tangentially involved, as we learn via the Blasphemous Claw, which reads, on the night of the dire plot, Ranni rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge Malekith the Black Blade. So the English here is a little confusing as to why Ranni is actually giving these items to Rykard, so again Loki has been kind enough to provide a clearer translation of what is being conveyed here, and I quote their translation of the Blasphemous Claw now. Rock fragment engraved with a scale of the Rune of Death can divert the power of the Black Sword. On the night of the conspiracy, Praetor Rykard received a scale as a reward from Ranni, as the trump card to challenge Malekith the Black Sword, the Black Beast, who is destined death, when blasphemy someday comes. Now, blasphemy is a subject we talked about in great detail in my Rykard lore video. In essence, blasphemy means the turning against the Erdtree, Rykard turning against his own kin, and to take their power for his own. So in essence, it is his rebellion. That is what the Day of Blasphemy is. So from Loki's translation, it seems as though Ranni was giving Rykard this fragment so that he can challenge the gods in his time of blasphemy. He must have already shared his blasphemous ideals with his sister. That is why she trusts him enough to let him know about the conspiracy and her involvement in it by handing him these shards. And in essence, she's just causing more trouble for the Erdtree Order. She has just armed a future enemy of the Erdtree with a great weapon against their most powerful member. So in essence, Rykard is not really involved, rather he and his sister have both shared their ideals and they both share a hatred for the Erdtree and its order, and thus she's given a weapon to her brother just in the hopes that he can one day cause some trouble. But now that we've discussed Ranni's involvement, her involvement with making the blades, and organising the conspiracy in general, we now have to talk about the big elephant in the room, Marika, and why I believe she was not involved. So this brings us to the Marika question. Early on in the game's life cycle, many believed that Marika had a hand in the Night of the Black Knives, and many familiar with the channel, or people who follow me on Twitter, will know I am very cynical of that theory as it has never felt right to me, and I have included it for completeness in certain videos, but it's never been the one that I've held to be the truth. However, again for completeness, let's just go over why this is such a popular theory. It is mainly anchored by one central item, the Black Knife armor set, which states that the assassins had close ties to Marika. People have taken this to mean that Marika was tied to the conspiracy, that she had close ties to them through the planning of this conspiracy, and they believe it is reinforced by her perceived callousness towards her children.
In Marika's own words, "Hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god. But should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices."
If you'd want to see a video in more detail that discusses this theory, I'd recommend my good friend Ashen Hollow's lore video on this very subject. According to proponents of this theory, Marika's motivation for doing this, for killing her own son, is a way of rebelling against the greater will by killing her own child. Yeah, it's never really chimed true to me, and it just feels a little contrived, like they believe she's playing some kind of 4D chess. And really, the main person that gets something out of the Night of the Black Knives is Ranni, who specifically has it planned in a certain particular precise way for her benefit, as we will look at in the next chapter. So to jam Marika's ego and motives and 4D chess on top of Ranni's plans doesn't feel quite right. Emotionally, I also think a lot of people view Marika as some kind of Machiavellian schemer, and therefore readily accept this theory despite its flaws. Now, at the beginning of this video, I quoted an article from Bandai Namco themselves, an article from December, which explains the intent of what is being conveyed to us in the story trailer that also was released in December. Of course, we do need to bear in mind that the article is pre-release, it's December of 21, and some details did change thanks to the work of Sekiro Dubey and Lance McDonald. But it is only 2 months, and I reckon the broad details of the story trailer are generally correct. So I will quote the relevant passage from the article now. "One grim night in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the lands between. In a coordinated attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none was as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. After his death, the Elden Ring was somehow shattered, and the order of the world broke with it." So Bandai painted a picture of a god who wanted to protect her children from this attack, not involved, and that Godwyn's death caused her a great deal of grief. So to those that believe that Marika did have a hand in the assassination, at the very least need to acknowledge this as a major flaw in their argument. An article from the publisher themselves that isn't in-game, so can't be subject to the usual unreliable narrator arguments that we can sometimes get when discussing the finer points of the lore. Bandai Namco will have no doubt consulted with From Software before releasing this article, and no doubt got the finer details of what is being conveyed here from Software. And I think it is fair to say that FromSoft will certainly have greenlit the article, especially given how much they care about their lore and worlds. The reality of the Black Knife Assassin armor description to me is just a case of slightly awkward English that can be read in different ways, because while many people have read it as definitive proof of Marika's involvement, I simply have never read it that way because of the language used. And indeed this also does seem to be the opinion of Loki, who tweeted the following in a Twitter debate regarding this exact subject. To clarify, Marika's close ties with the assassins isn't in terms of dealings, but with familiarity / emotional affinity, kinship you could say, which makes sense given their blood ties. Whether that is alluding to more than just coming from the same tribe, no comment at this time. And that is exactly how I would read it. That there's a blood kinship tie, and in fact this makes the tragedy all the more, because Marika and her children are betrayed by those of their blood, those closest to them. So to me, and as directly stated by Bandai Namco, Marika is in fact a secondary victim of the event, someone who loses her son, rather than some Machiavellian mastermind who's playing 4D chess and kills her son in some bizarre convoluted plan to hit back at the Elden Ring, but then she shatters the Elden Ring anyway, rendering this scheme moot. For if Marika really was wanting to hit back against the Greater Will all this time in some clever plot, why not just shatter the Elden Ring straight away, as this is the real blow to the Greater Will's authority. The event is still important to Marika, even though she isn't involved. As the story trailer says, this event pushed Queen Marika to the brink, and as we have looked at in the previous chapters, in regards to the linguistics involved thanks to Loki, it is the trigger for the shattering of the Elden Ring, so it is still important. It's just that it causes someone who has lost her son to break the foundations of the world that she rules. So in summary, the causal link between the Night of the Black Knives and the shattering of the Elden Ring most makes sense if the tragedy of the Night of the Black Knives caused Marika in her grief to shatter the Elden Ring, combined with the linguistics shown by Loki and the Bandai Namco page that straight up exonerates her, I think we can safely put Marika's involvement to rest. With that being said, and the conspirators defined, it is time we discuss the motivations of those involved, and why they were motivated to take part in such a dangerous conspiracy. Let's look at the motivations of the Black Knife Assassins themselves, why they were part of this conspiracy, and what they expected to achieve from it. The first could be pretty simple, that they are simply Ranni's co-conspirators, and they believed initially in her mission to become the Lord of Night and bring about the Age of Stars. There's of course another more general explanation, is that they are kin to the Nox, and there's an underlying resentment for the Greater Will and its representatives held by Nox society. The armour sets of the Nox of course make it clear that the Nox are where they are, banished underground, because of past grudges against the Greater Will and its proponents, and we get evidence via the Finger Slayer blade that they have acted against the Greater Will before. So I think the motivation for this group could be fairly straightforward: revenge. Revenge for their kin's banishment, and a chance to overthrow the gods, put them to the sword, and bring about the Age of Stars. Either of those two fit. However, either way, I believe that Ranni later betrayed the Black Knife Assassins following the Night of the Black Knives, and there are two possible reasons for this as far as I see it. Explanation A is that Ranni deceived them as to the true purpose of the attack, and used them to achieve her real goal. While the assassins believed that this was a strike to bring down the gods, to kill them all, Ranni uses it as an opportunity to perform a ritual and free herself from her flesh, and she kept the truth of this purpose from the assassins, and used them as tools. Explanation B is that the assassins were fully aware and on board with the true purpose, but Ranni still turned on them following the attack, and imprisoned their leader to cover up her involvement, and left the rest of the assassins hung out to dry at the mercy of Leyndell guards and forces. And so at this point I should probably explain why I think Ranni deceived and betrayed the Black Knife assassins. And mainly I think my evidence comes from environmental storytelling. First of all, near the conclusion of Ranni's quest, there seems to be a coordinated attack against her people. And while I once thought that Ranni was still in control of the Black Knives and she ordered this attack to cover her tracks, I don't think this quite fits, given she does seem to show a lot of care for Iji and Blythe, even telling the player to tell Iji and Blythe that she loves them when she departs after we defeat the last baleful shadow. So no, even though she is ruthless, I don't think she had Blythe and Iji killed. So what happens here? Iji is killed, and surrounding him are the bodies of Black Knife assassins, and he is burning in the black flame of the Godskins. The potential connection between the Godskin apostles and the Black Knife assassins is something I've ruminated on before in my Eternal Cities lore video, so I shan't go over it again in huge detail. But regardless, the main takeaway here is that Black Knife assassins attacked Iji and killed him. Continuing with this Ludo narrative, when we free Blythe from the Everjail, he expresses fear for Ranni's safety and races to be by her side. When we next see him, he is indeed where Ranni should be, but he is in a bad way, maddened and surrounded by the corpses of Black Knife assassins. And to me it is implied that these assassins were here for Ranni, given their location right outside her tower. Unfortunately for them, Ranni has already departed through Renna's Rise, and they ended up meeting Blythe's blade instead. It shouldn't be too far of a stretch to believe that Ranni may have people out for her blood, as we do have definitive confirmation that there has already been an attempt on her life. We learn of this via the Black Wolf mask, a mask that perfectly mimics Blythe's appearance, and its description reads as follows: Relic of an assassin who assumed the guise of Ranni the Witch's loyal shadow. The likeness is striking. Now the implication here is that someone took on the guise of Blythe in order to get close to Ranni and essentially kill her. In prior videos I have speculated that this assassin may have been Darrowwill. This is of course the Bloodhound Knight that you can kill in the Everjail in Limgrave and Blythe is looking for. But ultimately whether or not it's Darrowwill is irrelevant, because either way it would certainly fit the narrative we are talking about of the Black Knife assassins attacking Ranni. Perhaps this was the Black Knife's more subtle first attempt at seeking retribution, hiring an assassin or having one of their own to try and get close to Ranni through subterfuge. But when it failed, they instead resorted to this strike team of Black Knives that Blythe ultimately kills. There's also the fact that Ranni asks us to retrieve the Finger Slayer blade from Nokron, but the Nox clearly aren't willing to give her the knife, hence why we have to break into the city, kill the Nox that are there, and steal the treasure from them. If the two factions were allied, and both ultimately wanting to bring about an Age of Stars, why wouldn't the Nox readily give Ranni the tool that she needs? And why are the Black Knife assassins, scions of the Nox themselves, and apparently Ranni's allies, attacking Ranni's people? Well, again, I think all of these things can be explained if Ranni had betrayed them, either by deceiving them to the true purpose of the mission and using them as disposable tools, or she betrayed them in the aftermath. Either way. We will talk about this more in the aftermath chapter, but consider why Alecto, ringleader of the Black Knives themselves, is imprisoned in an Everjail in Ranni's territory. in Moonlight Altar itself. To me, the Ludo narrative is clear. The Black Knife Assassins and Ranni are no longer allies. The Black Knife Assassins have a grudge against Ranni, and Ranni has imprisoned Alecto. But with that said, let us now go into Ranni's motives a bit more, and what she wanted exactly to get out of the Night of the Black Knives, and why she wanted it. Ranni's true end goal is more than simple assassination, as we can hear it from her directly.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Miquella, and Malenia could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean. But I would not acquiesce to the two fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing.
Ranni's death in body was not an unwanted consequence of the attack. Rather, it was the purpose of the attack in Ranni's mind. She wanted rid of her Empyrean flesh. She resented being controlled and tied to the greater will through her own body, tied to a fate she did not choose, a disposable pawn for the greater will. These are very understandable motives on a personal level for Ranni, but we also have to remember that Ranni will have fallen under the influence of the Snowy Crone and the Dark Moon, and no doubt they would have been encouraging her to take steps towards an Age of Stars and ascend as the Lord of Night. But it would do her plan no good if she was destroyed totally, obliterated in both body and soul, just to sever her connection to the greater will. And so she needed a plan, to rid herself of her body but remain in spirit and soul. What she needed was a totem to take the soul death consequence of destined death, while she was freed from her flesh prison. We will look at the specifics as to how this ritual worked in the next chapter, but it is important to understand Ranni's true reason for being involved in this conspiracy. Not to overthrow the gods, not yet at least, but specifically to begin to sever the bonds between herself, her two fingers, and the greater will. By being an Empyrean, she is tied by her body to the two fingers and the greater will, unable to make her own fate. And again, we will later see her complete this plan by killing the baleful shadows and then finally slaying her two fingers, finally severing that connection and confirming that this has been Ranni's long-held intention to all of her schemes. So with the stage set, the motives of both main parties clear, let us talk about the specifics of the night itself. That night of wintry fog, the Night of the Black Knives. As the story trailer tells us, it was on a night of wintry fog that the Rune of Death was stolen, and this was the first part of the scheme. And so the first question may be, how were they able to achieve this? How did they steal a fragment of the Rune of Death, given that Malekith is such a powerful being? Well, the truth is pretty simple. Malekith was far more careless in the past than he is now. When we meet Malekith in our story, he is very reticent to even reveal his real identity, pretending to be someone known as Geraint. And he has the Black Blade, the sword that is imbued with destined death, hidden within his very flesh. However, this is a precaution that essentially came too late, as we learn the following from the Black Blade item description. After a fragment of death was stolen on that fateful night, Malekith bound the blade within his own flesh, such that none might ever rob death again. Rob death again and after that fateful night, meaning that prior to this, Malekith did not hide his black blade within his flesh, and indeed there is evidence that he wielded it quite openly and publicly. For example, Malekith's armour set reads the following: Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with destined death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him. Champions knew what was at stake. Indeed, that is what made them champions. The fact that Malekith is widely feared, and everyone knew what was at stake if they stood against him, suggests that Malekith was just openly wielding the Black Blade, imbued with death. He was Marika's Grim Reaper, a symbol of her power, and a subtle reminder that in a world where death is confined, Marika's Black Blade was the only one capable of slaying a demigod. Yet it was this arrogance that evidently gave the conspirators their opportunity, and Ranni seems to claim that she specifically stole the Rune of Death personally. As she says in her speech,
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death, and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death. I did it all. Meaning she did all the parts she just confessed to, stole the rune, and forged the black slaying knives. In fairness, this does also make quite a bit of sense when you think about it. Ranni would be in the best position to get close to Malekith and steal a fragment of the Rune of Death. She was royalty, and given the fact her involvement seems hidden for a long time, at this stage she would have just been part of the royal family beyond suspicion with a lot of access. Then, using the knowledge learned from the Snowy Crone, or the Dark Moon, Ranni imparted the power of death through a fearsome occult rite. Now, we spoke earlier on the knives themselves, and how Ranni no doubt used the Blade of Calling weapon as a template and imbued these blades with the power of death. And in essence, this is why the Black Knife acts as like a corrupted version of the Blade of Calling. And it brings us to an aspect of the blades we haven't yet mentioned, their unusual shape. In the description of the blade itself, it is described as oddly misshapen, and indeed, I believe it was the ritual itself that morphed the blade to take on this form, because despite it being misshapen, it is not random. All the blades are uniform, and I believe it is taking the form of either the Rune of Death itself, or the half-wound wheel of the centipede. You see, the actual form and shape of the Rune of Death appears to hold some power because of the shape itself, as we will see when we discuss how Ranni and Godwyn had the runes literally carved into them. And I believe that the blades have been warped by the power of destined death to take on the form of the Rune of Death. Once the blades were forged, the assassins headed out to attack their victims, and thanks to their special garb that we've already discussed, they would have been able to reach their victims undetected and unseen. The sentry's torch may shine a light, pun intended, on how effective this was and how defenceless the demigods were. It reads as follows: Torch given to protectors of the Erdtree. Its flames are bestowed with a special incantation which allows the bearer to see assassins cloaked in veils, furnished on behalf of the Erdtree and the grace-given Lord, such that a Knight of the Black Knives will never come again. So this implies that on the actual Knight of the Black Knives, the authorities and guards had no defence and no answer to these hidden veils. How could they if they'd never experienced them before? And they really had no idea of numerous assassins simply slipping past them and reaching their targets unaccosted. Now, at this juncture I want to return to the Bandai Namco article that describes the event, as it does give some details as to how the event might have played out. In-game, we are only directly referenced to one victim of the Knight of the Black Knives, and that is Godwyn, yet this article suggests that more than one was killed during this attack. And again, I will read the relevant passage. In a coetaneous attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous, too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none was as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. This of course ties up with the story trailer as you'd expect, given this article accompanied it. In the trailer, Ranni narrates the events of the Knight of the Black Knives, and again I will quote her narration now. And the demigods began to fall, starting with Godwyn the Golden. The fact she says starting with Godwyn the Golden suggests that many demigods were to die in this event, and that Godwyn was just the first. Now, this does tie up with some interesting mentions in the game that could give the claim some validity. Firstly, in the intro to the game itself, it says something of a similar nature.
And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
The first to perish, again, meaning that more than one demigod was killed in that night, and that Godwyn was just the first. So we can imagine all the assassins spreading out the lands between, as Bandai Namco describes it, a coetaneous attack, to strike at different targets simultaneously. This also supports the idea that the aim of the assassins could have been to generally strike against the gods, to cause as much damage to the regime as possible, and that Ranni obscured the real truth of the operation to them. Now, how does this help explain the other soulless demigods that we find in the mausoleums throughout the lands between? I think it is meant to explain them, that these are the soulless demigods, that the other kin of Marika that died in this attack were the soulless demigods that we now see in the mausoleums. There are some difficulties when it comes to the specific of soullessness, but we will talk about that at the end of the chapter. But in general, let's just accept that more than one demigod was slain during the attack, and these may well be the demigods found in the wandering mausoleums. Let us talk about the killing of Godwyn now, as it is the pivotal moment of this whole event and whole subject. Firstly, when it comes to the location of where it took place, it almost certainly took place in Leyndell, given that Tyche's ashes describe a flight from the royal capital after she slew Godwyn the Golden, showing not only that Alecto and Tyche were directly involved in Godwyn's murder, but this murder took place in the royal capital of Leyndell. Given how this scene is almost tragedian in nature, it would make sense thematically if this happened at the heart of the Erdtree Empire, right in Leyndell, that the assassins slipped past the guard right into Godwyn's personal chambers in the heart of Leyndell. Given that we see Godwyn partially dressed in the intro slides and in the story trailer as he's being murdered, I imagine that they caught Godwyn unawares and unprepared, and given that he is mighty enough a god to have defeated Fortissax, this would certainly be the prudent way to kill him. Yet the assassins did not merely stab him to death, his death was far more ritualistic in nature, and we can already get hints of this in the opening cinematic. You can see he's been held in place by two assassins, while a third is carving a very specific shape into their back. We can learn more about this carving via the curse mark of death, an item pulled from Ranni's original body which also has a carving in it. This item reads as follows: curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Ranni the Witch, also known as the half-whale wound of the centipede. The curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, two demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into two half-wheels. Ranni was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So this gives us an insight into the specifics of Ranni's plan, and how it worked, and what happened to Godwyn. Firstly, it does mention that the two curse marks, the one on Ranni's back, which we can still physically see, and the one carved onto Godwyn, were physically carved. The carving of this mark upon flesh apparently gives power to the rune itself. This brings death to the bearer of the rune, the person whose flesh this is carved upon. In this case, however, Ranni used this ritual for her own means, to split the effects of death, to only take half and put the other half on Godwyn. She used Godwyn as a totem to take the death of soul part, while she merely took the death of body part, and this is what is meant by the part that says, this curse mark was carved at the moment of the death of the first demigod and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, two demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into two half-wheels. This suggests that at the exact moment Godwyn was having the half wound carved into his, Ranni was also having the other half carved into her back. The effect of this was that it made a full wheel of death splitting the effects between the two. This paints a pretty dramatic picture of Ranni atop the Liurnian tower that wintry night, having a half wound carved into her back, while Alecto and her cohorts did the same to Godwyn at the exact same moment in Leyndell. This was Ranni's plan, the purpose for her involvement in the conspiracy. It freed her soul from her Empyrean flesh. The fact that the curse mark item description describes her flesh as discarded shows that this was a purposeful design. She wanted rid of this flesh. Yet the price was high, and even Ranni probably didn't see the extent of the consequences of her actions. For not only did it condemn a being to a soulless living death, which must be a hellish state of existence, given what we see of Godwyn and his new body, but it also resulted in the spread of the death root and the rise of those who live in death, starting a brand new cycle of suffering all over again. Again, these are points I would like to remind people of when they see Ranni as some kind of hero. She isn't a villain, but she ruthlessly condemns Godwyn for her own aims to an eternity of suffering, and her recklessness gives rise to the pitiful beings known as those who live in death, and through no fault of their own, these beings will just be hounded and hunted by those of the Golden Order. This also brings us back to the issue of the soulless demigods I mentioned earlier. Godwyn was the first to die, and he was killed in soul only to benefit Ranni's plan. So why would these other demigods, if we're presuming the ones in the mausoleum were the ones killed in the Night of the Black Knives alongside Godwyn, be described as soulless if it was only Godwyn who was killed in this ritualistic manner? Well, there are a few ways to explain this. The first one is a bit of a case of Occam's razor, the simplest explanation being that the other soulless demigods are dead in soul but also in body. The curse mark of death says that the rune should have taken the form of a wheel, should have, meaning perhaps the other assassination attempts went ahead as normal and the whole rune of death was carved into the back of the targets, killing them both in body and in spirit rather than just soul. I think this does make sense. There is a distinction between being dead and being dead and soulless, and it would still give a reason that their fate would be mourned by the likes of those at Castle Sol. It is because they are without souls, unable to pass on properly, not that they are just dead. There are a few other alternative explanations for this, but I don't want to get into a rabbit hole about this, as this is probably a subject for another video. But I think it's fair to say that the soulless demigods found in the mausoleums are meant to represent, probably, the others that were killed that night. And now, with the devastating effects of the night itself discussed, let us move on to the aftermath of what happened following this event. In the immediate aftermath of Godwyn's death, we learn of the assassins fleeing from the scene of the crime, and we learn this via Taiki's ashes, which read as follows. Taiki was one of the assassins who, on the night of the plot, imbued her black blade with the rune of death and slew Godwyn the Golden. She was the daughter of the Black Knife ringleader Alecto, and was killed protecting her mother during their flight from the royal capital. So a flight from the capital suggests that despite slipping into the capital undetected, that their escape was far more eventful. Indeed, I get the general impression that Ranni basically hung the assassins out to dry after the attack. We find them scattered throughout the lands between, hiding in caves, dungeons, and the capital itself, giving the impression of a panicked flight from Leyndell as they were hunted and killed by the authorities. Indeed, if one looks carefully at the assassin found in the death-touched catacombs, we can see that they are greatly wounded, armour rent and bloodied. Elsewhere, the assassins are hiding, and their resting demeanour gives off the impression of a fugitive, exhausted and hounded to the fringes of the lands between, and no doubt many were hunted and killed in the hours, days and months following the assassination. Later on, we learn via the Sentry Torch that the grace-given lord, Morgott, would equip his forces with sentry torches, meaning that the Black Knife assassins would never have the power over the Leyndell capital that they once did, and perhaps these tools were even used by Leyndell forces to hunt down the remaining Black Knives in years to come. And while I have no doubt that the Leyndell forces fell upon the assassins, I suspect that Ranni is responsible for Alecto and Taiki's final fate. Whether carrying forces killed Taiki and arrested Alecto, or whether Alecto fled to Ranni with her daughter in her arms being killed by Leyndell forces, it is clear to me that either way, Ranni imprisoned Alecto following the assassination, and conveniently, her involvement in the conspiracy would be hidden for years until Rogier uncovered the truth finally. Ranni was probably content to let people believe she too was a victim of the slaughter, and I would guess that she did not return in her new form until some time later, perhaps when she returned to claim a great rune after the shattering, but that's just speculation of course. Meanwhile, we learn that Godwyn was of course buried at the roots of the Great Tree, and from him would spread the death root throughout the lands between, bringing those who live in death. This event is something I look at in great detail in my Godwyn lore video, but in short, this is the biggest consequence of this fateful night. It exposed the flaws in the deathless Golden Order, and began a cycle of persecution that would lead to Goldmask examining the nature of the Golden Order and what went wrong here. The wrongness of this act, the slaughter of Ranni's own kin, and to deny him a true death, is reflected in the corruption of the world. Godwyn's growths and tendrils reach even to Farum Azula and the deepest caverns. It is a rot born of a terrible crime and the breaking of fate. It is Kigare. Then of course came the shattering of the Elden Ring, and the great suffering of the Shattering War that followed. I think we have shown fairly conclusive evidence that it was the trauma of this night and the loss of her child that drove Marika to shatter the Elden Ring, bereft and disenchanted with the Golden Order she once served, an order that couldn't even save her son from a horrific, endless fate, and so she brought a hammer down in a fateful blow that would change the world. As a sort of epilogue, there is something else I want to touch upon: Ordina Liturgical Town, and the Black Knife assassins found here. I feel it is no coincidence that Ordina has the exact same architecture as Celia, and we have strong evidence that the assassins themselves are Celian, and we here find in Ordina plenty of Black Knife assassins, one of the most concentrated locations for them in the entire game. To me, it is very possible that a group of assassins fled here and have built a new township, following the architecture of where they are probably from. Perhaps they built this under the aegis of a new, forgiving lord, one they still serve in their exile by protecting access to his lands for any who would want to access the Erdtree.
The misshapen corpse under Stormveil. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way.
The lands between have suffered in many ways. Most recently, the Shattering has upended the order of the world, plunging the world into utter chaos. Yet before that, a slower corruption was unleashed upon the world. On a dark night of treason, the demigod Godwyn the Golden was struck down in an event that would shake the foundations of the world. Not only was Godwyn the first of the demigods to die, but it also set into motion a series of events that would erode the very foundations of the Golden Order. For Godwyn did not die in the normative sense. Instead, it was his soul that was slain, and his body left to rot without it, and Godwyn's body would live on as the Prince of Death. From Godwyn's living corpse would spread the Death Root, and from its loins a whole host of life within death would spring. These beings exist outside the boundaries of the established Golden Order, the order of the world. They pollute and taint its truth. and the signs of this corruption can be seen everywhere, from Liurnia even to Farum Azula. The result is some of the most tragic stories in Elden Ring, of a prince and a people who through no fault of their own have been left to rot outside of the bounds of order. And yet conversely, we also get some of the greatest heroes arising from this tragedy, individuals ready to sacrifice everything to undo the wrongs that have been done. So join me this week as we assess the history and undeath of Godwyn, the Prince of Death. What we know of Godwyn the Golden before his murder is sparse, but we can build a somewhat semi-coherent impression of a fairly gallant and heroic figure. Of course, Godwyn is one of the most famous early members of the Golden lineage, the offspring of Marika and Godfrey. For example, the finger reader in the Deeproot Depths says the following of Godwyn.
A scion of the Golden Bough, sentenced to live in death. How could such a thing come to be?
Of course, the term Scion of the Golden Bough, meaning that he is a branch or offshoot of the Golden Bough, the Golden lineage. And while it's never directly mentioned that he is the son of Marika and Godfrey and he could just be an offshoot, it is implied that he is through the Golden Epitaph Sword, in which we quite often associate the prayer from a young boy being of Miquella, and we will certainly go into that in more detail later in this video. But Miquella refers to Godwyn as brother, and of course being his brother would make sense if they are both the children of Marika. And given Godwyn is heavily involved in the early events of the Golden lineage's history, I think it is a fair assumption to make that he is Marika and Godfrey's son, rather than just a relative or offshoot a couple of generations removed from Godfrey and Marika. However, I do just bring this all up because it is worth remembering it isn't directly stated that Godwyn is Marika and Godfrey's son. However, his clear connection to the early Golden lineage means that he was one of the first demigods. For example, Godric's Great Rune reads the following. The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden lineage. And while Godric specifically admires Godfrey, Godwyn in his early years is essentially everything that Godric wishes to be: powerful, respected, and a member of the Golden lineage who wears the title Golden with pride. We know that one of the greatest exploits attributed to Godwyn's life is his role in defeating the dragons who invaded Leyndell in the war against the dragons. We learn of this war via Grandsax's bolt, which reads the following. A great ancient dragon, Grandsax, once rained calamity upon the royal capital, the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls have fallen. This marked the dawn of the war against the ancient dragons. This mighty dragon, Grandsax, is the gigantic corpse that we can still witness in Leyndell today, alongside his mighty bolt spear. This war appears to have been a massive challenge to the Erdtree forces, as it is noted that this was the only time that the Falls of Leyndell would fall. This is significant, for we know that even in the warring tribes of the demigods during the Shattering, that no one could pierce the mighty barriers, and we know of two instances specifically where the forces of Leyndell repelled all invading demigods, the first and second defences of Leyndell. This helps emphasise the power and brutality of this assault, for it even eclipses what the demigods would be able to muster. Another dragon that took part in this assault would be Fortissax, a dragon who is one of the mightiest amongst his brethren, and we learn of Fortissax's renown via Fortissax's lightning spear, which reads as follows. During the War of the Ancient Dragons, these twin red lightning stakes were the hallmark of one ancient dragon, who was called the mightiest Boulderstone. Fortissax was one of the most dangerous dragons in this conflict, and yet Godwyn the Golden would step up in this war and earn the respect of this adversary, something we learn via the relevant sword memorial, which reads as follows. The routing of the ancient dragons, Godwyn the Golden fought to the last, earning the friendship of dread Fortissax. So this sword memorial tells us quite a lot about Godwyn as a person and a warrior. He was clearly a great fighter and a courageous one at that. The term fought to the last suggests a real brutal conflict in which Godwyn was one of the last fighting, one of the last standing. And given Fortissax's reputation, it makes Godwyn's renown as a warrior even more when we learn that Godwyn was actually able to defeat the mighty Fortissax. And we learn this from the Lightning Spear incantation, which reads as follows. Long ago, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortissax and befriended his fallen foe, an event that would give rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. So Godwyn is evidently a respected and powerful warrior, but is also magnanimous in victory, for not only does he spare the mighty Fortissax, a dangerous foe, but is so honourable that he befriends him, a loyalty that will be repaid in kind tenfold later down the line, as we will see later on in this video. So while we don't get many pieces of information about Godwyn in his early life, what we do learn about him is pretty interesting. He was evidently a powerful warrior, a powerful demigod, powerful enough to contend with the dragons, but he was also a man of mercy and foresight. His friendship with Fortissax inspires both sides of the conflict and turns a devastating war into an alliance between the capital and dragonkind. As the Lightning Spear states, this friendship would result in the rise of a dragon cult, and even Lansax, Fortissax's sister, would become the priestess to this cult, and we learn of this specifically from Lansax's glaive, which reads as follows. Lansax was the sister of Fortissax. It is said she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the dragon cult. Therefore, the worship of dragon and the incorporation of their powers would become highly popular among the Leyndell Knights. We can even see them wielding these powers in the game. And, as is said by the Gravelstone Seal, the worship of ancient dragons does not conflict with belief in the Erdtree. After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold. One of the most famous of these dragon cultists would be Dragon Knight Kristoff, who would be mighty enough to capture Godfroy, one of the golden lineage. Yet another famous adherent of this cult would be none other than Vike himself, who we learn from Vike's Dragonbolt was Lansax's favourite, and it is clear that before pursuing the Frenzied Flame, he was a distinguished Dragon Knight. All of this is a part of Godwyn's legacy, a tribute to his actions prior to his murder, and as I said at the beginning of the video, it paints a fairly positive picture of this fallen lord. Everything thus far attributed to him is positive, a powerful warrior, and yet a gracious one. And there's one other interaction that we can attribute to Godwyn, tentatively, and this is some sort of relationship developed with his half-brother Miquella, and he himself one of the greatest among their number. So to earn Miquella's respect is a good thing indeed. We get the evidence that Miquella appears to have developed a fondness for his half-brother from the golden epitaph sword that I mentioned earlier. That item reads as follows. A sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die. Infused with a humble prayer of a young boy, O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death. So the reason that we attribute this prayer to Miquella as the most likely candidate is because later we find another connection between Miquella and Godwyn at Castle Sol that implies Miquella's enduring empathy for Godwyn's position, but we will return to that in a later chapter. The point of highlighting this relationship is just to humanise Godwyn the Golden further, who wasn't always the lifeless Prince of Death. It shows that he was a figure of such stature and personality that he even gained the love and respect of Miquella, himself a beloved, wise and respected figure. In totality, this has always given me a very positive image and view of Godwyn, a pretty colossal figure in the early years of Erdtree royal family history, and a proud representative of the Golden Order. So with that being said, let us now turn to the Night of the Black Knives, the event that would transform Godwyn and the world forever. So I'm really interested to analyse this event from a Godwyn-centric perspective, so we can get into the real nitty-gritty of what actually happened, and try and understand the origins of Godwyn's current situation. So with that said, let us start off what we know from Roger's description of the event itself.
It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history.
So this happened during the height of the Erdtree's rule. However, it obviously happened after the Rune of Death was confined and sealed by Malekith, following the Godskin apostasy, as the rune needed to be with Malekith for it to be stolen by the Knight of the Black Knives conspirators. Malekith's sealing of Death's Death following the Godskin apostasy is an event well evidenced by the Godskin Apostle Set, which reads the following. The Apostles, once said to serve Death's Death, are wielders of the God-slain Black Flame, but after their defeat by Malekith, the Black Blade, the source of their power was sealed away. The source of that power that Malekith would seal is of course the Rune of Death, or Death's Death, as we learn via Malekith's remembrance. We learn from Malekith's Black Blade that it was only after the Night of the Black Knives, that fateful night, that he would seal the rune within his own flesh, and when we come for Death's Death, this is where it yet remains, as we see when he draws it out of himself in the second stage of his fight. Prior to this, however, he wielded it rather flamboyantly within his Black Blade, as we learn via the description of Malekith's armour, which reads as follows. Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with Death's Death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him. And while it is not easy for us to seal Death's Death, in fact we need to kill the Black Blade himself, at this stage, if it is just within his sword, it would certainly set the stage for the ultimate heist.
On a night of wintry fog, the Rune of Death was stolen. And the demigods began to fall. Starting with Godwyn the Golden. Queen Marika was driven to the brink.
From Malekith's blade, a fragment of the Rune of Death was stolen, and it would remain the greatest failure of Malekith, for which he would attempt to atone for the coming years, to little success. Before we go any further, we need to understand what the Rune of Death is, so that we can better understand what the assassins were trying to achieve in this attack.
The Rune of Death goes by two names. The other is Destined Death, the forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
Destined Death, also known as the Rune of Death, was confined upon the creation of the Golden Order, something we learn about via the mending rune of the Death Prince. So the Rune of Death was clearly a part of the greater Elden Ring prior to this confinement, given the term rune is used here, the same term used to describe these shattered fragments of the Elden Ring found throughout the world and in the possession of the demigods. Further cementing this idea, when we use a mending rune at the end of the game, we are incorporating a new rune into the Elden Ring, which is built up of different runes that govern the lands between. For that is what the Elden Ring is, a source of power that influences the world and governs its laws. The best illustration of how the Elden Ring and its incorporated runes work is the confinement of the Rune of Death itself, for when it is removed, we very much see the effect of death being removed from the laws of the land. The removal of the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring has made the world a deathless hell, hence why everyone in the world is a pathetic dried out husk, a zombie, and this is best described by the aristocratic set worn by the wandering nobles, who are very zombie-like. And so it was literally the power of death, a rune of death that the assassins wished to imbue their weapons with, so that they may once again bring death to the gods in a world absent death. These knives, their iconic knives that they forge, were made using the power of this stolen fragment of the Rune of Death, a process described by Ranni, one of the ringleaders of the event.
Indeed, I am the witch Ranni. I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite.
So with a fragment, and only a fragment, bear in mind, Ranni and her co-conspirators forged these knives using the power of destined death, meaning each blade was literally forged from death itself. This is not the only time that a fearsome rite was used to forge a god-slaying blade, and it is one of those nice instances of coherent lore that establishes precedent. What I'm referring to, of course, is the Finger Slayer blade, forged by the Nox as well. The Nox, of course, being Ranni's allies in the Night of the Black Knives. And so therefore, for me at least, it makes it a lot more easy to understand where the ability to forge such dangerous blades had come from. In my opinion, it is the method of creation that also influenced the very shape of the blades, their spiky, iconic form not too dissimilar from the half-wheel of the centipede, the form of the Rune of Death. The result is obviously a blade drenched in the power of destined death, as is most easily seen when the assassins use the power of the red flame, much like Malekith can. In my Eternal Cities lore video, which I highly recommend watching for a more in-depth look at the Nox, I spoke on how the Nox were a community of Numen defined by their allegiance to the stars, and that they are evidently excellent craftsmen and alchemists. We can see their craft in the many creations attributed to them, like the Dragonkin, the Finger Slayer blade, puppetry, and now, tentatively, these black knives, which no doubt combined Nox knowledge with Ranni's power and sorcery. I mention this because I believe Noxian ingenuity is no doubt what provided the science or magic behind the iconic assassin cloak and armours, and we learn of the potency of these relics from Roger, who says the following.
You recall our conversation about the Night of the Black Knives, yes? They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City, a group entirely of women arrayed in armour of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye.
Indeed, when we meet some of the assassins ourselves, we know this to be true, given they can strike at us entirely unseen until it is too late. Again, this is a well-written bit of lore for me, because we actually have precedent of the Noxians having developed sorcery that revolves around fooling the eye. I of course refer to the sorceries developed in Celia, Town of Sorcery, a town descended from the Nox and the Eternal Cities.
I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
Aside from this statement from Gowry, we get other bits of proof tying the town to the Eternal Cities. Of course, most notably, the Crypt Chair, which is also incorporated into Celia's coat of arms, not to mention the presence of a Nox monk and swordstress guarding the chair. Finally, the Celian sorceries themselves are called night sorceries, tying it closely to the Nox, the Latin word for night. And if that still doesn't convince you for some reason, one of these Celian night sorceries, Night Maiden's Mist, taught by Gowry, is explicitly a Noxian practice. Not only is it a spell utilised by the Night Maidens of Nokron and named after them, but it also says the following. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. So now that we have firmly tied Celia and its night sorceries to the eternal cities, let us now consider the practices actually developed within this town. Well, having a look at it, we quickly come to realise that these sorceries are developed with the intent of aiding assassinations. For example, the Night Shard reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. And so we begin to get an idea of how the Black Knife assassins could have been developed as a concept, especially when we look at the most pertinent sorcery, Unseen Form, which to me is no doubt linked to the assassin's hidden form. I think that this is again one of the most satisfying and well thought out pieces of lore in the entire game, because everything that makes up a Black Knife assassin has a tie to existing background lore, and it is a holistic combination of Noxian, scientific and magical developments. We have the Fingerslayer blade, which explains the Nox and Numen penchant for forging these weapons. We have the night sorceries of Celia that can help explain the development of invisibility. And finally, the Black Knife assassins themselves are all nimble female warriors, extremely reminiscent of the all-female bodyguards of the Night Maidens, the Swordstress. It all makes it feel real. The Black Knife assassins aren't just a plot point shoehorned in, they are a culmination of a culture's development and practices, and I really appreciate this detail. It's also a pretty cool thought that the Knight of the Black Knives was partially gestated from the town of Sorcery, that seems pretty good at hiding its deeper secrets. Let us return to the assassination itself. The way in which these blades were brought to bear against Godwyn is unusual. The assassins did not merely stab Godwyn, but seem to have carved his flesh instead. Indeed, we see this taking place in the intro cinematic, where Godwyn is being restrained so that the rune of death can be carved into his flesh. This carving of the Hallowbrand is actually well described by Fia, who says the following.
Have you ever seen a Hallowbrand? When the first of the demigods died, his flesh was marked with the half-wheel wound of the centipede.
So it seems for this fragment of the rune of death to actually work, the curse mark must be carved in full upon the intended victim, and this is further illustrated by the other victim of the Knight of the Black Knives, Ranni. She herself has another half of this Hallowbrand carved into her original flesh, found atop the tower in Liurnia. The curse mark pulled from her body gives us more details, as it reads the following. Curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Ranni the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Ranni was the first of the demigod whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So we can physically see the curse mark wounded into Ranni's flesh, again reinforcing the fact that not only are these blades imbued with death, but to take the intended effect, the curse mark of death needed to actually be carved onto the victim's flesh, as it is both carved onto Godwyn's flesh and Ranni's. However, we learned some specifics to the outcome of the Knight of the Black Knives. The wounds on both Godwyn's and Ranni's bodies are halves of the one whole, that if put together would form the circular whole of a curse of death. Now, the fact that this item description says should have may lead one to believe that the intent behind the attack was to fully kill Godwyn with both half of the wheel, so he died in soul and in flesh. That it was an accident that led to Ranni dying in body when the wheel fractured. Yet this doesn't appear to be the case, and it appears the breaking of the wheel was actually intended by Ranni, as she says the following.
But I would not acquiesce to the 2 fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing.
So I'm quite sure this nuance is clear to most people at this point in the game's life cycle, but this dialogue heavily implies that Ranni planned for the Knight of the Black Knives to go the way it did. Her real objective was actually to slay her own Empyrean flesh. Her flesh is even described as discarded flesh in the curse mark item description, suggesting that she got rid of this flesh. How she actually achieved this result and broke the wheel is an interesting process to consider, as she too seems to have the half wound, the other half, carved into her back physically. It's hard to get your head around, but my belief is that while the assassins were carving the rune into Godwyn, Ranni was committing a similar act upon herself, and the fact it happened at the same time broke the Hallowbrand between them, condemning Godwyn to shoulder the burden of the soul death half, while Ranni benefited from the death in body. In the curse mark description, It describes the breaking of the wheel in the following way. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 wheels. The use of that word creates a chain of causality with what comes next in that sentence, i.e., it was because 2 demigods died simultaneously that the wheel was broken, splitting the totality of death into 2 halves, one dying of flesh and one dying in soul. Ranni only wanted to have the effects of one side of the wheel, and so used Godwyn as a totem for the other half to achieve her aims. This does tie up with what we know of Ranni, and we see in her actions. She is trying to sever all ties with the 2 fingers, as it appears that when she was chosen as Empyrean, she was in some metaphysical way bound to them, and unable to follow a path of her own choosing. But by doing this, by cruelly forcing Godwyn into her bid for freedom, she condemns a man to a horrific fate and would inadvertently cause the spread of the death root. However, it is the first step in her ultimate goal of severing her connection to her fingers, and we do see her carry on this path in her questline. She has first slayed her own flesh, she then kills the pursuing baleful shadows, and then finally slays her own 2 fingers, allowing her to pursue her own objectives and cast off her predetermined fate as an Empyrean for the greater will. If this is the case, then Godwyn's death is even more tragic, as it makes him seem as mere collateral damage to Ranni's plans, and the fact she has essentially condemned a man to live forever in undeath as a soulless ghoul is something people should consider if they view Ranni as a hero. And while I think this is true from Ranni's perspective, as in this was the objective of the Knight of the Black Knives, I don't think it is as simple as this for the rest of the conspirators involved. I believe they had different ideas as to what would happen, so let's try and analyse the aftermath of the Knight of the Black Knives and what the other motivations may have been for the other conspirators, though I do want to make it clear what follows is my own speculation based on environmental storytelling and in-game lore. So the first co-conspirators are of course the Black Knife Assassins themselves. Were they aware of Ranni's full intentions? It would certainly make sense if they did, given both parties want to bring about an Age of Night, and yet despite this, I do believe there's evidence that the Assassins and Ranni are now at loggerheads. Firstly, Ranni asks us to retrieve the Fingerslayer blade from the city of Nokron. Consider why we would actually need to do this if Ranni was still allies with the Nox. Surely they would give her this tool that would help her achieve the Age of Night. Furthermore, Ranni doesn't even know where the city of Nokron is. Again, a curious state of affairs for someone supposedly allied with the Nox. And then there of course is the bizarre series of events that involve Ranni's counsellors, and their attempted and actual deaths at the hand of the Black Knife Assassins. As Blythe seems to be surrounded by Black Knife Assassins as if they have tried to kill him, and Iji's body is similarly surrounded by the corpses of Black Knife Assassins. So I had once considered that this was Ranni cleaning house, that she had commanded the assassins to take out Blythe and Iji, and while I am more or less certain that she turned Celovus into a puppet as an ironic punishment for his plans for her, I don't think this makes sense that she would just kill the others, given she says this near the end of her quest.
Now I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and Iji I love them.
They are her childhood friends, and as ruthless as I see Ranni to be, I very much she could bring herself to slaughter these two in cold blood, directly at least. Leaving them to their fates is another matter entirely, of course. So what do these attacks mean? Well, I speculate that Ranni misled the Black Knife Assassins, and these attack on Ranni's people is an attempt at retribution. Remember the curse mark item description. It says, should have taken the form of a wheel, as if that was the intention behind those who were carving it. I believe that the Black Knife Assassins believed they were truly planning to slay the gods, to overthrow the Erdtree order, and to pick up where the Godskin apostasy and the Gloam-Eyed Queen had failed. Godwyn, as a leading member of the royal family, would have been a juicy target for them in their plans to overthrow the Greater Will. A great act of revenge for their punishment at the hands of the Greater Will. In my Eternal City video, I spoke on the potential connections between the Eternal Cities and the Gloam-Eyed Queen's apostles, and while e.g. burning in the Black Godslayer flame could be a mistake, I am of the belief that the Godskins were an Eternal City creation. I won't go into as much detail as I did on that video, and again, I recommend it, but essentially the fascination of the Nox with creating artificial life is very much a facet of their society. Most notably the Albinaurics, which we learn were a creation of the Eternal City from some cut Tops dialogue. Artificially created life ties in with the description of the Godskins found in the Swaddling Cloth, which to me implies accelerated growth and hand-rearing by the Gloam-Eyed Queen herself, suggesting they aren't people that become Godskins, rather they are created. Then there's of course the implied connection between the Black Knife Assassins and Godskins working together. This is at E.G.'s murder scene of course. Scattered around his body are the corpses of Black Knife Assassins, who E.G. evidently killed defending himself. However, he is not burning in the red flame of destined death, the weapon used by the assassins. Rather, he is burning in the black flame of the Godskin apostles, suggesting it was one of their number who got the final blow on the troll. I think this suggested connection between the Godskin movement and the Black Knives lays bare their intentions, to bring about the deaths of the gods and overthrow them, not help Ranni further her own agenda. And while the Nox armour set tell us that they too want to bring about the Age of Stars, I imagine they wouldn't take kindly by being used by another usurper wanting to take the throne for herself. Whatever the motivation or reason behind it, I think it is clear now that the Eternal Cities and Ranni are at loggerheads, and it's further backed up by Electo, the leader of the Black Knife's assassins, being imprisoned in the Moonlight Altar, a Carrion Everjail. I speculate that post Night of the Black Knives, having used them to achieve her goal, Ranni imprisoned Electo, and the assassins take the heat, which is why we see them scattered throughout the land, hiding in the fringes and deep places of the world. No wonder we need a star to break into Nokron. Quite a tangent. But now let us look at another co-conspirator and what they aim to get out of this. Praetor Rykard. We learn of Rykard's involvement via the Blasphemous Claw item description, which reads as follows. On the night of the dire plot, Ranni rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge Malekith the Black Blade, the Black Beast of Destined Death. So it looks like Ranni brought Rykard into this plot, and given what we know about him in his later, more overtly blasphemous years, it is easy to see him as an obvious fit. Much like the Eternal City cohort, I believe that Rykard will have just wanted to strike against the gods and America. He doesn't have any connection or care for the Age of Stars. Ranni's motive in bringing her brother in is pretty clear. He is just a last-minute defense against Malekith. And then of course we need to discuss the possible involvement of Queen Marika in the plot itself. Now I do discuss this possibility in my Marika lore video in far more depth, so please go and watch that if you are interested in a more detailed analysis. But in short, as I am sure most of you are aware, the main evidence for Marika being involved comes from the Black Knife Assassin armour set that describes the women as Numen closely associated with Marika, as well as certain dialogues that imply a sort of utilitarian view of her own children. As I said in my Marika video, I am not someone who personally believes this to be 100% true, yet I do also acknowledge the legitimacy of the theory, especially given the language used in the Black Knife Assassin armour set. And so with that said, if she was involved, what do I believe to be her motivations? Well, as said in my previous Marika video, a thoughtful Reddit post by the user Ha links the scrolls and tablets found in Marika's chambers to the declaration she makes regarding studying the depths of the Golden Order for an answer.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
In my mind, if we are to entertain the idea that Marika murdered her own son, I believe it is a reaction to her study and identification of the flaw in the Golden Order, and that it was a calculated move to expose this flaw that she had identified through her studies. This flaw, of course, was the absence of death, a glitch in the system that could not rectify itself when the Rune of Death was reintroduced through Godwyn's murder. And so with that said, let us actually examine the resulting effects of Godwyn's murder, the spread of the Death Root, and the rise of the Prince of Death. After his murder, the corpse of the fallen demigod was buried in the Deeproot Depths, something we can pick up from the Prince of Death pustule. In your first playthrough, most likely the first sight you get of Godwyn is the intro cinematic that shows him being murdered by the Black Knife assassins. Yet despite this gruesome scene, we get the picture of a beautiful godlike figure, a muscular physique, and flowing golden locks. This is also in line with what we see in the story trailer, which again could have been many people's first sight of the Golden Prince. So this later becomes very unsettling when players get their first look at what we learn to be a visage of Godwyn, hidden at the bottom of Stormveil Castle. I genuinely find the look of this face subconsciously disturbing and repulsive. Something deep within me does not like this face. It feels wrong, and when we look at the thematics in a later part of this chapter, you will see this is exactly the intent. It reminds me of an oyster, with its multiple folds of skin, and it is distinctly unnatural and incredibly well done. And indeed the oyster does seem to be spot on, because we will see the full aquatic form of Godwyn later, as well as tying it in with the relevance of water to Godwyn and those who live in death. It is Rogier who later confirms that this haunting face is a relic of the Knight of the Black Knives, a visage of Godwyn. Indeed, Rogier warns us away from this face because it does indeed possess the deathblight of Godwyn, the power of the Prince of Death, something Rogier himself has fallen afoul of, an event we can witness through his bloodstain, and now the deathblight writhes through his body. He is saturated by the power of death. When we finally do find Godwyn, the true Godwyn, in the depths of the Lands Between, in the Deeproot Depths, it is made all the clearer that the visage we see under Stormveil is a spot-on replica, more or less, of Godwyn's true face. And indeed, this visage is actually just one of many faces of Godwyn. These aren't just relics or bits of skin, these are considered to be true copies of Godwyn's face. For example, the face under Stormveil is actually referred to as a visage of the Prince of Death, something we can see from the Prince of Death's pustule that we pull from this very face. It reads as follows: a fetid pustule taken from facial flesh. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwyn. So this is actual facial flesh, it's real, it's a real replica of Godwyn. It initially appears to be a confusing contradiction, given we find the true face later, but Godwyn's appearance is superbly analysed and explained in two videos from Zuli the Witch. They are Godwyn Prince of Death and the Terrible Truth About Godwyn videos. I also just want to let you know at this stage that Zuli's work will be heavily referenced in this section, as a lot of the details we learn of the Prince of Death's influence and matter comes from the environmental storytelling, and Zuli has by far been the most prolific in these subjects in regards to Godwyn. Let us first deal with the replica visage that we've just been discussing. In the video, The Terrible Truth About Godwyn, Zuli identifies that Godwyn's image is spreading throughout the Lands Between, as we can see from the deathly pale eye growths in areas where the Death Root has spread, even spreading as far as Fire Missoula, suggesting this isn't a growth in the normative sense, it is more like a curse, spreading in the Lands Between, but we'll discuss that thematic in a moment. These eyes are clearly reminiscent of the Prince of Death's true eyes, but we can also see these eyes on the growths surrounding him in the Deeproot Depths, giving us the true nature of these strange eye growths found spreading with the Death Root. Zuli therefore suggests that the Godwyn visage in Stormveil could very well be a more advanced type of this growth that has grown from beyond just being eyes, but has become an almost full replica of the Death Prince. And I agree that this is the most satisfying explanation to me, as I had long considered this to be some kind of vestige of the true Godwyn, and given that this is actually made of facial flesh, it seems to be that these eye growths, or the growths spreading throughout the lands between, may well all turn into true copies of the Prince of Death. This does also seem to be backed up by the fact we see his visage duplicated elsewhere. Firstly, in the cysts and pustules, you can see the outlines of Godwyn's face. But of course, there's also the crabs that we find in Altus Plateau and Liurnia, and again you will note that these are all waterlogged areas, and we will deal with that soon. These crabs straight up have the visage, face of Godwyn upon their backs, eyes included, again reinforcing the fact that Godwyn can literally spread his face, his body, far and wide through the death root and through the spreading blight of those who live in death. Does he see through all of these eyes? Does he feel all of these faces? The implications of this are pretty huge, and given enough time, could Godwyn seep through the entire world, turning it into Godwyn? It is definitely suggested that this is the case. It is an unending spread, and the spread of the death root has already transformed patches of the world. Before we go further, we do need to talk about Godwyn's appearance in general, given we are going to be talking about the thematic overlays in the next part of the chapter. In a very surface level analysis, we of course get the immediate allusions to the themes of water, both in the oyster-esque head and the fish-like tail that has replaced his legs. And just as a quick personal note, I absolutely love this design. Godwyn is one of the best designed parts of the entire game. I find it so abhorrent and so shocking compared to his original description in the introduction. It reminds me of the shock I felt when I first faced True King Allant in the original Demon Souls. The cherry on the top, of course, is the blonde hair, still present in this wretched form, a mockery of his original form, and a reminder that this was Godwyn the Golden. Yet there are deeper connections to Godwyn's appearance that we can mine, not just it being an aquatic theme. And again, Zuli has delivered on this front in their Godwyn Prince of Death video. In this video, Zuli makes a possible suggestion of Godwyn's appearance being linked to the Japanese myth of the Ningyo, and that it may be seen as a part of a recurring theme in FromSoft games, such as the Divine Dragon, which is referred to as a Ningyo in the game files, and of course Kos from Bloodborne, that share very similar facets to the Ningyo. The Ningyo are essentially mermaids whose flesh, if consumed, confers immortality, but catching one is meant to bring calamity, and this does tie in with the cursed immortality of those who live in death, and so this satisfies me on the aesthetic level. However, there is more thematically, and at this point I'm going to reference another content creator, Acer Aesthetics, and specifically I'm referencing their stellar video on the ideas of pollution and taboo found within Silent Hill, a video called The Horror Lost in Translation, a video that looks at the Eastern cultural influences found in Silent Hill that the Western audience may miss. And in general, Acer's channel is filled with these amazing video essays on some of your favourite games, so please go and check out their channel. The Silent Hill video is extremely useful to me, however, not only because Silent Hill is one of my favourite games of all time, but Acer analyses themes that are also very useful in analysing the themes tied to Godwyn. In this video, Acer uses a certain Japanese term to discuss defilement, pollution and taboos: kegare. Kegare is described by Wikipedia as a state of defilement caused by varying events, including contact with any form of death or corpse. But Acer goes further, describing kegare as the crossing of boundaries, the transitions between life and death, for example, and when these boundaries are crossed, you get impurity, you get kegare. In Silent Hill, the boundaries being crossed vary from game to game, but in each game kegare is represented by the horrible nightmares that each protagonist must face. In the first Silent Hill, for example, we witness the horrendous birth of the cult's god. Childbirth is the crossing of a boundary, and thus can fall under kegare. And in Silent Hill 1, Some of the enemies we face are representative of that corruption caused by the Kagari of the birth of a god, such as maggot, grub, and moth enemies. To me, this can be specifically applied to Godwyn's appearance and his corruption throughout the land. To straight up quote Acer when he is talking about a corpse relation to Kagari, he says, and I quote, "Kagari can also mean corruption and defilement. For example, the presence of a corpse corrupts the environment around it, because a corpse is a seedbed for maggots and other impurities, real and spiritual. If you touch it, you will also get Kagari, and you will spread it until you clean yourself." End quote. Does this sound familiar? The presence of a corpse causing corruption that spreads to others, who then spread it further? This is why Godwyn's appearance is so deeply corrupted. He is a living corpse who has been buried, and his corruption has spread. He has crossed the boundaries of natural life. The moment his soul was obliterated, and his corpse was left behind, he became a seedbed for the corruption that pollutes the lands between. Godwyn, through no fault of his own, has crossed these sacred bounds, not only between life and death, but outside the boundaries set by the Golden Order. And he will continue to be a source of impurity, a source of Kagari, until he is destroyed or is brought back within the bounds of what is accepted. And as Zuli points out, there aren't just those who live in death, but there appears to be new life forms that are created by contact with the Death Prince himself, spreading this corruption even further. The examples Zuli gives are of course the basilisks, that have clearly had their eyes modified from prior Souls games to be more in line with Godwyn's eyes in this game. In addition, their connection to Godwyn is made all the clearer by their location in areas connected to death, such as in the Deeproot Depths, the realm of the Prince of Death. They wield the Deathblight of the Death Prince, again spreading that corruption, and they also have amphibian features, tying them to the water themes, which we'll look at in the next chapter, and the Piscine features of Godwyn himself. You'll see his arms are very similar to the arms of these basilisks. They of course aren't the only life forms capable of inflicting Deathblight. There are of course the mysterious and confusing worm faces. These are the tree-looking humanoids, with worms burrowed into their faces. The connection to Godwyn is of course clear from their appearance. The maggots or mealworms in their face very heavily connected to death and decay. They also spread the Deathblight. In Zuli's video on them, she interestingly identifies the fact that the file name for these enemies in the game is Deracine, which is a French term referring to the uprooting of trees. Now this does line up nicely with the appearance of worm faces. The worms look like the roots of upturned trees, and I would suggest that their locations are also significant. The two main areas that we find them in are A, affected with Deathblight, and B, have trees. This is the location in Farum Azula and Altus Plateau respectively. So my most likely explanation for their appearance is that they are somehow connected to the areas that are affected with Deathblight that also have trees. Farum Azula does have the infection of Godwyn, so this area we find them in is also afflicted with the Deathblight. Is it possible they are actually trees that have been corrupted? They are very tree and wooden looking. Otherwise, of course, they could have just taken their appearance from their surrounding environments and are pure creatures of corruption. This is of course my speculation on Zuli's video and what we see of the environmental details, but it is one that satisfies my understanding of these beings to a degree. Now, while I'm sympathetic to Godwyn and his plight, this does all paint a terrifying picture about his reach and the transformative, corrupting nature of his power. So with that said, let us look at the spread of his corruption in more detail in the next chapter. The spread of the death root was facilitated by the manner in which his body was handled and buried. We know from the Prince of Death's pustule that he was buried at the roots of the Great Tree, as it reads as follows. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwyn. As first of the demigods, it is said he is buried deep under the capital, at the Erdtree's roots. Indeed, this obviously marries up with what we see in-game Godwyn's corpse slumped against its very roots in the deep root depths. While this may seem like a pretty silly idea in retrospect, it does make sense with the lore of the world, given we know from numerous sources that the Erdtree burial was the idealized form of honouring the dead, where the dead were returned to the roots of the great tree. Yet it was this connection of his body against these roots that facilitated the spread, something that we have confirmed by the description of Deathroot itself, which reads as follows. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting in the form of Deathroot. And as expected from Software's masterful environmental storytelling, this too is reflected by what we see in-game. At Godwyn's throne, we see the Deathblight spreading from his shattered form and infecting the roots of the great tree to spread throughout the world. And of course, it is important to comprehend what this Deathroot really is. The item description says it all. The Deathroot is the fragments of the Rune of Death that was stolen on that fateful night. These are the fragments of the fragment that was stolen from Malekith, and as such it explains his motivation in working with the hunters to retrieve this Deathroot. He is trying to undo his mistake, to restore the Rune of Death proper, and thus restore the Golden Order. Geraint actually hungers for the Rune of Death, for the Deathroot, because he feels the Rune of Death since it is bound within his own flesh, and we learn from Malekith's Black Blade that it was actually bound within his flesh after the Night of the Black Knives. And as such, he hungers for it to be complete, because it is part of him as well. Tragically, for Malekith, some bells cannot be unrung, and while we return all of the Deathroot, Malekith realises that the affliction of the Wheel of the Centipede has spread too far and has seeped into the very soil of the lands between. The Rune of Death can no longer be restored.
It is all consumed. Still, I am not sated. Not nearly sated.
So this is where we return to what happened to Godwyn on the Night of the Black Knives. Godwyn only received half of the wound of the centipede, half of the Rune of Death. This half concerns the death of the soul only, and said Deathroot obviously contains the same half, hence why those afflicted by Deathroot are dead only in soul, but still exist in a corporeal sense. They literally live within death. The reference to this as the mark of the centipede is obviously quite fitting for a couple of reasons. Firstly, and most obviously, this half of the rune does indeed resemble a centipede, but the more relevant connotation, and to why it's probably shaped like a centipede in the first place from a design perspective, is to more do with the ideas of rot and stagnation, a cultural understanding from Japanese Shinto, where flowing water is seen as good, pure, and representative of life, where stagnation is seen as corruption, death, and decay. In short, the idea of purity and the ever-flowing cycle of life in Shinto is commonly represented by flowing water of that flowing circle of life. So conversely, stagnant water is used to represent the perversion or halting of said cycle. Pests and insects thrive in stagnant water, and thus they are often used to depict corruption and rot. And again, this is something prominently seen in the first Silent Hill, in the form of moths, cockroaches, and grubs. Again, as aptly described by Acer, stagnant water is another thematic indicator of Kigare. And to quote Acer directly once more, they say the following: "Flowing water is life, and so it is good. Conversely, still waters are death." Now, in Western culture, we are of course familiar with flies, insects, and maggots being a symbol of death and rot and decay, and indeed this is represented by the flies swarming around Godwyn's decaying corpse. However, it is important to remember that a Japanese team made this, and so it's great to understand the cultural context behind these thematic designs. And so, with the understanding that flies, insects, and other types of pests are representative of Kigare and stagnant waters, we again move to the centipedes. Centipedes fall within this category, as a life form that thrives in decay and stagnant waters, and thus, in Japanese culture, centipedes are often used to symbolically represent stagnation or rot or pollution. Of course, the best representation of this is in From Software's media in Sekiro, where the presence of centipede parasites are meant to denote the stagnation and pollution of the divine waters, best illustrated by the monks of Senpo Temple, who are literally overtaken by parasitic centipedes. The association with centipedes is made even more interesting then when we consider the golden centipede, which reads as follows: the golden desiccated remains of a centipede, material used for crafting items, kept as a fetish by the Golden Order fundamentalists, especially the hunters of those who live in death. As such, they're found near churches or similar. Now, a fetish is usually a talisman or some other object used for spiritual protection, and given it is a golden centipede, the mark of those who live in death, it makes sense that the Golden Order fundamentalists would use this when hunting those who live in death, given it's a golden inversion of their enemy's symbol. This is why the half wound of the centipede is representative of those who live in death, because they are literally stagnant forms of life. They are stuck living in death, stuck at one part of the cycle of life. They are existing outside the boundaries of the established laws. They are an extension of the pollution spilling from Godwyn's corpse. They are Kegari, and so the associated imagery of centipedes and insects make sense. The idea of Kegari and crossing sacred bounds is why so often those who live in death are described to be out with the Golden Order, such as in the description of the holy water pots, which reads as follows: highly effective against those who live in death, even preventing them from rising again. The Golden Order has no mercy for those who trespass beyond life's bounds. It's again the idea of trespassing beyond the boundaries, leading to pollution and stagnation, and the idea of their existence outside the bounds of order leading to a pollution of the order is reflected in the language of the hunters such as D, who states the following:
following only the guidance of the great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
And the ideas of stagnation make sense why the areas we find those who live in death are in stagnant waters. And it also maybe helps explains the aquatic tibia marinas, who seem to be an infection vector for the death root. It is just another thematic manifestation of the themes of stagnation and Kegari. Now, while the half wound of the centipede, being death only in soul, helps explain the undeath of those who live in death, I feel it is only part of the equation when it comes to explaining their existence. As we have just discussed, those who live in death are essentially a glitch in the system, and for this to occur, for a glitch to occur, there has to be a fault in the Golden Order.
You may find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination of the Knight of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the order.
Like Rogier, I actually have a lot of sympathy for those who live in death, and the Dustborn ending was the first one I chose, despite also having Ranni's ending ready to go. Rogier correctly states that those who live in death have happened upon a flaw within the Golden Order. It is not perfect, as the fundamentalists would have you believe. And this flaw will be one that those familiar with my channel will of course heard me mention many times, as in my Gold Mask and Marika videos. That flaw being the removal of death and confinement of it, and this is fittingly described by the mending rune of the Death Prince, which reads as follows: formed of the two Hallowbrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. So the very foundations of the Golden Order are built upon an order absent death, and we see this effect on the denizens of the world, a world where nobody dies. It really is a pitiful state of affairs, Unending life sounds great in theory, but in usual FromSoft fashion, we are quickly disabused of that notion, and when you peel away the surface layer and grandeur of the Golden Order, you can see it is fundamentally broken. For while it is true that those who live in death are stagnant, so are those within the Order. No one ever dies within the Order. How is that any less stagnant than those who live in death? The removal of death and then the murder of Godwyn are the two main events that broke the world, as much as the shattering of the Elden Ring did. And indeed, Rogier seems to agree with that statement, that these were the pivotal events that led to the world becoming crooked.
I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way.
And yet, there are those looking for a workaround, a way to undo and reverse the corruption, rather than simply purging those who are afflicted. And so it's time to look at those who would undo the corruption and restore Godwyn to his former glory. We have already covered the fact that Fortissax and Godwyn developed a close bond due to their mutual respect in the War of the Dragons, and Godwyn's sparing of the former's life. But the depths of this bond isn't really illustrated until we get to the latter parts of the game, and we find Fortissax for ourselves, who to me is one of the most heroic characters in the entire story. Fortissax's remembrance reads as follows. After Godwyn the Golden became the Prince of Death, the ancient dragon fought long and hard against the death within its companion. Alas, victory was never achieved, and its only reward was corruption. And this is indeed how we find Fortissax, renamed the Lich Dragon, due to the fact the ancient dragon himself has been suffused with death. Even the ancient dragons are not free from its pollution. This is apparent from his appearance. All other ancient dragons have a sort of golden beige hue to them, including his own sister. However, Fortissax is now stained with black, and you can see how well the design team have done here. He isn't just a black dragon, he still actually has his gold scales underneath if you look carefully, but it is more like he is stained with a black suit over the top, the mark of death. Much like when Rogier becomes suffused with death, Fortissax also seems to be sprouting the blight even bursting from his eye socket and through his skin. And it is no wonder Fortissax is now called the Lich Dragon. He is a dragon living within death. What is interesting is that it again shows the real corrupting power of the death, this pollution caused by the crossing of boundaries. The extent to which Fortissax is afflicted is pretty eye-opening, and it is elaborated on by the Death Lightning incantation, which reads as follows. Incantation that channels the power of the ancient dragon Fortissax, now corrupted by death. It is said that this golden lightning was wielded by Godwyn, and so this lightning was actually once Godwyn's power that Fortissax now channels, and the corruption of death is so powerful that even this lightning is afflicted by it, showing it is a true metaphysical curse. And this is all well and good, but when you fight Fortissax you may have some burning questions. Why is he so corrupted, and where the hell do we fight him? Well, Fortissax's remembrance implies that Fortissax is within Godwyn's mind, within his soul, battling within the death in his old companion's body. Now this is a confusing concept to wrap your head around, but it does appear to be that there is a realm within Godwyn that represents being within his corrupted body. We can enter this realm ourselves at the end of Fia's quest, when we are invited to enter the Deathbed Dream. Now given Fia is a Deathbed Companion, this must be Fia's dream, bridging her mind to Godwyn's, and so we use her as a medium to connect with Godwyn's mind, and that is how we end up fighting Fortissax, or something along those lines. We'll discuss it more in the later chapters regarding Fia, where I will also talk about why we have to fight Fortissax. If this does represent a realm or pocket dimension within Godwyn, it does let us know the true extent of death's saturation. The sky itself seems to be covered in a death blight. And it is in here, in this hellish realm of death, that Fortissax has spent a long time fighting against the death, trying to push it back, trying to cleanse his good friend from the inside out. Yet, as should be obvious, from the spread of death in the world at large, and the suffused nature of Godwyn's mind represented by the skybox, this was a doomed endeavour, and Fortissax has paid the price for his bravery. Yet it is one of the most heartwarming stories in the game, and I see Fortissax as a true hero. It wasn't just Fortissax who felt great sorrow at Godwyn's fate. We of course now return to the golden epitaph as promised at the beginning of this video, which is most likely tied to Miquella. More specifically, we can make this tie-in via the specific ghost dialogue from Castle Sol. So that does bring us to the location of this ghost, Castle Sol, a bastion that appears to hold a cult dedicated to the resurrection of the soulless. So let's discuss this. Castle Sol, as seen by its banners, is a castle containing a group that seem to venerate the Eclipse in some capacity, and this is further supported by the great treasure of this castle, the Eclipse Shotel. The Eclipse is of course used elsewhere in Elden Ring, and is closely associated with the mausoleums and their knights, and the soulless demigods housed within. The Eclipse crest greatshield wielded by the mausoleum knights reads the following: "The Eclipse sun, drained of colour, is the protective star of the soulless demigods. It aids the mausoleum knights by keeping destined death at bay." So the Eclipse is obviously a symbol associated with the soulless, and it is seen as a ward that will keep destined death at bay, obviously something to avoid for these soulless demigods so they don't die permanently before they are restored. A really great video on the subject of the Eclipse is one by vLimit, and I highly recommend you check that out, and I will link below. The protective nature of the Eclipse as a type of ward therefore explains why it appears on the shields of the defenders of these soulless demigods. The Eclipse also thematically neatly fits in. Not only is the Eclipse extremely similar to the two sides of the Hallowbrand, but again there are some cultural connotations to the Eclipse which are relevant to death, and we will shortly deal with those. But I want to first ask, what is the point of Castle Sol? What are they actually trying to achieve here? Well, let us try and uncover the purpose behind these people, the people who existed in Castle Sol, those who seem to venerate the Eclipse. We have already looked at one ghost dialogue, which implies the Eclipse could restore the soulless demigods, and so now let us turn to the other ghost dialogue found within the castle, one in the main chapel, who echoes the veneration of the Eclipse. "O great sun, frigid son of Sol, surrender yourself to the Eclipse. Grant life to the soulless bones." So the connecting factor here seems to be the belief that the Eclipse, swallowing the sun, can restore the soulless demigods to full life. Yet what is the basis for this theory? Fortunately for me, I am friends with a curator far more familiar with Japanese cultural implications, as well as the language itself. Of course, people familiar with the channel will know I'm referring to Last Protagonist, who has once again provided some excellent information in regards to the Eclipse. In a comment on vLimit's video regarding the Eclipse, Last Protagonist said the following, and he's given me permission to share this comment: "The term for Eclipse comes from shoku, which is the same kanji for mashibamu, which means worm-eaten, corroded, deteriorated, etc. This comes up a lot in Dark Souls to describe the way curses and the dark eat away through things, like in Gnaw, Dark Fog, Wolnir's Holy Sword, etc. In Elden Ring, the term also comes up in items associated with Godwyn, the Weathered Dagger, the corruption of Fortissax, etc. This all ties into the Eclipse Shotel, which is described as a sun being drained of colour. It might imply that there is or was a connection between the sun and the Grace of Gold, and might coincide with the Sun Realm Shield, or how Warming Stones say the Erdtree was as warm and gentle as the sun." End quote. So again, brilliant insight from Last Protagonist, and if you're new to the channel, please check out their channel as they often help me out with Japanese translations and cultural connotations, and again thanks to Last Protagonist. Now the part I want to focus in on is how Last Protagonist says this worm-eaten description ties into the Eclipse Shoto, which is described as a sun being drained of colour, being worm-eaten of colour perhaps. I find this interesting because it's in line with the idea of the sun being eaten, like the ghost at Castle Sol mentions the eclipse swallowing the sun. Is it then possible that the cultists of Sol are beckoning for the eclipse to swallow the sun, to steal its vitality, to restore the soulless demigod? I do believe that this is their belief, that they wish the eclipse to eat the vitality of the sun and take this vitality to restore the demigod. At least that's their belief, even if there isn't any weight to it. Specifically, it appears that the Castle Sol is a joint venture between the group at Sol and Miquella, given the ghost dialogue that we reviewed at the beginning of this chapter. And this is unsurprising given Miquella's great empathy for the outcast and forgotten, as well as his implied sympathy for his half-brother, as suggested by the Golden Epitaph. And I now want to make an editorial note here. I had far more planned in this chapter, for the soulless demigods, for necromancy, but as with my last video, the video's already becoming far too long, so I have decided to cut certain elements from the story. However, don't worry, I am already planning the next video that will pick up these pieces, and I'm going to do a combined video on death, including the Deathbirds, necromancy, the soulless demigods, and perhaps Roses. So, something to look forward to, more time talking about death. Woohoo! With that said, I want to turn to an important figure who champions Godwyn's cause, in an attempt to stand up for those without a voice. I am of course referring to Fia, and the conclusion of Godwyn's story. Fia is a fascinating character, whose story is presented to us right at the beginning of the game, during the introductory cinematic, where we quickly learn that Fia is a Deathbed Companion and also a Tarnished. When trying to understand what a Deathbed Companion is, a good place to start is probably from Fia herself, who says the following.
I was known as a Deathbed Companion, where I come from. After I received the warmth and lively vigour from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble, to grant him another chance at life.
So Fia pretty much gives us the bare bones of what her position entails. They absorb the vitality of champions they embrace, such as us, and they use that stored vigour to breathe new life into those who have already passed. In this dialogue, Fia also seems to describe exactly what is depicted on her introductory slide art. She was lying with a noble to bear him into new life. I find the term bear him into new life interesting. It has connotations of childbirth, and as you'll see later in this video and in her quest, she does seem to birth new life from the absorbed vitality of other champions. It isn't just a transference of energy, it is almost a recycling or reincarnation of the original vitality taken from the embraced champion. There is actually a lot of surrounding lore that can help explain the Deathbed Companions. For example, we get an allegorical description of their origins as a profession via the perfumer Tricia Ashes, which read the following. Tricia was once known as a healer who dedicated her efforts to treating misbegotten, Omen, and all those seen as impure. When her efforts failed, she was a companion as they died, watching over them to ensure that they could pass on peacefully, free of pain. A tale akin to the origins of the Deathbed Companions. So by using Tricia's story as a comparison, the description seems to suggest that the Deathbed Companions were once that, an order of people who would be Deathbed Companions, companions to people on their deathbeds, to watch over and help them pass peacefully. However, in time it clearly evolved to where it was more about restoring people from their deathbeds. And I do find it interesting to consider the origins of the Deathbed Companions, mainly because the only one we meet is out of their context. But we can glean a little of that context. Firstly, let us look at the Baldachin Blessing. It seems to show a temple covered in curtains or canopy-like fixtures, and the description of this item described these as being temples in the guise of a bedchamber, and obviously with beds, deathbeds, being an important part of this order, this makes sense. This also matches up with the term baldachin, for a baldachin, according to Merriam-Webster, is a cloth-covered canopy fixed or carried over an important person or sacred object. So this matches the canopies we see on the temple shown in the baldachin blessing, and the very cloak that Fia wears over her deathbed dress for travelling. These black robes look very much like curtains or canopies. Most likely then, the term baldachin blessing most likely means a blessing from these baldachin covered temples. I could be wrong, and baldachin could be the name from where Fia is from, or the name of a god associated with these temples. But either way, it does tie in to what we see as the kind of aesthetic overlay of this culture. However, the darkest part of this role is the fact that Deathbed Companions never choose who they lie with. This is directly told to us by Fia herself, who says the following when she chooses to lie with Godwyn.
This is goodbye, my dear, but I am satisfied. I choose to lie with Godwyn of my own will, not the remains of one chosen for me.
Therefore, Fia and her kind are directed to lie with the remains chosen for them, and given Fia tells us that it was a noble she was last told to lie with, I would assume the implication is that the upper classes benefit from this particular brand of resurrection. And the Radiant Baldachin blessing also suggests that the Deathbed Companions don't even get to choose who they embrace to get the vigour to resurrect the nobles, as it reads as follows. It is said a Deathbed Companion will only produce a blessing of this kind for a champion but once in her entire life, the sole blessing which she imbues of her own volition, meaning that any other Baldachin blessing that is bestowed by a Deathbed Companion is not of their own volition, it is just a part of their duty. This lack of choice is quite key in Fia's motivations. So when Fia becomes tarnished and is exiled from this land that she hails, she chooses a new path, and chooses to use her skills and powers for another purpose, her own purpose. She says the following.
I see. Then you must kill me, for I am the companion of Godwyn, Prince of Death. I wish to be a mother to those who live in death. So it is that any loathing, any hatred that overshadows them, I must bear, as a matter of duty, with my own flesh.
Fia chooses to defend those who, through no fault of their own, are hunted, persecuted, and have no voice, have no choice. Given Fia's life of being told what to do as a Deathbed Companion, and being chased from her homeland, and now being bound by grace through no choice of her own, we can easily see why she would have great sympathy and empathy for these people. I feel her ideals must be similar to her allies, Rogier's, who quite rightly states that their existence, those who live in death, is no fault of their own. So Fia takes it upon herself to try and right this wrong, and finally make some choices for herself. And the first way she does this is via her embraces. Not only is she using this energy in a build-up for gestating her new child, but she also uses it in a more creative, defensive way. Fia appears to take a portion of the vitality of champions that she embraces, and can summon them as champions to defend the Prince of Death, akin to the practice of carrion puppetry. This makes sense since we do see Rogier and Lionel in the fight against Fia's champions. Both tarnished, we know she has embraced, as she mentions Rogier in that context, and we later find her belongings alongside Lionel's in a bed in Lane Dell. To be clear, these are akin to puppets. These blue manifestations are the same colour as the carrion puppets. They are not the actual champion themselves being summoned like a blue phantom, rather an imprint of them, especially since Rogier will be dead by this stage that we face him as a Fia champion. This is actually a rather impressive feat, and it really emphasises how much power Fia gains from absorbing the power of champions, and it will play a key role in her gestation of the Mending Rune. And yet, to make this Mending Rune, She needed the two sides of what brought the curse of unlife to the lands between, the two sides of the Hallowbrand. And so she sets ourselves and Rogier in motion to retrieve it, though she makes great efforts to hide her true motivations and interests, only portraying herself as someone who is interested in helping Rogier, a friend, while mysteriously handing us a pivotal map that she got from a friend of a friend of a friend. Meanwhile, Rogier also seems to let a secret slip to her. Fia has already mentioned how Rogier says things while abed, and he appears to hold another secret that would be of much interest to Fia. It is the same secret he divulges to us in the form of a note after his death. Written in a trembling hand, it says the following: "I forgot to tell you, but it seems Dee has a younger brother. I heard he lies in a deep sleep in the aqueduct besides the eternal city of Nokron, and it is said he stood before the Prince of Death not far beyond that spot." Now with this note, everything that transpires between Fia and Dee makes complete sense. Fia knew that Dee's brother had stood before the Prince of Death, and this no doubt explains why we find the twin huddled and broken, not far from where Godwyn lies. And now, with that in mind, let us look at the weathered dagger that Fia asks us to return to Dee. It reads as follows: "Dagger received from Fia, the Deathbed Companion. She wishes for it to be returned to its rightful owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver entwined, but is now worn down and marred by a black gash." A knife, marred by a black gash and worn down. Evidently a weapon of Dee or his brother. And surely given those two bits of lore, we can assume that this blade was turned against Godwyn given the black gash on the blade. But to what end? Well, the answer, I believe, comes from Fia herself when we reach her in the deep root depths. She says the following:
"Have you ever seen a Hallowbrand? When the first of the demigods died, his flesh was marked with the half-wheel wound of the centipede. Godwyn's Hallowbrand has since been recovered at the Round Table Hold, but there is another Hallowbrand out there somewhere, and I must find it."
Godwyn's Hallowbrand has since been recovered at Round Table Hold, meaning it wasn't on Godwyn's person, meaning someone had it at Round Table Hold, and thus, to me anyway, it is explained why Fia actually kills Dee. It isn't because he is a Golden Order hunter. No, he has Godwyn's Hallowbrand, and she takes it from his cold, dead hands. This is my speculation again, but what I see to be the chain of events given the lore we've examined just now. Dee's brother stood before Godwyn and carved out his Hallowbrand from Godwyn's very flesh, the act that mars his blade and drives him to slumber. And given his state, the brand will come to be possessed by Dee, his twin brother, for safekeeping. Fia learns of this via Rogier, the secret he will tell to us later, and knowing she will come into conflict with a Tarnished, she develops Fia's Mist, an incantation only effective against the undying Tarnished. For all his martial strength, Dee is no match for the Deathblight, and Fia lures him into a trap by passing the knife to Dee that all but says "I know" and revealing her true loyalties. Fia then kills him with the Deathblight, reclaims the Hallowbrand, and disappears into the night, to be by Godwyn's side. It is actually a brilliant bit of storytelling, a master plan that happens in front of our very eyes, but is so subtle, because neither Fia nor Dee show their hands to us. And if we choose to return the other half of the Hallowbrand to Fia, which of course was the intended result of stoking Rogier's interest in finding the other half of the Hallowbrand, then the endgame of her plan can come into effect. She can bind these two together through a gestation ritual. She says the following of this:
"I will soon lay with Godwyn, and it will surely stir within me the new life of the Golden Prince and first dead of the demigods, as the rune of those who live in death. Please, do one thing for me. Brandish this child, my rune, and take for yourself the throne. Stay the persecution of those who live in death."
And so it seems as though Fia's position as a Deathbed Companion is absolutely key in the formation of this rune, long as she channeled the power of champions' vitality to resurrect the dead. As I noted earlier, this process through semantics is indicated to be akin to childbirth, and now again she refers to this as her child, this rune, not a child in the traditional sense, but a recycling of life that is akin to the unnatural process of giving birth in the real world. And not only is this a child of Godwyn and Fia, but Fia also implies that it's partially our child, for she is using the warmth of our vigour from our last embrace to breathe life to gestate this new child. Of course, unfortunately, this is where we must face and kill one of the truest heroes of Elden Ring, Fortissax. Fortissax has spent unknowable years within Godwyn's mind, fighting and resisting the death within his friend, and yet that now means he is an obstacle to the birth of the Mending Rune. This Mending Rune is death, and Fortissax's influence in pushing back death will no doubt mean he is halting the birth of the Death Rune, and so it is with great sorrow that we must put the blighted beast down, so Godwyn and Fia's child may come forth. So what does this Mending Rune represent for the future for those who live in death, and for the world at large? Well, let us first of all read the description of the rune itself and try to understand. It reads the following: formed of the two Hallowbrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. The Golden Order was created by confining death in death. Thus this new order will be one of death restored. So first of all, it makes it clear that it is both sides of the Hallowbrand. This is not the original Rune of Death, and given it's both sides of the Hallowbrand, you may assume that it restores original death and death, and makes death normal again, given that both halves represent the two sides of death. However, I think it's clear this isn't the case, as the rune specifically mentions that life within death, those who live in death, are brought into the order. It will not be removed or reversed or made full death. They are being brought in to the order. This is also backed up by the fact that Fia states,
with this, Godwyn can take his rightful place as first of the dead and claim a second, illustrious life.
This implies that Godwyn will continue to be the source of those who live in death, but will take a new kind of position of power within the new order, as first of the dead. This literally seems to just be bringing everything that's outside the order in regards to those who live in death, including Godwyn, into it without actually changing them, in my opinion. Now, the Mending Rune does suggest that death will be restored, maybe implying that normal death will be restored. But bear in mind, this isn't the original Rune of Death, and so if we consider the science, if you want to call it, of runes, this isn't the Rune of Death. This is the rune of the Death Prince, meaning that the Prince of Death, as he is still going to exist in this order. It is his order that is being incorporated into the Golden Order. This is the age of the Duskborn, and given Dusk's inherent connection to death, we could literally translate this to the age of the Deathborn. And while this sounds utterly repellent, consider this might just be the right thing to do. Those who live in death did not choose to be what they are, and it was the current order that led to them existing at all through their poor choices. Perhaps a new era of life within death, death overseen by Godwyn, will have a new, just era of life. Omen is defined by Oxford Languages as an event that is seen as a portent of good or evil, and in the lands between, it is not hard to see that the birth of an omen is seen as an ill one. Translator Loki states that the kanji used for omen could be translated as abhorred or taboo. To those of the Golden Order, they are a stain on the world of grace. They are cursed blood, polluting the Erdtree's purity. Part of the reason they are so hated in the modern Erdtree era is born of the fact that they are relics of an earlier era, an uncomfortable and inconvenient reminder of a more primitive period of worship. With their gnarled horns, brutish forms, and accursed blood, it may be easy to see why such beings are treated with such disdain on a surface level. Yet the truth is far more complex than that, as the Omen are not simply brutish monsters needing to be culled. There is a complexity to their condition. There is a humanity to them. Indeed, one of the most intelligent and arguably admirable characters we meet in game is an Omen, Morgott, who is not allowed the curse to define or control him. Conversely, there are those who wallow in the darker aspects of the Omen curse. Mohg, Lord of Blood, who delights in his corruption. These two twins perfectly encapsulate the duality of the Omen condition. Then there's of course the Dungeater, who despite not being Omen himself, delights in the Omen curse, curses the Golden Order, and wishes to spread this blessing throughout the lands between. The Omen subject is a challenging one to dissect, because the truth of their blood and their curse is warped by prejudice and eroded by time. So in this lore video we will examine the Omen, the crucible they owe their heritage to, and the Dungeater, and finally whether there is some reality to fear the Omen and their condition. As I quite often do, I would like to acknowledge some creators whose ideas have been highly influential on my own. This time it is Hawkshaw and Quailag, both of whose work has been fundamental in fine-tuning and informing my own opinions. Finally, I would also like to thank Loki, translator and author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations throughout. The very fact that the Omen are called the Omen is in a way a distraction, when we are trying to discern the history and truth behind these beings. What I mean is that the title Omen is mainly a derogatory term that reflects their reviled position in the current age of the Golden Order and the Erdtree. But the origin of the Omen does not lie within this era, and instead they are tied more closely to the Crucible. We learn this of course from the Knot Talisman, the item description of course tying these vestigial growths to the Crucible, as well as the fact this is dropped by an Omen killer, as well as Perfumer Tricia, which bungs in Omen and Misbegotten alike, all beings seen as impure, all beings tied to the Crucible. So with that said, let us unpack the age of the Crucible, as it is crucial in understanding the origins of these beings. The Crucible is both a state, a precursor of the Erdtree, as well as an age in of itself. There are some stark differences and ideals that permeate both of these eras, despite the ties between the Crucible and the Erdtree. Obviously it is a well-known fact at this stage that the Crucible, the form of the Crucible itself, was the primordial form of what would become known as the Erdtree. And we learn this from various sources, but one of the best is the Godskin Noble set, which reads as follows. Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology, not unlike the Crucible, the Erdtree in its primordial form. And of course there are the aspects of Crucible incantations, which read as follows. This is a manifestation of the Erdtree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial Crucible, where all life was once blended together. The fact that the Crucible is closely associated with Godfrey's Crucible Knights, a man who would go on to become the first Elden Lord in the early age of the Erdtree, of course implies that the era immediately preceding the age of the Erdtree was the age of the Crucible, a time when Hoaralou and his knights would have made a name for themselves in this more primal and wild era. As for the form of the Crucible itself, it is often portrayed as a sort of collection of wild branches or roots, as we see from Siluria's helm and Siluria's spear that is said to take the form of the Crucible. The most satisfying explanation of this form, to me, is the one offered by Tarnished Archaeologist, a fellow Elden Ring lore creator, and this explanation is also the one that informed our discussion of the Crucible in our Timeline lore video. In their Godfrey lore series, the Tarnished Archaeologist's theory starts by looking at what they term as the Gardener statues. These are the statues found within Round Table Hold, Stormvale Castle, and other areas found throughout the game. There are two variations of this statue, one of a character holding a single branch or sprout, and the other version is surrounded by many, the latter of which is very reminiscent of Siluria's spear and helmet. Tarnished Archaeologist believes that the process being illustrated here, between the two statues, is known as root sprouting, a process which is when a tree is damaged or cut, and then multiple competing sprouts begin to grow from the stump in order to regenerate the tree. It then follows that the other version of this statue, the one with the singular sprout in its hands, represents the successful sprout that would in time grow into the Erdtree, and that the time of competing sprouts was the time of the Crucible. And if you'd like to hear more about that theory in depth, I'd recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's videos, which I will link below. The idea that the age of the Crucible was a period of competition between varying sprouts fits very well for me. Firstly, because it thematically fits with an area of chaotic, uncontrollable life, and in addition, it also works with the word crucible itself, which can mean a trial through which something new is forged. In this case, the trial or competition between the sprouts, resulting in the emergence of a strong, new singular tree, the Erdtree. Regardless of whether you agree with this specific interpretation of the form of the Crucible or not, what is clear is that this was an age of primeval, unrestrained, and violent life. And that becomes more apparent when we look at the specific life forms that are associated with this era. Firstly, there are what is referred to as the Lion Guardians, wild ferocious animals that really define the term beast and bestial life form. We know these creatures are associated with the Crucible, firstly due to their visual design, as they share some of the same blackened skin as the Omen, as well as the signature Omen horns. Secondly, we also see they are tied to the Crucible via an item they drop, the Old Fang, which reads as follows. These multiple overlapping fangs grow from a single root. Perhaps they're a vestige of the primordial Crucible. I think this item is a really important one, not only because it ties these creatures directly to the Crucible, but it also gets to the core of what I see the Crucible to be. To me, it is a time of unrestrained, chaotic, and primeval life, represented by too much growth, exaggerated life form, and vestigial limbs. This Old Fang item talks about multiple overlapping fangs. There are too many fangs here, overlapping and growing over each other, beyond purpose or reason. Life for the sake of life, and growth for the sake of growth. Whereas a refined form of life would have an ordered row of teeth, evolved specifically for what is needed for its diet, these chaotic, primeval beings have growths and appendages that are a result of the Crucible's overflowing life energies, where life is expressed in an extreme form, where it is all blended together, and unnecessary growths happen. This idea of vestigial limbs and vestigial growths is also represented by the Budding Horn item description, a very similar item to the Old Fang, and its description reads as follows. This horn began to sprout on a beast that typically bears no horn. Perhaps it is a vestige of primordial Crucible. This is a horn that grows on a life form that doesn't usually grow it. It is an unnecessary growth, an expression of the Crucible's chaotic life energies. And it is these types of vestigial growths that we might call the aspects of the Crucible, as represented by the Crucible incantations of the same name. Of course, a great example of these vestigial growths is the Misbegotten themselves, chimeric beings that have malformed small wings, incomplete scale hides, and tails, none of which have grown through evolution and set to perform a set purpose, but rather have sprouted from their forms in an almost cancerous manner, due to their relation of the Crucible, again an expression of its chaotic overflowing vital energies. Interestingly, Mohg and Morgott themselves also possess similar vestigial growths. Morgott of course has his massive club tail, a mass of flesh and horns, that obviously serves no real purpose. Tails are usually for balance, and in this case Morgott merely uses it like a club. Mohg even has these small and unusable wings that some of the Misbegotten have, as you can see it on his model before he is empowered and they grow to a size that is actually usable. This is why I relate the Omen, the Misbegotten, and this type of chaotic life to the idea of chaos and demons that is explored in Dark Souls 1. For those unaware, demons in Dark Souls are not the traditional demonic beings of hell that you may see in Abrahamic mythology. Instead, they are products of uncontrollable life, born from the bed of chaos, literally a bed or source of chaotic life, a concept well illustrated by the uneven and wild growth of the bed itself, an image that is indeed very reminiscent of the depictions of the Crucible. The Lord Soul we get from the Bed of Chaos describes it as a bed of life, and likewise, the Crucible is a bed of primeval life, and is repeatedly associated with the terms primeval, primordial, and life. The point of comparing the Crucible to the Bed of Chaos is not to say they are one for one, as that certainly is not true. Rather, I am trying to highlight that the type of life that is associated with the Crucible, and that the similarities in appearance between the Bed of Chaos and the Crucible to me is no coincidence. They are both representing unrestrained and uncontrollable vital energies. This type of life and idea differs so wildly from the ideas of regression and refinement found in the age of the Golden Order, a sophisticated era of refined principles in stark contrast to this earlier era of crude, chaotic, and primitive life. This is a distinction illustrated by the evolution in the symbolism of the ruling religion. If one compares the wild designs of the Crucible era and early Erdtree period, symbolically branching out like a wild tree, against the more subtle Celtic knot of the Golden Era, a far more tidy and refined symbol. This is a point well made by Quelaag in their Elden Ring Keeps Me Up at Night lore video, and if you'd like a deeper explanation of these symbols and what they could mean, please check out Quelaag's video, which I will link below. But yes, I do see the emblems themselves of each era as a way of illustrating the distinction between the Golden Order and the Crucible era that came before, and why the Golden Order sees themselves as a more sophisticated era. The fundamental concept of regression towards the mean, one of the Golden Order fundamentals, is that life should be pulling towards the mean, becoming more normalized, tidier, and less diverse. This of course clashes wildly with the early era of the Crucible, in which life was unrefined, distinct from one another, and blended together. However, at the time of the Crucible, these expressions of life, these malformations, were not seen as cancerous growths, or evidence of a primeval time. Rather, it was seen as divine. And of course we learn this via the Crucible growth talismans, not Scale and Feather. Each of them read, "A vestige of the Crucible of primordial life, born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced." It of course makes sense that anything touched by the Crucible in this time would be considered divine. There was no Erdtree, there was only the Crucible. The Crucible was the expression of divinity, and so anything touched by these aspects of the Crucible would have been seen as special, much as later being touched by grace is seen as divine in the current era. This also makes sense when we consider that the Crucible itself was representative of chaotic blended life, and as such, wild appendages would beautifully mirror the rampant growth of the Crucible itself, which at this time was the idealized form of life. Of course, one of the other defining factors of the Crucible era is aggression, warfare, and martial prowess, best encapsulated by Hoarah, his arenas, his Round Table warrior culture, and his Crucible knights. If you'd like a keen insight into the warrior culture of Godfrey and his Round Table warriors, I would recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's video on the subject, which I will link below. Strength, aggression, violence, competition, and bestial vitality, these are the pillars that define the Crucible era, and it is to this era, to these pillars, that the Omen owe their heritage. I think it is safe to say that having fully contextualised the Crucible era, that it is far more understandable that these brutish creatures would have been accepted within the era they owe their heritage to. They would not have been the way they are now, reviled and confined, and hunted. So with that said, let us move on to an analysis of the Omen themselves, who they are, what they are, and where they come from. The first thing to note is that, I'm sure most people are aware of this, is that the Omen aren't their own species. Rather, they do seem to be regular humans who have been afflicted by this Omen condition. We get hints of this firstly via the scale, feather and knot talismans, and given the features of each, we can almost certainly assign the knot talisman to the Omen, especially given it is dropped by an Omen killer, and the fact that these knots look like the base of cut horns. Now again, let us read the item description of the knot talisman, which reads as follows. A talisman fashioned from a bony knot that embodies aspects of various creatures, said to have grown on the human body long ago. Grown on the human body long ago. And indeed, we get further proof that the Omen are born through normal reproduction, like regular humans, from the Omen Bairn items. Firstly, the regular Omen Bairn reads as follows. Doll of a curse-born bairn. Uses FP to unleash wraiths that chase down foes. Omen babies have their horns excised, causing most to perish. These fetishes are made to memorialize them. Please don't hate me, or curse me, please. So first thing to note about these items themselves, these fetishes that are carved to memorialize these children who are cursed. This was pointed out to me by Loki, who identified the fact that this is akin to the process of Mizuko Kuyo, a water child memorial service, which is a Japanese Buddhist ceremony for children who have died through the birthing process in various means. And in this process, a little fetish is carved of the deceased child. And the reason for these rites is to firstly assuage the guilt of the parents, but also to comfort the soul of the past child. Now, this is interesting given that most Omen children will die when they have their horns excised, but also the fact that they are cursed, so perhaps when an Omen child is born, they are considered dead or miscarried anyway, and thus these fetishes are carved to memorialize them and comfort their spirits and their parents. And it really is a stark reminder of how bad it is to be born with this Omen curse in the time of the Erdtree, as you are already considered dead even when born, as we will see in the examples of the Regal Omen Bairn, which is still carved despite the fact they will not undergo the operation, and thus must be considered dead despite actually being alive. And so again, props to Loki for pointing out that cultural connection for me. And as we noted at the beginning of this video with Loki's translation, these are Omen children, people that are discarded or taboo, reinforcing the fact that these are humans who are afflicted and then discarded. So these are children born, cursed as any other regular human or demigod in some cases, not something that is a distinct species in of itself. This is of course reflected in the two most famous Omen in the mythos, Mohg, Lord of Blood, and the grace-given Lord Morgott. This shows that Mohg and Morgott were born of the golden lineage, both demigods, and were still able to be born afflicted with this condition. While it is not stated directly, I do believe that these two are born directly from Godfrey and Marika, because of the way in which Godfrey interacts with Morgott in an almost gentle-like manner, and as someone who is clearly familiar with Morgott.
It's been a long while, Morgott.
And of course we do know that Morgott is at least descended from Godfrey, if not directly, as he is part of the golden lineage as stated by his rune. But Mohg and Morgott are not the only examples of royalty who are afflicted with the Omen curse, only that they are the most significant, for we learn that there are plenty of other royal Omen, via the Regal Omen Bairn, and its item description reads as follows. Doll of a curse-born bairn from the Erdtree's royal line. Omen babies born of royalty do not have their horns excised, but instead are kept underground unbeknownst to anyone, imprisoned for eternity. These memorial fetishes are fashioned in secret. We will return to the social ramifications that are highlighted in this when we later view the persecution faced by the Omen. But returning to the Omen condition itself, it is clear that Omen can come about by any birth, whether they be demigods of Marika's bloodline or a more normal bloodline, and the Knot Talisman implies that this condition is the result of the Crucible or a connection to it. This curse or affliction is something that can affect any humanoid, and I will get to the specifics of what I believe the curse actually is momentarily. But when it comes to the physical form that the Omen take after they are afflicted, I believe the answer is fairly straightforward. As we know from various sources, mainly the incantations of the aspects of the Crucible, that the Crucible was a cauldron of life, where life was blended together, the elements of different animals all coming together as one. Additionally, we have already linked the Knot Talisman to the features found upon the Omen, to their knotted horns, and the talisman itself describes these features as bones that are embodiments of various species. So in essence, I see the Omen as the Crucible themselves, humans that have taken on the elements of various other species in a way that makes them look inelegant and chaotic when compared to regular humans, and that their distinct features, the blackened skin and the horns, are taking elements from many different lifeforms blended together. One of the many interesting points that Hawkshaw makes in their Colours lore video is the relevance of an item description found in version 1.0 of the game, the turtle neck meat. In the current version of the game, it has a very uninteresting description. However, in version 1, it read the following. Turtle meat is said to boost virality, but none in the lands between seem to have much appetite for it these days. In the lands between, the urge to reproduce has waned long ago. So this is of course referring to reproduction and the appetite for it. And my surface level takeaway from this is that it may be a combination of the Golden Order's views on refinement, seeing traditional mating is a more bestial activity. In regards to aesthetics, the Golden Order clearly takes after the medieval era Catholic Church, and this is also in the way that they view the more pagan, tree-worshipping era of the Crucible. And this waning interest in traditional mating could also be seen as a mirror on the medieval era's church views on sex and conservatism, a view shared by fellow content creator Crunchy in a Twitter thread on this very subject. However, what if it was in part also a practical solution to the Omen problem, not just a view of conservatism? For if the Omen can only come about by natural births, then cutting out that process, traditional reproduction, could easily solve that issue. Indeed, the births of the Omen could have served to reinforce the conservative ideas on reproduction that the Golden Order has, the Omen standing as proof that reproduction is a backwards practice. It isn't hard to see that a recycling of life through Erdtree and Erdtree burial may feel more pure for those of the Golden Order, as this would not only connect all life through the Erdtree, where the dead are buried, and recycled as new life through the Erdtree, all life being controlled and connected to its grace. We have discussed this on the channel before, but in Tarnished Archaeologist's Life series, they discuss the possibility that people are born from the Erdtree as a result of this recycling process. We know that Erdtree burial does take place, it is mentioned several times, and in the catacombs we see bodies being absorbed by these roots. And in these very catacombs, there are doors. On these doors are depictions of Erdtree burial, and at the top of these same depictions, in the branches of the Erdtree, there seems to be pods or people being born from its branches. And if you want a more in-depth look at that life cycle, I would recommend Tarnish Archaeology's look at life cycles in the Land Between. The puritanical view that life should be connected through the Erdtree and touched by it is of course something we see in the greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric Bloodclot, which reads, Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands. Thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. Now of course Albinaurics are very different from the Omen. No one is claiming that the Omen are artificial life forms. Far from it, as we've already seen. However, what this does highlight is a particular type of hatred, a racial prejudice, if you will, for beings untouched by the Erdtree's grace, disconnected from its systems that we've just discussed. I believe that this is at the core of what causes a hatred for the Omen. Yes, they are hated for other reasons, for their bestial nature and their connections to an earlier, more primitive era. But what makes them Omen? Why are they so feared? Well, I do think this is connected to the idea of not being touched by the Erdtree's grace, and in fact, being very much disconnected from it. There is something darker to the Omen that we get glimpses of through small pieces of lore that explore the ideas of soul and a lack thereof. The Misbegotten and Crucible Knights also receive less than stellar treatment in the current era. The Crucible Knights, once the foremost champions of the ruling order, are forgotten and reviled, found at the fringes, even alongside Misbegotten in some cases. The Misbegotten are also treated like dirt, a slave class, to the point where Edgar, Castellan of Castle Morn, cannot even fathom why his abused slaves would want to rebel against him. Yet, despite these bad treatments of those who are connected to the Crucible, there is a special fear reserved for the Omen, as is suggested by their very name. It is sinister and ominous, compared to the title of Misbegotten, which is less about fear and more about othering what the conventional society would see as an odd, chaotic, and unreformed form of life that is lesser. And so I think Hawkshaw put this across very aptly in their video on the Perfumers. While we may focus on the brutal and unjust way in which the Omen are treated, which is no doubt horrific, we still need to stop and pause to ask a simple question. Is there something dangerous about the Omen? And is there some validity to the fear surrounding them that goes beyond this racial prejudice? And I think the answer is yes, and it is best explored through a certain despicable character. So let us now explore the Dungeater and the nature of the Omen curse. The Dungeater is a curious fella, so let us break him down because I do believe he is the best vessel through which we can understand the Omen condition and the nature of their curse. Firstly, he is one of the Tarnished, like us, and he is listed in the roster of heroes alongside Fia, Gideon Ofnir, and Horalu. And like the others, he is granted grace, as we do see an aspect of grace, the little golden light, next to each of these champions. Most of them have been killed, and seem to be resurrected when grace is granted to them. And the fact he is granted grace is an important point that we will get back to shortly. Now, what is apparent from his introductory slide is that he is not a very well liked individual, since he is introduced as the loathsome Dungeater, and in his image, he is hanging from his neck, being killed by society for some crime. And via information that we get from Boggart, he seems to have been locked up in a jail at some point. And just a side note, I believe that he himself has locked himself in his current jail, and this is not the one that Boggart is referring to, but we will get back to that shortly. And the more we learn about this individual, it becomes clear why he would be imprisoned and why he would be hanged by a society. Boggart, a criminal himself, is absolutely terrified of this man.
Does all sort of shit to the corpses to keep 'em cursed forever. I ain't seen nothing more disgusting in all my years. I ain't ever been more scared neither. Rooted to the bloody spot while he did that to my friend.
So what does he do to people? Why is he called the Dungeater? What are his aims, and why is he so feared? Well, the first question, why does he do this to people? We can get an understanding of some kind of motive from his distinctive armour set, which happens to be one of my favourite in any Souls game. It is fittingly named the Omen set, and has two key bits of lore, one from the unique chest piece, and one from the rest. So first of all, let us look at the description of the helmet, which reads, malformed helm resembling an omen with its horns cut off, worn by the Dungeater. Its form is a vision of the landscape of his mind, and of his appearance as he wished to see it. The heart of an omen without the body to match. Could there be any crueler existence? What does it matter then, if the curse claims all? And now let us read the chest piece item description, so we can unpack all this lore together. Worn by the Dungeater, the heavy, sun-shaped medallion represents both the guidance he once saw and the ring to which it will one day lead. So in very basic terms, it seems as though the Dungeater is someone who sees himself as an omen, the heart of an omen, and that the armour represents his appearance as he wished to see it, that he wants to have the appearance of an omen. However, he is not actually an omen, and thus he has fashioned this armour to mimic their form, an omen with its horns trimmed to be precise. The final sentence of the regular armour item description, what does it matter then if the curse claims all, seems to be his motivation. He is driven mad by the fact that he himself is not an omen, despite the fact he feels he is. And thus, as if to compensate for the fact he is not himself cursed, he wishes to spread the curse to all. Indeed, he even curses the Golden Order, the order responsible for the punishment, the hunting and imprisonment of Omen, his people.
Curse you, Golden Order. And one day, you'll get what's coming.
To him, the Omen curse in the Omen form is a blessing, and passing it to everyone in the world seems to be a singular purpose for the Dungeater. For when his corporeal form is locked in his jail, it is so frustrated that it can't get out and curse people that he repeatedly headbutts the wall, letting it know in his desires to carry on killing and cursing.
Must eat more. Defile more. Everything that matters to you for generations to come. I am the Dungeater, a scourge upon the living.
The desire to curse is so much part of his being that it will headbutt the wall to relieve the frustration of not being able to do it. What is interesting is there does seem to be some degree of separation between Dungeater's corporeal form and his phantom form, the latter of which being the main way we communicate with the Dungeater. For one, the phantom form seems more in control and at peace, able to sit quietly in round table hold and reflect on his plans. Secondly, his corporeal form doesn't even recognise you when you release him, despite the fact you have already met his phantom. If I was to speculate on the specifics of what is happening here, I would suggest that he can separate himself into a red phantom, and in this form he is far more collected and clear of mind than his more singular-minded counterpart, and when there is the need for a moment of peace, for time to think on his plans, then he locks away his corporeal form while he becomes his phantom form. For it is the phantom form of the Dungeater that gives us his own key. Dungeater hates the living and loves the Omen curse. The helmet is said to reflect the vision of the landscape of his mind, and this marries well with the lore found in the chest piece. As we have already read, the sun-shaped medallion is supposed to represent both guidance that he has received and the ring to which it will one day lead, his ultimate goal. Now firstly, Souls fans will recognise that this sun medallion is evidently a homage to Dark Souls 1 and Solaire of Astora, where the exact same sun symbol was used to represent Solaire's search for his very own sun, In a way, the sun symbol on Dungaeater's armour represents the same, his quest, except his sun that he will find is actually a mending rune, which will curse Order itself. Specifically, the sun is said to represent the ring he saw in some vision or guidance, and funnily enough, this isn't the only time this sort of a vision is expressed by a sun-like image. Indeed, someone who has very different aims altogether from Dungaeater experiences a similar vision that will also lead to a mending rune. Goldmask, the enigmatic scholar who is seeking to perfect the Golden Order, experienced a similar vision, as Goldmask's mask reads the following: a mask designed to resemble a blazing golden halo. Its striking design represents both the brilliant inspiration that once shone upon him and the vision of a ring that he will surely find at the end of his pursuit. These are both individuals that, despite being very different in character and aims, walk a very similar path. Both receive a vision of a ring from an outside source. Both use a sun to represent both that vision and their ultimate aim, a mending rune. This of course does lead us to the question, why? Why do both of these visions receive a vision of a mending rune? Where does it come from, and what connects these two characters? So understanding that the sun is meant to represent the rune, the mending rune that they both find, is fairly easy to understand. They are circular and do sort of look like a sun. But it is also meant to represent the source of this inspiration, the guidance that shone on them. This must be from an outside source, something that connected to both these characters to help guide them to their final goals. And the only outside source to me that fits the bill is the Greater Will. It is clear that the Greater Will does not care which form Order takes, only that the Elden Ring is repaired. And again, I would recommend Ratataskor's video on the concept that the Greater Will doesn't care about what form Order takes. The Greater Will has many irons in the fire to repair the world. First, it put its faith in the demigods, and now that they have failed, it puts its faith in the Tarnished of all stripes, granting them grace, including Dungaeater. As we mentioned before, Dungaeater appears to have been given grace in the opening cinematics. This means that the Two Fingers and the Greater Will have chosen Dungaeater for a purpose. Perhaps in both Dungaeater and Goldmask, the Greater Will saw an opportunity for the Elden Ring to be repaired and a new order to take hold through the mending runes that they would create. And no matter what we feel about the crimes that the Dungaeater commits, it doesn't really matter to the Greater Will. At the end of the day, the Dungaeater is another tool. He will provide a rune that could be used to repair the Elden Ring and bring about a new order, an order of despair. And while that may seem bad to us, at the end of the day the Elden Ring is repaired and the Greater Will's authority is reintroduced. And thus, I think the Greater Will chose both Goldmask and Dungaeater in the same way, as potential tools to repair the Elden Ring, just in their own individual ways. Much like Goldmask, Dungaeater is personally invested in bringing about the future he glimpses in his vision that the Greater Will gives him, a world where the curse is spread everywhere, everyone's children, and their children's children. The Order itself is cursed, and the fact that this vision is granted to him means that the Greater Will considers this as a viable possibility for the future. And so there is more to the Dungaeater than meets the eye. He is actually a specialist, much like Goldmask, an expert in his area. And this of course brings us back to his methodology, and why he is so loathed, and why he is called the Dungaeater. When we find the corpses of those defiled by the Dungaeater, we can already tell that this is a fairly gruesome crime. They are usually tied to a chair, with blood over their lower half of the body, suggesting a sort of torturous process. This process is repeatedly referred to as defilement by the Dungaeater himself.
I can kill you and defile your corpse, then the pox will truly be your own.
And the term defile is also present in the item description of the Seedbed Curse. Defile is one of those really powerful words that is excellent in conveying something truly wrong, truly perverse. In regards to a body, which is in this case, it is often used in cases of particularly heinous crimes, where a body is mutilated after the person's death, but the method is so vile and graphic that details are replaced with that singular word that is so effective in conveying a gruesome fate, defiled. So we get the impression that what Dungeater does to the body is so vile, so gruesome, that the game simply refuses to give us any specific details. The horror in Boggart's testimony that we listened to previously really does a fantastic job at hammering home the trauma he is by even witnessing the Dungeater in action. But it is important to remember that Dungeater gives us the order of how he does things. He kills you first, and then defiles you, so you will be reborn cursed. So you die, you're murdered, your body is defiled, and then you are reborn cursed. And this is unfortunately the fate of poor Boggart himself.
I will kill again, and defile each corpse with care, just to be sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed.
But the details of the defilement is something that we are missing, and we can get some information on it by looking at the seedbed curse, the description of which reads as follows. Curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dungeater, a tender pox afflicted with Omen horns. The Dungeater cultivates the seedbed curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erdtree, leaving them cursed forever. One of the most loathsome things found in the lands between. So again, this has to be one of the most lore significant items in the game. There's just so much here. Firstly, it links the condition of defilement to the Omen curse, due to the Omen horns that sprout from the seedbed, and we will return to this later. But aside from that, it tells us something else dramatic. The process by which the Dungeater achieves these growths to cultivate these seedbeds is by preventing souls from returning to the Erdtree. Again, relating back to that disconnect between the Omen and the Erdtree, that they are untouched by the Erdtree's grace that I alluded to in the earlier chapter. The taking of a victim's soul, combined with his name Dungeater, has led to some in the community coming up with a fairly satisfying answer as to exactly what his process is, what this defilement is. The source for my information on the subject comes from Reddit, and unfortunately the original Reddit user has deleted their account, so I can't credit them. But in an excellent post, they tie the Dungeater's name and process to Japanese folklore. They explain that in some Japanese folklore, there is a concept known as the Shirko Dama. This is a hard ball found within the backside that contains one's soul. In this same folklore, there are the Kappa, a mythical goblin creature that seek to steal this ball and devour it, and so essentially steal the soul, this hard ball, from the victim's rear end. And I don't want to explain it in any more graphic terms in case I get demonetized. But to me, this is the most satisfying tie-in to what we know about the Dungeater. He takes the soul via the rear end and then devours them, hence the Dungeater, the Soul Eater. It would explain his unfortunate title. If he is devouring, eating this soul from the victim's rear end, it would be dung eating. And it would explain the word defilement and the sheer horror expressed by Boggart. This is a pretty horrific sounding process, and no wonder it would lead to a society hanging a madman who was stealing people's souls in this way. Indeed, this would also explain why the blood of the victims that have the seedbed curses on them seem to have their wounds on the lower half of the body. To those skeptical about this connection, I would also point out that this is not the first time that From Software has alluded to this concept, and in fact it's actually been done more directly in Sekiro. In Sekiro, there are certain type of spirit enemies known as the Headless, and one of their grab attacks involves extracting a hardened stone from Sekiro's rear. and there can be no doubt that this is a soul-eating grab attack where the soul is found and pulled from Sekiro's behind. So it's as if Dungeater is stealing people's souls after they are dead and consuming them, denying a connection to the Erdtree. Indeed, Roderica seems to imply that these souls, the souls that he has devoured, are still connected to the Dungeater. Tortured spirits that are denied rest, that follow Dungeater around in a maelstrom.
The howling and wailing of spirits in fear of the curse. I can even hear the repulsive twisted malice in itself.
Now, all of this is interesting, especially the mention of souls in the Seedbed Curse item description, because the concept of a soul isn't mentioned much at all in Elden Ring, compared to Dark Souls or Demon Souls, and yet it is used repeatedly in the story of the Dungeater. The resulting removal of a soul from a human in this manner results in these seedbeds that have omen horns growing from it. A seedbed literally means a bed from which things grow or germinate. So from a soulless corpse, the Dungeater literally cultivates a little bit of the Omen curse, directly tying the Omen condition to the idea of soullessness, and this process done by the Dungeater. Yet this is a drop in the ocean ultimately. Dungeater is one man and his labour would take generations if he was to spread it manually to everyone in the world. Upon his defeat at our hands, he eventually realises that the guidance he received is the ultimate answer to his quest, and that he is not just to do the dung eating anymore, but in fact his flesh is to become the vessel for these seedbed curses that will eventually germinate something that will curse Order itself.
There you are. You warded off my blessing, despite the curse stirring within you. No one has succeeded in that before. How? I thought. Then it hit me that you are, in fact, me. And I am the Dungeater. It is my flesh that must receive the blessing. Give me your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse, again and again, until it is done, until a cursed ring coalesces that may one day defile Order itself. Countless I have killed, and countless I have defiled, and soon the fruits will be born. Hundreds will be reborn cursed, and they'll bear thousands of cursed children, who bear tens of thousands more. A few of those will be born just like me, and they'll kill and defile and bless in my stead. The rotten fools. My fate was the grandest, most brilliant of them all.
He will no longer be an instrument of defilement, rather the vessel for it. His body is now to be defiled, and the result will be a more cosmic and wide-reaching curse that will be gestated within him, that will spread his curse throughout all of Order. However, we will return to the Dungeater and his mending rune at the conclusion of this video, but for now I want to return to the Omen and the matter of their soul, or a lack of it. Now, we spoke about the Omen and their physical form before, but we didn't speak about their power. For there is a power to the Omen, and their confinement isn't just one of prejudice, though that certainly does play a part, as we have already discussed. Both Morgott and Mohg have power within their blood. Mohg's power seems to have been intensified by his contact with the Formless Mother, and his blood being ignited, and the power of Morgott's cursed blood is unleashed when we push him to the brink, during the battle for the Elden Throne. In Hawkshaw's Perfumer Lore video, they make the great point that there seems to be a relation between the Omen horns and the power of the Omen. Specifically, Omen horns grow in the Seedbed Curse, implying that these horns are directly tied to the curse itself, and, more importantly, it is only horned Omens that can utilise their more advanced powers. Those with trimmed horns are reliant on their brute force only. When I talk about powers, I'm referring to the regal omens, the horned omens, ability to breathe, curse fire, release their curse in a bombardment, and wreathe their swords in this brown-black omen flame. This is an ability not used by the trimmed omen, suggesting the power of the curse itself is connected to the omen horns, that they are a manifestation and a nexus of this curse and its power, hence the presence of these horns on the seedbed curses. Now, the colour of these powers is fairly unique, and it shares a similar hue with the Death Hex magics, with a black core, only it has a golden brown glow to it rather than the white blue of Death Hexes. The black core of it does suggest a connection to the element of death, which makes sense if we consider that the omen may be soulless. And there is certainly more to suggest a connection here. When you enter Godwyn's dream, you see a unique skybox that is not seen anywhere else, that is obviously meant to reflect the lifeless curse eating away at the inside of him, the life within death within him. However, there is somewhere else we see a similar skybox, and this is in the Age of Despair ending, the Omen curse ending. Perhaps this is just a reuse of assets and I am looking too closely into this, however it could be a reflection of the similarities between these two states of being. Both are beings that are unable to die properly and return to the Erdtree. But that is just speculation, and the connection is up to you to decide. What is more interesting, however, is that the colour of the Omen flame is identical in colour to the powers used by the Wraith Callers and the Revenants, as well as the same colour as their portals that both the Wraith Callers and Revenants spawn from. The Wraith Callers are the hunched over beings who ring the bells that fire cursed projectiles at us, and their bell, the Wraith Caller bell, reads the following. Bell used by worshippers of Revenants. Wraiths are said to be the vengeful spirits of those who died when cursed. Interesting, isn't it? We've talked about beings that die when they're cursed, and that they are disconnected from the Erdtree, that their souls are prevented from returning to the Erdtree. And these brown-black projectiles summoned by the Wraith Callers seem to be wraiths, the spirits of those who have died cursed, and are unable to move on, and are now manipulated by these Wraith Callers. And these same powers produced by the Wraith Caller bells that are fired at us, as well as the effect when Revenants are summoned, are the same powers produced by the Omen Bairns and the Omens. The Omen Bairns also describe these projectiles as wraiths, and when you use the Spirit Caller bell to summon these wraiths, it is the same black-brown projectiles that the Omen use, and this leads us to conclude that the powers that the Omen themselves tap into is similar to these Wraith Caller bells, i.e. they are manipulating wraiths, these lost, cursed souls. They somehow have a connection and are able to manipulate cursed souls. The Royal Revenants, the most annoying enemies in the game, are also described as cursed by their associated note, and while we may speculate on how their grafted form came to be, it is clear that the Royal Revenants are cursed, soulless beings. And it is fascinating to tie the Wraith Callers, the Revenants, and the Omen together, not only by the colour of the magic associated with them, but also with the term cursed. So I do think it's clear that the Omen and those cursed exist in a state of unrest, souls unreturned to the Erdtree that are denied a proper afterlife, a proper death. And this horrible state of cursed life is no doubt what awaits those who meet the Dungeater and his defilement. And perhaps it is this intrinsic link between the Omen and the cursed spirits that allow them to tap in and summon these cursed wraiths. Perhaps they are able to call on the restless souls that have been touched by their curse, and unleash them in an aggressive fashion. Roderica senses a maelstrom of restless spirits surrounding the Dungeater. Perhaps the Omen too are connected in a way to those that are cursed, that they are all connected together somehow. Indeed, we do get an inkling that the Omen are in fact haunted by these restless, cursed spirits. The Omen smirk mask reads the following: bears the smirking face of an elder, twisted in wicked delight. This visage is carved in the image of the evil spirits that haunt the Omen in their nightmares. Indeed, whenever we see Omen sleeping, we do see that it is a fitless, restless sleep, and I have long pondered what the spirits mentioned in the Omen smirk mask are, but having now realised the connection of the spirits to the wraiths of the Wraith Callers, and the dialogues of Roderica describing a maelstrom of restless souls, I believe that the spirits that haunt the Omen are very much the same as the spirits of those who died when cursed, these wraiths, that can be manipulated as the brown-black energy via the Omen themselves. I would suggest that the Omen, being cursed beings, are connected to these cursed spirits. There is an intrinsic link. That is why they are able to manipulate their powers, but it is also why they are haunted by these same spirits. I have always found it interesting that when we fight the Omen duo on the outskirts of Leyndell, that we are pulled into an abyss-like arena after reaching the corpse of a Leyndell soldier. Perhaps this is the corpse of a cursed person who died, and thus is a sort of trap set up by these Omen duo, and that they spread the curse to his body on purpose, and we are pulled into this trap, into this in-between space, this abyss, where the cursed live. We are of course veering dangerously into wild speculation territory, but I do believe that the Omen's intrinsic link to this cursed realm could be the explanation for this abyss arena. The curse of the Omen is real. It is a state of soullessness, and we learn this via the Dungeater, who seeks to recreate the curse by disconnecting people and their souls from the Erdtree. The cursed are those that are restless, denied a final death, and the cursed will never rest, and they are angry and vengeful. They can either be used as weapons by the Omen, who can redirect the ire of their cursed brethren towards their enemies, or they will haunt the Omen themselves, angry that they are denied their rest. One needs only look at the Revenants to see that a cursed existence is one that does not bear thinking about. Never mind the poor spirits that follow the horrendous Dungeater around like a maelstrom, tied to this monstrous murderer, denied proper sleep. This is of course pretty terrifying, and I had long assumed that the treatment of the Omen was mainly born of prejudice of the Golden Order, and this certainly will still play a role, but there is a real danger and threat to their curse. No one wants to be soulless. No one wants to end up like a royal revenant. So props to Hawkshaw for stimulating the discussion on the Omen and making me reassess their position and their curse itself. But this will of course leave us with a massive question. We now understand that being cursed is having your soul taken and being denied returning to the Erdtree, that you exist in an in-between state as an angry spirit, denied a true death and a true afterlife. But how? And what has it got to do with the Crucible? Well, I would like to suggest a pretty simple answer, an Occam's razor if you will. If the Omen are touched by the Crucible, connected to it, then they simply aren't connected to the Erdtree. In an era where the Erdtree is the nexus of life and death, the Omen find themselves outside this order, connected to a power that has long passed. It is a very similar position to those who live in death, beings who simply fall outside the current order of the Erdtree, the life cycle of Erdtree burial and death, and simply cannot find death. The Omen are from an era where death was very different. Before death was confined by the Golden Order, there was normal death, and perhaps the Omen, being connected to the Age of the Crucible, just don't fit within the Erdtree ideas of life and death. Like those who live in death, they simply fall between the cracks of the Golden Order's refined logic, unable to die and unable to return to the Erdtree as they are not connected to it. They are cursed, and thus the Omen state of being is simply having a soul that isn't connected to the systems of the Erdtree, and this is the process and state of being that the Dungeater seems to want to recreate artificially by devouring the souls of those he slays, so they too don't return to the Erdtree, and in a way, by become Omen, become cursed. And with that said, I now want to talk about the treatment of the Omen at the hand of the Golden Order before finally returning to the Dungeater and the conclusion of his story. As I have just mentioned, my re-examination of the Omen curse was spurred on by Hawkshaw's excellent video on the Perfumers, in which they present a fascinating theory on how the persecution and hunting of the Omen began, and how it relates to the history and development of the Perfumers and the Omen Killers. This theory is generally anchored by two key items: Perfumer Tricia's ashes and the Omen Smirk mask. I of course want to reiterate that what follows is just a theory, but it is one that I've found extremely compelling. In Perfumer Tricia, we find at least one perfumer who is trying to help the Omen, not hunt them, and Hawkshaw suggests that this should not be seen as an isolated case, but instead illustrates what might have been the initial response by the apothecaries of the capital, viewing the Omen condition as a sickness to be cured, and initially the Omen as their patients. Hawkshaw suggests that perhaps the knowledge about spirits that haunt the Omen, described by the Omen Smirk mask, was discovered as part of ongoing treatment, that the Omen may have conveyed this as a symptom, a discussion between patient and doctor. After all, the first of the Omen killers was a perfumer, Rollo, and how else would he have the knowledge to craft the Omen Smirk mask? How would he know about these spirits unless he or some of his brethren had dialogued with the Omen? And while we may initially view the Omen killers as psychotic fiends, the details of Rollo himself paint a rather different picture. Rollo's ashes read as follow: Spirit of Rollo, known as the first Omen killer. Once a famous perfumer, Rollo imbibed a physic to rid himself of emotion, thus enabling him to enact his nightmarish labour, hunting the Omen. So actually quite far removed from a cold-blooded killer, Rollo actually needed to take an emotion-removing potion so he could do what needed to be done. The description even refers to it as a nightmarish labour, far from what we'd expect for a merciless killer who takes a joy in his work. Hawkshaw even suggests that their appearance, the appearance of the Omen killers, with an apron and massive cleavers, is akin to a butcher, with the killing of these Omen not a pleasure, but rather a labour undertaken by a professional. Indeed, the word butcher is used in the description of the Omen killer robe, and this also does seem to be an accurate assessment by Hawkshaw, because Loki translates the kanji for killer in the name Omen killer as butcher or slaughterer. The impression that this all gives to me is one of a doctor seeing a disease that cannot be cured and must be excised, doing what needs to be done despite how horrific the task may be. So I think this suggestion of a doctor-patient relationship existing prior to the emergence of Omen killers between perfumers and Omen is a pretty solid one, as it would explain a few other things. As we've discussed, it would explain how the Omen killers know about the spirits that haunt the Omen. Secondly, the cutting of Omen horns. Perhaps this is a surgical procedure. As we have already discussed, this does actually seem to have a practical effect, as it curtails the powers of the Omen, a determination that may well have been discovered during the course of treatment and the works of the perfumers to try and cure the Omen. However, as Tricia's ashes suggest, there is no cure, and the best that she and others of her kind can do is help the Omen pass peacefully. With this, and everything else we have seen about the Omen killers, the narrative suggested would be this: the perfumers started to treat the Omen, they cut their horns to try and reduce the effects of the Omen curse, and they learned about the spirits, but eventually it was determined that this was not just a illness, it was in fact a permanent condition. And so the answer to the Omen question was divided. As the Omen are actually dangerous, as we have looked at throughout this video, no one wants to die soulless, no one wants to become cursed, and so those who had the stomach for it followed in Rollo's footsteps, enacting a great slaughter, seeing it as the only permanent and true solution to this condition. It seems that the establishment took a less direct, but no less cruel route. Those who were born Omen of common blood would have their horns excised in a brutal surgery, and this would either curb their powers or kill them completely. Either way, it was a good outcome for the establishment. Those lucky enough to survive would be indentured and collared, and used as shock troops, with even their swords being charmed to disintegrate. Another method of control, so that once the Omen were used up in battle, they would disarm themselves. Yet this of course presented somewhat of a dilemma for the royal household, as they had their own children that would begin to be born with the Omen curse. And of course, the royal family couldn't risk their progeny being killed in the brutal excising of their horns. And so, they would be imprisoned, a half measure that would preserve the guilt of killing their own royal progeny, but would also keep the Omen out of harm's way. We know from the regal Omen bairns that this was a process done unbeknownst to anyone, and the memorial fetishes were carved in secret. These imprisonments were done in secret to hide the hypocrisy of the royal family, that their children wouldn't be subject to the same brutal treatment of regular Omen, that they got special treatment and were allowed to live. And ultimately, while this might assuage the guilt of the royal family that their kin's blood was not in their hand, this was cold comfort for those who were actually imprisoned. They were forced to live in sewers like beasts. Morgott and Mohg were given shackles, as if extra care was made that these two would not escape. I think it is fairly clear that the hatred for the Omen will certainly have happened in the age of the Erdtree. The scale, knot and feather talisman make it clear that the Omen were in fact divine back in the time of the Crucible, and if my theory about their condition is correct, I believe that their curse, a curse which prevents true soul death, would not have been a thing back in the Crucible era, an era where death was not yet confined and people could die normally. Indeed, Godfrey's reverential treatment of Morgott stands out. Aside from Tricia, there's no one else we see give such kind treatment to an Omen, but it again fits with everything we know about these characters. Because Godfrey is a man of the Crucible, he thrived with his warriors in that more bestial era, and thus certainly wouldn't have seen the Omen in the same way that the modern adherents of the Golden Order do. And as a result, we see a touching scene of a man putting his son to rest, despite his condition. But is there hope for the Omen? This brings us back to the ultimate fate of the Omen, the Mending Rune, and the Dungeater. While very different in presentation, I see Dungeater's quest as analogous to Fia's, and what Fia does for those who live in death, Dungeater can do for the Omen people. Both of these characters represent groups that fall outside the current orders. Both are groups of restless spirits disconnected from the Erdtree, denied proper rest. Both of these groups are unrepresented by the current order, and both are hunted by the Golden Order. And thus, both of the Mending Runes seem to want to incorporate these outsider groups into a new order that will put them at the forefront. In both cases, I do not believe that this Mending Rune will cure their condition. It will not cure those who live in death with the Mending Rune of the Death Prince, nor will the Omen be cured with the Mending Rune of the Fell Curse. Rather, it will make their conditions the new order. For example, in the case of the Mending Rune of the Death Prince, it reads as follows: formed of the two Hallowbrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. It will embed the principle of life within death. Not that it will restore mortality or death as it was before. Rather, this age of the Dustborn is the age of life within death, and the Prince of Death, the concept of life within death, is embedded into the new order as it is now. With that said, let us look at the Mending Rune of the Fell Omen, and how this ring comes to be. We had discussed previously, the Dungeater realised that he was to be the vessel for a new blessing of despair, that this was the vision that was granted to him, and so he urges the player to feed him the seedbed curses that have grown upon his victims. to inflict his body with defilement. What is interesting is that when the Dungeater decides upon this path and begins to formulate the birth of his mending rune, the birth of a new order, the spirits around him, the cursed spirits, seem to conform to this new order, as Roderica comments on the maelstrom that she had sensed previously. And specifically, this dialogue does not come about until the Dungeater has formulated his plan to become the vessel for the mending rune of the fell Omen. She says the following:
I can hear them, the spirits, as they howl and lament in fear of the curse. And worse than ever, the reverberations of the twisted malison itself. But after all this time, I've started to grasp it now. I can hear, in the malison, another fearsome order.
After we fed him 5 seedbed curses, the Dungeater seems to reach a critical point, where the curse material inside of him, like a formula within a test tube, reaches a saturation point. The Dungeater is killed, and from his body is formed the mending rune of the fell curse.
Unleash it upon them! A curse blessings to war!
This is a new rune, literally made of the curse itself, formed from the cursed souls that the Dungeater has spread throughout his life. It is curse distilled. The rune itself so saturated that even this eldritch object has horns protruding from it, Omen horns, in the form of a rune. The item itself reads the following: the reviled curse will last eternally, and the world's children, grandchildren, and every generation hence will be its pustules. If order is defiled entirely, defilement is defilement no more, and for every curse, a cursed blessing. So I think the effect is quite clear. Order itself will be cursed when the Elden Ring is repaired with this rune. The rune itself will corrupt the Elden Ring, and the curse will spread out into the world. The Elden Ring governs the rules and laws of this universe, and so if it itself is defiled by the curse, it makes a sort of sense that the curse will permeate all life, and every generation hence, everyone will be born cursed. Up until this point, the Dungeater has been spreading the curse the good old-fashioned way, one murder at a time, hoping he could spread it far enough that more and more children would be born cursed, and it would become exponential. However, the realization that he came to, the epiphany of how he could achieve this vision set out to him, was why not tackle the issue at the source? If order itself is defiled, then defilement will become order itself, spreading to every life form uniformly. We looked at the Dungeater's armour description before. He was guided to this conclusion, to this final goal. The Greater Will considers this to be a victory. And while we may consider this to be a vile outcome, all the Greater Will sees is a new order established, and its Elden Ring restored, through the hard work of the Dungeater. To us, the Dungeater may be a murderer, but to the Omen people, he is a hero. He cares about their condition. He wants to be one of them. Even as he's tied to the chair, taking the curse himself, going through unimaginable pain, he utters a curse to the Golden Order. It will get what's coming to it. No doubt this is vengeance. Vengeance for the Omen people. And in a way, it is a satisfying conclusion. The Golden Order mercilessly treated these people, and here we have the Dungeater sacrificing himself so that they may be ascended. And while we've pointed out the dangers of the Omen curse and what it represents, does it really matter if everyone is cursed? If the Omen becomes order itself? The Shattering War broke any hope that one of the demigods could rise to Elden Lord and repair the order of the world. Those few that do survive the Shattering War are broken, malformed, or simply unfit, pursuing mad schemes that will never come to fruition. The Greater Will has disowned these squabbling half-gods and bids us to take their heads in our quest to become Elden Lord. Yet there is one demigod who stands above the rest, one demigod who rose from the sewers to become the king of Leyndell itself. Morgott, the Veiled Monarch, rules from the shadows, but when necessary will take to the field as his violent alter ego, Morgott. Alongside his Knights Cavalry, Morgott the Fell has gained notoriety on the battlefield, hunting those who would seek the throne, hunting down champions with an almost demonic ferocity. There is no doubt that the only reason Leyndell still stands is because of the Veiled Monarch, a fascinating and complex character who has absolutely no reason to love Leyndell and its people, and yet has emerged as its greatest defender. But why did Morgott not become Elden Lord? Why is he grace given? And why does he appear to be empowered by the Formless Mother in our final battle? I will attempt to answer such questions. And so in this lore video, we will be doing a full exploration of Morgott, his origins, his rise to power, his incredible abilities, his Omen blood, and what the Formless Mother has to do with the Omen in general. At this stage, I would like to thank Mirko, translator for Subako no Meiko, and Loki, author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations and insights throughout this video. As I discussed in my Omen Curse video, which I will link below, the Omen are not their own species, rather they are humans afflicted with the Omen Curse, and Loki has been kind enough to provide translations and insights on this particular subject. On the original Japanese used for Omen, they had the following to say. Most Omen are an Omen child, which would typically refer to an unwanted kid, adjective meaning unlucky, abhorred, taboo, etc. These are unwanted and discarded children, children of both regular human variety and those who belong to the royal family, a fact illustrated by the Omen and Regal Omen Bairn. This curse afflicts all, no matter if they are royal or common. And the fate of being born an Omen is a tragedy, and in a way you are already considered dead, especially when you consider that these model bairns, these stone carvings of Omen children, are based on the real-life Jizu. These are stone statues that play a role in the practice of Mizuko Kuyo, or Water Child Memorial Service, in which Jizu are carved to memorialize a child who died as a result of miscarriage or other means. The implication of carving this for the Omen is pretty telling. Being born an Omen, you are already considered dead. And indeed this does make sense when you consider the fate of an Omen. If you are a commoner, you will likely die in the brutal forced surgery of having your horns cut, and even if you do survive, you will be chained and sent to the front lines of war. If you are of royal blood, then your treatment is not much better. As we learn via the Regal Omen Bairn, as a royal Omen, you are spared the brutal horn surgery, but instead you are sent to the Shunning Grounds in secret, so no one even knows that you exist, and you may as well be dead. And so it is that the Omen of royal lineage populate the subterranean Shunning Grounds. This would be the fate of the twin brothers Mohg and Morgott, who we know are twins thanks to Mohg's great rune. While the other royal Omen found in the sewers may be connected to royalty as distant descendants or minor nobility, Mohg and Morgott are specifically of the Golden Order, of the royal family, as Morgott's great rune reads. This great rune is the anchor ring that houses the base and proves two things: that the Omen King was born of the golden lineage, and that he was indeed the Lord of Leyndell. And indeed it is heavily implied that they aren't just distant descendants of Godfrey and Marika, rather they are direct offspring of Marika and Godfrey, given the recognition that Godfrey has for Morgott, who he hasn't seen for a long time.
It's been a long while, Morgott.
Perhaps it was their importance, that potential embarrassment that they could cause to the royal family itself that led to both Morgott and Mohg to be shackled as an extra measure by magical fetishes. As we learn from the items themselves, these are special precautions for Morgott and Mohg in particular. However, there is a nuance about Mohg and Morgott's early life that I have always wondered, and that is, were they immediately placed here the moment they were born in the Shunning Grounds? Or did they once live amongst Godfrey and the other royals before they were persecuted? The fact that Morgott's remembrance can be used to create the regal Omen bairn suggests that this was a bairn carved for him in particular, implying that he was a child when he was placed below ground, as this child statue is meant to memorialise him. However, let me offer an alternative, more nuanced theory, and a theory it is nonetheless, so bear that in mind, that Morgott spent some of his early childhood in the capital before being placed below ground when the persecution of the Omen began. For example, I find it interesting that Godfrey has a reverential treatment of his son, that there is some kind of relationship there, a bond that wouldn't feel as meaningful if they hadn't had time to build up a relationship, without Morgott having once existed above ground as a normal royal child. There's also the Godfrey Phantom that we fight on our way to meet Morgott. This Phantom uses the same Crucible emblem when it is summoned as the Morgott projections in Altus Plateau. They both share the same symbol for Crucible miracles, and given Morgott's clear use of golden miracles, such as his weapons and the Morgott manifestations, I think it is easy for us to conclude that Morgott summoned this Godfrey Phantom as one final barrier between us and the Elden Throne. And so if we accept that this Phantom is something conjured by Morgott, how is he able to do so if he had no memories of his father? If he was placed in the sewers immediately upon being born, he wouldn't even know his father's face. Do you remember anything from your early infancy? I reckon it would be hard for him to form a Godfrey spectre that moves and fights exactly like his father, had he not spent some time with Godfrey, a feat that would have been very difficult for someone placed in the sewers upon his infancy. Aside from this, Morgott and Mohg are extremely intelligent and well spoken, something I would imagine would be hard to develop had they lived their entire lives underground in a sewer. Indeed, the other regal Omen we find in the Shunning Grounds seem far more bestial than Mohg and Morgott, and I would have expected the twins to be similar had they lived their entire lives in this sewer. And so, if the Omen are so hated and reviled, how would my speculative theory be possible? Well, we have to remember that while the Omen are the Omen now, despised and reviled, at one stage their forms were seen as the opposite, as divine. We learn of the divine nature of their forms via the Knot Talisman, an item dropped by an Omen killer no less, and is no doubt a reference to the bony knots that form the base of Omen horns. In the time of the Crucible, such vestigial growths, like those seen on the Omen and the Misbegotten, were seen as divine, which makes sense given they were touched by the Crucible, which at that stage was the centre of worship, not the Erdtree. It was only as civilization advanced in the time of the Erdtree that the Omen would become disdained, as the ideas of refinement and geniality became the ideal, stark contrast to the forms of the Omen. If the Omen were accepted in the Crucible era, the era that immediately preceded the time of the Erdtree, there must have been a period of overlap, where they were still accepted in the early age of Leyndell. I think we see this transformation through Godfrey himself, who vowed to conduct himself as a lord in keeping with the new ideas of civilization, a transition from a bloodthirsty warrior of the Crucible to a noble and defined lord of the age of the Erdtree. Such ideas do not happen overnight. We are talking about the evolution of a society's morals and ideals, after all. The Crucible Knights themselves may well help indicate how long it took for these new ideals to emerge. The Crucible Knights were once the greatest heroes of the ruling order's armies. However, as the Erdtree ideas of civilization and geniality advanced, their time would come too. As the Crucible Gauntlets read, "In time, the strength shown by these knights and even their appearance was seen as chaotic and deserving of scorn." In time, suggesting that over time there was an overlap where ideals of the Crucible were still held, but in time these were pushed to the fringes, to the extreme point where Crucible Knights themselves were actually deserving of scorn. And the reason that the Crucible Knights are hated is mainly the reason that the Omen are hated as well. If you replace the word Knights with Omen in the Crucible Gauntlets, it could definitely apply to the Omen and the changing ideals around them. My point is that surely the Omen were not immediately slapped in chains the moment the Erdtree emerged. Rome was not built in a day, and we can assume that the ideals of the Crucible will have overlapped into the early times of the Erdtree, and certainly in the early reign of Godfrey and Marika, when Morgott and Mohg were likely born. And if Morgott lived as a child in the early age of the Erdtree, it would provide him with an opportunity for him to gain a love for it. His remembrance makes it clear that his love for the Erdtree is one of his defining features, and I think it's more likely that he would have developed a love for the Erdtree had he lived in early Erdtree society, amongst people who worshipped its glory. Aside from all this speculation, we can look at the archaeological evidence, so to speak, of the Shunning Grounds themselves. The Shunning Grounds are basically the sewers of Leyndell, rather than a purpose-made prison. This suggests that the sewers, and thus the city of Leyndell, must have been in existence when the Omen were first imprisoned, that Leyndell precedes the subjugation of the Omen, because surely if the Omen had been hated while Leyndell was being built or before it was built, there would have been a purpose-made prison for them. Instead, the picture that is painted, in my opinion, is that this city and culture developed without the hatred for the Omen, and it was something that came about later, and thus the regal Omen were hastily thrown into the sewers, a makeshift prison for a city that had long been built years ago. With all that speculation said, Morgott is the Veiled Monarch, and few know of his and Mohg's true identity. Ofnir describes Mohg as the one only known as the Lord of Blood. And so if my theory is correct, then they wouldn't have lived long on the surface, otherwise everyone would know who they are. Ultimately, this is all just speculation on my part, and Mohg and Morgott may very well have been placed in the underground as a child, much like the rest of the regal Omen, and the very fact few know their identities would certainly support this view, and I do leave it up to you to decide your own narrative, whether they were placed in here as newborns, or if they lived some kind of life on the surface before their imprisonment. The greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric Bloodclot, tells us that any life form that was not touched by the Erdtree's grace is seen as impure, and the Omen would certainly fall under that category. The remembrance of the Omen King reinforces the Omen's disconnect from the world of grace by calling the Omen graceless, and one only needs to see the treatment of the Albinaurics and the Tarnished to see what being graceless will earn you in the Erdtree era. I've already covered in depth the nature of the Omen Curse in my Omen Curse lore video, and this video is more a profile piece on Morgott himself, so if you are interested on the Omen condition and its nuances, I would recommend that video, which I will link below. But in that video we highlighted the actions of the Dungeater, who spreads the curse that is connected to the Omen condition, and his quest and his actions are great at illustrating why the Omen are seen as graceless. The seedbed that is cultivated on the corpses of those he defiles tells us that to be cursed, to be connected to the fell curse of the Omen, is to be denied returning to the Erdtree upon death, again reinforcing the Omen's graceless nature and how they fall outside the current system. This of course gives greater significance to the title Grace Given that Morgott would earn in time through his defence of the Erdtree and the world of grace, despite his graceless birthright. With no cure, the Omen were either hunted, forced into a brutal life-threatening surgery, or thrown away into the Shunning Grounds, out of sight, out of mind, and never to be remembered. And it is to the dark, damp depths of the Shunning Grounds that we turn to next. So it is in these dark, dank tunnels that Morgott and Mohg would spend a good portion of their life, despite their regal heritage. Their jailers would even go as far to shackle these too, and this makes sense, given their power and intelligence. It would be easy for them to escape. There are a couple of interesting lore nuggets found in these shackles, so let us read the description of Margit's shackle now, which reads, "A fetish bathed in golden magic. Shackles were used to bind the accursed people, called the Omen, and these ones were made to keep a particular Omen under the strictest confinement. Though faint, the shackles still retain vestiges of power, enough to trap the once bound Morgott on Earth, if only for a short time. So these shackles aren't made of metal or chains, rather it is a magical fetish imbued with golden magic, which makes sense given it is the Order of Grace who has imprisoned them. What I also find interesting is that the emblem manifested when we activate the shackle ourselves takes the form of a tree symbol that is something between the crucible symbol and the Erdtree symbol, and as far as I can see it, this could mean two different things. One, it is a crucible-esque symbol that is meant to denote the Omen specifically. Number two, the Omen were imprisoned in the early era of the Erdtree, and the magic dates from this period, and this symbol is representative of that period, predating both the Erdtree and Golden Order magical emblems. What's interesting is that the way the emblem appears when we use the shackle is very similar to the projections that happen when Morgott and the Godfrey Phantom appear at certain locations throughout the Lands Between, as I've already discussed in the previous chapter. This suggests to me that the source of Morgott's power and his ability to project his Morgott persona and to summon this Godfrey Phantom is also a form of golden magic, as this is what's described in Morgott's shackle. And so it's a very useful lore item as it simultaneously provides an insight into what Morgott's powers actually are. Returning to the subject at hand, it is brutal to think of these two brothers scratching out a living here. The Shunning Grounds themselves clearly aren't a purpose-made creche for the Omen. These are the sewers of Leyndell, a real sign of how little regard is given to the Omen people. They are considered no better than waste, than the rats that share the tunnels with them. And compounded with the issues that the Omen condition brings, this is a horrifying existence for anyone. We could get further insight into how little regard the World of Grace have for the Omen through a cut NPC known as Viscount Shaneheit. This Viscount would have been a noble in Altus Plateau and would have given us quests that related to the extermination of the Omen so he could get an audience with the Veiled Monarch, who he doesn't know to be an Omen. Viscount Shaneheit represents all the haughtiness of the World of Grace and how they look down on those who are without grace, like the Tarnished and the Omen. Before we discuss the relevant dialogue, the usual warning for cut content applies here. Cut content is not to be considered canon, rather it can be used to see the intention behind certain areas of lore throughout development, especially where it doesn't clash with what's currently in the game. In this case, I feel the cut content does fit nicely with what we know in the lore as it is in game, and so I think we can safely consider it in our analysis of the Omen. However, do take it with a pinch of salt, and this warning does apply for all the times I will mention the Viscount throughout this video. So he would have said the following on the regal Omen found in the Shunning Grounds. The Undercapital is a repository of waste. For ages it's teemed with repulsive Omen, fiendlings even, who have never lost a horn. And what's worse, they've taken to bellowing in a most blood-curdling manner. You can hear it all the way up here. A vile, ceaseless affront to the Erdtree's sanctity. So even before we got this dialogue, it is heavily implied that those of Grace see the Omen as lesser and even vile beings. But here it is from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Interestingly, he also mentions how the Omen bellow, and while this is an irritation to the haughty Viscount, it is of course a testament to the horrendous conditions that the Omen find themselves in. These bellows are one of pain and suffering. We can get an insight on how the Omen condition itself, and the afflictions associated with it, would have compounded how horrendous these years would have been for the twins via the cursed blood pot, which reads as follows: throw at enemies to douse them in accursed blood, causing summoned spirits to assail them with rabid fervour. A childhood memory of the Lord of Blood. Now, the accursed blood contained within this pot is obviously Omen blood, as Omen blood is referred to interchangeably with the term accursed, such as in Morgott's sword. Now, if you've never used one of these cursed blood pots, what it actually does in game is essentially paint a target for your Ash spirit summons. So if you hit a target with this pot, all of your summons' eyes will go red, and they will all aggressively attack that particular enemy. So we can see that the Omen blood, the accursed blood in the pot, sends restless spirits into a frenzy, and this reminds us of the description of the Omen smirk mask. 2 item descriptions relating to the Omen, and 2 mentions of spirits. It is obviously connected. Clearly these spirits never let the Omen rest even for a minute. Mohg has memories of being pursued by said spirits because of his Omen blood, and the Omen smirk mask tells us that the Omen are haunted in their dreams by these very spirits, and indeed we do see the Omen having fitful sleeps in the few occasions that they are asleep in the lands between. And given Mohg and Morgott are of the Omen condition, we can safely assume that the twins suffered these same afflictions, and that Morgott will have experienced what Mohg did in his childhood memories. In my Omen Curse lore video, I suggested that these spirits, mentioned by the Omen smirk mask, are those that have died while afflicted with the fell curse. We have already seen, through the Seedbed curse and the actions of the Dungeater, that those who are touched by the curse are unable to return to the Erdtree, suggesting a state of restlessness. But more importantly, there is the evidence provided by the Wraith Callers, who use a brown-black projectile that is identical to the brown-black projectiles used by the Omen, including by Morgott himself in the final stages of his battle. The item that these Wraith Callers use to manipulate these projectiles is the Wraith Caller Bell, and the Wraith Caller Bell describes these projectiles as wraiths of those who have died cursed. And given the Omen can also manipulate these same powers that are also unleashed by the Omen Bairns, it is a fair conclusion that these wraiths are those who die from the Omen curse, and they are connected to the Omen, who can manipulate them freely without the use of a Wraith Caller Bell. The connection between these cursed spirits and the Omen condition is reinforced by the description of this cursed blood pot. It works specifically by spilling accursed blood, Omen blood, on the victim, and then the spirits are drawn to the victim like a moth to a flame, as if they believe the victim is of Omen blood. This tells us so much about the relationship between the cursed spirits and the Omen. Though admittedly the cursed blood pot manipulates different spirits from the wraiths of the Wraith Caller Bell and the Omen type magic, in this case the accursed blood affects those spirits that still dwell in Ash. But in a way these Ashen spirits are in the same position as the wraiths described by the Wraith Caller Bell anyway. They are restless spirits unreturned to the Erdtree, and so the cursed blood pot suggests the Omen and the Omen blood has a connection to all restless spirits, that it angers them, as if the Omen are to blame for their restless condition. but that is just my speculation, of course. And it reinforces the idea that the Omen are connected intrinsically to the spirits of the cursed, down to their very blood, and that those of Omen blood must be surrounded by these spirits and haunted by them every waking minute, and every sleeping minute as well. This paints a pretty grim picture of the tormented existence of being an Omen, and the regal Omen that we find in the sewers are little more than rabid beasts, having known no better than this rancid mire and being driven mad by the spirits. This traumatizing experience, years of being locked in a sewer by your own kind, and then being haunted by the spirits every moment of every day, is what made the twins what they are in this current age, and it is more understandable therefore the hang-ups that both of these extreme characters have. The incredible resolve and strength it would have to overcome these burdens, the burdens of being cursed while simultaneously being shackled in a sewer, is absolutely incredible, and it is therefore no surprise that both of them cling to pretty extreme ideals, but it is no doubt clinging to these ideals that have allowed them to rise above their preordained fate and become something much more, real forces to be reckoned with that stand high amongst the other demigods. And it is clear that Mohg and Morgott are two of the most powerful demigods in existence, and while the Omen curse may have affected them psychologically, it is clear that the Omen form does come with a lot of powers, both physical and otherwise. We learn via the Blood Boon incantation that Mohg would eventually accept his Omen condition and in fact revel in it, after communion with the Formless Mother, spitting at the Golden Order by learning to love his accursed blood and turning away from their teachings. In fact, he would go on and build a dynasty, connected by his accursed blood. I do have a complete video on Mohg, Lord of Blood, and so if you are interested in a deep analysis of his story, I would recommend that video. However, the reason for me highlighting Mohg's ultimate revelation here in this video is to highlight the dichotomy of their characters, because it is no surprise, as we have discussed, that both characters became extremists to deal with their condition and their upbringing. It's just that they both went in completely opposite directions, two extreme ends of the same spectrum. And as far as I could see it, there are three ways that the twins could have gone. One, they could have been completely broken, becoming a gibbering beast, broken by their condition and by their strict confinement. Then there was the second reaction, which is what Mohg had, essentially a rebellion of everything they had been taught, where he rejected the condemnation of his jailers, accepted what he was and made it his strength and built a dynasty upon it, admittedly while being helped along by a powerful outer god. Then there was the third option, and this is the option that Morgott chose, where he embraced the ideals of his abusers, that the world of grace was divine and he was graceless, and instead of hating them for it, he accepted it and made it his priority to defend what he believed to be divine, even if that meant accepting that he was lesser. Yet in Morgott's mind, upon accepting that, he evidently didn't believe that he should be imprisoned forever, that in fact he had a lot to give to the world of grace, and that by proving his value, valour and strength to the world of grace, he could become grace-given, despite his very nature. And this is the confusing and fascinating dichotomy of Morgott, that while he sees his flesh, his blood as lesser, he is still very proud and does clearly see himself as the most worthy to lead the world of grace and those of Leyndell following the Shattering, proudly calling himself last of all kings. So while this may seem like a sort of Stockholm Syndrome at first, and there is certainly an element of that to it, there is a nuance to his character. Physically, Morgott hated himself, and shared the utter disgust for his blood that the world of grace did, and this is evidenced in the second stage of his fight with us, when the pressures of the fight lead him to release his Omen blood all over the thrones of the demigods.
The thrones. stained by my curse. Such shame I cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
We have already seen how Omen blood seems to be core of who the Omen are. They are intrinsically linked to the spirits that haunt them through their blood. They are linked to the curse through their blood. And if Morgott kills us in the second stage of his fight, he spitefully hopes that his Omen blood will seep into our body, again reinforcing its connection to the curse. And these ideas will only be reinforced when we look at the Formless Mother in the final chapter. And so it makes a bit more sense the actions that Morgott took in regards to his blood. And we learn of this via his cursed sword item description, which reads, Warped blade of shifting hue, used by Morgott the Omen King. The accursed blood that Morgott recanted and sealed away reformed into this blade. So not only does the blade make a deadly weapon that he can use in extremis, but it's almost as if it makes Morgott feel better that less of his Omen blood is in his body, that by draining it out of his body and into this blade, he is lessening the curse within him. He is lessening his despised form. And just a quick side note on the shifting hue of the blade. Hawkshaw did a really great video on the colours found in Elden Ring, and I highly recommend you check that out. In that video he describes how each colour within Elden Ring is assigned to a different theme. And as such, the shifting hue of Morgott's blade to me is a reflection of the Omen's connection to the Crucible. The Erdtree era, the Age of Grace, is an age of refinement and regression, whereas the Crucible was an age of chaotic vital energies that were all blended together, and in Morgott's blade we see all colours blended together. That's just my 2 cents. In short, Morgott has learned to accept the Older of Gold's view on his condition, that he is impure, that he is graceless, and rather rebelling against such a notion like Mohg, he instead sees it as an obstacle to be overcome, and it doesn't stop him from being as prideful as any other king, and he clearly sees himself as the right man to lead the world of grace. Despite his condition, he is the most worthy, and he certainly isn't paralysed by his self-hate. And so with that said, it's time to move the narrative forward, and let's talk about Morgott's rise to power, from sewers to kingship. There is of course no direct mention of when Mohg or Morgott were able to escape their confinement of the Shunning Grounds, but clearly they did, as they are no longer there and in fact are pursuing their own agendas on the surface. But I think we can make a fairly obvious educated guess that it most likely happened following the destruction of the Erdtree and the subsequent collapse of the Golden Order. With the destruction of this powerful artifact, both Marika and Radagon are gravely wounded. As we see from the story trailer, their body actually shatters as the Elden Ring is shattered, and we see the proof of this when we finally meet Marika and Radagon in the finale when their bodies are completely ravaged. Then as we hear from the Two Fingers themselves, Marika was imprisoned following this rebellious act, the act of shattering the Elden Ring against the Greater Will's wishes.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision, a god in truth. But after the Elden Ring's shattering, she was imprisoned in the Erdtree, a grim punishment for shattering the Order. Despite her godhood, the fingers speak. Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel.
And given Radagon shares a body with Marika, he too is obviously left to languish within the Erdtree. In a single stroke, the Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, was shattered, and the Elden Lord and God vanished. At the beginning of the game, in the introduction, it is specifically mentioned that Queen Marika has not been seen since the Elden Ring was shattered. Nobody in the world at large knows that she's been imprisoned. To them, in their eyes, she has just simply vanished alongside the Elden Ring's destruction. And this, of course, would leave chaos and confusion in the wake of this event. The Golden Order has been destroyed, and the command structure failed in one fell swoop, and so I think it is most likely that this is the time that Mohg and Morgott would have escaped their captivity, though admittedly Mohg may have done so earlier with the help of the Formless Mother. But for Morgott at least, the chaos afforded by the collapse of the political structure that kept him confined is obviously the most likely opportunity that he would have to escape. The narrative that I suggest is this. With the collapse of any sort of command structure, Morgott rose from the Shunning Grounds and claimed kingship over Leyndell. After all, he does have a legitimate claim to the throne. As I'll remind you, his Great Rune states that he is of the Golden lineage. He is of royal blood, and therefore has a claim to the throne. The fact that Morgott claims that he is the last of all kings,
have it writ upon thy meagre grave. Felled by King Morgott, last of all kings,
really emphasises that he is using his royal lineage as a legitimacy for his claim to the throne, and by implication is implying his authority over the other demigods as well, which would certainly no doubt play a factor in how he sees them all as willful traitors later on. In my own speculation, I imagine Morgott taking command of Leyndell in a time of great calamity and confusion, and his position as king, as well as his legitimate claim, will no doubt have steadied the nerves of those who lived in the lands of Leyndell. Indeed, Morgott clearly had a keen mind, and sought to prevent any further calamities, and is responsible for the sentry torches. These read, "Torch given to protectors of the Erdtree. Its flames are bestowed with a special incantation which allows the bearer to see assassins cloaked in veils. Furnished on behalf of the Erdtree and the grace-given Lord, such that a Knight of the Black Knives will never come again." Clearly, Morgott identified the massive role that the Knight of the Black Knives played in the Golden Order's eventual fall, as well as the damage it did to the lands between. And now that he is king, he would not want to fall victim to such an assassination, and already he is proving himself to be an effective defender of the lands of Leyndell and the Erdtree. When it comes to the shattering itself, the general narrative that we get from the intro cinematics, NPCs and the story trailer is that the Elden Ring was shattered and then there was the Shattering War. However, I believe this glosses over the build-up to said war, and we do get some minor evidence that a new order briefly rose up to maintain some kind of peace in the wake of the Golden Order's collapse, the Sovereign Alliance. We learn of this body via the sword monument found in Altus Plateau, and it reads as follows. "The first defence of Leyndell, a sovereign alliance rots from within. Traces yet remain of a bloody conspiracy." What of course follows will be my own speculation, but I take this statement to mean that there was an alliance that kept the peace until some of its members betrayed what it stood for, and it led to the first defence of Leyndell and the shattering that followed. Who could have had the will to bring together such a tenuous alliance? Who would care enough to try for peace? And who do we know to be a sovereign? A king? I believe the mastermind behind this alliance to be Morgott, as Morgott's actions throughout the game show us he is interested in one thing, the preservation in the Erdtree and the lands of Leyndell, and thus preserving peace between the demigods would certainly be in line with this aim. And really, none of the other demigods have such a motive for setting up an alliance like this. Like the other demigods, Morgott would claim a shard of the shattered Elden Ring, claim the throne, and according to my own fevered speculation, would form this sovereign alliance to oversee a period of shaky peace. And while we don't get any direct mention of who the members of this alliance could be, I feel it lines up nicely with the thrones that we find before Morgott's fight and the demigods that he assigns to each throne.
What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Miquella and Malenia. General Radahn. Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Ranni. Willful traitors, all.
What else could this arrangement of thrones be other than a council that once stood between all of the demigods before the Shattering? It could be the Sovereign Alliance. I do believe that the members named here, those who sat on the thrones, once comprised the Sovereign Alliance beside Morgott. To compound this idea, Morgott calls them traitors and pillagers, and if they are traitors, surely that means they betrayed some sort of oath, or agreement, or loyalty to pursue their own quest of power. Perhaps they are traitors because they broke from their Sovereign Alliance to pursue their own selfish bid for power that resulted in the Shattering War. Viscount Shainheit would have had a dialogue that would really have reinforced this exact narrative that I am suggesting, as he would have said the following regarding the Shattering War. The Shattering caused a great many fools to overstep their bounds. Their impudence led to insurgency against Morgott, Lord of Grace. They raised an army and sought to lay siege to this sacred ground. The language used here is very revealing, and very much in line with Morgott's traitor speech. There is talk of an insurgency. If the insurgency was against Morgott, then that surely means that the perpetrators owed him some sort of allegiance. And again, I believe the Sovereign Alliance was convened by Morgott after he claimed kingship, and this brings new meaning to his traitors dialogue. They aren't just traitors to the Erdtree and the World of Grace, they are traitors to Morgott himself, as in regards to lineage, Morgott is the rightful heir to the throne. There is also evidence that Godric once lived in Leyndell, which would obviously suggest that he was aligned with Morgott. Godric is named to have one of the thrones, meaning as Godric the Golden, he once sat in this council. And at the end of his fight with us, he says the following:
I am the Lord of all that is golden, and one day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Godric wants to return to Leyndell, and while this could be a general statement about his golden lineage, it's clear he was once here, as we learn that he was actually driven from Leyndell, thanks to a dialogue from the great Kenneth Haight, who says the following:
Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle.
The first defence of Leyndell also involved Godric's kinsman, specifically Godefroy. Godefroy is now in an Everjail, and we learn that he was captured during this first defence, as Dragon Knight Kristoff's ashes read: after the first defence of Leyndell, Kristoff earned the hero's honour of Erdtree burial for the feat of capturing Godefroy the Grafted. As such, I feel that Godric and his family was driven from the capital as a result of him and his relatives betraying the pact of the Sovereign Alliance and laying siege to Leyndell in the first defence of Leyndell. We clearly see from Godric's dialogues that he believes he is the true heir to Leyndell, that he is the last of the golden lineage, and as such, he'll have certainly taken umbrage at the Omen King seizing what he saw to be his rightful throne. Whatever way it played out, the crumbling of the Sovereign Alliance led to the Shattering, and any hope for peace was diminished. and in the ensuing years, Morgott would become one of the most important figures in the entire war, successfully defending Leyndell from all besiegers. But why does Morgott take it upon himself to defend the Erdtree? Why doesn't he take the Elden Throne and repair the Elden Ring as the Greater Well clearly desires? I think that we get a little bit of an insight into his viewpoint on things when we speak to him as he dies.
Tarnished, thou art but a fool. The Erdtree wards off all who deign approach. We are all forsaken. None may claim the title of Elden Lord. Thy deeds shall be met with failure, just as I.
He says that the Erdtree wards off all who deign approach, and I suggest that he has interpreted the sealing of the Erdtree as the Well of the Erdtree or the Well of the Greater Well. This is why he sees those who are trying to claim the Elden Throne as nothing more than pillagers. He believes that this is against what the Greater Well and the Erdtree want. He uses the term "we are all forsaken," and this suggests that he believes that the Greater Well and the Erdtree have forsaken everyone in the world. There is no plan to repair the Elden Ring, and in Morgott's remembrance it is said he loves the Erdtree, and thus the only thing left for him to do is to protect the thing he loves in a world where he believes that we are forsaken and there is no way forward. There is no one more loyal to the Erdtree or the Greater Well than Morgott, but surely if he was truly loyal, he would be encouraging someone to take the Elden Throne, much as the Two Fingers are, or he would take it himself. As the dialogue from Enea suggests, following our own failure to enter the Erdtree, we know that the sealing of the Erdtree is not the will of the Greater Well, as the Two Fingers are confused as to what to do next. This wasn't the plan.
You know what this means. The Erdtree has spurned you. The Fingers remain still, shaken by this turn of events. They are busy consulting the Greater Will.
The confusion over the sealing of the Erdtree is of course answered by the visual evidence, as we know it is Radagon who is responsible for the Barrier of Thorns, as it is Radagon's mark that seals the Barrier of Thorns. Radagon has sealed the Erdtree to prevent his shattered order from being supplanted, and he is the only one that benefits from us being denied access to the Elden Ring. In my opinion, this is not the first time that Radagon has tricked a major player into defending his plans and his schemes. At the end of Gideon Ofnir's quest, he suggests that Marika doesn't want anyone to take the throne, and that we are to struggle for eternity, in her mind, and as a result, he risks his life by standing between us and our ultimate aim. According to Ofnir's armour, he appears to have had some contact with what he believes to be the will of Marika, which is of course where his opinion on what Queen Marika wants comes from. Yet we get direct contradictory evidence that this is not what Marika wants. She wants it to end. She wants someone to ascend the Elden Throne and kill the Elden Beast. And the main source of evidence for this is Hugh. We know from Hugh's dialogue that you can hear when he is praying to himself that it was Queen Marika that placed him here, and it was she that commanded him to forge a weapon capable of killing a god.
Oh, your divinity, have mercy and grant me forgiveness. The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled. But one day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika. No. I need to do better than this. This will never kill a god. I can do better than this. It needs to slay a bloody god.
Why would she do this if what Ofnir claims is true? Well, the obvious answer to that is it's not. Who is the only person that benefits from people eternally struggling and no one reaching the Elden Ring. It's Radagon, and it ties up with his actions in putting up the Barrier of Thorns. He doesn't want his shattered order to be supplanted, no matter how broken things are, and so he puts the Barrier of Thorns. And when Radagon connects to Ofnir, he convinces Ofnir that he is his god, Queen Marika, and given that Radagon is the other persona of Queen Marika, it isn't hard to see that Ofnir wouldn't know the difference. And so I likewise believe that Morgott has unwittingly become a pawn in Radagon's aims. Morgott has mistaken Radagon's barring of the Erdtree as the will of the Erdtree itself, and this is why he so fervently defends it, and while claiming to be an adherent of the Erdtree and the world of grace, he actually stands in the way of order being repaired. There is of course the other idea that he is being guided by the greater will and grace, and that his role is a part of the greater plan, that he is a crucible or a test for a worthy lord, but we will touch on that at the end of this video. Regardless of his reasons, Morgott stands directly in the way of anyone who would want to stand before the Elden Ring, and infuriated by the betrayal of the other demigods, who he sees as nothing more than opportunistic pillagers, he takes actions that will ensure the safety and defence of Leyndell and the Erdtree. But these violent times demanded more than his incredible intelligence. He would need to bring his ferocious power to bear, and as such, Morgott would take on a new persona, Morgott the Fell. And so in this next chapter, let us examine the two aspects of Morgott, the Veiled Monarch and the Fell Omen. Some may question why Morgott, as a persona, even needs to exist. And at the time of Elden Ring's release, there was a lot of confusion about Morgott and Morgott, and whether or not they are the same character. Of course, in time this would be proven to be the case, due to Morgott's shackle working on Morgott and Morgott, and the fact that the Morgott projection at Stormveil would disappear if you defeated Morgott first. However, as I'm sure many are aware, Viscount Shanehite, who we've mentioned a couple of times before, would have added more flavour to this dichotomy, and would have explained more directly why the Morgott alias needed to exist. As I mentioned earlier, Viscount Shanehite represents the worst of the world of grace, really emphasising all their prejudices and hatred, seeing himself as a person of grace far above the Tarnished and the Omen. For example, in his dialogue with us, he would have said the following: "All things have their proper place. We, having been chosen by grace, were given this golden capital. You, on the other hand, have your own home, which is a far cry from here. So far, in fact, that it cannot be further marred by your touch." We of course see this type of disdain to a lesser degree with Kenneth Haight, but at least he is able to see past his prejudices and work with the Tarnished, and in time warms to them. Conversely, Viscount Shanehite seems to be very sure of his superiority. As we have already seen, his greatest hatred is reserved for the Omen, and he basically sees the Omen as no better than filth, that offend the purity of his world of grace. And as a result, he would have commissioned us, the Tarnished, to clear out the Omen found in the Shunning Grounds. His motivation for doing so is not only because he hates the Omen and sees them as vermin, but because he thinks it will please who he sees as the pinnacle of the world of grace, King Morgott. And upon us completing this mission for him, he would have requested an audience with King Morgott so he could share his great victory over the Omen with the Lord of Grace and receive his favour as a result. Of course, the entire irony of this quest is that Shanehite would not have realised that his king, who he holds up as the pinnacle of grace, was an Omen himself. At the end of his quest, after his much sought audience, Shanehite's world is turned upside down when he realises that Morgott is an Omen, and he asks us to kill him, unable to see past his lord's Omen form despite all Morgott has done for Leyndell, feats that Shanehite himself bragged to us about in earlier dialogues. But all that Morgott has done for Leyndell doesn't matter to people like Shanehite, because Morgott is a graceless omen, he is only deserving of scorn. And while this quest isn't the game, it again gives intention to the title that Ofnir gives Morgott, the Veiled Monarch. Nobody knows who Morgott actually is physically. They know he is the legitimate king of Leyndell, and that he acts in their defence, but they do not know he is an Omen, because he knows that the World of Grace would not accept him as the rightful liege. And this is why Morgott is necessary. When the shattering broke out and Morgott's vision of unity fell apart, he only had one goal in mind: protect the Elden Ring and the Erdtree from these pillagers. Morgott offered Morgott the ability to wield his considerable martial prowess and powers without revealing that Morgott was an Omen king to his subjects. But Morgott doesn't just take to the field and call himself Morgott. There's actually quite a lot of interesting character to the Fell Omen. He takes the opportunity to channel his hatred into this role, and embraces his Omen strength, openly referring to himself as the Fell Omen. This is his chance to embrace his more Omen side, and use its considerable physical advantages for his aims. It appears as though he first introduced his persona to the world during the second defence of Leyndell, which we learn about via a sword monument found in the battlefields of Leyndell. It reads as follows: The second defence of Leyndell. The Fell Omen stacks high the corpses of heroes, yet the Erdtree remains unshaken. The second defence of Leyndell, where the city was evidently successfully defended from one of the demigods, and Morgott personally took to the field and reaped a bloody toll, playing a significant part in the successful defence of the city. Who Morgott battled in this fight is up for debate, but I do believe that the second defence of Leyndell is the one that's shown in the opening cinematic, and I specifically analysed this slide in a previous lore video, which I will link below. I personally believe that Morgott clashed with Radahn in this battle, and I think that is what is shown here in this opening slide, as it is clearly very close to Radahn's armour. And I'm not saying he physically overpowered Radahn before anyone gets mad, but rather it is just an illustrative piece that shows that he clashed with Radahn, and that the second defence of Leyndell was of course a victory for Morgott. Indeed, I could be wrong saying that this is Radahn, rather it could be one of Radahn's knights, or perhaps even Rykard pre-snake transformation. But regardless if it was one or multiple of the demigods who invaded Leyndell, it's clear that Morgott made a mark and made a name for himself, personally slaying a lot of enemy soldiers, and his forces won the day, as of course Leyndell still stands. The picture painted of Morgott in this sword monument is pretty bloody, stacking high the corpses of heroes. It makes him seem like a true horror. The fear and horror that Morgott inspired cannot be overstated, and is reinforced via the Fell Omen cloak, which reads as follows: Having slaughtered countless champions during the Shattering, the Fell Omen has become a horror to those who harbour ambitions for the Erdtree or for lordship. The Fell Omen isn't just a warrior, he has become a nightmare, a spectre for those who harbour ambition, for those who want lordship or the Erdtree, and the Fell Omen will mercilessly hunt those who harbour such ambition, and he will do so at will, appearing wherever he needs to be, and hunt them again and again. What is interesting is that the original Japanese reflects this almost mythological reputation. Loki was kind enough to offer a translation and their perspective on how Morgott is presented in the kanji, and I quote them now. Most Omen are an Omen child, which would typically refer to an unwanted child. Morgott is referred instead as an Omen Oni, a Japanese spirit often translated as ogre or demon, and with this perspective in mind, they then provided a translation of the sword monument for the second defence of Leyndell, and it reads: In the second Leyndell defence, the Omen demon piled up the corpses of heroes. The Omen demon, the Oni. So in the Japanese it is clearer that the Fell Omen is seen as something more than a regular Omen, that his vengeful nature and power is almost demonic. Perhaps his name, the Fell Omen, isn't just a reference to him being an omen, but the fact that his appearance is a fell omen. As Loki said, Onis are evil demonic beings in Japanese folklore that in appearance are generally like the Omen, hulking ogres with horns. Indeed, we see his ability to appear throughout the lands between at a moment's notice, when he appears outside Stormveil, and then later appears outside Leyndell, stalking us every step of the way, whilst not physically being there. I think it is clear that Morgott is able to manifest himself at will throughout the lands between. As I mentioned in passing earlier, this is clearly a sort of golden magic, as it is very similar to the golden magic found on the Omen shackles, and it is an extremely impressive display of magic at that. Using his magic in this way, being able to appear multiple times and reappear after he is defeated, really would give the impression of Morgott being a vengeful spirit rather than a corporeal being, a karmic response to those who harbour ambition. And no doubt, this is the type of idea and fear that Morgott is trying to instill with his persona. I really like this detail, as we already know from the Fell Omen cloak that Morgott is feared, but the linguistic insight from Loki really makes it clear the mythological fear that Morgott inspired. To help in his labour, and in a move that would surely have increased Morgott's myth, he would employ a unit of hunters, the Hands of the Fell, the Knights Cavalry. When we defeat Morgott for the first time at Stormveil, he vaguely references the Hands of the Fell.
I shall remember thee, tarnished, smouldering with thy meagre flame. Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
Then of course we get confirmation that Morgott is indeed referring to the Knight Cavalry when we finally get their armour set, which reads, pitch black helm with flowing black hair, worn by the Knights Cavalry who ride funeral steeds. The Knights Cavalry, who now wander the dim roads of night, were once led by the Fell Omen, and were deliverers of death for great warriors, knights and champions. This obviously paints a rather interesting picture, that they were once led directly by the Fell Omen, trained to kill champions, knights, anyone who harboured ambition for the throne and the Erdtree, and their worn, blood-stained armour is surely a testament to how many lives they have claimed. I think AJT Jake makes a really interesting observation in his Morgott lore video, which I will link below, that there are 10 members of the Knights Cavalry that we face in game. 10 members for 10 fingers, thus making up the Hands of the Fell. Again, another bit of beautiful symbolism that really further lends to their mythological legend and the superstitious fear they and Morgott would inspire, and perhaps their very existence would dissuade champions from even trying to claim the Elden Throne. These deadly knights would have only compounded Morgott's terrifying legend. Their very appearance is custom designed to invoke an image of death, almost as if they are the Grim Reaper themselves. And again, thanks to Loki, we know this to be the intent of their design due to the original kanji used, and they translated the Knight Cavalry armour in the following way. The cavalry wandering the highway at night once were led by the Omen demon. They are reapers of every warrior, knight and hero. And when referring to the specific kanji used for the term reaper here, Loki said the following: Reaper equals death god, originally referring to a specific Shinto kami escorting the dead to the afterlife. In modern times, this is equated with the Western Death Grim Reaper. The image of the Knight Cavalry as mythological bringers of death is helped along by the very steeds that they ride. In their armour description, they are described as funerary steeds. When we kill the Knight Cavalry horses, they eventually are resurrected by the Knight Cavalry Knight, in which they appear out of a purple portal, and this can happen endlessly throughout the fight until we kill the knights themselves, who are the ones that are able to summon their funerary steeds. These steeds are unlike most creatures in Elden Ring. They aren't like those who live in death, who are resurrected from the ghost flame, whereas these horses are resurrected from a purplish portal. Perhaps these are spirits connected to the spirit world described in the Helfen Steeple Sword, but that is just speculation, of course. But perhaps this is why they ride only at night. Perhaps these steeds have a relation to the dark, and can only exist in our world during the hours of night. Either way, the psychological impact is the same. These are dangerous warriors on the back of what seem to be undead horses that appear only at night. They are the Reapers of Man, again a karmic response to those who would have the ambition to claim lordship, or so Morgott wants people to believe, when in reality they are just another part of Morgott's many-layered plan to keep the flame of ambition firmly doused. And until we arrive, the Elden Throne does remain unaccosted, whether through fear or brawn, or both, and Morgott's true identity remains veiled. Up to this point, his plan has been a success. But when we do reach the Elden Throne, he does have to throw down with us once and for all. And the surprises don't end when it's revealed to us that the King of Leyndell is the spectre that's been hunting us since Stormveil, as in his fight with us, Morgott displays some unusual and incredible powers, especially in the second phase of his fight. At the end of his fight, he unleashes some powers that are firmly associated with the Formless Mother. And so in this next chapter, I want to discuss Morgott's powers and also his relationship to the Formless Mother, and why he appears to be wielding Blood Flame. Morgott is an exceptionally powerful being, no doubt one of the most powerful in terms of lore, probably only behind Radahn and Malenia, and even then not by much. As we touched on earlier, the Godfrey projection that we battle with in the Erdtree Sanctuary also has the same golden magic emblem as the Morgott projections, suggesting that Morgott is responsible for both the Godfrey projection and his Morgott manifestations. In past videos, I had also suggested that the Mohg projection in the sewer before the Frenzied Flame prescription was also the work of Morgott, mainly because it fades away in sparkles of gold, much like the Morgott projections do, leading me to initially believe that this was just another one of Morgott's projections alongside Godfrey and his Morgott manifestations, that it was just another form of his golden magic. There is also the fact that this projection of Mohg appears before Morgott's golden seal that blocks the entrance to the Frenzied Flame prescription, and thus I assumed it was just another barrier, another safeguard. However, I was quite wrong on this, and I am glad to be, as I think the evidence clearly highlights that this is a projection done by Mohg himself. Firstly, this phantom doesn't appear with the same crucible seal that we see with the Morgott and Godfrey projections. I've put a lot of focus on that in this video, and thus it is a stark difference when we see the Godfrey or Morgott projections appear compared with this Mohg projection. Instead, this projection appears with a sinister red cloud of blood, much more like the magics of the Lord of Blood. Next, we need to consider that this Mohg still appears and still challenges us even if you've killed Morgott already, and given that the seal behind Mohg has disappeared when you kill Morgott, you'd assume that the Mohg projection would also fade after the defeat of Morgott. Finally, in what I believe to be the most compelling bit of evidence, the Mohg shackle works on this projection. The magical shackle is tuned to Mohg specifically, so surely it would only work here if this is actually Mohg, if it's an aspect of him. This is an interesting revelation because it means that in a way, Mohg is assisting his brother in sealing the Frenzied Flame. But this does make sense because despite their mirrored views and aims, the Frenzied Flame would be as damaging to Mohg's plans as they would be for Morgott's. Everyone is united against the Frenzied Flame. Aside from those impressive powers of projections, Morgott is also able to manifest weapons at will, including swords, hammers, and throwing daggers, that he can use to devastating effect, catching his enemies off guard with their sudden manifestation. The fact he is able to use these powers even when he is projecting himself as Morgott across great distances is truly impressive, but his real power is obviously revealed when we face him in person, when he unleashes entire storms of these golden weapons. And given all we've said about Morgott's golden magic when it comes to projections, it is clear that these weapon projections are an extension or derivation of those same powers. Instead of manifesting a copy of himself or a phantom of Godfrey, he is manifesting a copy of a sword, a hammer, or dagger. Truly Morgott is the grace given, as we do not see a greater display of grace-aligned magics anywhere else in the game. But his use of these magics all makes sense. Morgott is aligned to the Erdtree and grace, hence he uses golden magic. He also has innate power as a demigod, and combined with his great rune, it is easy to see how Morgott wields such incredible powers. However, these are all very clean abilities. He doesn't really utilise his Omen powers as his brother does, or the regal Omens do in the sewers. That is until we push him to the very edge, and his Omen blood is released, and his Omen powers with it. And as we see from Morgott's dialogue at this moment, he's utterly shocked and ashamed at this turn of events.
The thrones, stained by my curse, such shame I cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
The unleashing of his Omen blood that he has been conditioned to hate, and yet this doesn't stop him from trying to use the powers unleashed with his Omen blood to try and stop us. He has nothing to lose at this stage, and hates us even more in our part in forcing his cursed blood out and staining the sanctity of the thrones. We see that he has similar powers to that of other Omen, such as wreathing his sword in the Wraith Flame, and his Omen blood becoming pretty volatile, and this can all be explained as his Omen-related powers. However, the more interesting aspect of his second phase fight is the certain moves of his that are wreathed in a red flame, what's known as the Blood Flame, and these powers are identical to the Blood Flame incantations, those powers associated with the Formless Mother, and utilised more frequently by Mohg, Lord of Blood. For example, some of Morgott's red slashes in Stage 2 wreathe his sword in the red blood flame, identical to some of Mohg's attacks, where we see him spilling the blood flame all over the floor, or throwing at us to try and zone us. And Morgott's slash attacks, while empowered with the blood flame, leaves the same lingering red lines that Mohg's blood flame talons attacks do as well, really firmly confirming that the attacks that Morgott is using in Stage 2 that wreath his sword in a red hue are tied to the Formless Mother. So how and why is Morgott using the power here? Morgott has never had anything to do with the Formless Mother, and he is strongly staunch in his support of the Erdtree, and would never betray it to serve the Formless Mother. So to answer this question, we need to look at the Formless Mother itself, what it is and how it interacts with the world. The Formless Mother is one of the beings known as an outer god, as we learned via Mohgwyn's sacred spear, which reads, as well as serving as a weapon, it is an instrument of communion with an outer god who bestows power upon accursed blood. The Mother of Truth desires a wound. I did a full video on the nature of the outer gods, and I would highly recommend that. But to summarise, I brought in noted translator Mirko, translator for the Italian Souls channel Sabako no Meiku, and they were kind enough to give their perspectives from the Japanese lore community on what the outer gods are. Mirko shared that in the Japanese lore community, they believe that outer gods are more akin to kami, a concept from Shintoism, and to quote Wikipedia, they can be elements of the landscape, forces of nature, or beings and the qualities that these beings express. Kami are not separate from nature, but are of nature, possessing positive and negative, and good and evil characteristics. So according to this theory, the outer gods are manifestations of elements, nature, and emotions that would have risen out of the disparity emerging in the aftermath of the fracturing of the One Great. in the same way that Chaos Gods manifest in the warp in Warhammer lore. I'm very proud of that video and the perspective that it brought to Western audiences, but one mistake I made, I think, upon reflection, was trying to say that because the Outer God were likely to be kami, i.e. reflections and manifestations of different elements and emotions, that they couldn't be what the West perceived them as cosmic beings. When in reality I think both can be true, and this was a nuance pointed out by various viewers. Much like the Chaos Gods of Warhammer, such a being, whether or not they are manifestations of an emotion or nature, are also clearly cosmic in level. And so that is my final word on the Outer God. They are kami, manifestations of certain elements within the world, but they are cosmic level beings. And they are outer gods, because each of the outer gods represent an element that is currently outside the established order. And if you'd like a more in-depth discussion on these finer points, I would recommend my Outer God lore video. Regardless, what is clear is that the Outer God is a consciousness that is tied to blood, viscera, and wounding. We learn via the Blood Boon incantation and the Mohg spear that this being craves wounds. And this makes sense when we consider the medium that the Outer God interacts with is blood, and thus more wounds spreads more blood, and thus the influence of this Outer God spreads. This is why the areas in which the Formless Mother's influence is greatest are areas that are flooded with blood, such as the Rose Church and the Mohg Palace grounds. This is the Formless Mother's chosen medium of power and communication, so it makes sense that when Mohg first interacted or communed with the Formless Mother, she communicated with him through his own blood. For the Blood Boon item description reads, "The Mother of Truth craves wounds. When Mohg stood before her deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was besotted with the defilement he was born into." Again we see how the Mother of Truth can interact with blood, and specifically is able to ignite Mohg's blood, and this is why he easily wields the blood flame. His own accursed blood is ignited. This distinction of Mohg's blood literally being ignited, and that this fuels his greater Omen powers, is an idea explored by Crunchy in their Crucible video, which I highly recommend and I will link below. Indeed, Mohg's blood incantations that he wields with great ferocity are described as blood flame, and unmistakably Morgott uses blood flame in his second stage with us. So this brings us back to the original question: how and why is Morgott, a stalwart defender of grace, the mirror opposite of his brother, wielding the same powers as his brother, who is a servant of the Formless Mother? Well, firstly, I think it thematically fits in with another demigod who has tried to resist their nature, but in a moment of stress, during combat, no longer has the will to resist it, and unleashes it in the heat of battle. I am of course referring to Malenia, the chosen vessel for the Scarlet Rot, another medium of a different outer god, and Malenia has spent her life, alongside her brother Miquella, trying to control and suppress this element within her. And there is definitely a parallel here to be made between Morgott and Malenia. Morgott has also tried to control his Omen nature, decanting his own blood into his sword to lessen the curse within him. Yet despite Malenia's courageous efforts to resist her nature and the Scarlet Rot within her, during her conflict with Radahn, and later us, she unleashes the Scarlet Rot and blooms. And I think something similar is happening here to Morgott. We are pushing him right to the edge in a ferocious combat, and in a moment of stress, whatever will he is using to keep his Omen blood within him, keep his curse within him, is completely unleashed, to an extent that we don't actually see any other Omen displaying. Aside from Mohg, of course, who is more in touch with his Omen abilities and uses them in a far more controlled, but no less destructive manner. Mohg's usage of his Omen powers and his blood powers are that of a master, someone who has taken years to master the power within him. Morgott's usage is far more raw. We see a swampy layer of Omen blood fill the arena, exploding in geysers. And Mohg's transformation in his second stage is a deliberate act where he saps our energy, our blood, to embolden himself and give himself massive, impressive wings. Compare this to Morgott's transformation, which seems more like someone losing control, breaking down under the stress of a superior opponent. And as such, his use of his Omen powers of his blood are more raw and uncontrolled. It's clear from what we know about Morgott as a character that he wouldn't choose to connect or make a covenant with the Formless Mother on purpose. Rather, I see it as a reaction. The Formless Mother is the god of blood, and here we have a massive deluge of accursed blood, the most powerful blood in the lands between. No wonder the outer god manages to get a slight foothold here. And in Morgott's desperation to defeat us, he is clearly drawing on a power he doesn't fully understand, but he doesn't care. His shame is too much to bear, and he must destroy us to regain some sort of honour. I do think there is some finer nuance here to be had, however, as the Formless Mother goes by another name, the Mother of Truth. What truth, though? Well, I think Crunchy in his Crucible lore video tackles the question in a really interesting way, and I would highly recommend that video, which I will link below. In this video, Crunchy, having consulted with translators Last Protagonist and Casative, examined the Japanese version of the text in regards to the references to the word truth, the kanji used for the word truth, found in the Bloodboon incantation and Mohgwyn's sacred spear. Crunchy points out that there are many words for truth in Japanese, and in this particular case, the kanji used for the Mother of Truth is the one for the truth of a situation or a narrative. I find this interesting when we consider that the Mother of Truth's main source of power is blood. And what is more evidential of the truth of who you are than your own blood? Upon the release of Morgott's blood, the truth of who he is, of his form, is revealed to him in a visceral manner. There is no truer material than blood. Blood is part of our form, and cannot be denied. Morgott is very aware that he is an Omen. He has never tried to deny that or suppress that truth. However, he has tried to suppress his Omen aspects, his Omen powers, and his Omen nature. And yet that counts for very little in this moment when his Omen blood is spilled out across the arena. And in this moment of desperation, in the moment where his shame could go no further, he finally embraces his Omen powers, wreathing his sword in Omen flame, a far cry from his golden swords that he has been using up to this point. Perhaps this is what is meant by the Mother of Truth. That is of course my wild speculation, and what it ultimately all comes down to, whether you believe me or not, is that in this moment Morgott loses all of his reserve, any boundaries he had left, because of the incredible shame we pile upon him. He is embarrassed by the turn of events, and we must be killed in order to regain his honour to a degree. But this isn't true, of course. This is just a view he has had foisted upon him by the Golden Order. Terms used to describe the Omen like vile, or despicable, or despised, are all just terms from a certain viewpoint. All that really matters is that the Omen are powerful beings with incredible strength within their blood. That is really the truth, but it isn't the truth that Morgott died for. Morgott had been conditioned to protect those who would see him imprisoned or worse, and he has been conditioned to hate his very own flesh. On top of this, if I am right, he did it all for a false mission, another pawn in Radagon's game, who is increasingly showing that he will do anything, even deny the greater will, just to hold on to the crumbling remnants of his precious Golden Order. And that isn't to say that Morgott is a fool. Who knows what you would believe if you were in his situation? And while it may seem baffling to us that he would accept the word of his oppressors, his position on his own Omen form actually does very little to disparage his incredible achievements. He defended Laedel and its mainly innocent victims from years of war, and in a world gone mad, Morgott is one of the only beings who seems to have it together. And no matter what you think about his beliefs and misplaced allegiance, he is stalwart in his ideals, and he stands in defence of them to the bitter end. As such, he is respected in a rare way for a From Software game, getting an almost funeral-like scene, as the mightiest man in the lands between, the greatest legend to have walked the lands between, gently cradles him and puts his son to a well-deserved rest. And ultimately, perhaps I am wrong about Morgott being tricked by Radagon. There does seem to be some visual evidence that the Greater Will is pitting players against one another, to make sure that the strongest and most worthy succeed. As pointed out to me by a commenter, when Godfrey puts Morgott to rest and he fades into gold dust, a Guidance of Grace line seems to appear to Godfrey and points to us, the Tarnished. Godfrey's intent is clear. He wishes to become Elden Lord again and stand before the Elden Ring, and it seems as though in this scene that the Greater Will is encouraging him to try and defeat us, that his Guidance of Grace guides us into a conflict with us. Yet at the same time, the Guidance of Grace has also delivered us to this point as well, so it clearly wants us to battle to determine who is the most fit Elden Lord. Perhaps Morgott is grace given because he was guided by grace, rather than it being a bestowed title. Perhaps he knew all along that it wasn't the Greater Will who barred the entrance to the Erdtree, but instead he was still guided to act the way he did, that he was to act as the last defender of the Erdtree, to be a crucible, a test, in the Greater Will's great game, to determine who should become Elden Lord. And if that is the case, then Morgott's mission was a success, as there is no greater barrier on our journey, and if we cannot overcome Morgott, then we simply are not worthy to lead the next age. The Erdtree is seen as the nexus for the vast majority of life in the lands between, the focal point through which we can observe the cycle of natural life. There are, however, some exceptions, outcasts to the current order. There are those who live in death, those touched by the crucible, and then there are those beings made by the hand of humankind. In the depths of the Eternal Cities, we find the pitiable abominations known as the Dragonkin Soldiers, an unnatural attempt by the Nox to recreate the power of the dragons. There are the Silver Tier Mimics, a result of Nox alchemy that exists to mimic natural life. But of course, the most iconic example of artificial life in the lands between is the Albinaurics, a people of two different generations found all throughout the lands between. The Albinaurics are a fascinating case in the lore, not only because of their artificial nature, but because of the widespread persecution that they face from a myriad of different factions. And aside from these story beats, the Albinaurics are a case study in the themes of alchemy, life, and destiny, all in one. At their core, the Albinaurics are an alchemical trope, an attempt to create the perfect form of life, and yet in so doing, a new, flawed race has been born. A race full of hopes and desires, yet are mercilessly persecuted for their disconnect from the Erdtree and its cycle of life. By studying these fascinating people, we can not only learn more about the nature of life within the lands between, but also about the beliefs and prejudices of those found within it. It is one of the greatest stories told in Elden Ring, anchored by the game's greatest lore item, that not only enriches our understanding of life within this world, but simultaneously manages to be a genuinely emotional story of a people who deserve so much more. So join me this week as we explore the plight of the Albinaurics. I think it is fitting that we start this discussion with the greatest lore item in the game, an item that holds a special place in this channel if you are new to the channel, the Albinauric Bloodclot, which reads as follows: the thick, coagulated blood of the Albinaurics, material used for crafting items. Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands, thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. So the core of the identity of the Albinaurics is defined by two key components. 1, they are artificial, and 2, they are not connected to the world or cycle of the Erdtree. The latter is something we will look at later in the video, but it is the former, their artificial nature, that is tied to their origins, and is thus what we will begin with. Besides being artificially created, The Albinaurics may initially appear like a mystery in terms of where they actually come from, but we can start to understand when we unpack the related lore items. A good example of where to start is of course the Ripple Blade, a weapon wielded by the Albinaurics themselves, which reads the following. Unique weapon wielded by young Albinaurics. This sword is modelled after the ripples that are thought to be the origin of their species. Some may see this as a somewhat abstract description of their origin story, but the idea of ripples is of course to make us think of a liquid origin. Indeed, we may get further evidence of said liquid via the blue-silver armour. This is the armour set worn by the Albinauric Wolf Archers. This set reads as follows. Chainmail hood, crafted with blue-silver, worn by the wolf-riding Albinauric Archers. Blue-silver is a metal born from the same mother as the archers themselves, and provides protection from magic and frost. So according to this piece of lore, the Albinaurics are born from the same source of metallurgy as the blue-silver armour, and with that ripple description in hand, we can conclude that they are born from some kind of liquid silver. This also seems to match up with the actual look of the Albinauric blood clot, and the silver liquid that they bleed when you hit them. And it can lead us to a fairly surface level conclusion already at this stage. They are man-made, and they are born of a liquid silver, thus they are a human-made experiment born of some kind of alchemy. However, we can dig a little deeper and find the origins of this alchemy if we dare look at some cut content and related lifeforms. With that said, let us start with the cut content I'm referring to. As I always say when we look at cut content, it is a double-edged sword. In some cases, it can be used to look at the intention behind some lore. In other areas, it was obviously completely scrapped and no longer has any bearing, so take it with a pinch of salt. But what I'm bringing your attention to is a cut dialogue from Tops, who at one stage would have said the following additional line after telling us about the Glintstone Key before we entered Liurnia proper. He said, "Oh, one more thing, beware the Albinaurics, accursed souls born of a forbidden rite of the Eternal City. The curse withered the legs of the old and silenced the tongues of the frogs, and now they hold deep grudges for anyone left untouched." So it appears it would have been made extremely clear as to where the Albinaurics originated from at one point, the Eternal Cities. Now this does make a lot of sense given what we know of the Eternal Cities and the Nox and their experimentation, and so it is to the Nox that we turn to next. Even before we found this cut dialogue, the Nox have always been a really solid fit for the creators of the Albinaurics, given the Nox's proven aptitude for experimentation, alchemy, and life manipulation. So let's go over the Nox and their history briefly. But if you want a more intense take on the Nox, I have done an Eternal Cities lore video, which I will link below. We know from the Nox armour sets that they were banished underground for conspiring against the Greater Will, and now they are in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming of the Age of Stars, and a Lord of Night. And therefore it is logical to conclude that most of the Nox efforts and experimentations are part of their effort to overthrow the Greater Will and bring up a Lord of Night. The first example of this is the object that I assume led to their banishment in the first place, the Finger Slayer Blade. This blade is a bizarre product, but it is evidently needed to kill A2 Fingers, as Ranni seems unable to do it without this tool, suggesting its form and origins are special and necessary. Indeed, it is a blade that is formed from a corpse, something that should immediately make the player think of the Sacred Relic Blade, the blade wielded by the Elden Beast at the end of the game. The Sacred Relic Blade seems to be a more refined and divine process, done almost instantaneously by the Elden Beast to create a well-formed and sophisticated weapon. This is of course in stark contrast to the appearance of the gross and malformed Finger Slayer Blade, which leads me to conclude that this is a perversion of the same process utilised by the Elden Beast. The Noxian penchant for experimentation, science and alchemy is further expressed through the Dragonkin Soldiers, an attempt to manufacture and hybridize the power of the dragons that has ultimately led to a pitiful failure. So it is clear that the Nox are no strangers to life manipulation via science, and this can be further explored via their work on puppetry that introduces us to their alchemical work. We learn that puppetry can be traced back to the Nox via the Night Maiden and Sorceress puppet description, which reads, "An old puppet crafted in the Eternal City. These sisters, members of a cold-blooded race who wielded flowing weapons, became puppets of their own volition. Preceptor Silvus will of course continue the work of the Eternal Cities in this regard, and it is by working with Silvus that we learn that puppetry is essentially a process of alchemy, as Silvus distills new puppet potions for us when we bring him starlight shards, even attempting to bind a demigod like Ranni via amber stars, and the description of amber starlight shards makes it clear that puppetry must be linked to fate manipulation, the distillation of fate latent within the stars to control or puppet someone else's destiny. The fact that the Nox developed a process to distill the fate latent within the stars to bind people really is an indicator of their alchemical brilliance. This brilliance is also reflected in a similar work, the Celestial Dew, the description of which reads as follows: "A hidden tear found in the Eternal City, also known as a night tear, allows one to carry out an absolution at the Church of Vows, reversing all antagonizations. Once upon a time, the stars of the night sky guided fate, and this is a recollection of those times." Again, this is an incredible product. Again, somehow distilling the fate latent within the stars, manipulating it, and allowing one to reverse the actions that they have taken, all through a potion. The point of going over these facts so carefully is because it gives a really great idea that these people are capable alchemists, and thus the perfect candidates for the creation of the Albinaurics, who, as we have already discussed, are seemingly born from a liquid silver, a alchemical formula. To further reinforce the connections to the Nox, there is another potential form of artificial life which we must consider: the Silver Tears. The Silver Tears are a fairly mysterious life form, but ones that also appear to be both a substance and a living creature, a substance that is remarkably similar to the blood of the Albinaurics. So in this next chapter, we'll examine the potential motive behind the creation of these Silver Tears, and what it can potentially tell us about the origin of the Albinaurics by reverse engineering the details of the Silver Tears creation. When it comes to consider the nature of these creatures, the Silver Tears, there is nothing in-game that explicitly mentions they are artificial lives. However, as we will look at in a moment, there is extensive cut content regarding a Silver Tear that makes it pretty clear that this is the intention. However, their alchemical substance form, their presence within the Eternal Cities, should be enough for us to consider that possibility. After all, as we already examined, the Nox are master experimenters and masters at manipulating life and fate. Aside from that, the Silver Tear Husk, an item related to the Silver Tears, gives us a lot of insight into the potential purpose of these beings and their relation to life. The item reads as follows: "A hardened husk shed by a formless life form known as the Silver Tear, found in and around the Eternal City. The Silver Tear makes a mockery of life, reborn again and again into imitation. Perhaps one day it will be reborn a lord." The end of this statement is a very pointed statement, as it refers to the mimicry ability of the Silver Tears, as we witness in our fight with the Mimic Tear, in the hope that it will one day take the form of a lord. Again, this harkens back to the overarching goals of the Nox. To remind you, the monk armor set states, "Now they live under a false sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming age of stars, and their lord of night." This to me marries up well with the Silver Tear Husk, which talks about mimic tears being reborn a lord, and again is one of the connections in the in-game lore that makes us think that the silver tears are man-made by the Nox. They are an alchemical attempt to create a life form that will one day mimic the form of a lord, their Lord of Night. However, if these implications were not enough for you, and you wanted a more explicit reasoning as to how the silver tears are man-made by the Nox to achieve this aim, there was a cut content quest that went over this entire subject far more explicitly, and I am referring to the cut quest of Asimi, the mimic who would be Lord. There is a great reimagining of this quest that has been done by Nulrin, and I will link that video below, as it even includes these lost dialogues. In short, you would meet a sentient mimic called Asimi, who would latch onto you in a sort of symbiotic relationship. She would provide you power, while she would slowly copy your form. The finale of the quest would see Asimi leaving you after fully mimicking your form, with the intention of her being that you would become Elden Lore and you would allow her to become the Sovereign Eternal. But instead, you seek them out and defeat them. This again lines up with what we already know of the Silver Tears from the Silver Husk description, that the ultimate aim of these experiments, of these tears, were to mimic the form of a lord, their Sovereign Eternal, their Lord of Night. And because it lines up with the existing lore and doesn't seem to contradict it, I have no reason to doubt the lore found in this quest, and if I was to guess why it was cut, I would say it's because it actually provides just too much of a lore dump, and possibly provided an alternative ending that they just didn't have time to implement properly. In part of this quest, Asimi would ask the player to visit the Eternal Cities to find the source of her people. The dialogue would go as follows: "My Lord Host, Great Host, may I ask something of you? A chalice is close by, the cradle of my kind. Would you mind finding it for me? The chalice will quench my thirst, rejuvenate my flesh, and allow me to grant you further strength. My Lord Host, Great Lord Host, a tear chalice lies in these lands too. Our mother chalice, please search out this most sacred chalice. It is suffused with the blessed wonders of the stars. It will allow us to become a perfect whole." So obviously this dialogue is really revealing, and it talks about a mother chalice, the source of silver tears, and this really sums up what I have been implying, that the silver tears were an alchemical creation of the Nox, an attempt to mimic and artificially create their Lord of Night, a Sovereign Eternal. The talk of a mother chalice suffused with the stars obviously makes us think of a liquid, a formula. We have already seen how the Nox can manipulate and distill the fate latent within the stars, and why not use this to create a new life form? With this understanding, we can now turn our attention back to the subjects of this video, the Albinaurics themselves, who are an artificial being that bleed a silver formula. The aim of the Nox is to bring about an Age of Stars and a Lord of Night, and to me, this is the driving force behind all of their creation, one way or another. The Dragonkin Soldiers and the puppets give them new weapons to wield against the Greater Will and their enemies, and the manipulation of fate gives them an edge, and of course a new life form, in the hope of artificially creating a Lord of Night, is an attempt to bring their ultimate goal into fruition via their own hands and knowledge. It is clear that the Albinaurics are beings of magical origin, meaning that the arcane was used to create them. We learn of this innate arcaneness via the Albinauric staff, which reads as follows: "The Albinaurics harbour a secret. They cast sorcery using their innate arcaneness." To me, their innate arcaneness is no doubt linked to the alchemical, magical, and fate manipulation techniques we've already seen the Nox employ to create artificial life and manipulate life. In essence, it is not hard to see that the Albinaurics may be a connected line of work that resulted in the Silver Tears and the Albinaurics, especially given their silver blood and artificial nature. Indeed, even item placement may suggest a kinship between the two beings, as we can find the larval core of a silver tear in amongst some corpses at the Albinauric village. Zuli also makes this connection as well between the Silver Tears and the Albinauric people, and highlights a previous item description of the silver blue armour, the armour worn by the Archer Albinaurics. In this older item description, the Albinaurics had a much different name, as it refers to them as the Children of Silver. And this is of course tying us back to what we looked at the beginning of the video, where there's plenty of evidence that the Albinaurics are born from a silver liquid alchemical formula, with the blue-silver armour even now directly saying they are born from the same source as the silver in their armour. In conclusion, the Albinaurics are most likely a Nox homunculi, an alchemical experiment to create the perfect being, to create the sovereign eternal. And much like the Silver Tears, they are born of a liquid formula, hence their silver blood. One of the theories of alchemy is the notion of the three primes, a theory developed by an alchemist called Paracelsus in the 16th century. The three primes are salt, sulfur, and notably, for our video, mercury. But there's also a spiritual element to each of these materials, as there always is with alchemy. Salt represented the body in anything solid, mercury represented the mind in anything fluid, and sulfur represented the soul, anything that combusted. So in our case, it is clear that we would assign the silver working material behind the Albinaurics as a fluid mercury material, a bridge between body and soul, and yet neither. And it now makes sense when you think about this alchemical background, why the associations with silver, a liquid silver or mercury, are used so heavily in the game when we look at the Nox's alchemical creations. Under this idea, this theory, every being had an aspect of all three, the mind, body and soul, salt, mercury and sulfur. However, these mercurial beings, these Silver Tears and the Albinaurics, do they have a soul? Are they missing one of the three primes? This would lend us a greater understanding in why the Albinaurics are seen as impure. With that said, there is one other aspect of the Albinaurics' alchemical formula that we must touch on, the primordial dew mentioned in the Albinauric shield item description. Now, realistically, this could be just a flowery way of describing the formula from which the Albinaurics were formed, but it doesn't do us any favours to willfully ignore the other references to dew we find throughout the game. I'm of course referring to the dew that is heavily associated with the Age of Plenty, mentioned in the Sacred Dew Talisman and the Icon Shield. This dew was literally the life energy that dripped from the boughs of the Erdtree as sap, and it was literal life energy. And given the word dew is used in regards to the creation of the Albinaurics, there's a good chance that this primordial dew was used in their formation, especially since the word primordial is used. The word primordial is also used when describing the dew that fell from the Erdtree in this Age of Plenty, specifically in regards to the amber medallions, which are formed of the hardened amber, the hardened dew that fell from the Erdtree in the Age of Godfrey, first Elden Lord. And this is not to mention the many references to primordial life when talking about the Crucible, the primordial form of the Erdtree itself. So to me it is almost certain that this primordial dew that is mentioned in the Albinauric shield was probably a droplet of sap taken from the Erdtree, used to bring life to these mercurial beings. And we will return to this subject at the end of the video when we talk about Latenna, Loretta, and the Towering Sister, and how this may thematically come full circle by the end of the Albinauric story. So why were the Albinaurics created in the first place? Well, given all we have said on the Silver Tears and their probable connection to the Albinaurics, the likely explanation is the Albinaurics were created for the same reason, an attempt to create an artificial Lord of Night. So far we have made particular focus on Noxian alchemy, and this is justified given the Nox products such as the Celestial Dew, Puppet Formula, and the Silver Tears. Alchemy is particularly important to understanding what the Albinaurics symbolise, and why they would be created in the first place. It is no great revelation at this stage to say that the ideas of alchemy thematically influence some of the parts of Elden Ring. Of course, the most prominent example would be the idea of the rebus, the perfect meld of male and female in a single body, as represented by the Marika Radagon rebus. There is a concept in alchemy called the homunculus, which was the alchemical pursuit of creating the perfectly formed miniature human being. As pointed out by Zully, there is actually a Magic the Gathering card called Homunculus that very much looks like a second generation Albinauric. This is relevant because in one of Zyostorm's discovery videos, he makes the observation that Magic the Gathering is very much an inspiration for various Elden Ring motifs, and so this connection seems all the more probable if this Homunculus card was used as the artistic inspiration for the second generation Albinaurics. The alchemical process of creating a perfectly formed human being seems like the perfect solution for a society who wants to find their Lord of Night by any means necessary. And so it was that the Nox tried to create their own perfect being, their Lord of Night, and instead they created a flawed yet sentient creation, the Albinaurics. At least that is my most logical speculation. The very nature of the Albinaurics is an interesting thing to consider as well, as it brings us back to the holy grail of lore items, the Albinauric Bloodclot. The item description of the Bloodclot makes it clear that the main reason that the Albinaurics are treated like dirt is because they are not natural, and specifically, they are not touched by the grace of the Erdtree. The very existence of the Albinaurics is antithetical to the Erdtree, a fitting creation for a civilization directly opposed to the Greater Will. Everything about the Albinaurics' origins thematically fits with them being a Nox creation, and an attempt at creating a Lord of Night to oppose the Order of Grace. Now, while I consider the Nox to be the most logical progenitors of the Albinauric society, I do of course acknowledge that there is another connection that we have to consider in regards to their development, and so it is time to address the various Rhea Lucarian connections. I want to preface this chapter by saying that personally, I am in no doubt that the Nox are a better fit for the creators of the Albinaurics, thematically and of what we know of the Nox. However, there are some undeniable and interesting connections to the Liurnian people that we do need to discuss, for three main reasons. The connections between the Carians and the Albinaurics, the prominence of Albinaurics in Liurnia, and finally, an old item description for the silver armour. Let us start with the latter, the silver armour. So thanks to Zuli's video on the Albinaurics, we have access to the previous version of the silver armour's item description that I'd mentioned before, but let's read that in full now. These maids, constructed in Rhea Lucaria, headed to the Paling Tower to enter Miquella's service. So obviously a lot has changed in the lore. There is no Paling Tower, and these life forms are no longer known as the Children of Silver. They are the Albinaurics, so we could just straight away discount this item description and move on. However, I do think cut content can sometimes still be useful in trying to understand the intentions behind the lore, even if the details have changed, especially since there are still connections to Rhea Lucaria, Liurnia and the Carians in regards to the Albinaurics. Much as I use the location of the Silver Tears within the Eternal Cities to justify their origins being attributed to the Nox, many would use the location of the vast majority of Albinauric population in Liurnia to link their creation to the Rhea Lucarians or the Carians, and this is totally fair, especially given we don't find any Albinaurics in the Eternal Cities. Indeed, the description of the Albinauric shield even outright states that the main enemies of the Albinaurics are sorcerers, perhaps because they were created in Liurnia and have essentially been a blight on the lands ever since, and in conflict with their previous creators, i.e. the Rhea Lucarian or Carian sorcerers. There is further evidence that the Albinaurics could have been created by sorcerers rather than by Nox alchemy, and as such I refer us to an item description I cited earlier, the description of the Albinauric staff, which talks about their innate arcaneness, and while I linked this to the fate manipulation and alchemy of the Nox, it could quite easily be tied to the arcane practices of Rhea Lucaria. In a lot of ways, the Rhea Lucarians and Carians overlap with the practices and beliefs of the Nox. Both study the power latent within the stars, both are concerned with the fate found within the stars, and both have factions that are interested in bringing about an age of stars. We even get evidence of the impact of Noxian culture upon Liurnian culture. This is irrefutable in regards to the Church of Vows, which is a church lined with Noxian statues, and this is also a structure meant to utilise a Noxian creation, the Celestial Dew, once again used to alter fate and restore bonds once thought completely broken, and indeed, Radagon once used this Noxian practice before his marriage to Rennala.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Rennala. The order of the Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven. This miracle blesses the Church to this day, and so you need only follow Radagon's example to restore any bond, however strained or severed, to its rightful state of harmony.
In addition, Celivis, preceptor to the Carian royal family, continues research into puppetry, and even seeks to take the teachings further by ensnaring a demigod themselves. Renala's son Radahn would go to Celia to learn gravity sorcery, Celia essentially being an offshoot colony of the Eternal Cities.
As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
Finally, Ranni, of course, has some contact with the Eternal City when she conspires with them to commit the Night of the Black Knives. The point being is that there are plenty of opportunities for a crossover of culture and ideas between Nox and Liurnia, and so it is therefore not unthinkable to believe that a faction of Liurnian sorcerers replicated or built upon the works of the Nox in regards to artificial life forms. Indeed, we do see a number of first-generation Albinaurics specifically serving the Carian family, such as Pedia and other members found throughout the Carian Manor. We also have Loretta herself, possibly an Albinauric, who serves as a Carian knight, who may well be the most successful attempt at harnessing the potential of the Albinaurics. A mounted, bow-wielding knight, no less, that could just be a more successful variant of the mounted, bow-wielding Albinaurics we see in the consecrated snowfields. So what is the truth behind their creation? Did the Nox create them, or was it a Rhea Lucarian or Carian creation? Well, the balance of truth is for you to decide, but I believe both could be true. I do believe that they do originate from the work of the Nox. The evidence we looked at previously is too strong, and the thematics fit very well. However, it could have been expanded upon by Rhea Lucarians and Carians. My belief is that the work did originate with the Nox as an experiment to create a Lord of Night, but that the Rhea Lucarians and Carians may well have piggybacked off it in an attempt to create warriors and servants, and this would explain why there are so many Albinaurics in Liurnia, specifically some serving the Carian royal family. Like I say, the balance of truth, or where you decide they come from, is for you to decide. I believe it falls between the two. Either way, the results are the same. Human hands created these flawed beings, and whatever purpose they hope to harness these beings for, it has clearly failed, and the Albinaurics now are in direct conflict with the forces of Rhea Lucaria, and are persecuted by many others. So let us now examine the current state of the Albinaurics themselves, and their plight in the lands between. However it happened, the Albinaurics were created, but they are no mere tools as probably intended. Instead, they have developed into their very own people, with their own desires and beliefs. There's of course the main distinguishing feature of the Albinauric peoples, the two very distinct generations. The first more humanoid variation, which comes in two different variants, the older male version and the younger female version. Then there is the second generation, which are the more frog-like and dumpy ones. We learned that there are two different generations of the same people via the Albinauric Ashes, which reads, "A strapping duo of cartwheeling spirits who wield ripple swords and spew freezing breath. Both are second generation Albinaurics, with dumpy heads that resemble those of frogs." So the fact that there are a second generation could mean one of two things. Firstly, it could be that the first generation of Albinaurics are able to reproduce, but their offspring are radically different from them or devolve. And then there's of course explanation number 2, which is much like how iPhones have different generations. The second generation of Albinaurics could be a second line of Albinaurics, that they are a second attempt by their creators to improve upon the first generation. Given what we know about the Albinaurics at the end of Latena's quest, it appears they cannot reproduce, and so it must be option 2. We know that one of the main faults of the first generation is of course their failing and fading legs. This is a process described to us by old Albus himself.
"My legs will soon fade, and with them my life. Alas, this is the immovable fate of all Albinaurics."
So why do their legs fade and fail? Well, given the alchemical and magical origin of the Albinaurics, it would make sense that this is an alchemical failing. The legs don't only fail, they literally fade, as we can see from the shadowy remnants we can see attached to the older Albinaurics. So it makes sense now that there is a second generation of Albinaurics. The first generation are quote-unquote faulty, and the second generation do improve in this regard. They are able to walk, but they have their own failings, we will look at momentarily. There are other aspects of the first generation I'd like to analyse first. One point of interest is of course the first generation's unbelievable skill with magical bows. Latena's ashes do confirm that they are magical archers, which explains why their arrows literally track moving opponents. Their ability to do this must be a result of their innate magical arcaneness, and I do see this as evidence that Loretta is one of their number, as she too is able to summon magical homing arrows, but without a bow, possibly showing she is more potent in this regard, more successful, not even needing the physical medium for this ability. There's one other aspect of the first generation I want to talk about, and that is their appearance. I have already spoken on the fact that there are two variants to the first generation, as most people will notice. There is the older variant, which has male features, and then there is the younger variant, which has female features. Now, the simplest explanation, and probably the most likely, is that this is just the design choice made by the team, that they had younger models and they're female, and they had older models that are male. However, there is something else to consider, given the alchemical roots and connotations to the Albinaurics. And the question I pose to you is this: are the first generation Albinaurics some kind of rebus? What I am suggesting here is it possible that they are female when they are young, but become male when they age, and that they are some sort of alchemical hermaphrodite? Now, I know this is a bit out there, but I can't help but notice that the female Albinaurics are always mentioned to be young. Latena refers to Celia, the giant towering Albinauric, as their young but towering sister. Albus also refers to Latena as young, and yet all the male appearance characters in the Albinauric society are older, bearded, and decrepit, and their legs are literally fading. While the legs of the younger Albinaurics are of course also not working, they aren't fading yet, which suggests there is an age gap. Now, the reason that this is important to something connected to alchemy is because of the concept of the rebus. If you aren't aware of the rebus, or you haven't heard my earlier videos where I've spoken about it, the rebus is said to be the ultimate goal of alchemy. It is the perfect meld between man and female in a single body, and of course this is represented in game by Marika and Radigan. So being beings of alchemical creation, what if they are created to follow the same ideals, to be the perfect creation of alchemy, to mirror the god of this age? This is of course wild speculation, and it's not something I certainly consider to be canon, but it is a nice idea, especially since it would tie in with the alchemical themes of the Albinaurics, as well as nicely explaining why there are only young female Albinaurics and older male Albinaurics. If that is too wild for you, I do have another possible explanation for you, and it does again return us to that older description of the silver armour, which specifically describes the maidens as being built in Rea Lucaria. Perhaps the first generation female Albinaurics are the creations of Rea Lucaria, and the older male ones are the creations of the Nox. And this would also make sense and tie in to the fact that Loretta serves the Carian royal family and is most likely following the design of the female archer Albinaurics. Again, all speculation, and the most likely explanation is that it's just the design choices for the male and female models of the Albinauric first generations. However, the other final point about the Albinaurics and their form I want to discuss before moving on to the second generation specifically is the general connection the Albinaurics have to Frost. So one of the major indicators to this connection is of course found in the Albinauric ashes, which tells us the fact they can spew freezing breath. We also find it connected to the archer Albinaurics, for the blue-silver armour tells us that it is made from the same material as the archers itself, and it provides a protection to Frost. So what is the connection to Frost? Well, in general, there seems to be a connection to Frost and the celestial bodies. The main source for this information, of course, comes via Ranni, and her story about meeting the Snow Witch. For example, if we read the item description of the frozen armament, which reads as follows: sorcery said to have been used by the old Snow Witch. The snowy crone taught the young Ranni to fear the dark moon, as she imparted her cold sorcery. And so when Ranni attempts to bring about the Age of Stars, the dark moon becomes her sigil and her guide. However, equally, the cold seems to be part of her makeup, part of her identity. This is reinforced by the description of the royal greatsword, which reads, "In defiance of the fate he was born into, Blythe swore to serve no master but Ranni. As proof, the sword was imbued with cold magic at the moment the oath was sworn, and so the cold is as equal to the moon when it comes to Ranni and her ideals. And to me, this is just because the cold, or frost, is associated with the moon and other celestial bodies in this world, and this is in contrast to the Erdtree, which once used to represent warmth, as we learn from the warming stone item description. And so to me, the association with cold that we find with the Albinaurics has to do with their origins once again. We know that the Nox are of course associated with the celestial, and most likely used the distillation or essence of the stars to create the Albinaurics in the first place, and that in essence explains their affinity for the cold. But with that said, let us now move on to the second generation and examine these peculiar creatures. While without the weaknesses of the first generation, regarding their legs, they have obviously come with their own flaws. Aside from being more monstrous and malformed than their more human first generation, they also apparently cannot speak. This is again according to the cut Tops dialogue that we referred to earlier, that states that the frogs have been silenced in regards to their tongues. I have no doubt to believe that this is still true in the in-game canon, despite it not being mentioned explicitly anywhere else in canon. I think this is also reflected in the way they behave, especially if you compare them to the first generation. There is a huge difference in the culture. Whereas the first generation seem more human and are willing to set up their own societies, much like a human society would, the second generation seem to move around in roving gangs or bands, much like an animal pack. And if these beings lack the ability to intelligently communicate, like the first generation can, this indeed does make sense. Even the armour and clothing that they wear pales in comparison if you compare it to the silver armour of the archer Albinaurics. The second generation Albinaurics wear dirty sacks and dirty chainmail. But this doesn't mean that there isn't any connection or interaction between the two generations. Indeed, in the consecrated snowfields, it seems as though they exist peacefully side by side, with the Albinauric archers and the second generation Albinaurics guarding Ordina liturgical town. Indeed, I commented on the apparel of the second generation Albinaurics, how it's dirty and crude, and it reflects the more bestial and basic nature of the second generation. And while this meshes well with the huge clubs of some of the larger second generation Albinaurics, it clashes quite harshly with some of the other weapons wielded by the second generation. The Silver Shield, the Ripple Blade, and the Ripple Crescent Halberd, which seems so finely crafted, to a degree beyond even some human capabilities. Indeed, not only the form of these weapons are sophisticated, but also the lore bended within its design. As you can see from all of the descriptions for these weapons, they are meant to be artistic representations of the Albinaurics' origins, the ripple of their alchemical formula. Given what we see of the second generation Albinaurics, the way in which they behave, the clothes that they wear, and the clubs that they wield, it seems very unlikely that they are the ones that crafted these weapons. I would instead suggest that these weapons are supplied to them by the first generation Albinaurics, who would be more familiar with their mythology and origins, and more likely to be able to forge impressive weapons, given what we see of their craftsmanship in their silver armour. This is my own speculation, of course, but I believe it to be a sensible conclusion. To surmise, the first generation appear to be closer what we'd consider to be a normal human society. We can see this in the way in which they act, speak, interact, and build communities. The second generation Albinaurics, while still sentient, do seem to be more simplistic in nature, moving in roaming gangs, more aggressive and territorial, and more likely to be manipulated, as we will see in later chapters. Despite this, the second generation clearly have caused a lot of issues for the Realicarians and the Cuckoo Warriors. Their location around the crumbled ruins of the Academy town is interesting for a number of reasons, not the least that the Realicarians and the Cuckoo Knights seem to have had to barricade themselves in at the Realicarian Academy, essentially ceding the ground outside of it to these Albinaurics. Were the Albinaurics responsible for the downfall, for the destruction of the Academy town? Probably not, as it does seem that some kind of natural disaster has befallen this region, an erosion that has led to a collapse of the land that once surrounded the Realicarian Academy. We can see this in the bridges as well. Despite this, the Albinaurics now seem to have taken control of these ruins, and this is a fair payment, as we will learn in the next chapter, when we talk about the persecution that the Albinauric people have faced in the lands between. One of the best written sources to understand the type of hatred the Albinaurics face is the Albinauric pot, a weapon that can be made from the blood of the Albinaurics themselves. The item description reads as follows: "The Knights of the Cuckoos do declare, behold, thy defiled blood, unlike any humour that flows in our grand realm." This basis for Cuckoo Force's hatred of the Albinaurics of course ties in with what was said in the Albinauric blood clot, that people hate the Albinaurics because they are not natural beings, and in essence, this seems to be the basis for a lot of their mistreatment, as they aren't even seen as living beings worthy of consideration. While quite late on in the video, it is worth analysing the etymology of the name Albinauric to see how it is an appropriate name. Albin most directly means white, but can also mean without colour or pigment, and auric means gold. So the most likely meaning for the Albinaurics as intended is without gold, without the gold colour. These are pale beings, absent the gold, absent the touch of the Erdtree, again tying back to what's said in the Albinauric blood clot. It is this lack of gold, the lack of a connection to the Erdtree, that makes them so hated, and again it ties back to what we talked about when we talked about the prime materials. They are missing that third aspect, the soul or the touch of the Erdtree. The Knights of the Cuckoo are of course the knights that are contracted on behalf of Realicaria, and these forces have a pretty sinister reputation. We learn of this reputation via the Realicaria soldier ashes, which reads, "The soldiers of Realicaria were also known as the Cuckoos. They were given free rein by the Academy to wage war as they pleased, and they were infamous for their rapacious ways." The cruelty of these soldiers lend well to the narrative described by the Albinauric pot. They hunt the Albinaurics because of their defiled blood, and yet given their reputation, it wouldn't be hard to imagine Cuckoo forces not needing much encouragement to visit atrocities upon these people, and taking some kind of pleasure in it. It also ties into the description of the Albinauric shield, which describes the fact that sorcerers were their main enemies, and it is obviously the conflict with Rhea Lucaria that this shield is denoting. The clashes with Rhea Lucaria are most likely driven by hate and territory, as we have already commented on the fact that the Albinaurics occupy a lot of Rhea Lucarian territory. Yet aside from the conflicts between the second generation and the forces of Rhea Lucaria, the first generation found in Liurnia seem to have made a life for themselves in the village of the Albinaurics. They do seem to have built a community and even have their own myths and goals, as we can later see when Albus describes to us their promised land. Yet unfortunately this life has been destroyed, and the village that we see now is the site of an atrocity. The most obvious and stark example of how poorly the Albinaurics are treated in the lands between. When we first arrive in the village, we are greeted by the corpses of Albinaurics hanging, and piles of corpses being burned in a harrowing scene of genocide and cruelty. Nefeli's haunting words as we enter the village only add to the grisly atmosphere that awaits us within.
The oppression of the weak. Murder and pillage unchecked. A waking nightmare. Made by men.
The goons that we find in this village, fallen perfumers, are Gideon Ofnir's men, who in his pursuit for knowledge has destroyed this entire village. And his callous disregard for the lives here even shocks Nefeli when she realises it's her adoptive father that's behind this attack.
And I can no longer trust in father. To think he'd order his men to enact such tragedy. Where is the justice he purports in that? He once told me that if he became Elden Lord, he would never allow the downtrodden to be cheated ever again. Was he simply lying to me?
Of course, we later find out that Gideon has done this for a pretty petty reason. He is obsessed with knowledge, with his own legend of being the all-knowing. In essence, he wants to have information he doesn't have, the location of the missing demigods, not really just to find their great runes, but just so he can carry on being the all-knowing. And indeed later on, he directs us to find information on the missing demigods, and even notes his frustration in not knowing all of the information.
I heard speculation Miquella embedded himself in the Hairy Tree, but before he could finish, someone cut the tree open and absconded with his infant form. Indeed, it seems those words held weight. How vexing that the All-Knowing didn't have the full story.
Yet before employing our services, he obviously used his own men, his own goons, to try and find the information from the Albinaurics himself in regards to the Erdtree and obviously Miquella and Malenia. He has Latenna interrogated and her wolf killed, and he burns the entire village to the ground just so he can find the path to the Erdtree and have the answers to the questions that he seeks. A pretty casual disregard for life, and it just shows how lowly some people consider Albinaurics, that Gideon weighs their lives worth less than just knowing a simple piece of information. How little regard is given to the lives of these people is also echoed in Praetor Rykard's treatment of the Albinaurics. I discuss Praetor Rykard's experimentation in full in my Rykard lore video, which I will link below, but in essence the prison town at Volcano Manor is a testament to Rykard's insanity and his cruelty. Rykard uses the abductor virgins to bring people to the prison town found at the back of Volcano Manor, where he has evidently experimented with life forms as part of his greater aim in overthrowing the Erdtree to create the man-serpents, soldiers for his vision. In Prison Town, we find a large population of Albinaurics in terrible circumstances, as they fill the halls of the ironically named guest house, in various torture devices, including the really cruel Black Dumpling, which makes the wearer go insane. And the wretched, tortured, Black Dumpling wearing Albinaurics are some of the most wretched and pitiful enemies you face in the entire game. These poor Albinaurics have been pushed to the limits of pain and mental torture. Also interestingly, this is where we find the Albinauric mask, located on another torture device. The description of the mask is interesting, as it makes a very clear implication, that this is the mask made from the skin of an Albinauric. The final description of the Albinauric mask reads as follows. A far cry from Godskin, this Albinauric hide mask is the product of malicious mockery. The implication being is that this Albinauric was skinned by a Godskin, and this makes sense given that there is a Godskin present at Prison Town, the Godskin noble found in Eagle Temple. Now, while to some this Godskin noble boss may feel random, I have discussed in my Rykard video why it makes sense. Firstly, they are both allies of convenience. They both wish to overthrow the gods. But secondly, they also both get something out of the arrangement. As already shown by the skinned Albinauric, the Godskin noble gets access to plenty subjects for skinning and for skin, much as the Godskin apostle of Dominula manipulates their festivities to get access to fresh skin. Rykard gains the Godskin noble's knowledge of blending life. Bearing in mind the Godskin noble set reads the following: Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology. Indeed, it is important to note that the Godskin nobles have assimilated serpentine features, namely a tail, to mostly human physiology. So now we understand why the Godskin noble is here, but why are the Albinaurics here? Why are they tortured? Well, because they too are artificial beings, and for someone like Rykard looking to craft weapons to overthrow the Erdtree and eventually create his own life forms, the man-serpents, why not start with the creations of the Nox, a society who has long been seeking to overthrow the Erdtree and create life forms to that end. As beings made from an alchemical formula, reverse engineering the Albinaurics could be key for Rykard to understand how he can make his own life forms. This is of course my speculation, but I believe it is the story that Prison Town is trying to tell us. What is important is the further illustration of the senseless harm that is inflicted upon the Albinaurics, seemingly without care nor thought. Human upon human conflicts are memorialized in sword monuments at the very least, but Albinaurics seem to be beneath notice at all, treated as though they aren't really living, thinking, sentient beings, just another material or animal to be harvested, or an annoyance to be exterminated. The dehumanization of the Albinaurics is one of the most brutal stories of the Land Between, and the core of it is once again found in the Albinauric Bloodclot. It is because they are seen out with the Erdtree Order. They aren't even seen as real life. The examples we have gone through here are only scratching the surface of the barbarism that the Albinaurics face, and it always seems done in such a casual, senseless fashion. For example, we also find strung up Albinaurics in the hideout of Necromancer Garrus, and we can only assume that he too has used them as a subject for his experimentation into necromancy. Cast out and brutalized, it is little wonder that the Albinaurics are outsiders, who must eke out a living in a cruel and unforgiving world. They are outcasts, and in the next chapter, we will find out where this brutalization has pushed them to, and where they try to find sanctuary. While Liurnia is the main hub of Albinauric activity in the Lands Between, we do find them in a couple of different locations. One of the more interesting locations is of course in Mohg Palace, where they appear to be in service to the Lord of Blood. And I find the story of these wayward Albinaurics particularly interesting, because it can tell us a lot of the Albinauric people, both in a physical sense and of their desperation. The Mohg dynasty presents itself as one of love and acceptance, a safe haven for those who have no place in the world of grace.
Luminary Mohg has strength, vision, and of course, love.
This is of course given legitimacy by the fact that Mohg himself is an Omen, a people unwelcome in the world of grace. He is the king of the outcasts in a sense. It is no wonder that a persecuted people may feel drawn to such a community, and indeed the placement of the enemies within Liurnia and the consecrated snowfield hint at this draw that the Mohg dynasty has to the Albinaurics. The centre of the Formless Mother's influence in Liurnia is of course Rose Church, and if you want more detailed look at all things Mohg dynasty, I would direct you to my Mohg Lord of Blood video. Near Rose Church, you can find a group of Albinaurics staring at the Rose Church, almost curiously, as if they are being drawn to this church and are considering joining the Mohg dynasty. We also see this in the consecrated snowfield when you find an Albinauric standing very close to the bloody portal that leads to the Mohg Palace. When we form our own covenant with the Formless Mother and Mohgwyn dynasty, we give our finger over to Vari, who then seems to inject us with something, and we then receive the bloody finger item in return.
Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something.
The description for this bloody finger item reads as follows. Glistening blood has been siphoned into the nail of this finger. Its sickly pale skin feels nothing now, but the nail still aches with sweetest pain. This isn't an item, this is our finger. We have been afflicted by the blood that Vari siphoned into our fingernail, and we can see the effect of this transfusion in our eyes, which go a cloudy red after this process. This is a covenant in its purest form, an exchange of blood that forms a binding pact between ourselves and Mohg. Indeed, as I suggested months ago in my Mohg lore video, I believe that the blood being siphoned into us is the accursed Omen blood of the Lord of Blood himself. Indeed, Vari says this following the ceremony.
Never forget that feeling of agony, for it is what binds you to luminary Mohg, to all of us.
It binds us to Mohg because it is his blood. It binds us to the dynasty as we all now share the blood, the Omen blood that runs through our veins. And I believe we can see the effect of the Omen blood on the dynasty nobles, who have Omen horns and pale skin like Mohg, like the Omen. With this in mind, let us turn our attention back to the Albinaurics, as it seems some of them have taken up the offer of love and acceptance by the Mohgwyn dynasty. A lot of Albinaurics end up in the consecrated snowfields, promised lands that we will discuss in a moment, and while most seem to seek the Aegis of Miquella, others seem to find another path here, a certain blood-covered portal that lead to the lands of Mohg. At the area where the portal spits us out, on the cliff overlooking the blood-blighted lands of Mohg, we get a really interesting scene. We see a group of blood Albinaurics patrolling a group of regular Albinaurics, and to me this scene couldn't be clearer. These are new inductees that are being guarded before they too are accepted and inducted. When filming these shots up close, it genuinely broke my heart a little. The exhausted look of the regular Albinaurics, of a people who have been persecuted and hunted their whole lives, finally feeling they have some kind of sanctuary. And while Mohg does preach love, it is clear he cares as little for the Albinaurics as the rest of the lands between. For if one looks carefully at the environmental details in Mohgwyn Palace, we are confronted by a horrific scene. Albinauric corpses, strewn carelessly, left to rot and soak in the bloody bogs, with no care for dignity or burial. So the storytelling here is pretty clear. Not all Albinaurics who make it here will survive whatever induction process they must undertake, and the callous treatment of their dead speaks volumes about Mohg's real feelings towards his Albinauric soldiers. Mohg only cares for them as shock troopers, and I think this really highlights the sad reality of the second generation Albinaurics. They are simple, trusting beings, and while we cannot blame them for seeking refuge here, it is clear that Mohg abuses that trust. But tragedy aside, let us look at the blood Albinaurics and what it can tell us about the Albinaurics in general. Looking at this original scene again, the two groups are contrasted quite clearly. Not only do the blood Albinaurics have bright red skin, but as I note in my Mohg video, like the sanguine nobles, these blood Albinaurics also have Omen horns poking through their skin at the top of their heads. This again suggests that those Albinaurics that become bound to the dynasty go through the same joining process that we do. They have Mohg's Omen blood injected. The radical nature of their transformation is really interesting, however, as we can see the effects on humans are a little bit more subtle, and more like a corruption or infection, whereas it seems more akin to a palate change entirely for the Albinaurics. This does make sense, however, when we consider the alchemical origins of the Albinaurics that we discussed previously. I see it as the Albinaurics being malleable, that they are still formulaic in a way, and by adding a new element to the formula, it drastically alters the Albinaurics as it would a potion. We have also to consider the words of the Albinauric staff. Albinaurics are innately arcane, and as such their bodies may be affected differently by the Omen curse than a more mundane creature like a human. This is not the only instance of this formula change. In certain parts of the consecrated snowfield, we can find the golden-eyed Albinaurics, who can wield the golden disc incantations of Miquella the Unalloyed. Of course, we don't know for certain what material could have affected them in this way, these golden-eyed ones, but a good educated guess could be that it's unalloyed gold, given that they are in the lands of Miquella and the promised lands of their people. With that said, it is to these promised lands that we turn to next, to discuss the future of the Albinauric peoples and their heroes, Latenna and Loretta. In the face of so much persecution within the lands between, it is very little wonder that the Albinaurics have come up with a classic Promised Lands story, one that we can hear from the mouth of old Albus himself.
A chosen land awaits us, Albinaurics. The medallion is the key that leads to the city. It's only a quaint treasure for we who cannot make the journey, but for dear Latenna, it is needed to fulfill her purpose.
Yet this isn't a mere myth, as it seems as though the village has already placed their hopes with Latenna, a young female Albinauric who Albus pleads with us to give the medallion to and take to the Promised Lands. This is the young woman that Ofnir has already beaten and interrogated in his quest to find Miquella. Upon meeting Latenna, once we show her that we have the medallion and earned Albus's trust, she opens up and asks for our help in reaching Miquella's Erdtree, the promised land that old Albus mentions to us. This of course brings us to Loretta, one of the fabled knights of the Carian dynasty, and apparently the only person moved by the plight of the Albinaurics. Not only was Loretta one of the legendary Carian knights, but she was a personal guard to the Carian royalty, and we learn of this via her armour set, which reads as follows. Loretta, once a royal Carian knight, went on a journey in search of a haven for the Albinaurics, and determined that the Erdtree was their best chance for eventual salvation. The rest is, as they say, history. Loretta replaces her glintstone for unalloyed gold in her sickle, and becomes a defender of the Erdtree rather than Caria Manor. Word reaches the Albinaurics of Loretta's discovery of this promised land, and many Albinaurics make the pilgrimage here, such as the golden Albinaurics we previously discussed, found in and around Ordina. We then also have the Albinaurics of the first generation, the Wolf Archers, who protect passage to the Erdtree itself by defending Ordina liturgical town. For all intents and purposes, this is a sort of happy ending. Loretta has found somewhere for the Albinaurics to hide out safely, to build a new future, under the aegis of Miquella in his lands, an Empyrean well known to extend his protection to the outcasts of Erdtree society, such as we see many misbegotten in the Erdtree town itself, and as we learn through the description of the Sacred Crown Helm, which reads as follows. Who is it that Miquella shall bless, if not the low and the meek? Indeed, we have to assume that, like Loretta, the Albinaurics found in the consecrated snowfield owe some loyalty to Miquella, guarding passage to the Erdtree in exchange for being allowed to settle here, as well as being evidenced by the golden Albinaurics that we spoke of earlier, Albinaurics that seem to have taken on the miracles and appearance of the Unalloyed himself. And in fact, the Albinauric people are the main obstacle preventing us from accessing the Erdtree itself. But did Loretta find this safe haven because she is a human who has greater empathy than her fellow Liurnians? Or does she have a deeper, more personal reason for helping the Albinaurics? This is of course hinted at via her shield description, which reads, the shape is said to imitate that of a sacred drop of dew, which inspired the absurd rumour that Loretta herself was an Albinauric. The implication here is that the sacred drop of dew that's imitated by her shield is the one that's also displayed on the general Albinauric shield, the source of all Albinauric life. But is this an absurd rumour, or is it actually real? We never see beneath Loretta's visor, and she is always mounted, and therefore could be in a similar situation to the first generation Albinaurics, in that she has lost use of her legs and always has to be mounted. We also have to consider that Loretta's magic is extremely reminiscent of the magic wielded by the Albinauric archers. She summons a bow that fires homing arrows, much like the Albinauric archers can use magical homing arrows as well. This could be a more potent form of that particular archery magic. At the end of the day, we don't know for certain, and this bit of lore is worded in a way as to cause us some confusion, but if I was to give my opinion, I would say she is meant to be an Albinauric, given the way she uses magic, and the fact that she is always mounted. Never mind the fact that she went to such lengths to find a home for the Albinaurics. But again, I leave you to your own conclusions. Either way, it was Loretta who finally paved the way for a better chance at life for the Albinaurics. But perhaps there's more for them here than just a safe haven. Perhaps there is a future for the Albinauric people. Albus impressed upon us the importance of Latenna making it to the Promised Lands, and if we do so, if we help Latenna reach the Promised Lands of the consecrated snowfields, we can witness one of the happiest moments in any Souls game, a future for the Albinauric people that they so sorely deserve.
O young yet towering sister of ours, let the birthing droplet in and create life for us, for all the Albinaurics.
When we first enter the consecrated snowfields, there is a dialogue where Latenna states the following: "We have reached the lands of Miquella's Erdtree, where Lobo and I began our travels. It is entirely thanks to you that I am so close to home. These great snow-laden lands stretch far to the north, and beyond the ancient bowers and the liturgical town of Ordina lies the place to which I must return. Latenna has been here before. This is where she began her journey, and where she is to return. And given that she is of the archer archetype, and this is the only place we find them, it makes sense that this is her home. This means that Latenna travelled from here to Liurnia to collect something, and then return it to the Towering Sister. This makes sense of why Gideon specifically targets Latenna. He knows that she has come from the Erdtree area, and thus must have a way back, or at least have knowledge of how to get back there. But what has Latenna come for? She evidently came for the item that she passes on to the Towering Sister, what she calls the birthing droplet, an item or a substance that will allow the Towering Sister to provide new life for the Albinauric people. The broad strokes of what is happening here is quite straightforward to everyone. This birthing droplet will allow the Albinaurics to give birth, to reproduce or create their own new life as an independent race. It is a quiet moment, but to me is as powerful as the "a future for the Krogan" scene in Mass Effect 3. We have just witnessed the future of a people being granted. But what is the nitty-gritty of what's happening here? What's the science? Why is the Giant Sister giant? What is the birthing droplet, and where did it come from? First of all, why the Giant Sister is important, and why she is giant. Well, first of all, we do have a name for this character. As if you are horrendous enough to kill Latenna, she cries out a name: Philia. With one less L, Philia is the Greek word for love. Philia is the love of her people, she is the hope of her people, and evidently the vessel through which they hope to bring about a new generation of Albinaurics. But why is she large, and why is she special? So we don't really know this for sure, but to try and provide some kind of satisfactory answer, I would again refer us to the origins of the Albinaurics, and specifically looking at the blue-silver armour, this time paying special attention to the semantics. It says, blue-silver is a metal born from the same mother as the archers themselves, and provides protection from magic and frost. When talking about the origins of the Albinaurics, I skipped over the mother aspect of it to focus on the alchemy, but it is curious to note that the term mother is actually used here. Does this imply that there was a mother Albinauric, an original creation, a progenitor to their race that was used to spawn or clone the rest? Perhaps a mother Albinauric figure like Celia was used as a template or queen that gave birth to the blue-silver, as described by the silver-blue armor set. Now, I don't necessarily claim that this is Celia herself, especially given that Latenna calls her young, implying that she is newly born or created, but perhaps she is a recreation of this mother. Perhaps she has been created by the Albinaurics themselves as a host for a new generation of Albinaurics, recreating that original experiment. This is of course my own speculation, but she is obviously very different. She is meant to be a special host for a new generation, and it does really make me think of this mother mentioned in the blue-silver armor set. Another theory that I've seen is that people suggest that she is Loretta, given Loretta's shield position here. However, I don't think this is true, given that we fight Loretta in her corporeal form in Erdtree town. Now, in regards to the birthing droplet that Latenna passes to the towering sister, we have already spoken of how the Albinaurics are alchemical in nature, and that by adding or introducing something foreign into their forms, it can radically alter their makeup, such as Omen blood in the Blood Albinaurics, or possibly unalloyed gold in the Gold-Eye Albinaurics. This brings us around to our early discussion of the original Albinauric formula and the 3 primes, where I posited that the Albinaurics were created from a combined formula of mercury suffused with celestial essence and a primordial dew from the Erdtree. Here it seems the Albinaurics are repeating the same process but on their own terms. They control their future. Again, like when I was talking about the primordial dew, I think there's only one sensible place to look when talking about this birthing droplet, and that is the Erdtree. The Erdtree is synonymous with life, and thus it makes sense when Latenna talks about bringing new life to the Albinauric people. The sap of the Erdtree, a life-bringing substance, would make sense here. And thus we come full circle with the Albinauric blood clot. The Albinauric people are persecuted because of their disconnect from the Erdtree and its rigidly defined and controlled cycle of life. How fitting would it be then if it was the sap of that very Erdtree that gives the Albinaurics a new chance at life, to bring about their own births and their own future. And how fitting is it that we come full circle with the item description we started this video with, the greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric blood clot. A people that are not touched by the Erdtree's grace finally are given a new chance with the Erdtree's own sap. I've found myself increasingly fascinated with the notion of balance and duality. At the end of Elden Ring, we are presented with the dual nature of a god, 2 beings of contrasting temperament, yet housed within a single body, Marika and Radagon. The moon and the Erdtree, life and death, silver and gold, Mohg and Morgott, Miquella and Malenia. What is the relevance of these themes? Today I will provide you with my interpretation of these. Duality has long been a focus of From Software games, most obviously in Dark Souls, light and dark, chaos and death, and so I'm not pretending it is something new to From Software games. Rather, I've always had this subject in the back of my mind, nagging me. It's something I want to discuss because it is so prevalent with Elden Ring in particular. So many elements or forces in Elden Ring have an opposite or an inversion, whether it be the Greater Will and the Frenzied Flame, or Morgott and Mohg's contrasting ideologies about their Omen condition. Each of these dualities have something interesting to share, whether it be a simple contrasting narrative device, or whether it be a deeper reference to lunar and solar archetypes and balance as a whole. We will be unpacking some of these subjects today, as well as reconciling it with the ideologies of the Golden Order fundamentalists, whose aims seem to revolve around reconciliation of all matter. Ultimately, by the end of this video, I hope to have explored the meaning behind some of these examples, and why duality is so important to Elden Ring as a whole, and the main conflicts found within its story. In Dark Souls 1, in the very first cinematic, we are introduced to the ideas of duality, light and dark, heat and cold, life and death. Yet it only came with disparity. And before this there was just neutrality, a grey world of unliving stone dragons. Likewise, we hear a similar story in Elden Ring, a time of when there was only one form of life, the One Great.
All that there is came from the One Great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse.
I think it's fair to assume that in this time when life was just one, there were no dualities, and so this is our inciting cosmological event that laid the foundations for disparity. And my speculation is that because we see so much examples of duality and balance within the world of Elden Ring, is that with this disparity came a system of balance, that this world exists in a state of balance and opposing forces, an aversion of each element or a Newtonian response. Naturally, being a system of opposing forces, this can sometimes generate conflict. However, at the end of this video I will present what I believe to be the perfect harmonious balance between two twins that we find in the game. The concept of two opposing elements making a whole is such a fundamental basic to life, science and philosophy. From the double helix strands of DNA, the sun and the moon, mothers and fathers, life and death, and yin and yang. So it is no surprise that these ideas permeate mythologies across numerous cultures. In the mythology of many cultures, the moon and the sun has always been the most fundamental of dualities, both sources of light, the symbols of night and day, personified in certain mythologies to be opposing and yet symbiotic. And so with that said, I'd like to start with what I see as the most fundamental duality in Elden Ring, the moon and the Erdtree. Like in Dark Souls, the moon plays an important role within Elden Ring's mythology. However, unlike Dark Souls, where the moon is the counterpoint to the sun, instead, the opposite to the moon in Elden Ring is the Erdtree / the Elden Ring. As many have observed, the sun actually plays a very minor role within Elden Ring, to the point that it is almost not even visible within the sky. It is clear that the Erdtree plays the role of a sun symbolically in this world. Not only does it illuminate the lands, but it also once gave off heat, a fact we can learn of via the warming stone. One of the most well-known philosophies of balance is that of yin and yang, a Chinese philosophical concept that presents the world as a system of balance between opposing yet interconnected forces. Yin is the receptive or passive element, but is also represented by the moon, and generally is associated with the feminine. Conversely, yang is the active masculine aspect, represented by the sun. They are two halves of the fundamentals of the world. One even brings the night, and the other the day, the light and the shadow. These elements of yin really help explain the foundation of the moon's depiction within Souls games as a whole. The moon has very much always been associated with the feminine in Dark Souls. The Dark Moon Gwendolyn is raised as a girl, because he was born with a strong affinity to the moon. Likewise in Elden Ring, it seems to be the women of the Carian family specifically who are the inheritors of the moon's legacy. Rennala makes contact with the full moon, then leads her daughter Ranni by the hand, who is introduced to her moon, the dark moon. The moon and the sun being associated with the feminine and masculine respectively isn't just an Eastern concept, however. In Roman mythology, Luna is a female, whereas Sol is a masculine figure. As for why the moon seems to be associated with sorcery in both Souls and Elden Ring, I believe it simply comes down to the fact that culturally magic is more associated with women and feminine energies. However, that being said, the moon is also associated with magic itself. Moon magic is a thing, and often occult practices revolve around lunar cycles. Finally, yin is also the passive element of the yin and yang balance. This connection is made in the game Warframe as well. In Warframe's choice system, you can either make sun decisions or moon decisions. Sun decisions are the passionate ones, whether that be acting in anger or in violence, or on the flip side, showing empathy. Whereas the moon decisions in Warframe are shown as the detached, emotionless decisions, where logic dictates the action of the player. Likewise, in Elden Ring, the Order of the Moon seems to be a detached order of logic. This is reflected in Ranni's speech if you choose the Age of Stars.
Now cometh the age of the stars, 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond, into fear, doubt, and loneliness, as the path stretcheth into darkness.
This is a subject we have discussed previously in my Ranni lore video. The translation is a little odd, and I would recommend that video if you'd like to see some better translations. But in essence, what Ranni is saying here is that her order will be at a great remove from Earth. It will be present in the cosmos, untouched by emotion, faith, and close contact. Her order being far away from the people that she governs, in the cold abyss of space, sounds like a very cold, logical, and passive order if I ever heard one. A yin order. Contrasted with the active order of the Erdtree, that is very direct, very present and active. It very much directly moves to impose its order upon the world, even beginning a series of violent conquests to achieve such an end. A very yang order. But this analogy also does somewhat spill into the alchemical realm. From the Black Moon worshipping Nox, we can find it that the moon is also associated with silver. From the silver tears to the silver mist that their night maidens spray from their mouths, all of which I see as analogous to Mercury, one of the 3 prime elements in alchemy. And at a stretch, we could see the gold of the Erdtree as analogous to sulfur, or the soul. In alchemy there are 3 prime materials, the neutral base matter salt, and then the 2 opposing materials we have just mentioned, sulfur and mercury. Sulfur and mercury follow some of the similar dichotomies that we've just discussed about yin and yang. Sulfur, like yang, is the active, aggressive element that is meant to represent the soul. The greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric blood clot, shows that the Albinaurics themselves have a silver blood, and its item description highlights the fact that they are reviled by most living things in the lands between because they are artificial, reinforcing the fact that these mercury-blooded creatures are merely the material aspect of the world, and they are without soul or sulfur, because they are disconnected from the source or nexus of souls, the Erdtree. The magnum opus of alchemy is to reconcile and combine these materials into the perfect substance. One of the allegorical depictions of such a union is known as the Rebus, an immortal being, the combination of the White Queen, Mercury, and the Red King, of male and female, into one whole. The relevance of this to Elden Ring should be quite obvious, as it makes us think of Radagon being the Red King, and Marika, the White Queen. Again, these two are meant to be opposing forces, and yet in Elden Ring we find them forced into a single body. And so this alchemical analogy gives us 2 states of being. You can have 2 opposing matters in a system of balance, or you have convergence. And we will return to this topic near the end of the video when we talk about Golden Order fundamentalism. But I want to move on to the subject of twins, as we do find quite a lot of twins in Elden Ring. And twins in mythologies are often the personification of the themes of duality, shadows, and contrasts, which is why religion and mythology quite often contain stories of twins, Romulus and Remus, and Castor and Pollux, just to name a few. One of the most clear and obvious examples of twins is the Omen twins, Mohg and Morgott, both Omen, yet both represent radically different philosophies about their condition. The Omen are a fascinating subset of beings. They are aesthetically associated with the age of the Crucible, grotesque and bestial, strong in violence, and with physical forms as chaotic as the Crucible itself. Yet the real crux of the Omen condition is their souls, which have become disconnected from the Erdtree, the nexus of life in this world. The Seedbed Curse is a good tool to understand the Omen condition with, as these are the poxes that the Dungeater spreads the Omen curse with. It reads the following: by doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erdtree, leaving them forever cursed, one of the most loathsome things found in the lands between. These beings are cursed in so much that their souls die but are unable to return to the Erdtree. This is why, for me, some of the powers of the Omen are comparable, visually, to those who live in death, and for clarity I'm talking about the brown-black flames that Royal Omen are able to produce, which is very visually similar to the white-black flame of Ghost Flame, a flame which sprouts from those who live in death when they begin to respawn. Remember that those who live in death are born from Godwyn, a being who died in soul only, and so in that way the Omen are very similar, both a set of beings who have dead souls. And we are beginning to see a pattern here of who the fundamentalists hate. Those who live in death, the Omen, and the Albinaurics, all groups that are disconnected from the Erdtree recycling system. Ultimately, Morgott accepts the judgment of the Golden Order, believing that his Omen form to be accursed, that mars the purity of the thrones and of the Erdtree.
The thrones, stained by my curse, such shame I cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
Yet his twin Mohg is the opposite. In the depths of the sewers, he rejected the condemnation of the Erdtree Order, and not only accepted his accursed blood, but learned to love it, and wear it on his sleeve, let it become his own standard for his power base. So what is the thematic role of Mohg and Morgott in their contrasting ideologies? Well, there are several facets to it. Firstly, I believe it is just a simple relationship of contrasts, two opposing brothers that highlight the damaging effects of the Golden Order dogma. Both are afflicted by it in different ways. One is gaslit into hating themselves, and the other is radicalized, forced to become exactly what the Golden Order labels them to be. But mainly, these two are just thematically harmonious with the rest of Elden Ring, by bringing another set of dualities into a story that is filled with them already, reinforcing the notion that everything in this world has a shadow, everything exists in balance. But with that said, I think we talk about the elephant in the room now when we're talking about duality, and that is the Golden Order fundamentalists. The fundamentalist school of the Golden Order seems to tout convergence and regression, a focus on completeness rather than balance. This of course can be traced back to Radagon himself, whose talisman tells us that he aspires to be complete. To me, the idea of completeness again goes back to the alchemical idea of the rebus, the reconciliation and combination of all matter. Indeed, under Radagon, the fundamentalists reject a system of balance between miracles and spells. Radagon's fundamentalist prayers are a result of both intelligence and faith, neither spell nor miracle, but both. The foundational laws of the Golden Order fundamentalist further espouse these ideas, that all things are in fact linked, not in opposition, and to quote the law of regression, regression is the pool of meaning, that all things yearn eternally to converge. I hadn't realised the full significance of these words until I began to consider Elden Ring's systems of duality. As it stands now, the world is one of opposing forces acting upon each other, creating a Newtonian system of balance, and yet sometimes the balance slips. The removal of the Rune of Death, for example, which leads the world in a deathless state. But ultimately, things eventually do rebalance. We later have the Night of the Black Knives, and the birth of those who live in death, as if to correct the imbalance that had been caused by the removal of the Rune of Death. But balance between opposing forces can be destructive sometimes, and perhaps Radagon witnessing these events around death seeks now to completely eliminate balance altogether. Instead of it being a yin and yang circle, two halves acting against each other, it is just a circle. Devon and Darian, Dee and his brother, represent a culmination of Golden Order ideals. Two beings, yet one soul. Convergence. Their armour and weapons are gold and silver combined, reminding us that their condition is symbolic of the greater themes of duality found within Elden Ring. We've already talked about gold and silver, and its relevance to yin and yang, to mercury and sulphur. And yet here we have two beings with one soul, and their armour sets showing these two materials, these two halves, as one. Their weapon, the inseparable sword, reads the following: sword forged by compounding silver and gold. The inseparable twins found solace in the Golden Order, the only institution not to revile them as accursed beings. To the Golden Order, these twins are a step towards greater convergence, the removal of balance, and oneness within the world. I have seen people try to liken the fundamentalist ideology to be similar to the Frenzied Flame and the return to the One Great. And I would argue that the real difference between these two is that the Golden Order fundamentalists don't necessarily want all life to be bundled into one form, rather that there is a uniformity amongst life and that everything is linked together in a chain of causality. As we've discussed numerous times in different videos, the law of regression makes one think of the statistical phenomena known as regression towards the mean. In essence, this refers to the idea where a sampling of variables where there are extreme outliers, if you repeat that same sampling, the results will regress closer towards the mean, towards the average. Last Protagonist describes this very aptly in his Erdtree video, in which he uses the example of two parents who are above average height. If they have a child together, that child is likely to be shorter than them and closer to the average height. So the law of regression, in the context of Elden Ring, most likely means that life in general, that eternally yearns to converge, will, over time, regress closer and closer to an average, again implying some sort of uniformity of form. Combining this understanding with the great themes of duality and balance within Elden Ring, we can see the Golden Order fundamentalist ideas as a transcendence to something beyond opposing forces, something that is complete, much like Radagon's strive to be, and much like the true magnum opus of alchemy, the combination and reconciliation of all matter. The striving towards wholeness or completeness is also Jungian, in which a person attains wholeness by reconciling the different aspects of themselves, the ego with shadow, the anima and the animus. Except in Radagon's case, this reconciliation of both of his halves is more literal, as he does indeed share his body with his other half, with his shadow. And perhaps this gives new meaning to Marika's last words to her other half.
O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
Perhaps Radagon wanted Marika and Radagon to become one being. Despite the fact they share a body, they are still distinct personalities. They are still the two materials of alchemy, as ultimately he is just one half of a whole. Yet Radagon's fundamentalist ideology, his desire for convergence, is flawed. There are things that exist outside the holistic Golden Order, such as those who live in death, and the Omen, and the Albinaurics. These cannot be reconciled, they can only be expunged. Dee even acknowledges that these beings, those who live in death, tarnish the truth of the Golden Order just by their mere existence, as they fall outside the principles and causality of Golden Order fundamentalism. They are like the remainder in a mathematic equation that doesn't quite balance. So at a very base level, this philosophy is flawed. If everything is not connected in a chain of causality, then all things do not yearn to converge. It's that simple. Those who live in death and the Omen curse will continue to exist outside those chains of causality. However, they do work in a system of balance, as they act as opposing forces to the Erdtree and those who are connected to it. The world of Elden Ring either needs to exist in a state of balance, or it needs to be completely melted away to become one material once again. And I want to move on to the final pair of twins who I believe are the best example of harmonious balance that we can find in Elden Ring, the twin prodigies. Miquella and Malenia are born of the single-bodied god, and as we learn from Malenia's remembrance, this fact was supposed to make their birth the most special of all, and perhaps Radagon had hoped that they would not be born as twins, for in a lot of ways the white-haired Miquella and the red-haired Malenia, together, are the greatest force of all. And yet they were born as twins, reflecting that parity and duality that exists throughout Elden Ring. Again, one lunar and one solar. One with white hair, one with red hair. one physical, aggressive and powerful, the other passive, reflective and intelligent. I have always believed that St. Trina is an aspect or part of Miquella, and perhaps that is reflective of the fact that he aligns more closely with the feminine aspect of yin and yang. As we learn from the triple rings of light, Radagon hoped to utilise his son's intelligence for his Golden Order fundamentalism, as Miquella is obviously a great thinker. Yet Miquella rejects the teachings of convergence, as he only cares about one thing, his sister, and to cure her to make her life better. In fact, most of what we know about Miquella's life is dedicated to curing his sister. In return, Malenia rewards her brother's love with undying loyalty. Despite herself being an Empyrean, and one of the most powerful beings in all of the lands between, she resigns herself to be her brother's blade. While he sought a way to eliminate her curse, Malenia would shield her brother from his. Miquella, the ever-youthful, was no doubt physically feeble, and yet he now had his sister's strong arm to defend him. Mohg and Morgott's relationship was one of contrasting and opposing forces, an antagonistic relationship, at least in an ideological sense rather than a physical sense, and it was meant to better emphasise the Omen condition and the flaws of the Golden Order. Yet Miquella and Malenia actually represent the pinnacle of opposing forces in balance, because they aren't really opposing, they are symbiotic and harmonious, yet individual. In fact, the statues of Miquella and Malenia highlight their powerful bond, but not only this, it shows two beings, two halves, making up one whole. Contradictory yet cooperative, they are together a singular cosmic power that could bring balance, and together their strength disproves the need for convergence that the Golden Order fundamentalists strive for. They value the individuality of two opposing halves, and are the poster children for disparity and individuality. It is just a shame that Miquella's order was never given a chance to grow, snuffed out by Mohg. Indeed, it is the fickleness of gods, no better than man, that is the fly in the ointment. But regardless of the actions of God and men, there will always be a shadow, and in the world of Elden Ring I think it holds true, that for every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction. And that is why the world of Elden Ring is one of dualities, reflections, and shadows. Elden Ring is a game that is jam-packed with grand narratives, powerful themes, and larger-than-life characters, many of which we have tackled in long-form content on this channel. Yet the lands between aren't just a stage for these events to play out on, they are a lived-in place, and beneath the notice of gods and heroes, there are smaller stories, hidden tales of murder, crime, schemes and heroism that are told through environmental and indirect storytelling. This is something that From Software has always done well in their games, not only telling us the story through item descriptions, but showing us it through scenes and enemy placement, and Elden Ring is no different in that regard. In this lore video, we are going to take a closer look at the lands between and analyse some of these micro stories, as I feel it adds some breadth and realism to the lore of the greater macro narratives. Ziostorm recently did an interesting video on the Manus Celeste, the cathedral found in Moonlight Altar, where he tries to uncover the potential answers as to what this cathedral is all about. It is an interesting discussion, and it really got me interested in the Moonlight Altar in general, so props to Zio for starting this conversation, because it is easy to just ignore this as another area with random ruins across it. In this region there are four main sites of interest: the Cathedral of Manus Celeste, the Moonfolk ruins, the Lunar Estate ruins, and the Three Sister statues. So let us try and uncover this mystery by trying to determine who once lived here and what happened here. As Ziostorm points out, the Cathedral of Manus Celeste is itself in the same style as the Church of Vows, a building constructed by the Carians, and thus I do not think it is revolutionary to say that this cathedral was also built by the Carians. As an aside, we will return to the connections to the Eternal City statues later on. Let us talk about the Carians then, and why this whole region, Moonlight Altar, has some strong connections and allusions to them. Firstly, as Ziostorm states in his video, this part of Liurnia is situated on the western side, which the map says has strong connections to the Carians, which makes sense given that Caria Manor is also on the western side, so it just plays into the western side being associated with the Carians. The history of the Carians is really interesting, and is something I have discussed to a degree in my Ranni lore video already. So first of all, we know that in general, the glintstone sorcerers of Liurnia and Rea Lucaria are descended from astrologers, as is mentioned in the description of the Carian Preceptor set, which reads, "Large hat with the movements of the stars drawn on the inside of the brim, worn by the magic preceptors who served the Carian royals. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carians remain aware of, even if their fate has long been severed from the stars." And we know that the astrologers were once a community that lived on the mountaintop of the giants, alongside the giants in peace, thanks to the description of the Sword of Night and Flame, hence the Stargazer ruins that we can find up on the mountaintop of the giants, which presumably were the settlements of these astrologers. It makes sense that a more primitive astrologer culture would want to live as high as possible in the mountaintops, as if being higher makes them closer to the sky, and as close as possible to the stars that they are studying. And given these item descriptions, I've always assumed and speculated that the sorcerers of Rea Lucaria and the Carians themselves are all descended from these mountain-dwelling astrologers, who eventually must have come down to the lowlands of Liurnia, which of course makes sense given the abundance of glintstone in this region, glintstone becoming the main medium for studying the stars, replacing the old-style astrology. And if you'd like a video that looks more in depth at glintstone and the connections to the stars, I'd recommend my Cosmos video and my Primeval Current lore videos. The connection of the Carians to these astrologers becomes very clear when you look at the Stargazer heirloom, in which Rennala herself is described as an astrologer. It reads the following: "The young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen." So prior to this, Rennala was also an astrologer, and we do find the hallmarks of astrology at Moonlight Altar, such as the same astrological basins that we see in the mountaintops of the giants and at Caria Manor. However, it was her association with the moon that transformed her into the full moon queen and raised the prominence of her family. The full extent of this rise is something we learn of via her remembrance, which reads, "In her youth, Rennala was a prominent champion who charmed the Academy with her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty. The moon is responsible for Rennala's ascendance, and it is suggested that this was a really new form of magic, with of course the Glintstone sorcerers of Rea Lucaria being focused on Glintstone magic and its connection to the stars. Indeed, lunar magic is described as heterodox in the description of the Lazuli Conspectus crown, and no doubt Rennala was able to charm the Academy and establish her family as royalty due to this newfound and unique power. I would therefore say it is pretty fair to assume that the lunar estate and the moonfolk settlement has to be associated with Rennala and her family. For me, that is the very basics of what Moonlight Altar is, the place in which Rennala first met her moon, and then where she established her power base initially. Of course that is complete conjecture, but given how clearly we can see the full moon and Ranni's dark moon here, it isn't a stretch to say that the Moonlight Altar is the place in which Rennala first met her full moon, and probably where Rennala took Ranni to meet her moon, something we learn of via Ranni's dark moon item description. There is clearly a strong connection to the cosmic here. The moons are closer and brighter, despite Moonlight Altar not being that much higher than other places in the world. Indeed, blue streaks mark the sky, as if the stars themselves are so close that they constantly fall and scar the sky here. And yet, we cannot see these marks from below the altar or the area surrounding it, meaning there is some special significance to the Moonlight Altar in particular. This all leaves me with no doubt that this is where Rennala and Ranni met their moons, both of which we can still see clearly in the sky at the same time, but only from this location. So this brings us to the Lunar Estate and the Moonfolk Ruins, both locations found on Moonlight Altar. The former, Lunar Estate, I would suggest to be the estate of the Carians. For those unaware, the term estate is usually used to describe a large property owned by usually a noble or aristocratic family. Indeed, I myself grew up near the estate of a local Scottish laird, and likewise I would assume the term estate in Lunar Estate has been chosen precisely to indicate that a noble lunar family once lived here and owned the land, clearly the Carians. Perhaps this was the original estate of the Carians when Rennala was first rising to prominence, or perhaps this is their old estate as a Carian family that were nobles but not yet royalty, and became known as the Lunar Estate when Rennala became associated with the moon. And perhaps later they would establish Caria Manor. Caria Manor commands a better location to rule over Liurnia, as it is lower down and commands a better view over Rea Lucaria and the rest of Liurnia. And perhaps it even coincided with the collapse of the Central Lands. The map of Liurnia West makes it clear that the lands in Liurnia are collapsing or sinking, and indeed the visual evidence of, for example, Academy Town, and in general the land surrounding the Rea Lucaria Academy, suggests that there was once land that stood higher, maybe at level with Rea Lucaria's Academy, but it has all fallen away into a lake. Such a collapse and making the general region much lower would have left the Moonlight Altar fairly isolated, and thus Caria Manor would be a more logistically sound location for the new royal family of this land. And thus we already have one potential explanation as to why these lands are now abandoned and in ruin, whereas Caria Manor is more well maintained. Aside from this, Rennala would later become more closely tied to the Erdtree royal family and people, via her marriage to Radagon, and thus she may have over time began to distance herself from her moon and original lunar estate, with Caria Manor again commanding a more notable position closer to the gate of the Altus Plateau. But this is all just my conjecture and speculation. I would also suggest that the Moonfolk Ruins are the ruins of a people who lived within Caria's former estate and sphere of influence, seeing the Carians as their liege lord. Overall, I see this Moonlight Altar as a former power base of the Carian family that was later abandoned for multiple reasons, including war, the collapse of the land, and changing priorities amongst the royal family. Let us now talk about the Cathedral of Mana Celeste and what its function was and why it was built. Obviously, as we have said, it carries the same Carian architectural style that the Church of Vows does, and given it is also found in a Carian power base, it was clearly built by the Carians that ruled from this region. As for the name, many people have long debated this. Mana Celeste is Latin, and people have translated it different ways. In short, it either means heavenly hand, hand of God, or the hidden hand. And of course, this could be a reference to the two fingers found directly below the cathedral, or it could be referenced to the moon that lies directly above the cathedral. The cathedral itself is shattered, and spread throughout these ruined fragments are starlight shards, and this has led many to conclude two different things. One, that some kind of starfall shattered the cathedral. Two, that the fingers themselves came from the stars, crashing into the earth like a meteor, and causing the hole in the floor of the church. While I agree that the cathedral was most likely damaged by starfall, given we have already suggested that this place, Moonlight Altar, is somehow closer to the cosmos, I'm not entirely convinced that the fingers have come from space, though there is some merit to the argument. Firstly, as Ziostorm points out in his video, the hole that is supposedly the comet crater that the fingers came down on isn't a straight shot down to the cave where we find the fingers. In fact, it is quite a winding passage that runs quite far horizontally before we come to the cave where the fingers are located. And unfortunately, we just don't know much about the fingers to determine how they come to be in the first place. Do they just manifest when they are needed? Do they grow out of the ground? Or do they have different ways they can come about? These fingers do look slightly different from the others that we see, and I do admit that the blue colouring could be hinting to some cosmic source for these particular fingers. However they came to be, I would argue that the fingers' arrival into this cave predates the cathedral itself, and that their coming didn't smash the cathedral roof. Instead, I suggest that the term and name of the cathedral, Manus Celeste, is indicating that the cathedral was built on top of the two fingers, the hand of God. Ranni would later come to despise her connection to the fingers, but perhaps at the time when she first became Empyrean, it was a cause of celebration for her and her family. After all, one of their own had just been chosen for Empyrean status, a potential god for the next era. Would this not be worthy of celebration in building a huge cathedral, honouring the hand of God that had passed this judgment? And I think there is plenty of evidence that Ranni was alive while the Carians were still inhabiting this region of Moonlight Altar. The first and most obvious one being that Ranni is obviously familiar with this region, as she travels here to sever her connection with her own two fingers. And given they are her two fingers, would it not make sense that they would manifest in the region that she lived? But there is further evidence that she was around when this area was occupied by the Carians and their followers. And that brings us to the three sister statues found on Moonlight Altar. As I had discussed in my Ranni lore video, I had speculated that there were once three daughters of Rennala, Ranni and Rena, represented by their respective rises in the Three Sisters area of Caria Manor, and a third unnamed sister, whose tower would later be claimed and renamed by Celivis. So if we have the three sisters represented at Caria Manor, it is fitting therefore that we find three statues of female figures at Moonlight Altar, as well as a red wolf of Radagon, Ranni's father, that guards these statues. It does suggest that Ranni and the three sisters in general were born at a time when Moonlight Altar was still relevant, and thus these statues were built to honour them. This is of course speculation on my part, but the fact there are three female statues here, and we have the three sisters mentioned at Caria Manor, I don't think it's a coincidence. And for me, the red wolf of Radagon could suggest that these statues are contemporary with Renala's marriage to Radagon, and there is further evidence of that this region was inhabited at the time that Radagon was married to Rennala, and thus the age that Ranni could have been born to the two of them. We've already discussed that the Cathedral of Manus Celeste was built in the same architectural style as the Church of Vows, a building that was meant to memorialise and house the marriage of Rennala and Radagon. We know it was specifically built for this because Miriel says that it is built to hold the view of both of the centres of power, the Erdtree and Rea Lucaria, which you can see from the Church of Vows. So it's built specifically for this ceremony in a specific spot where both of these monuments can be seen, the joining of two houses. And thus, if the cathedral shares this same architectural style, we can date it to Rennala and Radagon's marriage, and therefore Ranni's birth by extension. And thus ultimately I rest my case on Manus Celeste being built to honour Ranni's Empyrean status and honour the two fingers that sits below it. And potentially this gives another reason that it could have been abandoned. If Ranni grew sick of her two fingers and disillusioned with them, she'd obviously want to be as far away as possible from them. With that said, let us talk about one final other point of interest regarding the Moonlight Altar, and that is the way in which it illustrates the connection between the Carians and the Eternal Cities. And credit to Tarnished Archaeologist, who was the first person who made me aware of the significance of these statues with the sword that can be found in Carian structures in Noxtella and on the Saint's Bridge in Limgrave. It is hard to confirm whether the Eternal Cities were literally moved from the surface to below, or if they were built from scratch after the Nox people were banished underground. And ultimately that discussion is kind of irrelevant for this discussion, but if you do want to see a good video that dissects the possibility that all these cities literally sat on the surface and were pushed below, then I would recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's video on the Eternal Empire. Regardless of what you believe in that respect, what is clear is that the Nox have existed underground for a long time, and lo and behold, there is a connecting path from Moonlight Altar to Noxtella, the Eternal City. Indeed, this is how we access the Moonlight Altar in the first place, by passing through Noxtella and past Astel's Den. So we do need to ask, why does this passage all the way to an Eternal City exist from Moonlight Altar? For me, speculatively, it is proof that there is a link between these two cultures, the Carians and the Nox exchanging ideas and their cultures, and this would explain why we see Noxian statues in both the Cathedral of Mana Celeste and the Church of Vows. It goes even further in the Church of Vows, where Celestial Dew is used at its main font, a font which played a role in Radagon and Renala's wedding, so in Noxian import playing a role in a marriage between the Erdtree and the Moon. And given the ideals between the Nox and the Carians having certain overlaps, and Ranni's extensive knowledge of their hidden treasure, the Fingerslayer Blade, it isn't hard to imagine the Carians and the Nox having a connection to one another. So let us wrap up what I have to say about the Moonlight Altar in general. I think this was once the centre of Carian power, consisting of the lunar estate of the Carian family and the Moonfolk people, who served Renala and the Moon. Ranni and her sisters were born during this period, and they were celebrated with the 3 sister statues that we see on Moonlight Altar. This place also had a special connection to the Moon. It is where Renala first communed with the Moon, and it is where she led Ranni by the hand to meet her Dark Moon, and this is why both moons simultaneously appear in the sky. The Cathedral of Mana Celeste would then be built when Ranni was chosen as Empyrean. It is a building that celebrates the hand of God that elevated the Carians to new heights. I would also argue that the Carians and Nox had a rapport, building a pathway between the two cultures. This area would eventually fall out of relevance, however, being supplanted by the Caria Manor, for a number of reasons. There is the 2 wars of Liurnia that could have damaged this region, there is the falling away of the landscapes which would have isolated this region, and there is the fact that Ranni may not have wanted to be next to her 2 fingers anymore. Ultimately it is all speculation, but I would love to hear your thoughts on the Moonlight Altar in the comments below. When we come to Liurnia, we are met with one of the most breathtaking vistas in the entire game, and of course the star of that vista is the Academy of Lucaria, making it clear to us that this is our ultimate destination in the region just by visuals alone. Luckily for us, a former member of the Academy is nearby to give us the intel on how to gain access to the Academy, and of course I am referring to Tops.
After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here. As you might have guessed, the seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the Academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital.
Lucaria is sealed, and only those with a glintstone key are able to pierce the seals that barrier its entrances. With that in mind, let us read the item description for the glintstone key itself. It reads the following: Key to the seals binding both gates to the Academy of Lucaria. A glintstone key will remember its user, meaning once used, it can never be passed on to another. The Academy does not welcome the indolent. Obviously there's some pretty fascinating lore found here. Firstly, the key will only function for its original user. Everyone has to have their own key, meaning you can't give a used key to your pal. The key also says that the Academy does not welcome the indolent, and this is where the elitist mindset of the Academy comes into play. Indolent essentially means lazy, and we know that the Academy had very exacting standards for those who are allowed to study there, a system that is illustrated through their Glintstone Crown system. The item description for the Glintstone Crown reads the following: one of the Glintstone Crowns bestowed upon Realicaria scholars, whose pursuits were deemed worthy. So the crown is a symbol of a sorcerer who is deemed worthy enough to stand in the halls of the academies. And of course the different versions of these crowns designate the chosen school of study, a subject in of itself for another video. Those that are deemed not talented enough, not worthy, are denied a crown, and denied a place at the Academy as a result. Tops doesn't seem to have been kicked out of the Academy per se, however. Rather, he claims to have popped out of the Academy only to find himself locked out after the Academy went into lockdown and sealed its entrances. Nonetheless, if we examine his treatment at the Academy, it is a great illustration of the elitism and intellectual snobbery present at the Academy. However, Tops describes himself as a bluntstone, i.e. someone too dim to study there. The Tops barrier spell, the culmination of Tops' study, does imply that he was basically laughed out of the Academy for being too stupid, as it reads the following: the lifelong pursuit of Tops the Bluntstone. Future generations will learn. They will know the foolishness of the sneering sorcerers who ridiculed this theory, little realizing that it was in fact a discovery worthy of a new conspectus of the Academy. So they were ultimately wrong, but because they thought he was too dim to study there because of his heterodox study, he was essentially kicked out, denied a crown of his own, when in fact it should have been worthy of a new crown altogether. But we do get further examples of dropouts via the Swift Glintstone Shard item description, which reads: those unworthy of the stone crown typically end their brief journey into sorcery here. So those unworthy of the stone crown, those that are only capable of the most basic magics, aren't seen as worth the time or worthy of a stone crown and further study. Only the best and those above average will do at this academy. And indeed, we do meet these dropouts throughout the game. These are the noble wandering sorcerer enemies that we face throughout the lands between in the various mobs. The noble sorcerer ashes read the following: spirit of a nobleman who once asked to be given a place at Realicaria to learn glintstone sorceries. His talents were insufficient to be worthy of donning the stone crown, and he is only capable of using the most rudimentary sorcery, again confirming that these dropouts are those capable of only using lower level spells, unworthy of the stone crown and a place at Realicaria. The hierarchy is so prominent and so affecting that those who fail as sorcerers may even be relegated to a life in the mines, as the Shatter Earth spell reads the following: a stone digger sorcery used by the glintstone miners of the Crystal Tunnel. At the Academy, use of this sorcery was a stigma that marked out failed scholars. And indeed we see these miners all throughout the lands between, these miners who are condemned to a pretty horrible life of being affected by the glintstone that they mine. The term stigma and the sneering described in Tops' barrier really give us this idea of this real culture of snobbery and intellectualism, that those who are not worthy, who don't meet the high bar of sorcery, just simply aren't worth it at all, and their only use is to either be kicked out or to be used as miners. And this ties back to the idea of the glintstone keys. Access to Realicaria is closely guarded, an elitist establishment that not just anyone can get access to, and thus it makes sense that an unused glintstone key would be worth a fortune. Thus we come to the point in the game where we must receive our key. The natural course for most first-time players is that they will come to the entrance of the Academy via the sunken Academy town, and at that stage they will find Tops' word to be true. The gates are barred, there is a seal, and we have no key, meaning we cannot enter the Academy. Yet right in front of this gate there is a body. and on this body we find a map called Meeting Place Map, which reads the following. The man it came from surely desired one, the sole means of gaining entry into the Academy, a glintstone key. So we can see what we have found here is directions to a meeting spot where a deal for a valuable glintstone key is going to go down. The owner of this map clearly had not gained access to Rhea Lucaria legitimately, and thus wanted to buy their way in. However, when we make our way to the point on the map, we are met with quite the scene. Smarag the Devourer and a collection of corpses in his den. One of these corpses has the item that we seek, and in a great attention to detail, this specific corpse, the one with a glintstone key, is one of a glintstone sorcerer, in the robes of Rhea Lucaria, and a glintstone crown of an accepted sorcerer of Rhea Lucaria. To me the picture is clear. This was a black market, back alley deal, set up between the man we find outside Rhea Lucaria's gates and this glintstone sorcerer. Clearly the latter is the supplier, an accepted sorcerer of Rhea Lucaria, an insider who is able to procure a glintstone key. As we have clearly established, each key is one use, and so a blank key would be worth a pretty penny, for those who cannot gain access legitimately, for those who aren't worthy of the stone, or for those who are simply wanting to rob the place and aren't a sorcerer. Their only chance to gain entry would to be purchasing it from an insider, from an accepted Rhea Lucarian sorcerer. And this is why I appreciate that the corpse holding the glintstone key isn't just a placeholder corpse like we see in some areas. This is specifically a Rhea Lucarian sorcerer, the only person who could have possibly procured a glintstone key from the inside. Again, FromSoft's attention to detail is just next level. Obviously, this deal ends in disaster. We know from Smaragd's glintstone breath that he was a devourer of sorcerers, and thus it is clear that when the sorcerer went to the meeting point to sell the key, Smaragd descended upon them and killed them, meaning there is a shiny new key for us if we defeat the dragon. Sadly for the original owner of the map, they died outside the gates of Rhea Lucaria, denied entrance by Smaragd, and they can do nothing but stare wistfully at its sealed gates. The forces of Leyndell are probably lore-wise and aesthetically my favourite fighting force in the game. The Leyndell soldier ashes tell us that they are a force known for their defensive fighting actions, a fact exemplified by their knights and their high shields. Not only are they well armed and well trained, but there are certain knights, like Dragon Knight Kristoff, who are further bolstered by the power of Dragon Cult incantations. With their knights, Dragon Cult, Tree Sentinels, and Morgott the Fell, they are a force to be reckoned with. The force of Leyndell that we see today must be an evolution or descendant of those who faced down Grandsax and the dragons. Two of the greatest victories of the Shattering are attributed to Leyndell, the first and second defences of Leyndell, in which they successfully defended the capital from warring demigods, and Dragon Knight Kristoff himself defeated Godofroy, a demigod, no mean feat. Yet despite my passion for Leyndell's fighting force, they aren't infallible. Like Game of Thrones, no faction is all-powerful, and Leyndell certainly suffered their fair share of setbacks. They were held to a stalemate by the Carian Knights in the First and Second Liurnian Wars, despite the Carian Knights being greatly outnumbered, a fact we learn of from the Carian Knight's sword. It also seems that Leyndell forces assaulted Mount Gelmir and Volcano Manor, as we can see siege towers and Leyndell flags, and broken Leyndell forces resorting to cannibalism and falling victim to frenzy on the fractured slopes of Mount Gelmir. It is plain to see that this battle did not go the way for the Leyndell forces, but the sword memorial on the mountain makes the toll of this battle and its depravity even clearer, as it reads, "The assault on Volcano Manor, the squalid, the sick, the blasphemous, a wretched unending war with no glory, a brutal war in which both sides of the conflict died in the mud, with Leyndell survivors left completely broken and dying in the mud of Mount Gelmir. And this brings us to another disaster that the Leyndell forces faced, and the subject of this segment of the video, Seethwater Cave, which is found along Seethwater River, a superheated river that runs along one of the lower reaches of Mount Gelmir. Seethwater Cave is just one of many caves found in Elden Ring, but it is a cave that tells a fascinating story that begins right outside its entrance. The first thing you will notice is that there is a lookout, a soldier, and when we kill them and get inside, we can see why there is a lookout here. There is a unit of Leyndell soldiers hiding out in this cave, complete with campfire and supplies. The lookout outside now makes a bit more sense. This guard, this sentry, is making sure no one finds their hiding spot, and in particular is no doubt looking out for the forces that left them in this broken state. Another detail that I like here is that the soldiers are only sitting in the porch of this cave, because beyond this point and deeper into Seethwater Cave, there is a dangerous location, filled with Miranda flowers, poison bogs, servants of rot, and the kindred, and thus they are merely sheltering in the only safe part of the cave, and I find the extreme contrast between these two sections of the cave to be truly fascinating. Each tell their own story. But why are these soldiers hiding? And what is the sentry looking out for? Well, this is why I really like Seethwater Cave in particular, because it plays into the greater narrative of this region. If we follow the river further up, we reach Seethwater Terminus, and there is a narrative unfolding here. Here is Fort Lade, a fort that was once a stronghold of Leyndell, as we can tell from the livery of the dead soldiers here, but it has now been completely overrun by the forces of the Fire Monks of all people. The Leyndell soldiery has been slaughtered to a man, and a Fire Monk prelate has taken command of the fort. Many question why this has happened. Surely Leyndell and the Fire Monks are allies, given the Fire Monks were established by the former Queen of Leyndell, Marika. Yet I would argue that it makes perfect sense given what we know of the Fire Monks and their purpose. The Fire Monks have left their mountaintop bases and have essentially invaded the lowlands of Leyndell and Liurnia for a specific purpose. This is something we learn of via the Monk's Flame Blade, which reads, "The monks came to the land of Liurnia in pursuit of a fugitive who stole their fire." The Fire Monks were constituted to keep the Flame of Ruin confined, and protect its fire from outside elements. Edan is the thief that they are searching for, who has now been imprisoned in an Everjail of all places, and we learn it is Edan that they are looking for thanks to the item that he drops, the Flame of the Fell God, which reads, "Argananthe, the chief guardian of the flame, had kept this incantation a well-kept secret, until it was stolen by Edan. The Fell God still lurks within the Fire Giants." One side note before we go any further, I like how Edan has a hodgepodge of Fire Monk prelate armour, as if he was disguising himself as one, so that he could nick this spell from Argananthe. This is why there is such a strong presence of monks in Liurnia. They are hot on the trail of this thief. Indeed, Edan's Everjail is in Liurnia, so they're on the right track. To them, their mission is far more important than such basic ideas like territory and allies. The flame needs to be confined, and the Fire Monks see themselves as the only ones worthy and capable of guarding and using its secrets. So to me, what happens at Fort Lade is an extension of this. The Fire Monks have come down with a heavy hand. Nothing is more important than the recovery of this spell, and they have clearly sacked this fort in their fervour to recover this stolen spell. Perhaps they believed Edan was once held here, or passed through here, or perhaps the fort merely stopped their advance, or perhaps they just needed a base of operations for the commander of this recovery mission, the prelate. Either way, Fort Lade and its garrison were just unfortunately caught on the wrong end of the Fire Monks' ire. And just down the river from this massacre of Leyndell forces is a holdout of Leyndell forces within a random cave. To me, this explains the presence of Leyndell soldiers in an otherwise rot-filled cave. These are survivors from the slaughter of Fort Lade that just lies around the River Bend. Clearly these soldiers fled and are now hiding out. This is why there is a sentry here. And no wonder, the scene at Fort Lade is pretty hellish, and having witnessed the massacre of their comrades by fire, thorn and blade, I too would be hiding out in a cave. One enemy that really terrified me on my first playthrough were the giant dogs of Caelid. From the moment you see them and the crows, I just turned around and noped out of there, and didn't return until I was way too overleveled. I know that many others have an experience that is very much like this, and this is a testament to their incredible visual design. There's something so intimidating but also so wrong in the way that they are disproportioned, and it makes you want to stay away from them. The lore in these beasts is pretty threadbare, and when I say threadbare I mean non-existent, but that hasn't stopped us from speculating on it. The most obvious theory of course relates to them being creatures that have been afflicted by the scarlet rot that has flooded the environment of Caelid since the Battle of Aeonia. As I've said, their bodies and shape look a little bit wrong, as if it is a symptom of rot that over time has led to giantism, hence their disproportionate head size. This could also explain the crows that are found in Caelid as well. And despite their malforms, both of these beings thrive in this region, despite it being a region of death. They are clearly scavenging and eating, as if they have been afflicted by and become part of this very ecosystem. Indeed, some suggest that the dogs are actually related to the crows, devolved versions of them, or that they have evolved into the crows, one way or the other. I'm not really sure where I sit on this type of lore theory, but it is worth mentioning because I think it's quite a prominent one. But I think what is clear is that the dogs and crows are essentially scavengers now. And a point that is well made by the Honoured Madman in their deep dive on the crows is that the crows are found in 3 areas. 3 areas associated with death, again reinforcing the fact that these are scavenger creatures. And if you're looking for a more detailed look on the crows, I will link Honoured Madman's video below. The dogs are also found in 2 of these same areas, the mountaintops of the Giants and Caelid. It makes sense for the crows to be on the mountaintops as they can fly, and they simply could have migrated from the Caelid region for New Carrion, as there are plenty of corpses in this region, given that this is where the battle of the fire giants took place. But how and why are the dogs here? Well, I believe the answer specifically lies around their necks. Because while this area may seem like a random hodgepodge of late game enemies, and indeed I thought the same, From Software still doesn't stop with the details, because there is one specific model of dog that is used here, and that is the variant with the collars around their neck. Every single one of these large dog enemies that you've found on the mountaintops of the Giants do have the collars around their neck, and go ahead and check if you don't believe me. Whereas in Caelid, where they are marauding, killing everything, and clashing with the Redmanes, they are the ones without the collars. Except there is one dog in Caelid that has a collar, the one by Gowry's shack. It in fact does not attack him, and stands there like a guard dog, which leads us to conclude that this particular dog has been trained and collared by Gowry, which shouldn't be a surprise given Gowry is so in tune with the rot and associated life forms. Again, From Software are telling us a story with the placement of these dogs. Most of the dogs in Caelid are running wild and don't have collars, but this particular dog is sitting like a good boy with a collar around its neck. And if we return to the mountaintops of the Giants, like I said, every single dog in this region isn't the collarless version, it is the collared ones. And so to me, the story being told here is clear. These are dogs that have been captured and trained by the fire monks and exported here to act as guard beasts. Ultimately, the fire monks are to contain the flame of ruin. Would it not make sense to have some worthy guard dogs to protect the flame of ruin? This would also explain the lava slugs that we find following around the camps of the fire monks in Mount Gelmir and Liurnia. They too must have been taken from their natural habitat of Mount Gelmir and put to work as trained beasts alongside the dogs that we found in the mountaintops of the giants. All this just makes me wish that we could somehow train our own good boy. When you first encounter the demi-humans in Elden Ring, you'd be forgiven for thinking they are just another enemy that you couldn't possibly reason with. That is until you meet Bok, and there are other hints that people, humans, can actually work alongside their demi-human cousins. In past videos, I have touted that one of the best areas in the game for environmental storytelling is Mount Gelmir, from the shattered battlefields and the cannibalism to the implicit cruelty of Volcano Manor town. And one of the stories in this particular segment is no different. If you pass through Seethwater Terminus and over a lava runoff, you will find an alternate slope that can take you up the mountain as an alternate route from the bridge from Altus Plateau. And on these very slopes, an interesting narrative is playing out, and it is up to us to work out what happened here, as it is not directly mentioned anywhere. At the top of this slope is a small hamlet called Hermit Village, and as you can clearly see, things are not going well here. The original human inhabitants have been slaughtered, and the place is overrun with demi-humans, no doubt the perpetrators of said slaughter, and it's quite a large clan at that, with chieftains and a demi-human queen. But why? Is this just a very surface level enemy placement and a basic story of demi-humans killing humans? Well, there is a very interesting story here, as I'm sure many are aware, as there seems to be a specific reason why the demi-humans are here. And most notably and most interestingly, there are Rael'Akarian sorcerers who seem to be assisting and fighting alongside these demi-humans. So what is going on? Well, for now, let us segue into one of the best sources for demi-human lore, the Great Kenneth Height. When we first enter Limgrave, an interesting scene that many players will see on their first journey is a pitched battle between Godric's men and demi-humans. And yet we get a very different perspective on demi-humans when we undertake one of our first quests, and that is helping Kenneth Height. Kenneth Height tasks us with taking back his fort. Kenneth Height rejects the authority of Godric.
Oh, indeed, it is a foul fate for a land to be without a ruler. One must be found, with haste, and not that awful Godric, but a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
And this seems to be why a Godric knight leading a force of Godric soldiers have captured Fort Height. Once we take back the fort by killing Godric's men and his knight, Kenneth says the following.
Right then, time for me to head to the fort. I've much to do. First, I'll have to re-establish communication with the demi-humans. What's that look? You don't believe me? Well, under the Erdtree, commingling with the demi-humans is made possible. Even the vulgar shall not be left behind, under the rule of true order. Which is why I, Kenneth Height, next in line as the rightful ruler of Limgrave, have sworn to uphold it. Just you watch, my friend. Just you watch.
So right here from Kenneth, we get hints that demi-humans are more than beasts, and cooperation with them is entirely possible. Indeed, it seems as though Kenneth Height actually uses them as his soldiers, and they were the ones actually manning his fort. When we approach Fort Height, a ghost outside laments the scattering of the demi-humans and their loss of leadership. Indeed, demi-humans are all over the region surrounding the fort, and they are attacking anyone at will, maybe even attacking carts as some of the environmental details seems to suggest. The ghost says they wax wroth, seeming that they have lost control and gone into a rage since the loss of their mother, as the ghost says. We know from the demi-human hint that we can get from one of the nomadic merchants that demi-humans essentially scatter when they lose their leadership, and lo and behold, inside of Fort Height, there is a dead demi-human queen, no doubt the mother that the ghost was referring to, and the body's position inside suggests that it was once stationed here, and that the Godric Knight came here and slaughtered it, leading the demi-human defenders to scatter to the winds. And if there were any doubts that it was demi-humans that were manning this on behalf of Kenneth, those doubts should be washed away when we return to the fort later and find it manned by demi-humans who do not attack us, and they are under Kenneth's command, who is now at the top of the fort. Now, with this relationship in mind, let us return to the hermit village on Mount Gelmir that we were discussing before. Among the demi-humans there are sorcerers of Rea Lucaria. There is even one scene that is so placed that it looks as though one of these sorcerers is teaching or reading to the demi-humans. But the main concentration of these sorcerers are the ones that are found around the demi-human queen Maggie. These sorcerers are clearly aligned to Maggie, they don't attack her, and indeed they attack us when we start the battle with Maggie. It's clear that these sorcerers are the ones that have taught Queen Maggie in sorceries, because the sorceries that she uses have the sigil of Rea Lucaria when she casts. This isn't just random enemy placement, this is a full-blown alliance between these sorcerers and Queen Maggie. But why? Why have these sorcerers aligned themselves with a whole demi-human clan and their queen? Well, I would argue that they are looking for something, or someone, and need some muscle. As nearby is the powerful primeval sorcerer Azure, right next to the boss fight, in fact. And clearly these sorcerers wanted Azure and his power, and thus I would suggest they have recruited Maggie and her tribe as muscle, and in exchange they have been teaching Maggie and her people sorcery. However, despite slaughtering an entire village for their prize, they still remain here. As we know, Azure isn't forthcoming to just anyone with his power, and he is far beyond hurting or reasoning with. And so we smash Maggie and her allies, and take his power for ourselves. But nonetheless, this remains another fascinating example of demi-human and human cooperation, an alliance for mutual benefit. There are so many parts of the lore to love in Elden Ring, and one of the regions I really love for lore implications is the consecrated snowfield and what it represents. It is the entrance to Miquella's realm. Being called the consecrated snowfields gives it a holy feeling. In essence, this is an asylum for the unwelcome, for those who do not fit within the realm of grace, but it is also a path of pilgrimage for those who want to make it to Miquella's Erdtree. This is why we find Albinaurics, Misbegotten, and even Black Knife assassins hiding out in these lands. One of the best illustrations of the asylum that can be found in these lands is in the Cave of the Forlorn, one of my favourite dungeons in the entire game, especially from an aesthetic point of view. From the dragon corpse in the entrance to the icy and see-through floor that shows the jellyfish in the levels below. But this cave does also tell a story, and isn't just a hodgepodge of random filler enemies, starting with the name itself, the Forlorn. Forlorn, according to Oxford Languages, means pitifully sad, abandoned, or lonely. And for further context, I reached out to translator Loki, author of the Abyssal Archive. They had the following to say on Forlorn and its translation in Japanese. The Cave of the Forlorn is more accurately a place to go cave. Now the term place to go is a bit loaded and basically means forlorn in the negative. You have no place to go, no people to rely on, no connections, alone, adrift, etc. So the idea seems to be that this cave is the one place the Misbegotten can rely on for shelter. They are alone in this cold, cruel world. So thanks to Loki for adding that additional context as to what this cave represents, and the pretty pitiful state of the Misbegotten in the greater lands between. The Misbegotten's current place in Golden Order society is essentially encapsulated by the scale and feather talismans, aspects of their bodies, of course. And these talismans read the following: a vestige of the crucible of primordial life. Born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. The misbegotten are relics of an age long past, life gone wild, illustrated by their various growths, vestigial tails, and wings, compared to the ideals of regression and convergence espoused by the Golden Order, that idealizes an idea of regression towards the mean, i.e. a uniformity of life. Hence the misbegotten are enslaved, they are seen as lesser. We see them enslaved at Castle Morn, although they do eventually rebel. Thus it is no surprise that large quantities of misbegotten have found themselves a home in the lands of Miquella, who is described by the Sacred Crown Helmet as a protector of the meek. Indeed, within the Cave of the Forlorn, there is a collection of Miquella's lilies throughout it, which does seem to imply that the influence of Miquella is very much present in this cave, and thus they can find sanctuary here. This is all fairly self-explanatory and surface level, but what isn't self-explanatory is the leader of this particular group of misbegotten, the Misbegotten Crusader, who is a unique variant of the Misbegotten Warrior that wields the legendary weapon, the Golden Order Greatsword. Now this is a very odd situation and is one that has been often discussed and written off in the community. How did this particular Misbegotten get their hands on Radagon's legendary weapon? Is this just a lazy placeholder for this weapon? Well, let us discuss the possibilities here, as I find the discussion an interesting one, and the fact that this Misbegotten has been animated with unique animations for this sword suggests to me that it isn't maybe as lazy as many people think. Let us start by looking at the sword description itself, which reads, Greatsword made of light, modelled after the Elden Ring itself, forged by King Consort Radagon to proudly symbolise the tenets of the Golden Order. Telltale signs betray that this was once the greatsword bequeathed to him by his first wife, Rennala. It is a well agreed upon fact in the community that this sword was most likely the Full Moon Greatsword, as the Dark Moon Greatsword, the one we received when we are engaged to Ranni, describes the fact that these swords are a long-held tradition by the Carians where they give their spouse a version of a moon sword. And so when we compare the description of the Dark Moon Greatsword to that of the Golden Order Greatsword, we can assume that this sword was originally a full moon sword that Rennala gave to her consort. Yet in time, when Radagon developed his ideas and then became Elden Lord, he would modify this sword to represent the Golden Order. And all this just reinforces how unlikely it is for a simple Misbegotten to get their hands on this legendary and prized weapon. Well, firstly, the Misbegotten have a history of stealing legendary swords, like magpies almost. There are 3 legendary swords that are claimed from one of these Misbegotten warriors. At the slaughter of Morn Castle, the leader of this particular revolution claims the storied Sword of Morn, the Grafted Greatsword, and no doubt this was a symbol of their authority as the strongest amongst the Misbegotten here. And it seems as though the Misbegotten of Redmane is the one that's in possession of the Ruin Greatsword. So we can imagine the Misbegotten have a more primitive culture, where the biggest and strongest among them are granted the greatest prizes and weapons. Like in Morn, in Lane Dell we likewise witness Misbegotten killing humans on the outskirts of the city, so perhaps at the fall of the Golden Order, the Misbegotten of Lane Dell also revolted, and one among their number looted the Golden Order Greatsword. This is probably the easiest and most comfortable answer, but let us go a little deeper. Most of these lion Misbegotten, the big ones, are referred to as Misbegotten warriors when we fight them in other boss fights, like the one with the Crucible Knight at Redmane Castle and the one with Perfumer Tricia. In both of these boss battles, their name appears on the bar as Misbegotten Warrior specifically. and yet, in this case, the one that we find in the Cave of the Forlorn, it is specifically referred to as a misbegotten crusader. The term crusader means the following according to Oxford Languages: a person who campaigns vigorously for political, social, or religious change, a campaigner. So perhaps there's more to this particular misbegotten, that this particular misbegotten has led a group of his people to safety. Perhaps upon looting this sword, the misbegotten found a purpose, and this became his crusade, to lead his people out of the mainland and into the safety of the consecrated snowfield. That could be its crusade. However, there is a more slightly out there possibility. Was this misbegotten a crusader of the Golden Order? What I find interesting is that in the other two instances of misbegotten that hold legendary swords, the one that has the Ruin Greatsword and the one that has the Morn Sword, the misbegotten is not modelled wielding it, nor do they have any unique moves. But the misbegotten crusader is actually wielding the sword in its fight with us, and has unique animations where it activates the Establish Order weapon art, essentially a Golden Order incantation, by performing these signature gestures of the Golden Order. This is a specialist weapon that requires faith for it to use, so is it possible that this misbegotten was actually trained to wield this weapon, and that it had the faith and belief to do so? Could it be that this misbegotten crusader was once used and employed by Radagon, essentially a slave knight that Radagon would sick on his enemies, and it was only upon the collapse of the Golden Order that this crusader abandoned Leyndell and led its people to a safer land? I again referred this element of the translation to Loki, who translates misbegotten crusader as something closer to a paladin or holy knight. And if it was once a paladin for the Golden Order, this would explain how the misbegotten wields the sword so deftly, even being able to use Golden Order incantations and gestures. At the end of the day, the Establish Order weapon art is just a function in a game to us, but in lore, in game, surely your character has to have the faith and understanding of incantations to wield this weapon art. Ultimately, it's all just speculation, but I do think there is more to this misbegotten crusader. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and what you believe the story to be here. So thanks again guys for joining me on this epic lore journey through Elden Ring's darker subjects. I'd love to know your thoughts on the Omen, the Nox, and the Godskins in the comments below, as these are still subjects that I ponder to this day. Producing these compilations from my videos of the past 2 years has been extremely eye-opening as to the sheer volume of lore found in this game, the very fact I've had to split these into 3 different parts. Even with this hours and hours of content that I've created, there are still subjects that I need to tackle. As I said in my last video, I've been lucky enough to have been inspired, corrected, and influenced by some incredible content creators, as well as other members of the Elden Ring community. I have referenced many throughout this video, and my content would not be the same without these collaborative efforts of this community. All videos and creators referenced will be found in the relevant original videos found in the playlist that is linked below. But again, a massive thank you and acknowledgement to all the creators and other people in the community that I've referenced throughout this video. If you liked this video, then consider leaving a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel, as we will have plenty more Elden Ring content coming in 2024, especially when the DLC drops. But that's all for now folks. I just want to wish you a happy new year, and thank you so much for watching this incredibly long video. Take care, and I will see you in the next one.